Chapter 1. Jungle Encounter. With a resounding thud, a colossal tree with a diameter of half a meter erupted ahead, splintering into countless shards that scattered in all directions. Luo Heng felt a searing pain on his back. The moment he heard the shouts behind him, he executed a roll on the ground, yet he could not evade the onslaught of the wooden debris striking his body. Ignoring the thorns before him, he plunged into the underbrush. It had been 2 days. Luo Heng was participating in a Special Forces wilderness survival training, navigating through a primeval forest when he encountered a mudslide and a flood, clinging tightly to a piece of wood within the mudslide. He awakened to find himself in a vastly different locale, transitioning from a tropical to a temperate broadleaf forest. His trusty dagger remained at his side, and relying on his outdoor survival skills, he sustained himself with berries found in the woods as he ascended towards the highest mountain, seeking to gain a vantage point. However, the sun seemed to loom larger in the sky upon reaching the towering summit of a tree. Over 50 meters high and nestled near the mountain's peak, he spotted a horde of green-skinned creatures with fearsome tusks emerging from the forest across the way. Even with his composure, Luo Heng was nearly thrown from his perch in fright. To his astonishment, despite the distance of at least 1,500 meters and a vertical drop of over 1,000 meters between the two ridges, the creatures had detected him. Fist-sized stones were hurled by the tusked green beasts, traversing the distance of 1,500 meters with alarming accuracy. Flee. On the first day, Luo Heng occasionally heard distant shouts. By the second day, he was startled by the thunderous whoosh of massive stones crashing into trees, creating deep indentations as wood and debris flew in all directions. Pressured and desperate, Luo Heng leapt into a river, attempting to evade the relentless pursuit of the monsters. Yet these creatures appeared to be masters of the jungle. In the river, Luo Heng scrutinized his pursuers. Towering at 2.5 meters, their bodies cloaked in dense fur, they possessed large heads with 3 eyes or 2, elongated tusks, and green skin. Their waists adorned with animal hides, numbering 10 in total. Brandishing weapons resembling wooden clubs, they bounded through the underbrush. After navigating a turbulent stretch of water, Luo Heng sensed a waterfall ahead, as the distant mountains revealed a dramatic drop. He had no choice but to abandon his piece of wood and scramble ashore, continuing his frantic flight. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Luo Heng chose to weave through areas dense with thorns and trees, seizing every opportunity to replenish his energy with edible berries he encountered. However, as the jungle grew sparser, his heart sank. He was climbing upwards, glancing back at the 10 monstrous figures pursuing him. Determined, he faced a steep slope and, with resolve, began his ascent. Suddenly, a stone exploded nearby, shards flying in all directions, leaving Luo Heng shaken but resolute. The beasts behind him were equally hindered by the dense foliage. At last, I have a fighting chance, he thought, feeling his limbs weaken as he reached a slightly level area atop the steep incline. Observing his legs, he noted the blood flowing from several wounds caused by the debris. Peering over, he saw the green-skinned creatures struggling to climb. Their bulk impeded their speed, yet 2 of them caught sight of Luo Heng and hurled stones upward. Bang! He quickly ducked as a rock struck the stone behind him, sending fragments flying and leaving a stinging pain on his skin. Gathering his strength, Luo Heng pried loose several stones, and after some effort, he managed to dislodge one that he hastily shoved aside some dirt, peering down to hear a cacophony of shouts below, followed by 2 more stones crashing up at him. With a swift motion, he scooped up dirt and flung it downward, waiting a heartbeat before seizing a heavy stone and hearing the creatures below erupt in chaotic cries. Die! He aimed at a cornered green-skinned monster, striking it as it crouched low. The moment the stone struck, a wail echoed from the creature below, followed by a series of anguished cries that shifted in distance. Luo Heng gathered more dirt and hurled it down, this time without moving stones, instead kicking up more dust. Below, the green beasts screeched in disarray, and when he peeked again, he saw 2 of them shielding their eyes with one hand while clutching stones with the other, preparing to hurl them at him. With resolve, he retaliated, aiming his stone at the fastest climbing creature. Thud! He watched as the stone narrowly missed his forehead, realizing the creatures possessed remarkable accuracy when targeting stationary objects, though they paled in comparison to the precision of bullets he had trained against in special forces. No time to waste, I must ascend further, he thought, tossing more dirt down as the creatures continued their clamor. Assessing the steep slope, he dashed behind a cluster of protruding stones, hearing the thud of stones striking the outcropping behind him. Rolling, crawling, and leaping, Luo Hung felt like a slippery mouse evading the relentless pursuit of the green beasts. He had trained himself to maneuver as though dodging bullets, utilizing the terrain as cover. This is it. I shall wage a sniper's battle, he decided upon spotting a ledge that dropped off dramatically. With several meters of sheer cliff on either side, a narrow gap between two stones, adorned with vines and shrubs, caught his eye. Utilizing both hands and feet, Luo Hung swiftly scaled the vines, and once atop the cliff, he found that the creatures had yet to follow. The plateau above was approximately 5 to 6 meters wide. Drawing his dagger, he rushed to the nearby shrubs. Perfect, he murmured, slicing through the foliage, noting the resilience of the alpine plants. He struck with a stone, swiftly severing 2 branches, and hurried back to the cliff's edge, spotting several green-skinned beasts below. With a cacophony of cries, the creatures noticed Luo Hung, and he quickly retracted his head, then stealthily moved to the opposite side. Peering over, he saw stones soaring toward him once more, this time from 5 creatures, their claws tightly gripping their projectiles. Infuriated, Luo Hung cursed under his breath, wondering how they had managed to pinpoint his location. Chapter 2. A desperate struggle. As for the remaining 3 creatures, Luo Hung surmised they must have scaled the cliff from his ascent. He hurried to the spot he had climbed, trimming nearby vines. Careful not to remove them all, lest the enemy devise another strategy, that he moved several heavy stones, each weighing dozens of pounds, and noticed the vines swaying ominously. In haste, he retrieved the shrubs, cutting them down to leave a segment 1.5 meters long. Any longer would lack the necessary force. The sharpened end of the shrub bore a deep groove. With the vines tightening further, Luo Hung tossed a stone a couple of meters away, prompting a flurry of stones to rain down in response. Peering over the edge, he was stunned to see the 3 green-skinned creatures climbing up together. Are they all brainless? He thought, quickly shifting stones to dislodge them. But a chorus of enraged roars and pained cries erupted below, and Luo Hung found their foolishness astonishing. Without further contemplation, he hoisted a stone and placed it atop another, then fashioned the sharpened shrubs into stakes. Undeterred by the stones raining down, the vines tightened once more as Luo Hung crafted 4 wooden stakes. Stripping away the leaves before binding them to the stones, midway through, he pushed another stone down, eliciting a fresh wave of howls from the creatures below. As Luo Hung prepared to confront the beasts, 2 of the injured creatures suddenly turned, their eyes gleaming with malice. A long spear and a great sword, glimmering ominously, struck true at their throats. Thud. Following this, 2 figures enveloped in blue light emerged from the jungle, their shining one-handed swords piercing the eyes of the green beasts, leaving them lifeless. Captain, it's done, one giant murmured. Move up. If these are orc scouts, arriving this early in the year signifies trouble, another giant commanded softly. 5 giants, clad in similar leather armor, advanced cautiously up the slope, their awareness heightened by the orcs' cries. Luo Hung, while buying time, fashioned several sharpened stakes attached to stones for future use. This time, he refrained from interference, relying solely on his keen hearing to detect the heavy breaths of the monsters. Tightening his grip on his wooden spear, he positioned himself behind a sizable rock. A furry claw suddenly grasped the vines at the cliff's edge, and Luo Hung beheld a shadow leap forward. Attack! He focused intently, thrusting his wooden spear with all his might as the creature emerged from the depths of the jungle. The most formidable and lethal means of combat do not rely on extravagant maneuvers. Instead, they are characterized by swift and deadly strikes. With a sharp thrust, the wooden spear plunged deeply into the eye of the green-skinned creature, the immense force causing it to topple backward. Its claws gripped the vines tightly. Yet the severed parts of the vines, torn by this force, snapped under the strain. The creature, struck in the eye, fell back, dragging 2 others down with it. As the latter 2 fell, a spiked rock descended from above. Luo Hung heard the sound of the sharpened wooden stick crashing down, followed by 2 agonized cries, nearly causing him to leap in shock. What ensued was a cacophony of stone bombardments. However, these creatures seemed oblivious to the principles of projectile motion, as the majority of the stones were sent flying off course. With his dagger, he severed all the vines and continued to ascend the mountain. Shielded by the cliffs, the green-skinned creatures below could not see him. However, upon reaching the summit, Luo Hung was taken aback by the sight of a cliff towering at least 5,000 or 6,000 meters high. I can't believe this. Glancing at the other sides, he noticed steep cliffs, and turning back, he spotted a green-skinned creature's claw looming above. Hastily, Luo Heng ran along the cliff's edge, searching for a spot to descend slightly. One of the creatures climbing up caught sight of his shadow and roared angrily as it charged towards him. After sprinting several dozen meters, Luo Heng realized he was surrounded by sheer cliffs and felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the abyss. Yura, the pursuing green-skinned creature, closed in at an alarming speed. Observing the vast chasm and the panicked Luo Heng, it let out a fierce cry. Luo Heng turned to see that the creature's claws resembled those of a tiger, and behind it, there were no other creatures in sight. Even if I must die, I'll take one of you down with me. Observing the creature's bloodthirsty gaze upon him, Luo Heng halted, gathering strength. He understood that relying solely on willpower to endure against the green-skinned creature would only squander his energy. Listening to the creature's heavy breaths, he fixed his gaze intently on it. Yura, the green-skinned creature, seeing Luo Heng, who stood no taller than its shoulder, waved its claws excitedly and charged at him at over 2.5 meters in height. Luo Heng felt no fear, but rather a resolute determination to confront his fate. Kill! He roared back, not retreating, but advancing towards the unknown menace. The distance between them was merely 40 to 50 meters. The ground was rugged, yet the creature navigated it with ease, leaping closer to Luo Heng within mere moments. The green-skinned beast sprang forward, its massive claws reaching out to seize him, with the dagger gripped firmly in hand. Luo Heng, steeling his resolve, propelled himself toward the creature. Whoosh! In a swift motion, he changed the grip on his dagger, flinging it with all his might. The distance between him and the creature's claws barely a breath apart. Thud! A chill surged through Luo Heng's abdomen. He knew he had been struck by the creature's claws. Yet a faint smile crossed his lips, for the creature's eye had become a gaping hole. The dagger embedded deep within. With a resounding crash, Luo Heng was pinned against the rocks by the creature's immense weight, the searing pain eliciting a cry of agony from him. Yura! The creature's triumphant roar echoed in the distance. Luo Heng, devoid of strength, felt only pain. An unrelenting ache coursing through his body. He sensed his vitality waning and realized he was finished. His survival had depended on sheer will and prior training. Yet the green-skinned creature's claws had pierced his abdomen, signaling his demise. In this desolate wilderness, such grievous injuries would be fatal, even on Earth. At least I took a few down with me. As he gazed at the lifeless green-skinned creature atop him, Luo Heng understood the rationale behind targeting its eyes. Uncertainty loomed over whether other parts were its weaknesses, yet the eyes remained a universal vulnerability, as they were directly linked to the brain. A bitter taste filled his mouth, and he could faintly hear the creature's furious roars nearby. Here they come. Luo Heng lacked the strength to push the creature off, unable to discern the unfolding scene. Yet he could imagine more green-skinned creatures approaching. Suddenly, a deafening crash rang out, leading Luo Heng to question his senses. Soon, his vision blurred, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds in his ears amidst the chaos. He perceived a voice that sounded remarkably like a Romance language, fighting to utter a single word before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. Cheney Lo. As Luo Heng succumbed to unconsciousness, the remaining green-skinned creatures at the cliff's base observed the arrival of several human knights behind them, their roars of fury resounding. Yura, Captain, go investigate who those people are. We will handle these orcs, one of the 4 members of the scouting team suggested, assessing the 4 orcs wielding wooden clubs. Very well. But be cautious. The one referred to as the captain gripped a massive sword, measuring an impressive 2.5 meters. With a determined push, he propelled himself off the cliff, soaring several meters upward. There's 1 dead, and 2 are injured, the captain warned, spotting 3 orcs entangled in vines a few meters away. 10 orcs. Indeed, we faced the vanguard of the orc army. The 4 human scouts exchanged astonished glances, having previously speculated but never confirmed. Europe. The remaining orcs charged towards the 4 human scouts with a fierce cry. The scouts shared a knowing glance, 2 of them wielding single-handed swords, while another held a spear and shield. And the last brandished the great sword. The terrain was narrow, and as the 4 orcs advanced, the human scouts roared in unison and charged forward to meet them, their bodies shimmering with faint red and blue glows. With a thunderous clash, the human scout wielding the great sword unleashed a torrent of flames, striking one of the orcs with a devastating blow, resulting in a resounding explosion. The orc recoiled, its fur singed and reeking. Yet it pressed forward, undeterred by the flames. The 4 human scouts and 4 orcs clashed fiercely on the narrow slope, with the first significant victory going to the human scout wielding the great sword. The scout, enveloped in a blue glow, dispatched the orc with a flurry of strikes, cleaving a deep gash into its abdomen, the wound rapidly turning outward as if sliced by a machine, followed by another thrust that pierced the creature's chest. However, the scout was also struck by the orc's club, causing his blue glow to flicker and dim. The 3 remaining orcs, brandishing hefty wooden clubs, successfully landed blows on the 3 scouts, yet the scouts inflicted severe wounds in return. The giant captain approached the cliff's edge, observing the orcs and cautiously maneuvering to the other side, where he discovered a frail hand and a dagger lodged in the orc's eye socket. The captain gasped, then gently shook Luo Heng's head, asking, "Who are you?" "Cheney," the captain repeated, perplexed by the faint response, but he did not disturb Luo Heng further and hurried back. The orcs had pursued Luo Heng for over 2 days. Now utterly exhausted from the climb, the 4 human scouts united their efforts and, after a grueling 15 minutes, managed to slay the remaining 3 orcs. However, 2 of the scouts bore injuries, their arms hanging limply, though their leather armor had provided some protection from losing their limbs entirely. "Who on earth is this?" The 4 exchanged brief first aid before speculating amongst themselves. "Captain." Just then, the captain returned. "Hurry, give me the magical healing potion." Upon his arrival, he surveyed the injuries among the others. "Captain, who is he?" One scout quickly rummaged through a discarded backpack, retrieving a metallic box. Upon opening it, they found a thumb-sized crystal vial filled with a red liquid, its surface adorned with a protective fuzz. "It appears to be a dwarf." The captain struggled to articulate, questioning how a dwarf could be so frail. "Indeed, a dwarf. That seems about right." The others understood. Only a dwarf could have slain several orcs. The captain approached Luo Heng, pried his mouth open, and poured a portion of the potion down his throat before lifting the orc off him. Blood gushed from Luo Heng's abdomen, prompting the captain to quickly apply the remaining potion to the wound. Strangely, as the red liquid made contact with the injury, it seemed to heal instantaneously, as if reacting with the blood, applying the healing elixir to the wounds on both the front and back of Luo Heng. Not a single drop was wasted. It seemed that this captain was indeed seasoned in the art. Tisk. The captain, upon examining the contents within the orc's eye socket, swiftly extracted a dagger, revealing a fine craftsmanship. However, in his grip, it appeared somewhat diminutive, the hilt barely fitting his hand. The captain severed the orc's 2 ears and removed the beastly tooth necklace from its neck, then proceeded to strip the orc of its hide before unceremoniously casting the corpse over the cliff. "Captain, is this a dwarf?" Upon the captain's return with Luo Heng, the remaining 4 scouts expressed their astonishment. What else could it be if not a dwarf? The captain, too, found it difficult to ascertain and inquired further. So small and yet capable of slaying numerous orcs. The 4 scouts approached, pinching Luo Heng's slender arm, realizing it was far too thin, his thigh no thicker than their wrists. "All right, let us swiftly gather the spoils. This is a scouting party of 10, and we must return to the fortress post-haste." The captain waved the orc's ears and necklace in his hand. The other 4 human scouts hastily collected the orc's ears and necklace before descending the mountain, moving through the steep terrain with the ease of traversing flat ground. The 5 maneuvered swiftly through the jungle, the captain leading Luo Heng while the others carried leather backpacks, none uttering a word as they remained vigilant, ears pricked to the sounds around them. After a prolonged run, as darkness began to settle, they finally arrived at a cave beneath a cliff, where everything proceeded in silence. Surprising to Luo Heng, the cave contained some provisions. "You are awake." Noticing a change in Luo Heng's heartbeat, the captain spoke. "Who are you?" Luo Heng opened his eyes to the sight of flickering flames and 4 towering figures, their attire obscured from view. The captain and his companions, upon hearing Luo Heng's words, were puzzled. Isn't this the language of dwarves? Luo Heng, unable to comprehend their speech, noted it bore resemblance to a form of Latin. "Cha, Chinat," the captain, detecting a dialect akin to that of humanity, inquired curiously. "Cha, O Heng," Luo Heng responded, seemingly understanding the captain's language, and quickly added, "Oh, you are called Cheney Lo." The captain appeared to grasp the situation, nodding in acknowledgement. The captain then pointed to himself and his 3 companions. "Hey, Tony, Utol, Seds. Hello, hello." The other 3 members greeted Luo Heng, or rather, Cheney, while one remained on watch outside the cave. Luo Heng scratched his head, Noting the accents of these individuals bore traces of English. Indeed, the pronunciation of names was not far off from that of humans. He decided against further explanation, recognizing these beings were clearly not human, as individuals exceeding 2 meters in height were exceedingly rare. And these stood at least 2 meters 45. Yet, in these giants, Luo Heng discerned the semblance of civilization. Metal. Furthermore, they wielded metal weapons and donned similarly styled leather armor, indicating they belonged to an organized group. While Haid and the others spoke, Luo Heng struggled to understand, lacking the strength to interject. Haid presented a metal box containing some jerky and a paste likely made from some starchy substance. Sprinkled with salt, despite the jerky's foul odor, Luo Heng did not refuse it. During training, he had consumed much worse. After consuming the warm food, he felt drowsy and slumped against one side. "Captain, what shall we do about the orc's battle merits? This dwarf appears to be a wild one, not a soldier. Thus, the merits hold little value for Cheney." Tony addressed Haid. Udall interjected. "If our scouting party has obliterated an orc scouting team, how much bounty and military merit might we claim?" Haid hesitated. "But this is still a dwarf. Are we truly?" "Captain, we need not slay this dwarf. He doesn't understand the common tongue of the continent nor the language of dwarves. Perhaps we should procure a translation magic scroll, pay him some coin, and deliver this dwarf to the Dwarven Merchant Guild?" Tony proposed. "That's a splendid idea. Just look at the dagger in his possession. It is crafted from fine iron, a valuable asset. With the orcs stirring restlessly this year, the fortress will surely require such a smith." Seds chimed in. "Then let us summon Faya and confer on this matter." Haid was intrigued, as Luo Heng was not a soldier. His demise would yield mere bounty, devoid of military merit. Conversely, if they eliminated the orcs, they would gain both bounty and military honor. Additionally, anyone residing in the fortress required a guarantor, and they could act as the dwarf's guarantors, providing him with additional funds before delivering him to the Dwarven Merchant Guild, a mutually beneficial arrangement. When Fire arrived, he concurred with the sentiments of his comrades. As for Luo Heng's reaction, Haid and the others wished to express their thoughts, but the language barrier rendered them unable to dawn. Just as Haid and the others stood up, Luo Heng jolted awake, prompting nods of approval from the others. Yet, Luo Heng remained feeble. He crawled out of the cave, peeling away the orc hide that covered him, revealing scars on his chest. Breathing still caused him discomfort, but otherwise, he felt fine. Years of training had made him acutely aware of his own body. Haid hoisted Luo Heng onto his back once more. Luo Heng observed Haid and his companions' weapons, which were wrapped in burlap. Yet, he recognized that these blades were undoubtedly forged by a master craftsman. The intricate patterns of the metalwork were captivating. As a special forces soldier, Luo Heng possessed a keen discernment of melee weaponry, having nurtured a passion for such items since childhood, which ultimately led him to enlist. Throughout the day, the company moved in silence, even their weapons clashing not a sound. They pressed onward with grim determination. They maintained a combat formation, 1 in front, 2 in the middle, and 2 in the rear, with Haid at the forefront, firmly gripping his great sword. After resting for a night, the language barrier left little to discuss. That on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days, Luo Heng noticed the giants appeared considerably more relaxed, yet they remained mute. By this time, Luo Heng had regained much of his strength, able to move freely, estimating that these giants traversed at least 300 li a day, a mere approximation given their long limbs and exceptional endurance. From dawn till dusk, they hardly slowed their pace. Eating only in the morning and evening. On the evening of the 6th day, they camped by a riverbank. Luo Heng realized they had crossed into a less perilous area. Having spent the preceding days concealed within a cave, he began to assist with minor tasks, such as tending the fire and boiling water, and even attempted to stand guard at night, but was declined by Haid and the others. Luo Heng refrained from touching their weapons, as they clutched them even in slumber. On the 10th day, Luo Heng finally glimpsed another party of 10, though from a distance. They exchanged few words before parting ways, leaving him with the impression that both groups were on their guard against one another. As they encountered an increasing number of parties over the following fortnight, the tension within the group dissipated, and they began conversing during their travels. After a month of recuperation, Luo Heng's health had largely returned, though he still could not match the pace of Haid and the others. They traversed an expansive plain devoid of trees, the grass having been cut down, only to discover they were situated within a canyon. This gorge measured 3,000 to 4,000 meters wide, flanked by steep cliffs rising thousands of meters high, with dense forests crowning the peaks. What is that? In the distance, Luo Heng noticed the canyon beginning to narrow, and at its tightest point stood a grand structure, a special forces operative. His vision was unparalleled. Such soldiers were expected to master one or two specialties while being proficient in various skills: driving, piloting, operating tanks, and artillery shooting, to name a few. The unspoken skills of lockpicking and window scaling also played a part. Indeed, a special forces soldier could infiltrate an ordinary person's residence, even on the uppermost floors, with relative ease, provided they were willing to employ less than honorable means. The entire canyon appeared strangely devoid of shrubbery or trees, its vast expanse remarkably flat, the ground stripped of any grass. After half a day's journey, Luo Heng beheld the narrowing canyon, revealing a city perched upon the cliff, a multi-tiered settlement resembling a winding mountain road. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that he laid eyes upon the immense city. Its cliffs soaring at least 4,000 meters high, the cliffside city towering over a dozen levels, each layer obscured from detailed view. The lowest portion of the cliff stood 200 meters tall, its stones dark and foreboding, with a wall atop it, manned by sentinels and equipped with arrow slits. Beneath the city sprawled a vast marketplace, extending for miles, where countless tents made of beast hides were erected. Luo Heng was led to the entrance of one tent, while the other four ventured into the marketplace. Before Luo Heng stood a wooden cup, containing a yellow liquid. He shook his head. This could be brewed alcohol. However, during Special Forces training, the mantra was to abstain from alcohol whenever possible, as anything that could lead to addiction was strictly rejected. Beside him, Fia shrugged and took the cup for herself, drinking it down. Luo Heng noticed the throngs of people around him, some towering at 2.5 meters tall, others resembling dwarfs at 1 meter 30 or 40, and yet others of a similar height to him, but with waists at least 6 feet wide, their muscles bulging. There were also women present. No children. Luo Heng observed silently, realizing that while all sorts of individuals were present, there were conspicuously no children. Mage Wide. That's him, the one we rescued from the orc scouts, Hatter said from behind, pointing to a wizard clad in a gray robe. Wide said nothing, simply waved his staff, and a beam of white light descended upon Luo Heng. Not a member of the Evil Alliance. Luo Heng was startled, suppressing the urge to jump up as the white light enveloped him, sending a chill through his body. Wide was casting an evil detection spell to prevent spies from the Evil Alliance from infiltrating. What is his name? Wide inquired, producing a bone tablet. Cheney Lo. Additionally, could you please use your necromancy to confirm? He is a wild dwarf. Hatter sighed in relief, feeling reassured after the wizard's detection. Drop blood. Wide pulled out a scroll adorned with mysterious patterns and opened it. A bright light surged into Luo Heng's mind, causing it to feel swollen. Then, he heard the robed figure speaking. I can understand now. Luo Heng exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that he was speaking the language of Hatter and the others. Chapter 5. The Dwarven Trading Guild. Wide shook his head and pointed his staff at Luo Heng. The bone tablet in Luo Heng's hand seemed to come alive, sprouting a thorn that swiftly pierced his fingertip. Without uttering a word, Wide departed, albeit with disappointment, for the dwarf before him lacked magical talent. As a fortress mage, Wide bore the responsibility of scouting for aspiring mages. Hatter, seeing Wide's silence, could only sigh inwardly, aware of Wide's intentions to discern whether this was an impostor of the Evil Alliance, to provide an identity tablet, and to evaluate any magical potential. Cheney, let me tell you, Hatter urged, pulling Luo Heng to sit down and recounting the feats against the orc scouts. Even with Luo Heng's composed demeanor, the mentions of magic, the Dwarven Guild, evil detection, and the orc armies of the Evil Alliance left him astounded. Yes, all right. Luo Heng was oblivious to what he had agreed to, merely reacting subconsciously to avoid raising suspicion. As the warmth enveloped him, he realized he had entered the fortress, the northern stronghold, the very border between the Justice League and the Evil Alliance, serving as the northernmost defense of the 3 empires and 2 allied nations of the Justice League, standing resolute against the Orcish Evil Alliance. Within the northern fortress resided regular troops, mercenaries, adventurers, dwarves, elves, gnomes, and humans, with Hatter being a true human, while Luo Heng was mistaken for a dwarf. That, of course, had Luo Heng been any shorter, he would have been deemed a gnome. Before him lay the Dwarven Trading Guild within the northern fortress. Upon entering the cavern, A wave of heat greeted him, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. Luo Heng glanced over to see a dozen or so dwarves forging weapons, accurately described as blacksmithing. These dwarves stood over 5 feet tall, approximately 1 meter 60 to 70, yet their waists were at least 6 feet wide, resembling barrels. President Sodden, here are your kin whom we encountered in the northern jungle, Hatter exclaimed as he approached Sodden, who had arms thicker than Luo Heng's thighs, a testament to his own rigorous training. Is this a dwarf? Sodden regarded Luo Heng with curiosity, noting their similar height, dark hair, and dark eyes, reminiscent of a gnome. Master Sodden, look, this is the exquisite iron dagger your kin carries. Hatter promptly produced Luo Heng's dagger, having not provided him with a weapon during their journey. Oh, indeed, this is a testament to our dwarven forging prowess. Only we can craft such fine daggers. Cheney, did you forge this? Sodden inquired. Luo Heng immediately nodded. Yes, master. Then you shall stay. Sodden regarded Luo Heng's slender arms and legs with skepticism. But with Hatter's insistence and the mage's earlier detection confirming he was not a member of the evil alliance, Sodden felt compelled to accept him. To refuse a distressed kin would invite scorn from all, as dwarves prided themselves on unity. With that, Hatter's role concluded. He left Luo Heng with 30 silver coins, and Luo Heng was welcomed into the Dwarven Trading Guild. The guild, as it were, served as the largest arms dealer within the fortress, specializing in crafting exquisite goods. Hadin, come here, find Chun-Yi a place to stay, and then put him to work. He has just recovered from serious injuries and should not engage in heavy labor, Sodden instructed. Intending to pat Luo Heng on the shoulder, but upon seeing his dazed expression and frail physique, he turned and called out loudly. Yes, master. Hadin, a fellow dwarf with arms as thick as Luo Heng's thighs, though not quite as exaggerated as Sodden's, approached. Chun-Yi, rest assured, the northern fortress is the strongest of strongholds. I have been here for over 80 years, surviving 5 wars without the orcs breaching our defenses. The mountain within the fortress holds enough supplies for 5 years. Hadin reassured Luo Heng, mistaking his frailty for loss of family, as dwarves were scattered across the continent, potentially falling victim to orc discovery in the wilds. Although strong, dwarven numbers paled in comparison to the orcs. Chun-Yi, this will be your quarters. Come with me to sort through scrap metal. You need not worry about meals. We dwarves feast on the finest meats. Hadin led Luo Heng into a stone chamber furnished with a wooden bed, 2 wooden cabinets, a wooden table, and several benches. Looking at the thick wooden planks of the benches, Luo Heng felt a mix of emotions that Hadin's task was simple, to gather and categorize broken metal pieces, which would then be sent to the forge to be recast into ingots. Luo Heng quickly learned the distinctions. Gray iron was raw iron, white iron was wrought iron, and refined iron resembled steel. Damn those human merchants. Look at this weapon. It's made of gray iron, with only the edge being of refined iron. Damn those orc bastards. This must have been a weapon destroyed by them. As they worked, Hadin continued to grumble, and after an hour, Luo Heng had regained his composure, joining in the curses against the orcs and the human merchants. The two quickly found common ground, and by the afternoon, Luo Heng had a fundamental understanding of the fortress. It was the first line of defense, housing 150,000 soldiers, including 3 elite knight orders from the 3 empires and a mage order from the Sword and Rose Alliance. Within the fortress, the highest authority was the fortress commander, rumored to be a sky dragon knight. Alongside the commanders of the 3 knight orders, in addition to these regular troops, there were 50,000 mercenaries, a number of adventurers, and tens of thousands of civilians, primarily engaged in various logistical tasks. Along with merchants and others, the supplies stored within the fortress were located deep inside, with tales of sieges lasting up to 3 years, during which tens of thousands of soldiers perished, a third of the knight orders fell, and half of the mage order was lost, with civilians suffering heavy casualties. The Dwarven Guild alone had lost dozens in that conflict. That evening, Luo Heng met all the dwarves of the Trading Guild, over 80 in total, including 2 robust dwarf matriarchs. The diningware consisted of wooden basins filled with large chunks of meat accompanied by hefty loaves of dark bread, made from wheat that had not been sifted. Each dwarf had a wooden cup, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter and over 30 centimeters tall, filled with mead. Luo Heng's behavior at the dining table was one of excess, indulging in food. Chun-Yi, eat more. You look far too slender to be one of us dwarves, Sodden urged, as Luo Hong watched a matron add a piece of boiled rib to his basin. He could devour anything, even a stinky insect, let alone this. Yet he genuinely could not consume it all, so he politely declined. "Thank you, Master Sodden, but I truly cannot eat any more." "No matter, take it with you. You must eat more meat to regain your strength." Sodden did not pry into how Luo Hong had arrived or what had transpired. For in this world, as long as one remained silent, no one would ask. Yet, it was evident that Sodden and the others looked upon Luo Hong with pity, wondering what kind of life could reduce a dwarf to resemble a gnome. Luo Hong lay on the bed, a solid plank thicker than a palm, set into a groove carved into the stone wall. A 3-meter wide and 3-meter long solid plank. Such a piece would fetch a hefty price in his previous world. Within the stone chamber, the temperature was not only not low but rather somewhat elevated. Upon entering, I had not paid attention to how deep this place was within the mountain. The Evil Alliance, Orc Scouts, and the fortress. Considering all these factors, Luo Hong felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. The existence of this fortress and the green-skinned creatures he had encountered added to his unease. After a restful night, the first he had in a long while, he awoke to find the remnants of his meal, a portion of meat, alongside a wooden basin filled with large pieces of meat and bread presented by Sodden and the others. Thus, Luo Hong set aside a basin of meat for later. The following day, he continued to sift through various metal scraps with Harden, some still stained with dried blood. That day, Luo Hong began to grasp the power structure of the entire world, which was divided into 9 tiers. For instance, the ranks of the warrior knights included Squire, Apprentice Knight, Knight, Grand Knight, Earth Knight, Ocean Knight, Sky Knight, Star Knight, and Divine Knight. Similarly, the Dwarven Smiths were also categorized into 9 levels: Apprentice Smith, Journeyman Smith, Gray Iron Smith, Black Iron Smith, Bronze Smith, Silver Master Smith, Gold Master Smith, Master Smith, and Grandmaster Smith. Harden was a Journeyman Smith, still in the process of learning the various intricacies of forging. Forging appears to be a viable option. I need not venture outside for danger. However, to establish a foothold within the Dwarven Guild, I must demonstrate my forging abilities, and considering the threats facing the fortress, it seems prudent to prepare accordingly. Luo Hong mused. As a soldier, one must always anticipate the worst and plan for it. Thus, the next day, he approached Sodden. "Master Sodden, I wish to become acquainted with forging." "Acquainted with forging? How is your physique?" Sodden inquired, eyeing Luo Hong's slender frame with skepticism. "Master Sodden, I specifically need forging to regain my strength," Luo Hong replied. Sodden, curious to assess Luo Hong's skills, was aware that the Dwarven Guild did not accommodate idlers, and soon nodded in agreement. "These are the various forging hammers. Choose one that suits you." Harden cast a resentful glance at Luo Hong, who, despite his eagerness to forge, was currently prohibited by Sodden. Dwarves wielding forging hammers were the true embodiment of their race. Luo Hong inspected the massive forging hammers, each weighing several hundred pounds, and understood why dwarves' arms were thicker than his thighs, after decades of swinging such implements from dawn till dusk. It was no wonder they were so robust. Ultimately, he selected the smallest iron hammer, which still weighed at least 20 pounds. Harden scoffed and accompanied Luo Hong as he gathered other tools, choosing the smallest options available. "Honestly, I believe you should study under me for a few more years before attempting to forge. With a hammer like that, you won't be able to create any weapons." Trouble is brewing. The orc army has arrived. Just as Luo Hong was about to respond, a series of bells rang out from outside. Harden let out a cry and dashed out, with Luo Hong closely following. Chapter 6. The Orc Assault. Luo Hong abandoned his belongings and rushed outside. He had yet to explore the exterior, primarily due to a lack of time. Harden moved swiftly and was soon out of sight. However, many others were also emerging, and Luo Hong ran for a full 20 minutes, covering approximately 200 meters, before reaching a large corridor bustling with people rushing out. The expanse resembled a street about 20 meters wide, but it was already occupied by a human barricade. From the ramparts, he could see soldiers in dense formations, armed and clad in armor resembling scaled mail, with helmets that provided substantial protection. Some appeared to be officers, distinguished by their plate armor. Even as an outsider, Luo Hong could easily assess the rank of these soldiers. Every 20 meters along the wall, there was a reinforced section, and he noticed wooden mechanisms protruding from some areas. Make way, make way!" Sodden and the others arrived, and the dwarves, with their immense strength, forcefully cleared a path. Sodin climbed the ramparts, with Luo Heng following closely behind. What a height! From his vantage point behind the parapet, Luo Heng observed that the arrow slits were at least 2 meters thick, and the walls themselves were 15 meters in thickness. He was astonished to discover that the gaps between the stones were filled with molten iron, that he realized he was on the 3rd level of the fortress. With 2 additional levels below, from his elevated position, he could see a series of elongated rectangular walls housing catapults, those using lever mechanics, connected to the cavern, where robust men in shackles were hauling stones of various sizes. His gaze fell upon dozens of catapults. Below the fortress, chaos reigned as countless items were discarded, and soldiers drove civilians into the fortress, taking whatever they could from the marketplace, while setting ablaze anything they could not carry. In the distance, numerous human soldiers were rushing toward the fortress, but these scouts did not enter. Instead, they passed by the fortress, heading toward the opposing side. The green-skinned creatures, accurately identified as orcs, were swift, their speed rivaling that of mounted units. The fortress was less than 2,000 meters from the opposing stone wall, where hundreds of orcs pursued human soldiers. Suddenly, a flurry of long arrows, shimmering with green light, was launched. Damn it! Luo Heng observed from a distance of approximately 1,500 meters as an arrow struck true, piercing the skull of an orc. Below the fortress, the majority of the orcs met similar fates. A low, ominous horn sounded, and the forest in the canyon began to collapse, as if the trees were being felled. Luo Heng, having traversed that terrain, understood the sheer size of those trees. The line of enormous creatures emerged into view. Towering at least 15 meters high, gray, shaggy beasts that nearly matched the height of the forest, they uprooted entire trees with ease. Approximately 15 meters, Luo Heng estimated in his mind. Prepare for battle. The orcs are mobilizing an army of 500,000. From this moment forward, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from appearing on the streets. A voice boomed, and fully armed soldiers began to drive others away. Hardin remarked, "Do you see that? Those are elves, the rulers of the jungle. Their magical arrows can accurately strike a mouse from 2,000 meters away. Behind the fortress lies the encampment of the elven army, and each time, countless orcs fall before them. Here, only 30 elves remain. Yet their volley of arrows has already slain many orcs." Luo Heng noticed that he and the dwarves were not being driven away, while the gnomes and humans were forced into the cavern. A group of shackled individuals was being escorted out. Those are the criminals of the entire continent. During the war, they will be compelled to labor, and if they survive, they may be pardoned, Hardin explained. Noting Luo Heng's confusion, the sound of booming drums echoed, reverberating through the air, causing Luo Heng's heart to race. "It's the orc shaman, those cursed beings," Hardin muttered. Hours later, approximately 20 kilometers from the fortress, a massive wooden wall isolated the canyon, behind which lay an endless expanse of tents made from animal hides, some of which were quite opulent. "The golden tent. It appears we are in serious trouble. At least the high priest himself has come," Hardin remarked, his expression darkening upon sighting the golden tent. "Friends, from this day forward, we shall not sleep. Preparations for battle begin now." Sodin gasped at the sight and issued his command. Luo Heng returned to the cavern, where Sodin and the others busied themselves. Even Hardin spoke little to him. Luo Heng was not assigned any tasks due to his injuries and frail condition, yet he felt an urgency as he observed Sodin and the others working fervently. In the days that followed, Luo Heng quietly recorded all the ideas he could muster. A bellows. Forging required a bellows, and the dwarves utilized a compressed type resembling a large hide bag, which, when pressed down, produced air but ceased when lifted. Consequently, the forging process was somewhat slow, often necessitating breaks. "I shall modify the bellows," Luo Heng resolved, opting for a blow-type bellows. Given the scarcity of metals, he decided to use metal for the bearings, while the remainder would be crafted from wood. Rather than seeking Sodin's assistance, he approached the guards stationed outside, aware that the dwarven quarters were heavily guarded, as they housed the fortress's armory. "Rosen, I require a few carpenters," Luo Heng stated upon reaching the guards. "Very well. I shall find some immediately." Rosen was the captain of the guard at the entrance of the Dwarven Guild's cavern. Soon, carpenters arrived, equipped with their tools. Luo Heng guided them to his forging chamber. And though Sodin and the others eyed him with curiosity, they did not interfere. Abundant wood surrounded them, and under the carpenter's supervision, Luo Heng molded a small model of a fan blade for the bellows from clay. "Eisen, Lake, you two will construct this according to the model. Do you understand?" The diameter needs to be 1.5 meters. Luo Heng instructed the carpenters. Is this a windmill? Eisen is a robust human standing at an impressive height of 2 meters 3, which unfortunately disqualifies him from military service. Thus, he has taken up carpentry, for a minimum height of 2 meters 5 is required to enlist. It's not a windmill, follow my instructions. And I shall reward you with 2 silver coins, Luo Heng stated. No problem. Eisen and Like responded upon hearing the mention of 2 silver coins, as it seemed a mere task of carving a piece of wood into shape, a simple endeavor indeed. The 2 carpenters promptly began to hew away at logs with a diameter of 1 meter 5 that Luo Heng perceived a semblance of a CNC machine in their actions, although both operated manually. Hans, you need to create this. See how the 2 parts fit together, Luo Heng continued, molding a casing for a blower. Understood, so I just need to insert this component, correct? Hans, displaying cleverness, replied with a question. Exactly. And it will be worth 4 silver coins, Luo Heng nodded affirmatively. All right. Hans retrieved his tools and began to tinker. Luo Heng, of course, could not afford to idle. He contemplated constructing a small cannon, an antique-inspired artillery piece. It was evident that once the enemy breached the fortress, close-range artillery would be virtually invincible, especially with scattershot capabilities on a 20-meter-wide street. Just a few small cannons could deliver a devastating blow to the foes. A letter cannon. Luo Heng recalled a type of artillery from memory. It resembled a large shotgun, with the cannon and the powder charge being separate components, allowing for rapid reloading that a mother cannon could accommodate 7 or 8 subcannons, permitting cyclical use, with fixed powder bags. It was estimated that 3 subcannons could be used in rotation, and considering cooling, 2 additional units could be added. Moreover, the letter cannon features double-layered defenses, reducing the risk of barrel explosions, Luo Heng mused internally. However, all of this required high-quality metals, preferably copper. Unfortunately, the resources at his disposal were limited, prompting Luo Heng to resolve to first create a small cannon. With the foundational data of these firearms etched in his mind from studying artillery history, he understood that a mother cannon weighed approximately 90 pounds, while a subcannon weighed around 8 pounds. Thus, a total of 120 pounds of refined iron was required. Naturally, Luo Heng intended to cast it in steel. Yet 120 pounds of refined iron equated to the weight of a knight's plate armor. Haddon, I need to borrow 120 pounds of refined iron. Luo Heng approached the industrious Haddon. Amidst the metal gathered throughout the fortress, including copper, iron, and various utensils that IT present, under military governance, unless one belonged to a unique entity like the Dwarven Merchants Guild that could produce its own provisions, most others faced severe food shortages. Go find it yourself. Don't bother me, Haddon retorted, overwhelmed with his own tasks, gesturing towards the vast cavern outside. Luo Heng noticed an array of metals within the expansive cave. However, he was captivated by one particular item and hurriedly dug it out. Exclaiming, Haddon, is this a firearm? That contraption is useless. It loads too slowly, has a short range, and lacks precision. Crafting a high-quality firearm requires a master blacksmith an entire month that IT might suffice for hunting. But against a tide of orcs, it is of no use, Haddon explained impatiently while continuing his work. Chapter 7. The high-end all-copper blower. Is there anything else? Luo Heng inquired excitedly. There is, but those are sold by the Magic Guild at exorbitant prices, Haddon replied. The Magic Guild. Can Tiwi dwarves create our own? Luo Heng asked, astonished. Those are concocted by alchemists. Hurry up, don't disturb me, Haddon said, his patience waning. Dazed yet determined, Luo Heng gathered the selected materials, copper and refined iron, and after several trips, began contemplating the firearm. Upon closer inspection, Luo Heng realized the barrel was poorly forged. The caliber was inconsistent, suggesting it was handmade. Moreover, it lacked rifling and was excessively long. Although a longer barrel increases range, it also heightens the pressure sustained by the barrel, in the era of bullets. The pressure would be partially absorbed by the projectile. Furthermore, the manufacturing process of barrels had advanced significantly. Even so, after a number of shots, a barrel would require replacement. Another consideration was the weapon's airtightness, which was crucial for maximizing range. The barrel could not match the size of the projectile once the barrel wore down. It was impossible to simply remanufacture a bullet, and such minute discrepancies could not be achieved through casting alone. As for the formulation, Luo Heng was aware of it. However, artillery required specific formulations. Nevertheless, simple artillery bore little difference from more complex designs that in the realm of construction. There were certain nuances to consider, such as creating granulated forms with gaps to expedite the combustion expansion rate of air. Ideally, smokeless powder would be preferable. However, achieving that necessitated certain chemical components, which were not feasible in the short term. While Luo Heng studied artillery, the three carpenters worked fervently, for they were provided meals, including meat, a rare treat for woodworkers. Within a single day, Eisen and Like had produced an impeller, and Luo Heng guided them in smoothing and equalizing the thickness, though such factors were not overly critical for a blower. Regarding the bearings, Luo Heng discovered the manufacturing process to be somewhat challenging and decided to set it aside, opting for metal-on-metal friction for the time being that he intended to present the results to Sodden. Believing that if the artillery could be demonstrated effectively, it would garner the attention and support he desired. The next day, during mealtime, Luo Heng spoke up. "Teacher Sodden, I have commissioned 3 carpenters to create a blower that can rapidly elevate flame temperatures. Is this the project you assigned to those 3 carpenters?" Sodden asked while consuming meat. "Indeed. I wish to install it atop your furnace for a trial," Luo Heng replied. "Cheney, do not meddle and waste the teacher's time. This could be dangerous," Aiden interjected, displeased by Luo Heng's address of Sodden as a teacher. "Precisely. Cheney, refrain from unnecessary antics and stick to working alongside Haddon," Loden added. Haddon, however, looked at Sodden with anticipation, for there was much at stake. Sodden surveyed the group and stated, "Cheney, I will grant you an opportunity. But if it fails, you must work with Haddon." "Understood." Luo Heng promptly agreed, disregarding his meal as he hurried to fetch the 3 carpenters, directing them to carry the assembled blower with a diameter of 2 meters. Luo Heng then detached the compressed bellows interface, having prepared for this moment, as the blower's outlet size was nearly equivalent to the original bellows inlet. He instructed the 3 carpenters to secure the blower in place, sealing the interface with dampened earth. Haddon and the others regarded the wooden blower with skepticism, and even Sodden shared their doubts, considering the compressed bellows stood 3 meters tall, 2 meters wide, and 4 meters long, a behemoth reminiscent of an airbag. The furnace utilized charcoal, which provided adequate heat, yet never matched the intensity of coal, and Luo Heng had yet to locate any coal. Eisen and the 3 carpenters, upon seeing Sodden, bowed respectfully as Sodden himself ignited the fire, prompting Eisen to commence operating the blower. Whoosh! With the blower's operation, and without requiring excessive speed, the charcoal within the furnace ignited swiftly, producing plumes of blue flames reaching several meters high. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. The dwarf who had been pressing down on the blower promptly shoved Eisen aside and began to operate it himself. It's remarkably lightweight. Sodin, who had been fanning the flames for Sodden, noted the blower's ease of use compared to the cumbersome airbag-style bellows, which required considerable force to operate. Sodden then pushed Sodin aside to demonstrate his own technique, observing Luo Heng's creation with newfound appreciation. "Excellent work, Cheney. You have made a remarkable invention for us dwarves." Observing the vibrant flames, Sodden could tell the temperature was exceedingly high, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. "Teacher, this design can be further improved. The fan blades could be crafted from copper sheet and the handle extended, allowing 2 ordinary humans to operate it without requiring our dwarven efforts." Luo Heng seized the opportunity to suggest, "You shall take charge of this endeavor. If you require coppersmiths or additional assistance, do not hesitate to procure them. I need every furnace here outfitted with." Upon hearing this, Sodden appeared more agreeable, realizing that the wooden construct lacked finesse. "Yes, teacher, I also wish to create additional items and will need some materials," Luo Heng pressed on. "Seek them out yourself. Now get to work, you lot," Sodden commanded. As Sodin found a piece of wood to sit upon while operating the blower, the other dwarves gazed at him enviously. Cheney, could you make me one of those blowers as well?" Meanwhile, Luo Heng found himself surrounded by dwarves, as they witnessed the refined iron being placed into the furnace, soon to soften under the intense heat. It was well known that the higher the temperature, the quicker the forging process, making the task less laborious. "No problem, as long as there are enough hands. I can equip all the furnaces with all copper blowers within 2 days," Luo Heng confidently assured them. Indeed, copper is considerably easier to work with, and the craftsmanship of the coppersmiths during this period is remarkably exquisite. As for the source of the copper, please, with just a few dozen bellows. The entire fortress would certainly not require such a quantity. Thus, the northern fortress found itself in dire straits. First, the coppersmiths were conscripted, and then the copper utensils of every household were confiscated. Among the trio, one of Eisen's companions was appointed as the leader of a group of coppersmiths, directing their labor. Over 30 coppersmiths occupied several caves, with some tasked with crafting wind wheels, while others focused on forging the outer shells. Furthermore, this type of bellows could be operated by 2 individuals, and Luo Heng enlarged the diameter of the friction components, utilizing animal grease for lubrication. Haha, we dwarves are the most intelligent. In the evening, Sodden laughed heartily, while the other dwarves cast resentful glances at Luo Heng. Sodden, in particular, was quite pleased, as he leisurely sat there all day. Today, I practically forged an entire set of plate armor. Haha, Sodden boasted of his success, knowing well that forging plate armor is no easy task. It requires constant heating and hammering. However, with today's furnace, although fuel consumption doubled, the forging process was immensely satisfying. He could place 2 pieces of plate armor material inside simultaneously, forging almost nonstop. Sodden felt an unparalleled thrill, with the high temperature rendering the materials soft and malleable with just a few strikes. They took shape, and he folded them several times, each iteration involving more folds and shorter intervals. Master, tomorrow I can present you with a reliable copper bellows, which will enhance our dwarven guild's forging capacity by at least 4-fold, Luo Heng eagerly proclaimed. Indeed, with all the forges operational, doubling the workforce will double the forging speed. Ha, Sodden laughed heartily, fully aware that the dwarven guild also profits from productivity, which ultimately translates to wealth. That evening, Luo Heng did not rest. Overseeing the placement of the completed bellows atop the forges, while some impatient smiths refused to sleep, insisting that Luo Heng prioritize their equipment as for steam forging. Luo Heng dared not introduce that, for Sodden would undoubtedly take offense, as dwarves earn their livelihoods through forging. To jeopardize a dwarf's craft is to threaten their very sustenance. Thus, not every invention could be revealed out of course, had he returned to the dwarven kingdom. Luo Heng might have been able to present such ideas, given the necessity for confidentiality there. The production of the bellows no longer weighed heavily on Luo Heng's mind. He had learned of coal, but was informed of its toxicity. Thus it was rarely utilized. Luo Heng was well aware of the vast difference in temperature between charcoal and coke. Moreover, burning coal in a confined cave was indeed ill-advised. However, the breech-loading cannon did not require coal. The following evening, Luo Heng sought out Sodden privately. Master, I wish to fabricate something. It is a war machine from an ancient blueprint obtained by our tribe. What? An ancient war machine? Sodden exclaimed in surprise, stepping closer to Luo Heng. Indeed, this could withstand the onslaught of orcs. Luo Heng spoke with a hint of exaggeration, for many ancient legends exist in this world. Is it a magical weapon? Sodden inquired with excitement. No, it is a forging weapon of our dwarven lineage. Luo Heng firmly established his stance, for as a dwarf, he must uphold the dwarven perspective. Magical weapons belong to the Mages Guild. What is required? Sodden asked. I wish to incorporate Hans, Lake, and Eisen, along with that batch of coppersmiths, into the dwarven guild. Master, you are aware that if those bellows fall into the hands of those worthless human blacksmiths, our dwarven guild will. Luo Heng cared little for the distinction between humans and dwarfs. He now identified as a dwarf. And in his view, anyone standing 2.5 meters tall should be considered a giant, not a fellow human. Rest assured, it is easy for anyone to enter here, but difficult to leave, Sodden remarked with a knowing glance at Luo Heng, implying that he had already taken action. Your wisdom is unmatched, Master, Luo Heng humbly praised, recognizing the sensitivity surrounding the topic of cannons. Regardless of who possessed such knowledge, it posed a threat. Knowledge is indeed the greatest ace up one's sleeve. Chapter 8. The Orcs' Siege. Tiste, you rascal. Sodden responded to the compliment. Though somewhat taken aback, he secretly relished the praise. Looking at the fully copper bellows on his forge, he expressed his delight. Excellent. Excellent. This truly reflects the spirit of our dwarven craftsmanship. In this age, copper equates to wealth, and Luo Heng found it challenging to comprehend the value of a tool crafted from several hundred pounds of copper. The coppersmiths, renowned for their exceptional skills, had fashioned the bellows with remarkable elegance, etching intricate designs upon its surface with specialized tools. Naturally, only Sodden's bellows bore such patterns. The others paled in comparison and lacked Sodden's name engraved upon them. Wonderful, wonderful. Sodden admired it increasingly. He personally approached Rosen to request several humans. Rosen, ever obliging to the Dwarven Guild, felt a twinge of suspicion upon witnessing the substantial number of humans required. As Rosen entered with dozens of humans, the flickering forge flames illuminated the copper bellows, casting a gleam of wealth. Do you see? The magnificent invention of our dwarven race. Blessed be the forging god, Sodden proclaimed joyously, relishing the astonished expressions of Rosen and the humans, who appeared utterly bewildered. Rosen inquired, Master Sodden, what is this? You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. Bring forth 2 individuals, Sodden commanded. 2 humans cautiously approached the copper bellows, utterly astonished, for even their lord did not possess such a grand copper apparatus. How much grain would this require? They pondered. The 2 humans, mindful of their stature, carefully seated themselves. The intake ports of the bellows were secured with metal wire mesh, as per Sodden's instructions, to prevent others from replicating it. Rosen observed as the 2 humans gently turned the copper apparatus, causing the flames within the forge to erupt in blue fire, nearly causing his eyes to bulge. Do you see? Our dwarven race's extraordinary invention can quadruple forging speed, Sodden declared, wielding a hammer weighing over 100 pounds. Blessed be the forging god, the other dwarves echoed, their hearts filled with gratitude towards Luo Hung. In the past, forging had been arduous due to insufficient heat, making the materials difficult to work with. Now, with the increased temperature, the materials were as pliable as dough. A few strikes would suffice for folding. And due to the enhanced airflow and fuel supply, they could forge 2 pieces of plate armor in succession. The speed was remarkable. Previously, the dwarves tasked with operating the airbag had no desire to forge. Yet they were compelled to do so. Now, those liberated dwarves watched the 2 humans effortlessly perform tasks they had once labored over, their exhausted forms starkly contrasting with the leisure exhibited by the humans. Captain Rosen, please convey a message to the general. These individuals are required by us dwarves, Sodden gestured, speaking decisively. I will relay your message, Rosen replied, fully aware of Sodden's concerns regarding the potential theft of dwarven forging techniques. Naturally, the dwarven kingdom also housed many humans, so Rosen had selected individuals deemed suitable, lacking any significant skills. Over 30 coppersmiths tirelessly forged the fully copper bellows, working rapidly as blades were hammered to the desired thickness, followed by cutting with specialized tools, and finally polishing. During assembly, gaps were sealed with tree sap, resulting in a complete and functional copper bellows. Sodden had no choice but to organize the construction of larger smelting furnaces. Primarily due to the rapid consumption of materials, what once lasted a week was now depleted in just over a day. The soft and malleable materials were simply too quick to work with. Meanwhile, Luo Heng gazed at the melting refined iron, a material akin to steel, sighing at the slow pace. The flames of charcoal were still insufficiently hot. However, utilizing coal in the cave was decidedly unwise. So Luo Heng temporarily made do. He employed casting using wooden molds, fortunate that the dwarves possessed a complete set of casting tools, including crucibles, which were said to be magical items capable of melting up to 100 pounds of refined iron at once. Once the refined iron was melted, it was poured into the molds, and they awaited cooling. While waiting for the molds to cool, Luo Hung approached Rosen to request saltpeter and sulfur, both of which required refinement. Saltpeter could be placed directly in water, undergoing several rounds of filtration before being dried to yield a high-purity product. The refinement of sulfur was more complex, prompting Luo Hung to craft a distillation apparatus. With the coppersmiths executing his design, the first step involved melting sulfur ore and filtering out impurities. The second step required heating to a specific temperature for distillation. Once the sulfur gas cooled, pure sulfur was obtained. Cough, cough. The sulfur gas was toxic, and even a slight leak could cause discomfort. Fortunately, the initial quantity required was minimal. The breath of demons, Sodden rushed over, wide-eyed and scanning the area. Luo Hong, equally perplexed, quickly provided a hushed explanation, prompting Sodden to leave with a look of suspicion. The copper workers regarded Luo Hong with peculiar glances. He instructed them to mix the copper pipes with tree resin and linen, securing them tightly with copper hoops. Another segment was placed inside a large wooden barrel filled with water. Finally, A portion of sulfur was extracted. Luo Heng meticulously ground several materials into powder, ensuring that no iron tools were used. The formula remaining unspoken, as it was well known, the creation of granules was remarkably simple. However, knowledge often reveals itself in subtle ways. The mother cannon of the mother cannon required polishing after cooling, particularly the interior bore. Luo Heng enlisted the help of idle blacksmiths, directing them to use wooden blocks and linen for a gradual polishing process. The next step involved the child tubes, which were even simpler to cast. To address any potential latent flaws, Luo Heng summoned Master Sodden for guidance. Sodden merely examined and tapped on the tubes, identifying two with hidden defects, just as Luo Heng was preparing to integrate the projectile with the ammunition. The orc forces outside the fortress commenced their assault. Hey, hey, hey! The orcs surged like a tidal wave, dark and menacing, accompanied by colossal siege towers constructed of massive timber, towering over 100 meters high. The sight sent a chill down Luo Heng's spine, fearing the structure was as fragile as tofu. Do you see? These creatures have draped animal hides over the siege towers, coated with tree oil, and rolled them in sand repeatedly. This process renders them impervious to flames and arrows, unless struck directly by a catapult, Sodden explained as he and Luo Heng stood behind an arrow parapet. The other dwarves looked on enviously at Luo Heng. Sodden had been completely liberated from the forge, no longer required to labor personally. The improvements from the bellows had significantly enhanced the forging skills of the other dwarven smiths. With Sodden's guidance, the recent creations of Luo Heng sparked curiosity among the smiths, though some remained skeptical, having witnessed Luo Heng's previous inventions, essentially oversized firearms, deemed impractical and exorbitantly costly, barely justifying the expense of slaying a few orcs. Sodden, however, regarded Luo Heng with newfound respect, thrilled yet anxious about the potential failure of the formula that Luo Heng claimed to possess. Luo Heng observed keenly as Sodden elucidated the situation. He realized that the orcs pursuing him earlier were mere foot soldiers, while now before him loomed towering figures, 3 meters tall, belonging to the orc nobility. The tiger men, lion men, and leopard men, alongside the bear men, whose waist-to-height ratio was a perfect 1-to-1. The titanic behemoths, measuring over 10 to 20 meters, were capable of engaging in combat with dragons, rendering them nearly invincible on the battlefield. The orc horde soon halted a few thousand meters from the fortress. Most of the orcs were mounted, riding various creatures, including a massive beast resembling a giant crocodile. Upon its back sat a soft platform occupied by a figure clad in resplendent attire. Those are the priests of the orc temple. The ritual is commencing, Sodden remarked. Luo Heng watched as a priest, dressed in white, approached a large drum on the crocodile's back and struck it with force. The thundering sound reverberated, instilling an oppressive atmosphere. Huh! The throngs of orcs roared in unison, then spurred their steeds towards the fortress. Luo Heng pondered whether the orcs were foolish enough to rely on their mounts for the siege. Take cover! Take cover! At that moment, a knight dashed past, shouting loudly. Within moments, the orc horde, resembling a storm, reached within mere hundreds of meters of the fortress. The orcs grabbed ropes from their mounts and hurled them towards the fortress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Heng heard the sound of arrows slicing through the air as they shot towards the orcs below. The arrows were reminiscent of javelins in length. Thud, thud. Luo Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as the orc projectiles struck the 4th level, the very area above him. Several ropes laden with objects fell nearby, crashing to the ground and unleashing a swarm of buzzing insects. Flame hand. At that moment, a voice rang out as a robed mage behind him extended a hand, unleashing a massive fire that engulfed the insects, incinerating them entirely. A human soldier screamed, blood gushing from his neck as a wasp-sized creature burrowed into him. Energy shockwave. The surrounding soldiers scattered as the mage spoke again, and the bleeding soldier was reduced to a mass of flesh. As if crushed by some unseen force, the charred remains emitted a foul odor that nearly made Luo Heng retch, yet the other soldiers remained stoic. Eventually, the burned armor was collected by shackled criminals, and Luo Heng finally understood why the Dwarven Merchant Guild's cavern was filled with so much discarded equipment. The mage closed his eyes, standing at the back of the street, and Luo Heng noticed several other mages positioned throughout. The colossal siege towers began to move slowly, with the bear men beneath shouldering thick wooden shields. Prepare the catapults! Prepare the catapults! Another knight rushed by, shouting urgently. Chapter 9. testing the cannon even with his resilient nerves and steadfast will. Luo Hong had heard of mages, but witnessing a soldier explode from a spell cast by a mage over 20 meters away was a different experience altogether. He felt as if he were being targeted by enemy gunfire. As if death could come at any moment. It wasn't until the catapult let out a deafening roar that he realized the orc towers had approached within range. The catapult's range exceeded 1,000 meters. Far beyond Luo Heng's expectations, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the catapult's firing zone, indicating preparations for another shot. Take cover! Take cover! A knight ran past again, issuing commands. This was the role of the messenger in the midst of battle. All soldiers sought refuge behind arrow parapets, peering through the lookout holes at the scene below. They beheld a group of giants behind the orcs, their skin resembling rock and glowing with a yellowish hue. Damn rock giant bastards! Sodden cursed loudly. Boom! Luo Heng heard a resounding thud as a stone sphere, glowing with a yellow light, struck the area where the catapult was stationed on his level, exploding and sending debris flying. Hurry, repair the catapult! An officer in plate armor shouted from the wall. A horde of individuals, including carpenters and others, rushed from the cavern to address the casualties in the shattered catapult, which lay strewn across the street. Within a minute, the street was cleared, save for the remnants of bloodstains on the ground. Boom! The incessant thuds of the stone giants' projectiles echoed, revealing that their stone spheres could reach distances of 2,000 meters and exploded upon impact. The orc towers below swayed precariously under the onslaught of the fortress's catapults. Some collapsing entirely, crushing the orcs beneath. The catapult hurled irregularly shaped stones, which, unlike round ones that rolled, caused significantly more damage upon impact. Luo Heng noted that the irregular stones were particularly effective against the towers, inflicting maximum harm despite their animal hide coverings. The catapults continued to unleash devastation, steadily diminishing the orc towers while the human-sized catapults sustained damage yet were rapidly repaired. The accuracy of the stone projectiles was remarkable, though after every 3 throws, the giants would retreat. Yura! Finally, 2 towers leaned against the fortress, their upper sections opening like ladders, allowing several orcs to leap onto the high walls. Thud, thud, thud. A volley of arrows flew forth, felling the orcs before they could secure their footing. Countless human soldiers surged forth, spear in hand, like a tide towards the location of the towers. Sodden shook his head, stating, "This is merely a probing attack. It seems the orcs from Jishi are fierce indeed." Luo Heng gazed upon the densely packed orc army stretching for miles. A weight settling in his heart. He felt a twinge of concern regarding the power of the cannons, yet as he surveyed the narrow streets, his confidence returned. He was not facing those long-range foes, in such confined spaces. A few small cannons would suffice to obliterate any material, no matter how sturdy. Luo Heng lost interest in merely watching. If he had sufficient advantages, he would have been inclined to continue observing. But the sheer might of the orcs was daunting. The dwarves had returned, not only to forge equipment, but also to recast the metal components of the catapults. Luo Heng crafted the base powder using wooden molds, combining starch and similar substances to form loose cylindrical granules, resembling child tubes. Then came the shotgun, which was relatively simple. It utilized precision iron balls. The production of these steel balls was quite intricate. Yet Luo Heng requested that they not be overly complex. Merely ensuring there were no sharp protrusions was sufficient, as such protrusions could damage the inner walls of the barrel. Ultimately, Luo Heng decided to employ cast steel balls, crafted using wooden molds. Primarily due to the small size of the balls making forging challenging, he opted for steel balls the size of peas, as such a shotgun would possess significantly greater power. Luo Heng summoned Sodden to conduct a test. Although he harbored uncertainties, the wooden target was essentially a thick plank, comparable to the thickness of an orc's shield. Those creatures were immensely strong, and their shields were made of hardwood. A solid forged cannonball was prepared, followed by the shotgun. "Let us begin," Sodden announced, as they stood inside a larger cave. "Teacher, that sound seems rather loud," Luo Heng observed, glancing at the nearly enclosed cave with some trepidation. "Huh? Loud, you say?" Other dwarves had gathered to witness the spectacle. For them, Luo Heng's creation of a blower was nothing short of impressive, and upon hearing about the large firearm, they flocked to watch, some expressing dissatisfaction. "Can it be louder than our forging?" "Indeed. A firearm. We are no strangers to such things." These dwarves completely disregarded Luo Heng's warnings, appearing utterly unconcerned. "Very well, then I shall proceed," Luo Heng declared, noticing the dwarves were only 2 to 3 meters from the cannon. He feared a potential mishap. However, the charge was relatively light, designed for urban combat, and thus did not require an extensive range, prioritizing safety instead, particularly since shotguns do not necessitate long distances. The cannon was firmly secured, and the barrel was loaded. Luo Heng inserted the barrel into the wooden casing, noting that on Earth, the rear of a cannon's barrel is typically open, but he opted for a breech-loading design. Leaving a square opening on the wooden casing, the back of the barrel had a protrusion that fits snugly, with a small hole for ignition. Luo Heng placed the barrel into the casing and closed the rear, pouring some powder into the ignition hole. Boom! As he closed his eyes, he inserted a red-hot iron rod into the ignition hole, which instantly sparked, followed by a resounding explosion. Luo Heng felt as though he had momentarily lost his hearing. And upon glancing at Sodden and the others, he found them equally bewildered and startled. The only sound in his ears was a persistent buzzing, and outside, a commotion arose among the dwarves who had not come to watch, rushing over upon hearing the tremendous explosion. "Quick, seal the entrance. This is the secret weapon of our dwarven clan," Sodden shouted. Having clearly seen a hole in the thick wooden target, several dwarves hurried to the entrance. Just in time to intercept the guards from the fortress, Sodden and the other dwarves approached the wooden target, and upon removing it, they collectively gasped in astonishment. A deep impression marred the stone wall. Surrounded by numerous cracks, clang, a dwarf struck the wall with his hammer, causing a portion to collapse, revealing a piece of precision iron embedded deep within, a fist's depth into the stone. "And there's the shotgun," Luo Heng thought, feeling considerably reassured by Sodden's reaction. "Fetch a set of plate armor," Sodden commanded, having heard Luo Heng discuss the shotgun's potential. "What is this? This is merely a large firearm. How can it possess such devastating power? It seems capable of hitting 200 or 300 paces. Indeed, this is unexpected. Could there be a problem? Impossible. Could it be that Cheney's work surpasses that of the alchemists?" The dwarves buzzed with speculation. A set of precision iron plate armor was soon brought forth and affixed to the wooden target. Luo Heng meticulously examined the cannon, finding no major flaws. The reason for not designing the rear of the casing as open was to reduce the chances of an explosion. This time, the dwarves covered their ears, maintaining a distance of 30 meters, where 1 meter roughly equates to what the dwarves referred to as a pace. "Teacher, I believe using several targets would be best," Luo Heng suggested after a moment's reflection. "Go. Fetch 5 more sets of plate armor," Sodden ordered without hesitation, his mind preoccupied with the iron balls that had just been fired. The power was such that even a mammoth would suffer severe injury upon impact. And considering that Cheney stated this was merely for urban combat, did it not imply there was a version for open warfare? 6 sets of plate armor were secured to wooden posts with a diameter of 1 meter. Arranged in an attacking formation. Boom! Another tremendous roar echoed. Sodden and the others eagerly rushed towards the target, and when Sodden beheld the small round holes in the plate armor, he was utterly astounded. Removing the armor revealed it resembled a sieve, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. If struck, one would surely be rendered to mere fragments. "Teacher, look at the neck area," one dwarf pointed out, noticing the circular holes in the seams of the armor. "Very well, today's events must remain confidential. Should anyone speak of this outside, the god of forging will not spare them," Sodden declared, witnessing the damage wrought upon the 5 sets of plate armor. He then pulled Luo Heng into his living quarters. "Cheney, how did today's experiment fare?" Sodden inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable, for slaying orcs came with bounties. "The student feels the cannon is too small. If it were twice the size, it could hold at least 500 projectiles and cover the entire street from 30 meters away," Luo Heng responded, contemplating his reasoning. The 500-pound cannon was quite suitable for earthlings, but for the denizens of this world, namely the dwarves, something weighing 300 to 500 pounds would be more appropriate. "Is there a type for open warfare, with a considerable range?" Sodden continued to inquire. "Indeed, but such a cannon would require at least 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of precision iron. And the projectiles would also explode," Luo Heng confirmed with a nod. Good. You shall redesign it, and I will oversee the process personally." Sodden enthusiastically agreed, envisioning the acclaim that would follow. After all, what was 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of iron in the context of a fortress? He dreamed of being able to hit those priests' tents directly, knowing that such small figures would be utterly obliterated by the blasts. "Understood, teacher," Luo Heng replied, feeling a sense of relief with Sodden's support, knowing that the orcs would have a difficult time ahead. "However, teacher, we must first conduct some training," Luo Heng added quietly. "Very well, draw 10 more dwarves, along with those humans from your side," Sodden acknowledged, realizing the necessity of training to avoid embarrassment. In the ensuing time, Luo Heng merely needed to offer guidance. What struck him as remarkable was the immense respect the dwarven blacksmiths now held for him. Cheney, why is it that the power of this firearm pales in comparison to the cannon you forged? Hating inquired. Sodden retorted, hating. Do you even need to ask? The cannon is significantly thicker. Would it not be strange if its power were lesser? Before Sodden could finish, Sodden interjected, come now, if you possess the skill. Forge one yourself. Get to work. The dwarven blacksmiths fell silent, for Sodden was nearly omnipresent in this endeavor. When it came to forging weapons, armor, and plate, Sodden's oversight was unnecessary. He merely needed to inspect the finished products, tapping them lightly to discern any imperfections, and if flaws were found, he would shatter them, prompting the blacksmiths to start anew. With Sodden's expertise at hand, Luo Heng found the process significantly easier upon inspection. Sodden could determine any defects in the cannon with a mere touch. A mother cannon designed with 8 sub-cannons weighed 500 pounds. Remarkably, even this substantial piece could be lifted and jogged with ease by a dwarf. This realization filled Luo Heng with astonishment and elation, as he envisioned himself wielding a cannon and exchanging fire with the enemy. The barrel was not extended disproportionately, for while a longer barrel would increase range, it would also heighten chamber pressure. This cannon did not require an extensive range. The sacrifice of distance was not due to inadequacy, as it could reach at least 300 meters, equivalent to 300 paces in this world. Though this differed from the measurements of the previous world, effective range and effective lethality are entirely different matters. Luo Heng prioritized the latter. The polishing of the cannon was a painstaking process, requiring meticulous back-and-forth work with polishing tools, applicable to both subcannons and the mother cannon. The finished form was nearly identical to the subcannon, easily fitting into place. Luo Heng had no time to waste. Otherwise, he would have crafted parchment directly into shotgun ammunition. Sodden observed as Luo Heng loaded hundreds of projectiles and then inserted a piece of burlap. Teacher, this is to prevent the projectiles from shifting within. Although Luo Heng had served in the military, he now recognized the importance of being astute. Thus he spoke softly. The target was set 100 meters away, comprising 20 wooden figures clad in iron armor. Boom, the front row of targets shattered. Even the precision iron armor reduced to a heap of scrap. Excellent, 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 Sodden exclaimed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Forge for me, and follow this design. Sodden nearly leaped with joy, for such offensive capabilities made the orcs appear as mere coins in motion. The dwarves ventured to this fortress for one reason: gold. As for the dwarves' neutrality, well, the dead tell no tales. Cheney, is it possible to forge a weapon capable of reaching the orc priest's golden tint? Sodden harbors even grander ambitions. Indeed, Luo Heng contemplated, estimating that as long as the materials were adequate, a range of 4 to 5 kilometers was feasible, albeit with considerable risk involved. Is there danger? Sodden noted Luo Heng's apprehension. The tensile strength of the fine iron may not withstand it. After all, to shoot that far, if the projectile is too small, it serves little purpose, and if it is too large, the cannon barrel will bear excessive strain. Luo Heng expressed his concerns. Sodden regarded him and inquired, Cheney, do you wish to learn magical forging? I do. Although Luo Heng was uncertain of what magical forging entailed, when a superior asks if you wish to learn something, who would dare to refuse? Good. Follow me, Sodden instructed. Sodden led Luo Heng into his chamber. The gazes of Hating and the others shifted towards Luo Heng. Filled with a melancholic envy, Sodden's room was considerably larger and impeccably tidy, a testament to the efforts of several diligent dwarven matrons rather than his own. Cheney, swear an oath to the god of forging. Without my permission, you must never disclose the secrets of magical forging. Sodden opened a black wooden cabinet, revealing a statue of a dwarf wielding a hammer. The sculpture was dark yet remarkably lifelike, imparting a sense that the figure might spring to life. Kneel. Sodden's demeanor was solemn. Luo Heng complied, kneeling on one knee, and began to pledge. I, Cheney Luo, vow that without permission, I shall not divulge the magical forging techniques imparted by Master Sodden. Excellent. Observing Luo Heng's unwavering commitment, Sodden praised him repeatedly. Reassured by the statue's lack of anomaly, confirming Luo Heng's dwarven identity, Luo Heng was then escorted to another forging chamber, a place he had yet to enter. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive iron cage, within which resided a colossal beast. Cheney, though you are slight of frame, I perceive the wisdom in your eyes. You possess more intellect than those outside. Sodden was generous in his commendation, then approached the furnace. Luo Heng hurriedly operated the bellows, causing the flames to blaze rapidly, the charcoal transforming into blue flames under the force of the airflow. Magical forging begins with the refining of fine iron using the blood of magical beasts, followed by forging, imbuing the iron with magical properties. For formidable defensive power, one utilizes earth-type beasts like that earth-toothed boar. Sardin gestured towards a gigantic creature, towering at 2 meters and stretching 3 meters long, dwarfing Sardin. Yet, upon seeing Sardin, the earth-toothed boar instinctively recoiled to the back of its cage. Sardin boldly unlocked the cage, and Luo Heng trembled, for though he had faced towering orcs without flinching, this was a different scenario entirely. Not bad. Noticing Luo Heng's quaking legs yet resolute stance, Sardin expressed admiration. By the war god! Sardin suddenly bellowed, startling Luo Heng nearly into a leap. A radiant glow enveloped Sardin, emanating a crimson hue from his skin. In an instant, he leaped into the cage, where the earth-toothed boar snorted aggressively, seemingly warning Sardin. Sardin, however, paid no heed to the beast's threats. The creature pressed itself tightly against the cage, yet Sardin continued to advance. The earth-toothed boar erupted in a surge of desperation, its body radiating a faint yellow light as its tusks expanded dramatically, resembling 2 longswords aimed viciously at Sardin. Chapter 11. Magical Forging, Part 2. Sardin roared defiantly, making no attempt to evade, his hands seizing the boar's head with astonishing speed. Such quick reflexes. Luo Heng marveled internally, recognizing that this level of reaction was unparalleled, perhaps achievable only by the most elite of instructors. Roar! The earth-toothed boar let out a furious cry, its muscles taut with exertion, yet Sardin remained steadfast, his bulging arms betraying immense strength. Hi! Sardin suddenly shouted, twisting his hands. Crack! The boar's head contorted grotesquely. The creature resembled a giant wild boar, with a large head and a small rear. While Luo Heng had gained a clear understanding of the physical prowess of this world, witnessing such a display of raw power up close was a first for him. Though he had seen elves shoot precise arrows over 2,000 meters and rocks hurled with deadly accuracy, those were all distant views. Witnessing a dwarf of comparable height to himself wrestle and snap the neck of an earth-toothed boar was genuinely awe-inspiring. Sardin cast a satisfied glance at Luo Heng. Pleased with his reaction, he then retrieved his trusty hammer and struck the boar's skull with a decisive blow. Reaching into the gory cavity, he extracted a yellowish crystal. Subsequently, he took out a dagger and skillfully severed the boar's tusks, finally retrieving its heart. Let us proceed. This task is beyond your current capabilities, but you must consume more meat daily to gain strength. Sardin observed Luo Heng's frail form, shaking his head. In truth, Sardin had begun to regard Luo Heng with newfound respect. Initially, he had thought he was merely taking on a layabout, but it seemed this wild dwarf had inherited some ancient legacy. Moreover, Luo Heng's intellect was sharp, a quality Sardin found rare among his typically brawn-driven students. From the moment Luo Heng had called him teacher, Sardin recognized his cleverness, though he lamented the boy's frail physique. Yes, master, Luo Heng replied eagerly. As the furnace roared back to life, Sardin proclaimed, a competent forger must always have a hammer at hand. It is our companion, capable of earning gold and shattering the skulls of those who covet our wealth. Magical forging is the art of endowing metals with magical properties. I shall now teach you the fundamentals of magical metal forging. The most challenging aspect of forging is mastering temperature, which requires relentless practice to grasp its subtleties. With each strike, one can vividly appreciate the allure of the metal. As Sardin spoke, he began the forging process, tossing the boar's heart into the flames, the acrid scent wafting through the air. The heart ignited atop a metal block, leaving behind dark ash. Once the heart had completely burned away, Sardin extracted the metal block, striking it with his hammer, forcing the remnants of powder into the metal's surface. Thud, thud, thud. The metal was pounded repeatedly, akin to dough being kneaded, and when it cooled slightly, it was returned to the furnace. Forging must be executed in one continuous motion. A piece of magical metal requires over 10,000 strikes to be deemed acceptable. Sardin swung his hammer with such force that Luo Heng estimated each strike bore the weight of several thousand pounds, rivaling that of small forging machines. Once the metal block cooled, Sardin placed it back into the fire. He then grasped a barrel of ale, a low-alcohol beverage reminiscent of beer, but rich in barley aroma. Sardin had initially intended for Luo Heng to participate in the forging, but upon seeing his frail arms, he shook his head. After 3 hours of relentless pounding, the metal block had shrunk to half its original size. Upon cooling, the metal's hue transformed into a silvery white, with intricate patterns visible on its surface, as though the metal possessed its own veins. Earth-type magical beasts enhance the strength of metals. Thus, the product of this forging is the most basic form of magical metal, valued at 50 gold coins. Sardin took a sip of ale, urging Luo Heng to examine the finished product closely. Luo Heng speculated that perhaps the heart of the earth-toothed boar contained unique trace elements that contributed to its magical properties. However, he refrained from delving deeper into this thought, as Sardin had already set him the task of forging magical metal himself. This time, they used the boar's blood, with a metal plate no larger than a palm placed in the furnace. Sardin personally operated the bellows, though Luo Heng felt a tinge of nervousness and wielded the smallest hammer available. It remained exceedingly heavy. Sardin instructed, "This time, I shall refrain from guiding you. Forge on your own." Luo Heng silently counted, employing a straightforward method. The temperature of the furnace remained relatively stable, so long as he monitored the time and the degree to which the metal was heated. The blood of the boar was nearly inconsequential, with one hand holding the tongs and the other gripping the hammer. When Luo Heng felt the metal was adequately heated, he swiftly extracted it from the flames. Steady, the plate weighed 5 or 6 pounds, making it one of the lighter pieces, while the tongs weighed 3 or 4 pounds. Yet Luo Heng had undergone firearm training. Observing Luo Heng extract the metal plate without allowing the remnants of the burnt blood to spill, Sardin nodded approvingly. Thud. Luo Heng also took note, and with a single swing, he struck down upon the metallic plate, targeting the area where the burnt blood of the soil pig had left its mark. The metal plate successfully dinted inward. Bang! With one hand wielding the hammer, he meticulously used his other hand to control the tongs, constantly adjusting the orientation of the metal plate, folding, forging, folding, and forging again. "Put some effort into it," Sardin exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he observed Luo Heng's forging technique. Gritting his teeth, Luo Heng exerted himself, yet the forging hammer felt increasingly heavy in his grip. The 5 or 6 pound metal plate had already been folded once, and its temperature was steadily declining. With a swift motion, he utilized the tongs to thrust the metal plate into the furnace, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. "From today onward, you shall forge for 4 hours each day." Sardin shook his head, despite some minor flaws in Luo Heng's technique. His performance was commendable for a first attempt, though his strength remained insufficient. Chapter 12. Magical Forging, Part 2. Luo Heng felt as though his hands were no longer his own, mechanically pounding away, his arms moving almost like a machine. His left hand tirelessly manipulated the tongs, flipping the metal being forged. "That's enough." Sardin had initially doubted Luo Heng's endurance, knowing that forging magical metals required prolonged effort to enhance their quality. With a thud, upon hearing the words, "That's enough," Luo Heng's nervous system abruptly relaxed, and he fainted. Sardin hurried over, discovering that Luo Heng had merely lost consciousness, shaking his head at the sight of Luo Heng's frail limbs. He glanced at the magical metal, sighing at its inferior quality. Luo Heng was awakened by hunger, feeling a painful emptiness in his stomach. Hiss! However, as the intense pain surged, he noticed that his entire arm seemed detached from himself, swollen to an alarming degree. "Get up, quickly. We must eat, then resume forging every day." Sardin's voice rang out as he entered the room. Luo Heng sprang up, his right arm nearly immobile, while Sardin glared at him. Then Luo Heng observed Sardin's hands glowing with a red aura as they grasped his swollen arm. Ah! The intense burning sensation made him cry out in agony, yet Sardin appeared oblivious, continuously rubbing Luo Heng's swollen arm. The searing heat caused Luo Heng to break out in cold sweat, as if the fire was coursing through his body. He understood that Sardin would not engage in aimless actions. After rubbing for a couple of minutes, Luo Heng noticed that his arm was visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. "This is battle aura. When your body grows sufficiently strong, I will ignite the seed of battle aura within you," Sardin stated, not bothering to lift his eyelids. Yet, after 2 or 3 minutes, Luo Heng shook his arm and found no trace of the earlier swelling. Had he not been drenched in sweat, he would have thought it a mere illusion. Every morning, Luo Heng guided the dwarves Moding and others in forging the mother cannon, which measured 2 meters in length, 30 centimeters in diameter, and 10 centimeters in caliber. He conducted numerous test firings, continually adjusting the optimal loading. Sardin provided substantial support in this endeavor. Whenever Luo Heng saw damaged equipment being delivered, he was reminded that each piece represented a vibrant life lost. Although the equipment had undergone preliminary cleaning, the lingering scent of blood could never be entirely eradicated. Luo Heng felt a deep sense of frustration. While he was a passionate youth, as evidenced by his enlistment, witnessing lives extinguished before his eyes was a different matter entirely. Each afternoon during forging, Luo Heng trained as if he were no longer human. After each session, he would eat and fall into a deep slumber. He tried to keep his mind clear of distractions. But the progress of forging the mother cannon was slow, primarily due to the painstaking polishing process. Of course, Luo Heng could design a steam engine, but he hesitated to reveal it all at once. Relying solely on manual labor for the polishing, after half a month, Luo Heng could distinctly feel his strength had more than doubled, and his arm muscles had become considerably more defined. Each day, Sardin would massage Luo Heng's arms. Bang! The metal Luo Heng was working with was ordinary, requiring 1,000 strikes to expel the impurities within. He could barely manage to forge one piece of material per day, while the other dwarven smiths, utilizing bellows, forged at least 20 times more than he could. Naturally, the hammers used by those dwarven smiths weighed around 10 times more than Luo Heng's, often reaching 200 pounds. Just envisioning a 200-pound hammer swung thousands of times is a staggering thought. Furthermore, the dwarves had impressive appetites, consuming copious amounts of meat. Each one devoured at least 3 bowls of meat daily, not counting the other provisions. Cheney. Sardin rushed into the cave where the cannon was being forged, his booming voice echoing, "Teacher." Luo Heng quickly stood up. "Cheney, are you confident in holding a section of the city wall?" Sardin had been absent for half a day recently, and Luo Heng speculated he had been engaging with the high command of the fortress. "No problem." Luo Heng nodded, confident in the cannon's power. "For the next few days, we won't forge. Prepare instead. For we must give everyone a surprise, understood?" Despite knowing the cannon's potential, Sardin felt compelled to reconfirm in front of Luo Heng. No problem. What more could Luo Heng say? The battlefield represented a profound pain for every soldier. On one hand, they yearned to engage in battle, while on the other, they wished to remain forever distanced from it. Luo Heng felt similarly. He had once imagined becoming a special forces soldier, yet upon achieving that, he found himself entrenched in relentless training. Perhaps one day, he would have to leave the beloved barracks and return to his hometown, feeling a sense of regret. However, as a soldier, he also hoped to never find himself in a position to fight. Nevertheless, soldiers remained ever ready, even knowing their daily sweat might be in vain in this world. Although Luo Heng recognized he belonged to neither side, once one was positioned in a faction, they became part of it, and the enemy would not spare them nor heed their explanations. The copper workers were diligently performing their roles, focusing on tasks such as refining saltpeter, extracting sulfur, and grinding charcoal. During the mixing process, Luo Heng personally handled the proportions, creating packages of explosives, which were cylindrical in shape and separated by wooden crates. Each cylindrical package represented a single unit, rather than being bulked into barrels. While it was possible to use a fixed measuring device for bulk materials, loose packing could lead to larger particles floating to the top and others sinking during transit. However, once solidified, this was no longer an issue. The copper workers had been trained into groups of 5, with one person responsible for ignition, 2 for loading, and the remaining 2 filling it with both pellets and solid projectiles, particularly pointed ones, as Luo Heng feared the larger orcs would pose a direct threat. 30 dwarves had been reassigned to the cannon crew, with Luo Heng personally commanding and Sardin supervising. Those who faltered or violated protocols would face Sardin's swift reprimands, especially the igniters, who wielded their glowing iron rods recklessly, were often left bruised by Sardin's swift justice. In total, there were only 8 cannons, primarily due to the slow polishing process. While casting could be relatively quick, the yield remained low due to the increased size of the cannons, which diminished the success rate of production. Ideally, molds would be used for casting, but that was not feasible at present. "Teacher, why is there still no movement?" After training for half a month, Luo Heng could no longer contain his curiosity upon seeing the ever-increasing piles of damaged equipment and sought out Sardin. "Let us go." "Bring the cannons," Sardin replied, equally anxious, aware that the fortress commander was reluctant to allow the dwarves to venture out, fearing they might face mishaps without anyone to repair their equipment. Chapter 13. The battle begins. The cannons required no wheels. 2 dwarves could carry them, while the remaining humans handled the ammunition and other supplies, all under Luo Heng's direct management as per Sardin's instructions to keep everything confidential. "Master, what is this?" The officer overseeing the forging area, now under military control, was taken aback to see Sardin personally leading the dwarves. The rumbling sounds emanating from the dwarven forge had set the entire fortress on edge, though fortunately, no significant issues had arisen. "We are going to slay the orcs. Clear the way," Sardin declared. Luo Heng gazed upon the towering human warriors, standing at a minimum height of 2 meters and 50 centimeters. In this world, such was the standard for human soldiers, as those shorter were deemed dwarves, while those below 1 meter 50 were considered mere children. As for the elves, Luo Heng had yet to encounter one up close, but he had heard they were taller than humans. Master, you cannot go. The fortress relies on your forging." The officer's voice trembled at the thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The northern fortress had no shortage of blacksmiths, yet the human smiths could only produce basic wares for high-quality equipment. The dwarves were indispensable, despite their exorbitant fees. "Get out of my way," Sardin bellowed in response. "We dwarves are brave warriors. We shall take the front lines and slay those green-skinned bastards." Sardin continued to shout. Luo Heng trailed behind Sardin, finding merit in his words. The dwarves following Sardin were equally exhilarated, eager to leap into action, for dwarves are inherently valiant warriors. Master Sardin, where are you headed?" At that moment, a figure clad in silver plate armor adorned with golden patterns approached, holding his helmet in one hand, his long golden hair cascading down, blue eyes sparkling, and skin fair, complemented by a golden beard. Even Luo Heng was taken aback by his striking handsomeness, accentuated by the imposing plate armor and the blue cloak billowing behind him. The only drawback was his towering height, at least 2 meters 6 or 7. Luo Heng shook his head, pondering whether his prolonged stay in the military had dulled his senses. He had heard there were dancers in the fortress. Cough, cough. "Captain Robin, your timing is impeccable. We dwarves demand to take the battlefield. Should we be denied, we shall go on strike," Sardin proclaimed loudly upon spotting Captain Robin. "Captain, Master Sardin intends to personally slay orcs on the first level," an officer guarding the forge area promptly added. Hearing this, Robin hastily replied, "Master Sardin, the first level is far too perilous. Robin, if you attempt to impede me, I shall challenge you. We dwarves are brave warriors," Sardin bellowed, brandishing his hammer fiercely. Robin was filled with confusion. This dwarf must be drunk, for such arrogance was unprecedented. Very well. Robin quickly dispatched someone to inform the commander, realizing that the dwarves' maintenance of the fine iron plate armor and equipment was indispensable, but if they went on strike, the entire fortress could be in jeopardy. Leading the way, Robin's party did not traverse the streets, but descended directly through the tunnels within the mountain. Each level was guarded by elite knights. As this was a supply passage, along the way, Luo Heng observed numerous injured soldiers being transported down, alongside several corpses being carried in, with criminals wailing, though all were shackled. After traversing for over half an hour, Robin and Sardin's group arrived at an exit. Inside the cavern, there were many individuals, and the space was remarkably spacious, yet the upward tunnel was guarded by knights, and unauthorized ascent was prohibited. The people within the cavern awaited in designated areas. The entrance, while not small, was certainly not vast. 5th Regiment, 3rd Squad, quickly, it's your turn," an officer commanded loudly. The more than 100 seated individuals sprang to their feet and rushed out. Faint roars and shouts echoing outside, accompanied by the dull thud of rocks striking the walls. "Carpenter, hurry, the catapult has been damaged again," another officer burst in, shouting anxiously. A dozen carpenters dashed out, unprotected, yet Luo Heng saw no trace of fear on their faces. Only courage. Boom! Just as the carpenters exited, a yellow stone struck the entrance, exploding upon impact, resulting in the loss of most of the fleeing carpenters. However, the remaining ones paid no heed to their fallen comrades and charged towards the distant catapult. "We shall fight. We will vanquish those green-skinned scoundrels," Sardin roared incessantly, while Robin could only smile wryly. Sardin. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor emerged from the tunnel and called out loudly upon seeing Sardin. "Commander, if I am not allowed to slay orcs today, we dwarves will strike," Sardin shouted before the commander could utter a word. Luo Heng regarded the commander, who did not appear particularly formidable, yet he was a Sky Knight, the pinnacle of combat power within the fortress. "Very well, I shall make arrangements." The commander sighed, exasperated, knowing that the dwarves were obstinate. However, at this juncture, the dwarven blacksmiths were indispensable, and the commander had no choice but to comply. 2 hours later, Upon exiting the cavern and reaching the section of the city wall assigned to his team, Luo Heng was left speechless, for the entire stretch of the wall was lined with knights in plate armor. Stand aside. Stand aside, you tin cans. Saden's fury erupted upon witnessing the scene, feeling insulted as though they regarded him as a coward. Through the lookout hole, Luo Heng observed the orcs relentlessly constructing siege towers and transporting them closer. Occasionally, as a siege tower approached the wall, a dozen or so orcs would leap out, igniting a chaotic melee atop the wall until the tower was destroyed. Hadan, Position 1. Moding, Position 2. Tandang, Position 3. Luo Heng surveyed the defense zone designated for the dwarves, which spanned a mere 200 meters in width, yet it was where the fiercest battles would unfold, as it marked the deadliest blind spot for the fortress's catapults. The fortress was simply too high and steep. Nonetheless, the position was advantageous, with a stone wall on the opposite side and 8 cannons aligned in a diagonal formation facing the wall and stone wall area, effectively clearing a significant portion of the defense zone. Among them, the first cannon crafted was personally operated by Luo Heng, primarily loaded with pointed ammunition. Luo Heng marked the scatter area of the cannon with white paint on the ground for clarity, facilitating judgment. Although confident in his abilities, he believed that marking would aid the dwarven gunners in further learning. Observing the dwarven setup, the fortress commander was perplexed. Was this a new weapon crafted by the dwarves? However, it resembled an oversized firearm, suitable for hunting but not for battling orcs. Commander, I strongly demand a change in defense. Otherwise, I shall halt operations in the forge, Saden declared, seeing Luo Heng's preparations and eagerly anticipating gold. Yet, those human tin cans showed no inclination to alter defenses, which infuriated Saden, feeling as though they were robbing him of his rightful earnings. Those orc scoundrels were worth their weight in gold. Realizing the prospect of gold, Saden confronted the fortress commander angrily. Chapter 14. A test of resolve. The fortress commander found himself in a bind. Dwarven forging techniques were unparalleled, but their tempers were volatile and they enjoyed drinking, leading to a reluctance to work in the forge. However, the fortress could not rely solely on human smiths for the maintenance of countless soldiers' equipment and various metal components for catapults. Saden, do not act this way. It puts me in a difficult position, Commander Hermann pleaded. Rubbing his temples, Saden paid no heed, listening to the roars of the orcs outside, which sounded like the clinking of gold coins. 3 gold coins for each orc slain. Just how many orcs would yield how much gold? The Northern Fortress's annual logistical expenditure surpassed hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Indeed, slaying 100,000 orcs would yield only 300,000 gold coins, and the bounty was rather low, considering the funding came from the entire human kingdom. Hadan, return and inform those fellows to smash all the rubbish. We shall cease work. Cease work. Saden, his eyes fixed on the gold before him, roared in frustration. Yes, Hadan promptly turned to carry out the order. Wait. Fine, you may proceed, but let it be known that if you fail to hold the line, you must obediently return to forging, and your numbers are limited. Thus, you will only be assigned a segment of the defense zone. Commander Hermann finally conceded, inwardly cursing. However, changing defenses was no simple task, Saden argued vehemently, though in Luo Heng's view, it was merely brazen and unreasonable. Occupying a central segment of the area where orcs were most likely to breach, Luo Heng observed the wall section, less than 20 meters wide, which had already sustained damage. Just moments ago, a siege tower had been erected against the wall, allowing orcs to leap over with ease. Fortunately, the surrounding soldiers quickly retreated, unleashing a barrage of pikes, swiftly dispatching the orcs. Luo Heng had no choice but to reorganize. The 8 cannons were aimed at the wall, while nearby, knights in plate armor kept a vigilant watch. All 8 cannons were loaded with scattershot, each containing 500 metal balls. Yet, matters were not so straightforward. Saden watched as orcs were struck by the projectiles before they could reach the wall. Luo Heng was also impressed. While other areas faced breaches, the dwarven defense held firm, with the siege tower already obliterated by the catapults. Without the siege towers, the orcs could not ascend. Damn it! Damn it! Saden exclaimed, jumping down and charging towards the cavern, hammer in hand. Saden. Hermann interjected, blocking Saden's path. Stand aside. I must return and personally smash that rubbish. We are brave warriors, not cowards or fools. Saden roared, radiating a red glow. Very well. You may strike once, Hermann replied, his expression grimmed in previous times. Sodden would have been thrown out of the fortress for such behavior. But this was not the moment for such actions. The guards on both sides let out a sigh of relief. As did the soldiers operating the catapults. The catapults were prime targets for the rock giants, which in turn were targets for the elven archers, and the elven archers were in the crosshairs of the centaur archers, who were equally skilled. Thus, both sides' battles focused on infantry, as neither the elven archers, rock giants, nor centaur archers were numerous. Sodden glared as he returned to the edge of the wall. This section had been nearly leveled. With even the iron and water-cast walls crumbling, the human soldiers could only stand atop the wall, attacking from a height. The orcs arranged themselves in a dense formation, with the bearmen brandishing colossal wooden shields, meticulously crafted from solid hardwood. Countless bearmen shielded the agile and nimble orcs as the bellowing of the tauren resonated through the air, pushing siege towers towards the base of the city walls. The towers were draped in animal hides, which were coated in tree sap mixed with mud, serving both as a deterrent against fire and a defense against arrows, behind the horde of orcs. Atop the back of an ancient crocodile, a cadre of Orcish priests surveyed the northern fortress before them. They witnessed orcs falling, even as gaps exploded in the walls from rock projectiles. The siege tower has once again reached the walls, one of the Orcish temple priests thought anxiously. Despite relentless assaults, the orcs had failed to make substantial progress, suffering heavy casualties amounting to tens of thousands. If this continued, once their food supplies ran out, the orcs would have no choice but to retreat. Yet today, in the arid summer of the Orcish plains, with the autumn rains looming, all tribes faced a dire food crisis, compelling them to attempt a breach of the fortress before the harsh winter arrived. If they could just penetrate the first layer of the fortress, the young orc warriors might survive the bitter cold, while the older orcs would be left to fend for themselves. High Priest, look, we have breached. Suddenly, one of the priests exclaimed. The elderly priest beheld a throng of orcs surging up the wall, numbering at least 30 or 40. Quick, sound the drums and let the wolf riders charge. The high priest, observing this scene, issued the command with mounting urgency. Ula. Even without orders, the wolf riders, flanking the bearmen heavy infantry, had already seen the leading tauren swinging his staff as he vaulted over the crumbling wall. Due to the ruins and the orcs' lower stature, the wolf riders could not discern the chaos unfolding beyond the wall. Thousands of wolf riders, with fervent cries, urged their massive mounts towards the siege tower. Meanwhile, the tauren controlling the siege tower struck it forcefully, causing the defenses on either side to collapse and form a massive ramp several meters wide. The bear warriors swiftly raised their wooden shields, creating a protective passageway, allowing countless wolf riders to dart forward like lightning towards the northern fortress. Boom! A resounding thud echoed. Though no one paid heed to the sound at that moment, the first wave of wolf riders gracefully leapt. Their bloodthirsty grins and curved blades ready, the ensuing scene left them in disbelief, but by then it was too late. The riders and their mounts plummeted to the ground. Pain. A piercing agony surged through the wolf rider as he landed, his body arching backward, eyes widening in horror as he witnessed fellow riders leap and crash down upon him. The high-ranking officials within the fortress were left stunned by the unfolding chaos. Hermann rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he watched orcs storm the wall, a horde of them descending from the ruins with furious roars. Just as he was about to intervene, the next moment revealed 30 towering tauren warriors, accompanied by a deafening roar, spraying a mist of blood into the air. Instantly, hundreds of wolf riders soared upwards, and as they hit the ground, 2 more thunderous booms echoed. Dozens of the initial wave of wolf riders collapsed, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Number 1. Number 2. Fire, commanded Rohong, as he kicked at the dwarves nearby. Yes, the dwarves, initially stunned, quickly regained their composure, understanding the magnitude of the power they wielded. Damn it, get to work, shouted Sodden, also snapping back to reality as he lashed out at the dwarves and humans alike who were loading ammunition. The breach remained, and countless wolf riders leaped like migrating fish, landing atop the fortress. Boom, boom, the twin cannons roared to life, unleashing thousands of metal projectiles with immense force, piercing through Orcish hides or directly through mouths, eyes, and necks, rupturing veins and organs. At a distance of 20 meters. It was as if the ground had become an Orcish graveyard. The 8 cannons fired in alternating volleys, relentless and unyielding. Soon, the Orcish corpses began to pile up, and Rohang hurriedly adjusted the angle of the cannons, while the incoming wolf riders and their massive mounts, upon leaping onto the fortress, were met with a barrage of scattershot that swiftly silenced them, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. Occasionally, a few managed to move, but Sodden wielded his forging hammer, crushing their skulls, as those at the lower angle remained relatively safe. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds prompted concern among the Orcish priests, though no orders were given. However, as the priests observed the ever-growing mound of Orcish corpses, their faces turned pale, and they issued a retreat command. The orcs withdrew, and tens of thousands of bear warriors, shields in hand, retreated. Hermann and his companions gazed at the mountainous pile of Orcish bodies, although the fortress had claimed thousands of orc lives daily. Most fell in groups of less than 10, often struck by catapult stones. Yet today, in less than 10 minutes, a throng of wolf riders, along with their colossal mounts, lay heaped here, blood streaming down the walls. The scent of carnage intoxicating. Not only Hermann was taken aback, even the knights of the fortress, preparing to offer aid, were left in astonishment, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they beheld the dark metal cannons. Commander Hermann, please tally our victories, Sodden urged, contemplating the riches that awaited him from the bounty of wolf riders, which promised a higher reward. Ah, yes, yes, Hermann snapped back to reality, gazing longingly at the 8 cannons. Chapter 15. The spoils get lost. What are you staring at? Just as Sodden finished speaking, a knight clad in plate armor attempted to approach the cannons, only to be met with a furious roar from Moding. Seeing this, Sodden leapt up. What are you doing? This is our dwarven treasure, ours. Over 40 dwarves brandished weapons, their eyes narrowed, and even the humans who had been summoned by Sodden glared menacingly. Our Ohang wisely refrained from commenting, fully aware of how fiercely dwarves valued their possessions. Commander Hermann quickly interjected, "Stand back. These are the dwarves' belongings." Sodden, exuding an aura of battle fervor, boomed, "Don't even think about laying a hand on our treasures, or I will make you end up like those orcs." As Sodden spoke, Rohung aimed the first small cannon he had crafted at a stone wall several dozen meters away. With a resounding blast, the wall crumbled, creating a gaping hole. See that? See that? Anyone unafraid of death? Step forward. Sodden, witnessing Rohang's demonstration, shot him an approving glance. Every dwarf understood the stakes. If they equipped these cannons, their gold would flow like water. Master Sodden, tally the victories, tally the victories. Hermann urged swiftly. His desire for the cannons was undeniable. He yearned to equip numerous such devices and unleash hell upon the damned orcs. However, he understood that these were the creations of dwarves, a fact that rendered them difficult to procure. If they had been crafted by humans, he could have found a way, but dwarves were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the number of these devices was limited, and their operational methods were still unclear. Pushing the dwarves too far could lead to dire consequences. Sodden personally oversaw the tallying of the spoils. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the tally was complete, and Sodden burst into laughter. Hermann's grin widened upon seeing the results. His gaze transfixed on the cannons, drawing the attention of curious mages. 639 wolf riders, 639 giant wolf mounts, and 31 Tauren warriors. Sodden guffawed. The bounty for wolf riders exceeded that of regular orcs, with each Tauren warrior fetching 3 gold coins, while wolf riders commanded 8 coins. After all, mounted units were notoriously troublesome foes, especially the wolf riders, whose speed and endurance surpassed that of human cavalry. Coupled with their wolves' leaping prowess far exceeding that of horses, should the wolf riders penetrate the fortress, it would spell disaster. The surrounding human soldiers looked on with envy, while they too earned rewards for slaying orcs. Their efforts were often met with peril, sharing the spoils amid the threat of life and death. Yet Sodden, leading a contingent of nearly 100, had slain almost 700 orc warriors in such a brief span. The human soldiers gazed at the cannons with fervent anticipation. Master Sodden, come, let me treat you to a drink. Hermann personally invited Sodden to celebrate. Not a chance. I want to keep fighting here, Sodden replied. Invigorated by the prospect of gold, why would he consider drinking when in a mere 10 minutes he could continue this for a day, a week, or even a month? Sodden envisioned mountains of gold coins, imagining how the king would regard him upon his return to the dwarven kingdom. Teacher, we could actually collaborate with these individuals. When the time comes, they can bring the orcs here, and we shall place our defenses behind the streets, dividing the gold coins among everyone. With a dwarf operating each cannon, we would possess dozens of artillery pieces, generating daily profits. Luo Hung whispered to Sodden. Upon hearing this, Sodden felt quite tempted. He understood the situation clearly. If the defense were to loosen, their fewer numbers could lead to serious troubles. However, our manpower is limited, and what about the cannons? Sodden replied softly. Teacher, I have an even better idea, Luo Hang continued in a hushed tone. Excellent. Sodden was always eager to hear such words. Meanwhile, Herman, standing nearby, was reporting to his subordinates and glanced at Luo Hong. And no matter how he looked at Luo Hong, he did not seem like a dwarf, yet the familiarity between Luo Hong and Sodden compelled him to believe otherwise. It's him, Herman thought. As one of the mages beside him listened intently to Luo Hang's conversation, Sodden had been at this fortress for quite some time without introducing such concepts, yet Luo Hong had only recently arrived and was already presenting ideas. The reasoning behind this was evident to all. Commander, weren't you going to treat me to a drink? Let us go. Sodden had already devised a plan and approached Herman. Upon hearing Sodden's words, Herman understood that the prospect of formidable weaponry was within reach. In truth, Luo Hong was not concerned about these individuals replicating the simple cannons. The forging techniques in this world remained rather primitive. Although these cannons were straightforward, they contained numerous intricacies. Even if one were to create an exact replica, it might not achieve the same caliber of effectiveness. Moreover, while the cannons were one aspect, the true essence lay in the formulas. Those were crucial. Luo Hong could fabricate several varieties of ammunition, poisonous, slow-burning, fast-burning, and even more powerful types. Furthermore, with the discovery of the right ores, producing smokeless variants was not beyond possibility. Additionally, there were mages present, equipped with various magical materials that could be utilized once their properties were understood. Luo Hong opted for such simple cannons precisely because their manufacturing was not overly complex, that he was confident that he could produce basic mechanical processing equipment with sufficient resources and, with the dwarves' expertise in forging, it became even easier. Sodden could discern any flaws in the cast cannons with a mere touch, a skill surpassing any instrument. The guards in the northern fortress returned to the streets behind, beginning their rest, yet a significant portion remained vigilant. Within the golden tents of the orc army, a group of orcs silently observed several priests. High Priest, what transpired? Why did our werewolf cavalry perish so readily? A werewolf cloaked in black fur asked in a low voice. Indeed. What kind of magic did the humans employ? Another minotaur chimed in. The individuals seated there were chiefs from various tribes, as the orc army was a coalition of different clans, comprising both great and minor chieftains. Even among werewolves, there existed various tribes and factions. This single charge had cost one werewolf tribe nearly 1,000 cavalrymen, and the werewolf chieftain could hardly accept this. They had come to breach the fortress, not to meet their demise. Of the dozen priests present, only 3 were seated. One elderly priestess opened her eyes, saying, "There is no need for alarm. Tomorrow we shall dispatch the temple knights to investigate, and the results will soon be revealed." Chapter 16. Mage Donka Cheney, I leave this in your capable hands. Sodden entrusted Luo Hang with command while he went to drink with Commander Herman. Teacher, you need not worry, Luo Hang assured, carefully observing the orc army's encampment, noting the lack of activity. Clearly, an attack on the fortress was not imminent today. The workers tasked with repairing the walls pushed stones from the cave and brought larger ones inside, ensuring not a single stone was tossed towards the fortress below. The stones were secured together with iron pegs and then reinforced with molten iron. However, upon closer inspection, Luo Hong noted the iron's quality was subpar. Though its sturdiness was commendable, the injured were transported into the cave, while most soldiers took their rest on the streets. Hot soup made from jerky and brown bread was delivered to the bustling street by the logistics team. Orc corpses were directly carried into the cave, while the remains of giant wolves were dismantled on site, with fur, bones, and entrails all preserved for unknown purposes. The dwarves enjoyed a somewhat better meal, feasting on hearty meat and some ale, eliciting envy from the nearby human soldiers who watched them drink. Cheney, here you go, Hating said as the dwarves scavenged numerous adornments from the orcs, which appeared to be teeth from certain creatures, alongside unidentified minerals. What are these? Luo Hong inquired. These beasts' teeth could be from magical beasts, and these might be gemstones, though they remain uncut and unpolished as for this rope, I cannot say. Hating replied, unsure about the items. These are remnants from the beasts hunted by the orcs. These teeth are from earthen magical beasts, and these are magic cores. A mage adorned in robes approached Luo Hong and the others. Hating eyed the mage warily, while Luo Hong nodded and said, thank you. No need for thanks. I am Donka. Every mage is a scholar well-versed in knowledge. Is this what you crafted for the large firearms? Donka inquired. Before Luo Hong could respond, Hating interjected. This is the creation of our dwarven kin. It is not an enigmatic invention. I could concoct it myself. But the power of your firearms is indeed formidable, Danka remarked with curiosity. Indeed, we dwarves possess our own secret formulas, Luo Heng replied, recognizing the value of engaging with the mage, for mages were acknowledged as repositories of knowledge across the continent. Luo Heng had plans that would require various materials, especially numerous minerals to produce acids for crafting higher-grade smokeless variants. Specialized training granted them basic discernment in these matters. As for whether he could independently create long-range artillery, though challenging, it was not impossible, especially with the dwarves' backing. I believe you might require some healing potions, Danka said with a smile. Luo Heng, somewhat puzzled, watched as Hating asked, are you perhaps a magical merchant? You could say that, Danka replied with a grin. Do you have any books on various ores and gemstones? Luo Heng asked eagerly. Before Danka could respond, Hating interjected, who knows ores better than us dwarves? Indeed, dwarves are the most knowledgeable about ores, but I think you may need some identification books on magical beasts, as well as some materials-related literature. Don't you think? Danka inquired with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Heng replied, what is the price? These 2 volumes pertain to basic magical beasts, including identification of common magical materials and their properties. The original price was 800 gold coins, but since they are second-hand, how about 500? Danka snapped his fingers, and 2 thick tomes appeared in his hands. Second-hand? Luo Heng was taken aback by the prospect of purchasing used books. Second-hand books are quite sought after among us mages. Alternatively, you could offer me 200 gold coins, or you could copy them yourself, Danka suggested. Luo Heng, shaking his head, replied, I'm sorry, but I do not need them at this time. Very well, should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Danka, puzzled by Luo Heng's sudden refusal, wondered if he had been deemed unworthy of second-hand material. After Danka departed, Hating patted Luo Heng on the shoulder, saying, well done, these humans are all merchants at heart. No, Hating, it is not that I find them expensive, it's just that the craftsmanship of magical books is exquisite. However, if there are any errors in the transcriptions, Luo Heng expressed his concerns, as the dissemination of knowledge was fraught with the risk of inaccuracies. Even a few miswritten words or numbers could lead to significant consequences. After 2 hours, Sodden returned, his face flushed from drink. Cheney, good lad, well done. He praised Luo Heng upon his return. The other dwarves, no longer envious, were fully aware of how many gold coins they had earned that day. Though the bulk would go to Sodden, it was still a substantial sum. They had all ventured far from home to this northern fortress for the sake of profit. Cheney, tomorrow you shall return to casting cannons. The artillery will be distributed throughout the first level, forming a mobile force akin to a knightly order. We require a vast quantity of projectiles, and I entrust this task to you while I personally deal with the orcs. Sodden began to arrange matters. Teacher, I am curious if there exist orcs more formidable than today's werewolf cavalry. Luo Heng expressed his concern, understanding that the knightly cannons were not omnipotent. The battle today had seemingly claimed hundreds of orc lives. Yet if tens of thousands were to charge, the cannons might not suffice due to their cooling requirements. Moreover, the cannons represented a lower tier of lethality, a fact Luo Heng was well aware of. Hating, you all take turns resting. Sodden regarded Luo Heng with newfound respect, recognizing that understanding one's enemy was the hallmark of a true warrior. After Sodden led Luo Heng to the rear of the cave, he explained, this cave serves as a temporary resting place allocated for the dwarves. He continued, the werewolf cavalry can be regarded as somewhat stronger than the orcs, yet the Tauren, bear folk, tiger folk, leopard folk, and lion folk are far more formidable. However, the numbers of these tiger folk, bear folk, lion folk, and leopard folk are relatively scarce, much like our knights, who generally do not mobilize unless a decisive battle is imminent. Luo Heng observed the heavily armored figures below, burdened with thick, massive shields, and noted their considerable size. Yet they lacked the impressive leaping ability of the werewolves. Chapter 17. Scheming against the orcs, Part 1. Indeed, Sodden affirmed, there are numerous types of orcs, among which the werewolf cavalry is akin to human-like cavalry. While the Tauren and bear folk resemble heavily armored warriors, the tiger folk, lion folk, and leopard folk are comparable to our knightly orders. Additionally, above these ordinary orcs, there exist the temple warriors, temple soldiers, temple knights, and priests, with the highest ranks belonging to the 3 great orc royal clans. The lion, tiger, and leopard clans, along with the temple priests and knights, who wield formidable radiant powers. Having absorbed so much information, Luo Hong, still somewhat unclear about the specific appearances of the various orc types, continued to inquire, "Is there a possibility that the orcs could scout our artillery?" Upon hearing this, Sardin's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance as he questioned, "Cheney, are you suggesting that the orcs might come to investigate?" "Teacher, it is certain, with so many werewolf cavalry lost in such a short time. Suspicions are bound to arise," Luo Hong replied, nodding. "Should we hide the artillery then? If the orcs discover it, we may never again enjoy such advantageous circumstances," Sardin remarked, fully aware of the artillery's devastating potential. Especially considering the low defenses of the werewolf cavalry, if confronted by the bearfolk wielding wooden shields, only solid projectiles would suffice, yet the orcs are exceedingly swift, necessitating an increase in the number of cannons to compensate. "How about we disguise it?" Luo Hong suggested. "Why not hide it?" Sardin asked. Looking at Luo Hong with curiosity, Luo Hong lowered his voice. "Teacher, consider this. If the orcs do not notice anything unusual, what might they think? Would they still be deceived? We should let them discover something, yet not be concerned about it. So how would the orcs react?" Sardin, taken aback by Luo Hang's reasoning, stared at him in astonishment. Were it not for Luo Hang's mature physique, which marked him as a dwarf, Sardin might have doubted his humanity. "Teacher," Luo Hang, feeling unnerved under Sardin's gaze, tentatively called out. All is well, very well. I shall take charge of this matter. We must entice the orcs to return," Sardin declared, suddenly invigorated by the thought of the orcs delivering themselves to his blade. "Teacher, I wish to learn more about minerals." Luo Hong seized the opportunity to voice a small request. "Come, return with me, and I shall provide you with resources concerning ores, mining, exploration, and mineral identification," Sardin instructed. Luo Hong followed Sardin to the dwarven forge area, where the dwarves were already buzzing with excitement over their recent achievements. Eagerly watching Sardin work diligently, and there will be gold for all, Sardin encouraged them. He had initially intended to rotate the dwarves, but Luo Hang opposed this, as operating the artillery required training. Upon realizing this might impede their efficiency in slaying orcs, Sardin promptly abandoned the idea of rotation. "Teacher, we too wish to personally slay orcs," Woden requested. "Go, forge 100 pounds of fine iron. If you do not meet the standards, you shall not eat," Sardin commanded, pointing a finger as thick as a carrot at Woden. Upon hearing this, Woden wilted and hurried off to comply, while the other dwarves quickly made themselves scarce. "It seems the drink has gone to their heads. A bunch of little rascals," Sardin muttered as he observed the fleeing dwarves. Luo Hong accompanied Sardin into his quarters, where Sardin produced a massive chest, measuring 1.5 meters high, 2 meters long, and 1 meter wide. Inside this chest lies a plethora of ores, over 130 varieties. This is iron ore, this is copper ore, this is silver ore, this is gold ore, and this is mithril ore, accompanied by gemstones. Here we have rubies, emeralds, and so forth, Sardin explained, unveiling drawers filled with small compartments, each housing various ores, some as large as a fist and others as small as a thumb. Feel free to examine them, touch them, weigh them, and even taste them. I must tell you, Cheney, those little rascals outside have yet to experience these wonders. Observe this piece of fine gold ore. Its value exceeds 1,000 gold coins. Acquaint yourself with these materials, for I shall soon teach you how to refine these ores for vein exploration. That requires significantly more time. "Thank you, teacher," Luo Hong expressed, captivated by the array of treasures before him. He marveled at the uncut ruby, the size of a chicken egg, its high transparency and pure color, suggesting great worth. "You may come to my quarters to learn at your leisure. Upon your return to the Dwarven Kingdom, I will recommend you to the Engineering Academy, where you will encounter even more varieties of ores," Sardin said, patting Luo Hong on the shoulder. "Thank you, teacher," Luo Hong replied, equally exhilarated. The manufacturing of artillery and shells hinges upon the availability of minerals, various minerals. As for the purification of these ores, he believed it would be more convenient to leave that task to the dwarves. Luo Hong focused on producing more cannons. Although these cannons would not be sold to the northern fortress, they were intended for dwarven use. According to Sardin's instructions, each dwarf was to possess their own cannon, along with additional subcannons, as the latter required more efficient cooling. Furthermore, projectiles were essential, leading the northern fortress to provide a group of slaves to the dwarves. These human slaves would become Sardin's personal property. Sardin promptly handed them over to Luo Hang, resulting in him acquiring nearly 50 slaves in the blink of an eye. These slaves were tall men, albeit somewhat frail, yet their skeletal structures appeared robust. Along with the slaves came their documentation, indicating they were warriors captured in battles between nobles. Materials were delivered in a steady stream to the Dwarven Forge area, all in an effort to mislead and maintain confidentiality from outside observers. Sardin deliberately requested unnecessary materials, while Luo Hung sought fire-type magic crystal powder, rumored to enhance combustion power. He also requested various other magical crystal powders, with each type limited to a mere 2 pounds. Cheney, be sure to keep this magical crystal powder away from iron and flames, particularly from collisions. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Sardin warned Luo Hung to be by the time the materials and the individuals arrived. It was well past midnight. Sardin hurried to the first level of the fortress to prepare for deceiving the orcs, leaving the intricacies of the ruse to Luo Hung. Launch, Sardin commanded as he summoned a dozen humans involved in the artillery's construction, along with 5 dwarves for assistance, and Luo Hung began overseeing the cannon production. The casting of the cannons was managed by 2 dwarves, while human slaves primarily extracted sulfur and nitrate, with charcoal simply crushed using a heavy hammer. Luo Hung personally mixed the ingredients, forming them into cartridges, which were encased in cloth bags due to the lack of paper. The bags would only be removed when it was time to load the gunpowder. The crafting of projectiles and cannons required meticulous attention, with a particular emphasis on polishing the cannons. The smoother the surface, the greater the power, primarily due to enhanced sealing capabilities. Moreover, Luo Hung instructed some carpenters to create wooden plugs matching the caliber of the subcannons to ensure a tight seal and facilitate easy insertion. This was necessary for solid projectiles. After the cartridge was packed, a wooden plug would be inserted before loading the solid projectile, significantly increasing range and power due to the chamber pressure. Chapter 18. Scheming Against the Orcs, Part 2. Within Luo Hang's heart lingered a sense of urgency, stemming from his lack of a self-defense weapon in his previous society. He had considered himself to possess a high level of combat prowess. Yet here he found himself inadequate, unable to match even the dwarf women, who could effortlessly slay massive wild boars weighing over 1,000 pounds with swift precision. As for thrown weapons and exploring new material techniques, these pursuits were not mutually exclusive. In his former world, special forces utilized varied personal equipment based on mission requirements, and despite each individual's specialization, they were often well-versed in multiple disciplines, prepared to handle significant threats and minimize casualties. Handgun. Luo Hung pondered deeply, envisioning a type of revolver. Compared to later models, this design would be considerably less complex, relying on mechanical rotation of the cylinder rather than the more demanding pneumatic systems that required exceptional airtightness. He recalled the formidable beasts, particularly the renowned Smith-Wesson 500 revolver, alongside even larger models produced by an Austrian company, weighing 6 kilograms with bullets the length of a palm and the thickness of a thumb. This shall suffice. A 6-kilogram revolver, while potentially cumbersome for the original Luo Hung, presented no significant challenge in his current state. After all, he wielded a forging hammer weighing dozens of pounds, striking thousands of times each day. Perhaps it is due to the environmental conditions of this world or the nature of its sustenance. But Luo Hung distinctly perceives an explosive growth in his power. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare in his original world, where the strength training and physical conditioning of special forces have already reached their zenith. Achieving a second explosive increase is an arduous endeavor. The blueprints have become unnecessary, primarily due to confidentiality considerations. However, before embarking on the construction of this revolver, Luo Hang must first address the issue of ammunition. The ideal bullets would undoubtedly be those with copper casings, yet copper holds the status of currency in this realm. This implies that even if the revolver is successfully crafted, it will only be accessible to a select few. Nevertheless, Luo Hung currently finds himself unconcerned with wealth, having amassed nearly all the copper available from the fortress. Yet, he must first manufacture a stamping device, which he decides to construct in the simplest manual form. As for the immense pressure required, one might wonder about the strength of the dwarves wielding their hammers. Stamping a few casings should pose no challenge. The critical factor remains the primer, and Luo Hung's gaze falls upon the fire-type magic crystal powder. He takes a small amount of this powder, places it upon the anvil, and strikes it forcefully. Crack! The sound resonates clearly, and Luo Heng notices a red mark on the anvil, leaving him in astonishment. It requires careful calibration. Otherwise, the power is far too great. The heat emanating from the fire-type magic crystal powder is immense, leading Luo Heng to conclude that relying solely on it would not be wise, as it could inflict considerable damage upon the bullets, especially since he intends to undertake bullet reloading in the future. When designing the projectile, he resolves to utilize round-nosed bullets, as this is a self-defense weapon. And given the distance, he cannot guarantee hitting those with grotesque speed and strength in this world. The design work is completed in his mind, but before Luo Heng can proceed with the manufacturing, Sodden summons Hardenback.it is reported that the orc had nearly breached the dwarven artillery array during a recent charge, narrowly thwarted by Sodden and several dwarves swinging their hammers. Luo Heng realizes that his fears have materialized. Indeed, the weaponry is powerful, yet it lacks continuous fire capability. That a slight miscalculation at a distance of 20 or 30 meters, coupled with the enemy's rapid speed, exposes the weapon's shortcomings. Hurriedly, Luo Heng gathers the artillery shells along with the 2 completed cannons and the relevant subcannons. Teacher, upon arriving at the first level, Luo Heng encounters Sodden, who is covered in blood. Damn those orc scum. They even had orc temple warriors join the fray. Though Sodden sustains minimal injuries, he is deeply angered. Having nearly faced a breach in their defenses, Luo Heng learns that the orcs charged yet again, this time accompanied by temple warriors who surged forward. Fortunately, Sodden was present to confront them directly. And once he did, the artillery behind him hesitated to fire, prompting the dwarven gunners to rush forward with their weapons. The nearby mages and the vigilant knight order then pushed the orcs back. Luo Heng notices that numerous human warriors remain atop the walls, while Sodden feels a sense of humiliation. Teacher, I have brought 2 more cannons. Luo Heng quickly discerns that the issue lies in the firing frequency of the artillery. They must consistently keep the enemy at bay beyond the vigilance line. Even if only a single enemy appears, they must fire. He gathers the dwarven gunners and states, brothers, it is clear that this time you have erred in your operation. That I will reiterate, at 25 yards. Even if there is only one enemy, both cannons must fire simultaneously, and then the next round should follow. 25 yards is a fixed distance. Do not presume that a smaller number of enemies warrants a more lenient approach. Today, it was merely 2 temple warriors. What if next time it is 10? I have also brought you 2 additional cannons. These are mobile units. Once they detect an enemy within 25 yards, they are to fire without awaiting further commands. Cheney, it is indeed our fault. Harden and the others acknowledge their responsibility, recalling that yesterday, under Luo Heng's orders, some dwarves had thought to wait for a larger number of enemies before firing. Luo Heng, however, had issued his commands without hesitation. It was this brief lapse in firepower that allowed the orcs to encroach within 25 yards, leading to the precarious situation. Sodden bellowed, next time someone disobeys, I will personally toss you off the fortress. Yes, teacher, the other dwarves responded, alarmed. Cheney, you shall take command. Oversee the forging aspect more closely. In future battles, you will lead. Should anyone refuse to obey orders, inform me, and I shall deal with them. Sodden did not anticipate that a momentary delay in artillery fire could result in such a predicament, causing him significant embarrassment. Yes, teacher, Cheney promptly accepted the directive. After all, battles cannot be fought continuously, and Luo Heng has ample time at his disposal. He proposes to Sodden that he wishes to research some new concepts, and Sodden immediately arranges for a set of forging tools within a cave on the first level, designating it as a restricted area, accessible only to relevant dwarven personnel. Luo Heng reorganizes the artillery, and with 2 mobile units, he feels a renewed sense of security. However, on the orc side, reports of retreating orcs circulate. 2 temple warriors have yet to return. Do those humans possess some form of magical weapon? Within the grand tent, a group of tribal chiefs and orc temple priests wear grim expressions. Twice they have charged the fortress, only to be repelled. What manner of thundering weaponry have the humans devised? It cannot be. The Council of Gods exists to prohibit the use of super magical weapons. The high priest shakes his head. Upon hearing mention of the Council of Gods, the tribal chiefs perk up their ears, yet the high priest refrains from elaborating further. The other priests nod in agreement. Today's charge by the 2 temple warriors nearly caused the collapse of the fortress's defenses. If we can seize the first level, The weapons and provisions stored within will suffice for our entire tribe to endure this harsh winter. The high priest states, observing the chief's attentive gazes. The chief of the Minotaur tribe declares, indeed, it was ultimately the human knights who intervened. I suspect these cunning humans are laying a trap. However, this trap may ensnare wild boars, but could never contain a tiger. That I request the temple to dispatch 10 temple warriors. Our Minotaur tribe is willing to contribute 100 totem warriors. Wow! The other tribal chiefs are taken aback upon hearing of the Minotaur's totem warriors, as the entire Minotaur tribe comprises merely 2,000 totem warriors. These are the elite of their kind. Very well, who else is willing to fight? The high priest inquires, considering the current situation that we, the Tiger Folk tribe, are willing to send forth 30 tiger warriors. The Tiger Folk chief casts a disapproving glance at the Minotaur chief. Discontent that an upper race dares to overshadow the pride of the orc royal lineage, as for us leopard folk, we shall abstain. I believe that once the tiger warriors make their move, as long as they ascend the fortress walls, our victory in this battle will be assured, the leopard folk chief states. The other chiefs nod in agreement, enviously eyeing the Minotaur chief, for whoever ascends the walls shall have the right to claim the choicest spoils of war. Very well, we shall follow the command of the tiger chief tomorrow. The high priest does not wish to lead, as there exist significant tensions between the temple and the orc royal lineage. Yet they are also interdependent, as the other orc chiefs depart. The chiefs of the tiger folk, lion folk, and leopard folk remain. High priest, we require at least 5 war priests, the tiger chief states. Upon hearing this, the high priest's expression changes. Tiger King chief, war priests are exceedingly precious to our temple. High priest, if we are to capture the fortress in one fell swoop, we must enlist the priest's assistance. Without them, we cannot hope to seize it. The leopard folk chief adds. The lion folk chief nods in agreement. I share this sentiment most. 2 war priests may be granted. The high priest concedes, recognizing the resolve of the 3 chiefs that in the realm of orcs. Divine authority and royal power exist in a delicate balance, akin to a love-hate relationship. After the orc side finalizes their battle plan, Sodden is engaged in an extensive briefing with Luo Hung regarding the orc situation. Orcs are divided into various factions. The orc royal lineage, tiger folk, lion folk, and leopard folk, comprising the 3 main royal clans, which stand in opposition to the orc war god temple, primarily due to the issue of offerings, which involve financial contributions. Beneath the orc royal lineage, there exist superior races, such as the bear folk, minotaurs, seers, and centaurs, among others. It is evident that those of larger stature possess greater strength and thus hold higher status. There are also intermediate races, such as the mastiffs and sheep folk. The lower races are numerous, with the rabbit folk and rodent folk being the smaller orc types, considered inferior. Although the orc world preaches equality, it is, in fact, quite unequal. Each lower race requires the protection of a superior race, akin to the relationship between nobles and commoners among humans. However, this is not absolute. Among the orc tribes, the fox people, though diminutive in stature, are considered a superior race due to their remarkable intelligence, producing the most priests. Additionally, there are the cat people, who surpass even human assassins in agility. The orc races are numerous. So much so that even the orcs themselves may not fully comprehend the diversity of their kind. Their territory spans from the northern wastelands to the Blackwater marshes, then to the Blazing Sun Desert and the Redstone Plateau. Yet this land is exceedingly barren, and they lack agricultural knowledge. Coupled with their high fertility rates, the orcs find themselves in fierce competition with beasts and magical creatures for sustenance, which compels them to encroach upon human lands. The northern mountain range, with its endless peaks and steep cliffs, is rumored to harbor sacred magical beasts, making it a treacherous passage. This northern stronghold serves as the primary conduit between humans and orcs. A transformation of the landscape brought forth thousands of years ago by a soil-based archmage. Sardin spoke in one breath, prompting Luo Hung to inquire, Master, what professions exist among humans? Ultimately, the orcs are denounced as the evil alliance, while we dwarves and gnomes stand as the neutral alliance, with humans, elves, and barbarians forming the just alliance. Yet those accursed barbarians merely seek to take advantage of humanity, oblivious to human cunning. Sardin expressed his disdain for humans. The Just Alliance boasts a plethora of professions, but primarily includes knights, swordsmen, mages, assassins, and archers. Knights are categorized into ranks such as Squire, Apprentice Knight, Knight, Grand Knight, Earth Knight, Ocean Knight, Sky Knight, Star Knight, and Dragon Knight. Swordsmen are classified as Apprentice Swordsmen, Journeyman Swordsmen, Grand Swordsmen, Swordmasters, Silver Swordsmen, Gold Swordsmen, and Sword Saints. Mages are divided into Apprentice Mages, Journeyman Mages, Mages, Archmages, Grand Archmages, Holy Mages, and Holy Archmages. Archers fall into categories like Apprentice Archers, Bamboo Archers, Wooden Archers, Horn Archers, Black Iron Archers, Bronze Archers, Silver Archers, Golden Archers, and Arrow Saints. Assassins and thieves share similarities. Yet these two professions remain shrouded in mystery, as they operate in the shadows. It is said that assassin and thief guilds exist, and these guilds serve as major organizations opposing the temple and royal authority. As for us dwarfs, our blacksmiths are categorized into apprentice blacksmiths, journeyman blacksmiths, chainmail smiths, plate armor smiths, master blacksmiths, grandmaster blacksmiths, and divine blacksmiths. Sardin elaborated on the professions of humanity. Luo Heng nodded thoughtfully before asking, "What level are the guards at the entrance?" "The captain is approximately level 5. While the foot soldiers are around levels 2 or 3. After all, this is the northern stronghold, regarded as the most formidable fortress of all humanity. Naturally, our dwarven warriors surpass human soldiers in strength. A level 3 human soldier would be no match for us. However, human mages are quite formidable," Sardin replied. "What do you think the orcs will do tomorrow?" Luo Heng pondered, recognizing the necessity of understanding the world's logic to respond effectively to the enemy. Chapter 20. The Return of Battle. Upon hearing such a question, Sardin scoffed. What other tactics could the orcs employ, from the mid-level orcs to the knights of the orc royal family? Luo Heng felt there was more complexity than that. If it were so simple, the orcs would not have endured for so long without being eradicated by humanity. In terms of equipped strength, human civilization is far superior to that of the orcs. Of course, one cannot dismiss the individual strength of the orcs. But war is fundamentally about unity and cooperation. Master, could the orcs be plotting something? Luo Heng continued to question. Cheney, rest assured, with the intellect of those orcs, what schemes could they concoct? Sardin responded, sounding as if he had heard a rather amusing joke. Luo Heng, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it said that the fox people are very clever? Cleverness matters little. Who would heed the words of those fox folk? The orcs frequently engage in conflict even within their own race. Let alone among different races. They only come to this northern stronghold when they can no longer sustain themselves. Mark my words, the wolf cavalry will not appear anytime soon," Sardin explained. What could Luo Heng say? He could only nod, for although he had been in this world for several days, his understanding of it remained rather limited. However, he was aware that dismantling a powerful force sometimes requires not only external, but also internal breaches. After dinner, Luo Heng rested in the cave, contemplating how to procure a self-defense weapon, particularly concerning the materials and optimizing the shell components. "I wonder what characteristics various magical materials possess," he mused drowsily before falling asleep. Meanwhile, the other dwarves took turns resting, and Sardin also rested for a while before venturing outside to roam. Upon awakening, Luo Heng was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of meat. The dwarven matron presented him with a bowl of meat. And as usual, he abstained from alcohol, eliciting laughter from the other dwarves. Doo-woo-woo. A deep horn sounded, prompting Luo Heng to grab a piece of meat and rush outside, followed closely by the other dwarves and the human warriors from the nearby caves. In the distance, the orcs began to gather, and as Sardin munched on meat, he remarked, "There's still some time. It will take the orcs a couple of hours to reach the stronghold." Just as Luo Heng finished speaking, the sound of bells echoed from the fortress. "This is bad. It seems the higher-ranking orcs are mobilizing," Sardin exclaimed. "The orc royalty is on the move. Knights, prepare for action. Mages, stand ready." The sound of galloping hooves and the calls of messengers filled the air as the massive fortress sprang into action. Luo Heng observed the appearance of steeds and knights, each knight accompanied by 4 attendants, and each steed by 3, all donning heavy armor. "Heavy cavalry. This situation is serious," Sardin noted. "Someone, fetch solid cannonballs." Upon hearing this, Luo Heng immediately asserted that the single-target lethality must rely on solid cannonballs. Approaching the artillery position, he noted 11 cannons, 8 of which were already loaded with shrapnel, while the remaining 2 were being prepared. A smaller cannon was under his direct command. Sodden, you will operate this cannon with solid cannonballs. Remember, target the closest orc royalty, Luo Hong instructed, having confidence in Sodden's artillery training, which had proven accurate within 100 meters. However, hitting a moving target was another matter entirely, and Luo Hong had yet to undergo extensive training for that. He positioned himself behind the smaller cannon, personally loading 6 solid cannonballs, which, despite their small size, could easily penetrate several layers of wooden boards. Observing Luo Hong inserting wooden plugs between the solid cannonballs, Moden, though unsure of the reasoning, followed suit. The human attendants nearby were likewise tense, given the orc royalty's formidable reputation. As Luo Hong beheld 100 minotaurs hoisting dark wooden pillars. Indeed, these pillars were massive, with a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters and a length surpassing 3 meters. He exclaimed, "Minotaur totem warriors. Have the orcs gone mad?" However, Sardin's words made Luo Hong realize the significance of these towering minotaurs, each adorned with a golden or silver ring beneath their nostrils, some even bearing white circles. Behind the minotaurs was a group of tiger people, numbering only a few dozen, each mounted atop a magnificent striped tiger and clad in a complete set of black leather armor, exuding an impressive aura. Yet, upon observing the exquisite weapons wielded by the tiger people, Luo Hong wondered, why are these weapons so finely crafted? It's just those damned human merchants. There are human trading caravans on the orc side, but they are all lowly scum, Sardin retorted. Cursing under his breath, these 100 orcs boldly marched forward, followed by minotaurs pushing siege towers and heavily armored bear warriors, their thick wooden shields resembling colossal barriers. What about the rock giants? Luo Hong inquired, noticing their absence. Those rock giants still need time to recover, Hardin interjected. They are coming, right toward us, Sardin exclaimed excitedly. Master, does this mean it's just the tiger people and these minotaurs? Luo Hong asked incredulously. Indeed, Sardin affirmed, well aware of the orc's nature. Quickly, switch the 4 cannons to solid shots. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong made a bold decision. It was no longer the time for further verification with Sardin. The attendants promptly removed the shrapnel from the cannons, replacing them with solid shots. Cheney, do you see? These are the most elite totem warriors among the minotaurs, Luo Hong observed through a peephole, noticing the wooden pillars in their hands emitting a radiant glow. Disrupting arrows shot by elves. Magic immunity. The elves are using magical arrows. Within the radius of this totem pillar, they are immune to a certain level of magic. Sardin's expression grew solemn. Sardin, are we ready? At that moment, Hermann approached and inquired directly. Sardin glanced at Luo Hong, who quickly grasped the implications. While this group of orc royalty might suffer great losses elsewhere, their demise here would significantly benefit the stronghold. Luo Hong nodded in agreement. Sardin replied, no problem, leave it to us. Very well, I will personally lead my men behind you, Hermann declared, unwilling to act recklessly, recognizing that the orc side also harbored powerful figures and that he must retain sufficient strength. Fire the scattershot from 1 to 6. Unrestricted assault, implement the 4-gun artillery, heed my commands. With a resounding thud, the sound of the siege tower colliding with the fortress's stone walls echoed as Luo Hong commanded with authority. Chapter 21. The Art of Command by Luo Hong, Part 1. Master. Which orc shall advance first? Luo Hong hurried to the edge of the city wall, inquiring earnestly. It's hard to say, but likely. Oh no, there's an orc shaman, quickly! Sodden suddenly exclaimed, noticing a faint halo emanating from the tiger warriors and the minotaur warriors. Under the influence of this aura, the orc's speed surged dramatically. Luo Hong's eyes narrowed. Their speed was nothing short of superhuman. Dozens of tiger warriors bore a faint azure glow, while the minotaurs were enveloped in a dusty yellow light, their skin resembling stone with visible cracks. Luo Hong felt a shiver run down his spine. The results of extensive training were evident. Special forces trained under the relentless barrage of machine gun fire, where a single misstep could be fatal. Hurry, the cannon's angle is too high. Fire, fire. Luo Hong commanded loudly as he ran. The dwarves behind him immediately adjusted the cannon's angle, securing it in place, while one dwarf thrust a heated iron rod into the breech of the cannon. Boom! The 6 scattershot cannons erupted into the sky, and at the very moment the dwarves elevated the cannon, dozens of tiger warriors leaped into the air, their bodies shimmering with a faint azure glow. riding colossal tigers that possessed extraordinary jumping prowess, soaring to heights of several dozen meters, their size comparable to that of elephants on Earth. Luo Hong positioned himself before the solid shot cannon, disregarding the chaos, and commanded, "Solid shot. Aim and fire, scatter shot, do not cease, obliterate them." Two human attendants rushed to assist with the scattershot cannon. One pulled the spent shell, while the other hastily loaded a new one, and the remaining attendants cleaned and reloaded, ensuring the igniter stood at a distance from the powder handler. Meanwhile, Luo Hong observed the airborne tiger warriors, some already stained with blood, while others glowed ominously red. Boom! The solid cannon fired, yet the projectile missed its target. Arcing downwards off the city wall, thrusting his hand forward, Luo Hong ignited the small cannon with the heated iron rod. A tiger warrior mounted on a steed, glowing with crimson light, faltered momentarily, blood erupting from beneath its mount's head. Boom! The 6 scattershot cannons fired once more, unleashing nearly 3,000 pellets upon the airborne foes. The orc warriors, barely exposed, were rendered helpless midair, and the dense barrage struck at least a third in vulnerable areas such as the eyes, neck, and head, causing them to succumb to their injuries. The second volley predominantly targeted the mounts of the tiger warriors. 2 unfortunate souls were directly struck by the solid cannonballs, their bodies torn asunder. Mere meters away, this was the ideal range for old-fashioned artillery, maximizing its lethality. The subsequent scattershot attack came mere meters later. Following the scattershot, solid cannonballs were unleashed again, meeting the tiger warriors as they touched down. Facing a second wave of solid cannon fire, the power of the solid projectiles became evident, as iron balls exceeding 8 centimeters in diameter smashed through one tiger warrior after another, obliterating the first 3 in line. In that moment, the tiger warriors made a grave error. Upon landing, most were momentarily stunned, a lapse lasting almost a second. The third round of scattershot. Boom! The small cannon fired again. 30 orc warriors endured the onslaught of 9,000 metal pellets, followed by 2 rounds of solid cannon fire that cleaved the last standing tiger warriors in half. In slightly over 10 seconds, the tiger warriors charged and landed. A mere 5 seconds elapsed. Yet Luo Hong's judgment was impeccable. He ordered the cannon fired just as they leaped, striking them mid-air. Elevating the cannon increased the attack range, initially aimed solely at the orcs scaling the city wall. The heavily armored cavalry prepared in silence were aghast. The consequences of the tiger warriors breaching the fortress would be catastrophic. Yet, the dwarves, adept at wielding oversized firearms, ensured that the moment the tigers landed, their fate was sealed. The armored warriors pondered how long they might survive against such dwarven firepower. Despite the agility of the tiger warriors surpassing that of humans, the sight of their bloodied faces and vacant eye sockets revealed the lethal precision of the dwarven weaponry. Scattershot. Alternate rounds for unrestricted fire. You lot, aim solid shot. At this moment, the Minotaur totem warriors had already leaped onto the wall, but upon witnessing the multitude of fallen tiger bodies, their fury ignited. Their eyes ablaze with bloodlust, Luo Hong's spirits lifted as he observed the Minotaurs glowing with crimson light, their massive totem poles radiating an even more dazzling brilliance. Orcs channeling life to unleash a mid-level magic immunity aura. Do not employ low-level magical attacks. The voice of a mage behind Luo Hong rang out. Boom! The solid shot fired first, with 2 of the 4 cannons firing simultaneously while the other 2 alternated. Thud! The tremendous force obliterated the upper half of one Minotaur, shattering its totem pole, while the projectile continued its deadly path, caving in another Minotaur's chest, leaving it mortally wounded. Boom! The scattershot erupted with a thunderous roar. 1,500 metal spheres propelled forth with immense force. However, it was clear that while the mid-level magic immunity aura protected against magical attacks, it was ineffective against physical assaults. Many Minotaurs cried out in despair. For despite the potency of the aura, the eyes remained a critical vulnerability, and the rapid-fire barrage struck with overwhelming intensity, leaving no time for defense. Just as Luo Hong breathed a sigh of relief, 2 figures leaped from below the city wall, glowing with an intense azure light. Luo Hong instinctively ignited the small cannon, positioning it carefully as he aimed. Boom! With a resounding shot, the projectile flew forth, catching the airborne temple warrior completely off guard. Luo Hong swiftly moved to the next solid cannon, bellowing, "Ignite!" The remaining figure in midair twisted, brandishing 2 short swords, igniting with crimson flames as they charged toward Luo Hong. Boom! Observing the still distant adversary, he discerned that the foe was a female orc, likely a legendary cat person, causing a jolt of alarm through Luo Hong as a cloud of smoke erupted forth. Chapter 22. Orc Priest? In the midst of the smoke, the shadow that had approached was sent reeling by the shockwave. Luo Heng detected the metallic scent of blood, his legs quivering. The speed of that shadow had been terrifying, had it been a mere fraction of a second slower. He knew he would have met his end. Fire, fire! Luo Heng commanded as he rose that in truth, he need not worry. The cannons continued to emit smoke and dust, showcasing the advantages of the scatter shot. Though the Minotaur totem warriors possessed skin as tough as rock, a strike to their eyes rendered them utterly defenseless. The solid shot targeted the foremost orcs, each impact carving a bloody path through their ranks. The Minotaur totem warriors relentlessly leaped from the siege tower, only to be met with scattershot and solid projectiles. 20 meters was a death zone. Ordinarily, the Minotaurs might have charged forward, but against the relentless barrage of over 1,000 pellets. Their lack of defensive measures for their eyes rendered their efforts futile. Deprived of sight, some Minotaurs descended into a frenzy, their bodies aglow with crimson light, wildly swinging their totem poles. "Ha, they've gone berserk. Lost all reason. Don't shoot that one," Sodden guffawed. But just as he spoke, the Minotaurs snapped back to clarity. "There's a shaman, an orc shaman," Sodden exclaimed, jumping in agitation. Hearing this, Luo Heng felt a jolt of alarm. An orc shaman was worth no less than 1,000 gold coins. "Elevate the cannon." "Elevate it," Luo Heng ordered immediately. The cannon had already been raised slightly, for the Minotaur's rocky skin rendered their heads the only vulnerable spots, and already, dozens of Minotaur corpses lay piled around. Yet, the orcs showed no signs of retreat, continuously leaping toward the city wall. Although Luo Heng was not surprised by their tactics, such a method of combat was unprecedented in this era of cold steel, once casualties exceeded 30% in such times. The likelihood of a rout increased dramatically, unless they were engaged in a siege where defeat equated to certain death. Luo Heng felt a twinge of concern. With only this artillery, their impact appeared limited. As a dark mass of orcs loomed below. Soon, the cannon fire ceased, and the dwarves brandished their hammers, charging forth, while Luo Heng wielded a long spear. Thud! A Minotaur fell to Luo Heng's spear, skewered through the eye. And with its life waning, it was finally extinguished. Beneath the walls, the orcs had retreated. Upon witnessing the appearance of humans atop the battlements, they realized that the totem warriors had been defeated, and the tiger men were undoubtedly vanquished as well. Luo Heng's heart was engulfed in a chilling void, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He did not belong to either faction, hence he bore no profound hatred towards the orcs. Yet, his presence at the fortress had already thrust him into the arena of battle, where it was a matter of survival. Either one perishes or the other triumphs. He moved aside the lifeless body of a tauren, towering at 3 meters with its curved horns. The dwarves began to collect the spoils of war, knowing that treasures could still be found on the deceased. "Ah!" exclaimed Luo Heng as he uncovered a tauren with half of its head missing. Pointing his spear at a figure clad in a cerulean cloak and long robes, whose stature was diminutive, even shorter than Luo Heng, his astonishment prompted Sardin to rush over. "A priest, a war priest of the war god's temple. Ha! Cheney, you've struck gold. And still alive, though unconscious," Sardin exclaimed, bursting into laughter as others hurried over, their eyes filled with envy for Cheney, for spoils were claimed by whoever first touched them. At least worth 3,000 gold coins. Nonsense. It clearly appears to be a fox maiden, a war priestess level. It could fetch 5,000 gold coins at auction. Incorrect. If encountered by a noble, it could potentially reach 10,000 gold coins. Noble humans adore fox maidens. A common one is worth 2,000 gold coins. Let alone a priestess, who is chaste. The surrounding human attendants began to murmur, and Luo Heng grasped the implications of this surviving priestess's fate. "Pa, what a load of rubbish about the nobles, mere parasites exploiting the common folk," Sardin muttered under his breath. He seized the priestess, who stood about 1.60 meters, adorned with a lavish cloak and a striking white tail, holding a small, blue hammer-like object. Sardin then picked up a staff and inquired, "Cheney, are we selling this captive? If so, fetch a slave trader." "Master, what if we don't sell her?" Luo Heng was unable to bring himself to slay the orc, for deep down, he was trained to uphold certain principles. And even in the execution of special tasks, he would not resort to executing prisoners unless in extreme circumstances. as it would initiate a vicious cycle. No one could ensure they would not face captivity themselves. Not even in special operations, unless confronting a rabble. If we don't sell her, then we might as well acquire a slave collar and keep her. Sardin shrugged. Then let us keep her. It's better to deprive those nobles of a prize, Luo Hong replied, his mind clear and his voice tinged with anger. Haha, splendid, let it infuriate them. Sardin laughed heartily. Soon, another priestess was discovered, this one grievously wounded with a gaping hole in her abdomen, barely clinging to life. It's hopeless, Sardin stated somberly. Master, aren't their magical potions? Luo Hong asked in shock, recalling his own experience of being pierced by a dagger. The wound is too severe, and her insides are damaged. Sardin shook his head upon hearing this. Luo Hong quickly replied, Master, do you have any magical potions? I have a plan. Days prior, Luo Hong had prepared a first aid kit. As warriors typically carried emergency supplies, he had procured a 10 gold coin healing potion and suturing materials, including basic suturing thread. You have a plan. Sardin expressed disbelief. Such severe injuries typically required the intervention of a high-ranking priest, whose services would cost thousands of gold coins, while this priestess's total worth was far less. Luo Hang carried the priestess into a room behind the cave, and the onlookers regarded him with a mix of curiosity and concern, noting that she was indeed a female. Sardin followed him inside. Witnessing Luo Hong extract damp materials from a small wooden box, which contained boiled water, albeit the box itself was not entirely suitable. Suturing. Seeing Luo Hong meticulously clean the severed insides and stitch up broken blood vessels, Sardin could hardly believe his eyes. Could such a wound truly be sutured? Chapter 23. Trial of the throwing device. After suturing the internal injuries, Luo Hong poured some magical potion over the wounds. Watching as they healed instantaneously, he also closed the external open wounds and bandaged them before administering a healing potion to the orc priestess. Swiftly tending to the wounded was part of the training. Speed was essential on the battlefield. With a sigh of relief, Luo Hong noticed that the orc priestess had a white tail, which left Sardin astonished. His keen perception sensed that the critically injured orc priestess was stabilizing, her breathing becoming more regular, and her strength returning. This is for you. Just place these slave collars on the 2 orc priestesses, Sardin stated, producing the collars. These collars cost 80 gold coins each, charged to your account, along with the 2 healing potions totaling 60 gold coins. Making a total of 220 gold coins, Sardin explained. Luo Heng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the slave collars. Sardin, noticing Luo Heng's expression, retorted, What are you staring at? I want to capture an orc priestess to keep as a female slave. Humph. Luo Hong was at a loss for words and replied, Master, shall I gift you one? Pa, I can capture one myself. Orc priestesses lack strength, and the slave collars disrupt their mental power, preventing them from unleashing their battle songs. However, these 2 orc priestesses possess some power. With your slight frame, you may not stand a chance. Sardin scoffed, though he was indeed interested, but Cheney was a student. If a student could capture a priestess, why could he not? Luo Hong nodded, using his blood to activate the magic crystal on the collars, thus binding the 2 orc priestesses to himself. Sardin instructed 2 dwarven women to escort the orc priestesses back to the dwarven forge. And Luo Hong paid it no mind. Despite being enemies, he could not bring himself to sell them into slavery. He could slay them, but selling them to others was beyond his moral compass. Sardin, however, believed Luo Hong was simply enamored with the 2 orc priestesses. Luo Heng's nerves had grown steely. He had become accustomed to the sight of long-tailed orcs, and humans could reach heights of 2.5 meters. Not to mention the tall, green-haired elves, capable of casting magic, and the enormous tigers and wolves that could serve as mounts. As Luo Hong exited, he overheard Sardin bellowing, Get lost, you filthy slave trader. Do you wish to test the hardness of my hammer? Sardin's temper was notoriously volatile, especially towards human merchants, whom he viewed as bloodsuckers. Yet he harbored no such disdain for human mages or warriors. The ostentatiously dressed human slave trader was promptly thrown into the cave by the supervising knights. Sardin, observing the knights, snorted disdainfully and strode out with his head held high. Just as Luo Hong stepped outside, he was presented with 2 artillery pieces and their accompanying ammunition. Cheney, attend to your tasks, Sardin instructed as he saw Luo Hong emerge. Yes, master, Luo Hong replied. understanding that Sardin referred to developing weapons capable of striking the orc encampment. Returning to the cave, Luo Heng was met with the lingering scent of blood that he closed his eyes. Contemplating. In the face of the orcs' onslaught, the number of cannons remains insufficient, and their firepower struggles against the elite orc races. This time, the presence of 2 war priests and the inadequately protected Tauren warriors contributed to the defeat. If a multitude of orcs were to attack simultaneously, the fortress would be in jeopardy. Thus, deploying throwing devices would be the optimal choice, allowing for mass arming. Luo Heng was well versed in the construction of powerful weapons, even knowing how to create formidable devices from ordinary materials. However, the resources available here were vastly different from what he knew. Thankfully, magical materials were accessible. He returned to the cave and then to the dwarven forge, where he first solidified the granules. The process was straightforward, mixing some flour to create a paste resembling rice soup, slightly moistening it, and using a wooden mold to compress it gently, ensuring not to compact it too tightly to allow for gaps. The pressed material was then air-dried before being completed. For the throwing devices, however, the approach differed significantly. They required firm compression. Luo Heng decided to incorporate some fire-type magic crystal powder and fashion them into large, pineapple-shaped designs. By forming a spherical shape during solidification, he would then coat the sphere with a layer of shot before drying it out. Afterward, he would encase it within 2 halves of a metal sphere, which required a mold for production, albeit a cumbersome process with a low yield due to the intricate threading involved, often necessitating repolishing. It seems I must resort to bulk production, Luo Heng mused. Although this method of loading was advantageous as it ensured uniform distribution of the shot, crafting the outer shell proved challenging. Given the strength of the local populace, the weight of the throwing devices would need to be increased accordingly. Additionally, considerations regarding the length of the fuses and flight distance were paramount to prevent them from being hurled back by the orcs. The performance of a weapon is not universally applicable. It is akin to earth, where certain designs would be ineffective against metal cans or the stone-skinned Tyrant, as a soldier trained in specialized combat. One must consider the suitability of weapons for the battlefield, just as Luo Heng has identified the weaknesses of cluster munitions, such as their slow firing rate. It is evident that high-caliber machine guns would be far superior. However, the intricate machinery required is not something that can be fabricated hastily, and the challenge of ammunition supply poses an even greater difficulty. After a considerable amount of time, Luo Heng finally completed a throwable device the size of a pineapple, designed to be activated by a pull cord. Upon testing it himself, he found it to be somewhat heavy. Exiting the dwarven forging area, Luo Heng glanced at the distant orc encampment, feeling a profound sense of oppression. "Cheney, your slave has awakened," a dwarven woman called out, attracting the peculiar gazes of several human guards, who regarded the frail-looking dwarf with strange expressions. These human warriors had long heard tales of a dwarf capturing 2 orc priestesses, yet they were taken aback to find it was this seemingly weak individual before them. Luo Heng entered the cave designated for the 2 orc priestesses, both of whom were now conscious. The orc priestesses appeared somewhat frail, with slender arms and legs. Oh, it was Luo Heng's first encounter with orc priestesses, and he was surprised by their beauty. Adorned with fluffy, upright cat ears, their striking green and blue eyes, along with pointed chins and large, expressive features, gave them a somewhat alternative aesthetic. The room of the 2 orc priestesses contained nothing of significance. One priestess, who was not injured but nearly suffocated under the weight of a minotaur warrior, stood protectively in front of her wounded companion, slightly bowing her body. The green-eyed priestess stood strong, while the injured one possessed blue eyes. However, they appeared to belong to the same race. Sigh. Luo Heng let out a deep breath, for he perceived an unwavering courage in the eyes of the orc priestess, especially in the one shielding her injured counterpart. Indeed, orcs were a fiercely resilient race. Chapter 24. The orcs' plan. Luo Heng decided not to concern himself further with the 2 orc priestesses, as they would still be useful for prisoner exchanges in the future. Although unbeknownst to him, such exchanges were still 2 years away, that he instructed someone to inform Sardin to come and observe his throwable device, while he munched on some food, and ordered the dwarven maidservants to prepare meat and fruit for the 2 orc priestesses. Luo Heng was not worried about the safety of these dwarven maidservants. He had discovered that they could easily handle those earthhog pigs, let alone the orc priestesses, who wore slave collars. While he dined, abstaining from alcohol, The atmosphere in the orc camp was tense. 2 of our temple guards have perished, along with 2 war priests, 100 totem warriors, and 30 tiger warriors. How could we suffer such significant losses in just a few days? Thundered the Minotaur chieftain. His voice filled with anguish. The Minotaur chieftain lamented the loss, for the totem warriors were few in number, and nurturing one was no easy task. Now, they had lost over 100, another chieftain. The tiger chieftain wore a grim expression. The tiger race numbered only 30 to 50,000, and among them, only 3 to 5,000 could truly be considered warriors. Now, 1 in every 100 had perished. What weapons are the humans employing? Why did they all die despite storming the walls? The high priest of the war god temple also appeared grave, as priests were even more difficult to train than warriors, while orc warriors might be 1 in 1,000. Priests were 1 in 100,000. High priest, tomorrow, let us feast, and then charge forward together. We, the bear tribe, are willing to lead the charge, declared the bear chieftain loudly. Charge, you all know how limited our siege towers are. And the humans still have their catapults intact. With our small numbers, we cannot achieve anything. We must first destroy the humans' catapults, retorted the lion chieftain harshly. The wolf chieftain stood up. Are we to let our elite wolf cavalry, along with the Minotaur warriors, tiger warriors, and priests, die in vain? Silence, the high priest shouted as the orc chieftains began to bicker again. Cease the attack. Order the servant army to focus entirely on constructing siege towers. Once we ascertain the nature of the humans' weapons, we shall resume our assault. The leopard chieftain interjected. The other chieftains, feeling uncertain, pondered the situation. With over 100 totem warriors lost, and the tiger warriors also suffering casualties, what would the outcome be for them if they charged? The high priest closed his eyes and then opened them to declare, during our next siege, we priests will summon companions to aid in the assault. Upon hearing this, the orc chieftains below became invigorated, for the summoned creatures of the priests were formidable, and most of them could fly. This winter has arrived early. We must secure sufficient provisions, the high priest added. Indeed, the chieftains responded before departing. Meanwhile, the orc servant army, engaged in felling trees, worked diligently to construct the siege towers. However, building siege towers was a complicated endeavor, requiring numerous materials such as hides, bark, timber, and planks that in the northern fortress. Sodden gazed in astonishment at the throwable device he had launched, which had traveled 50 meters away. Although he had anticipated that Luo Heng's creation would be impressive, he was still taken aback as he adjusted his helmet, which had clanked against the rocks above. He was startled by the sound. Below, several targets bore numerous impact marks. This was only within a distance of 50 meters, and given Sodden's strength, such a weapon could be thrown even further. Cheney, can this be utilized with a catapult? Sodden proposed an idea. Luo Heng's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he remarked, Teacher, you truly deserve that title for coming up with such an idea. That I believe that if this throwable device were to be used in a catapult, it could be enlarged at least 3-fold. Let's refrain for now. After all, whatever is launched by the catapult would credit the humans, Sodden replied, shaking his head. Teacher, we could still sell these for gold coins, Luo Heng stated. Somewhat exasperated, as it seemed an inopportune time to discuss gold, Sodden pondered for a moment before responding. There's no rush. We have plenty of stone stockpiled for the catapults, so let us focus on producing these throwables for now. Understood, Luo Heng replied promptly. Although he was unsure of Sodden's intentions, Sodden personally observed Luo Heng's creation of the throwables. Over the next 2 days, the orcs did not launch an attack, and Sodden and the others managed to produce over 1,000 throwables, all with a fixed amount of explosive material. The fuses, crafted by Luo Heng himself, were crucial to the efficacy of these throwables. Hence, he took it upon himself to experiment with several, achieving a high success rate. The dwarven forging area was formally established, with distinct zones for material purification, assembly, and configuration, all of which Luo Heng meticulously oversaw. This area consisted of isolated caves, ensuring that even in the event of mishaps, the damage would be contained. The cannon forging area produced far superior artillery compared to casting methods, particularly in an era where metallurgy was still developing. However, only Sodden barely met the minimum requirements for forging. As the cannon barrels were relatively thick, the dwarves handled the casting, while the human servants were responsible for polishing and casting the projectiles. What had once been a sparsely populated dwarven forging area was now bustling with activity. and human servants were eager to work there. Firstly, it was safe, as it was the center for weapon manufacturing, and it was unlikely to fall until the very end. Secondly, the food provided was far superior to the rations given to ordinary soldiers outside. After all, the physical exertion required for defense was not as demanding as that of the dwarven forgers that in just a few days. Fresh meat supplies had dwindled, leaving only cured and exceedingly salty jerky for soup. It appears the orcs are preparing for a grand battle, Sodden remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the orc encampment. Teacher, are the orcs not attempting to deplete the catapults first? Luo Hung inquired, having discerned that the orcs had been focusing their efforts on the catapults during these past few days, as the sheer height of the stone walls made it difficult for enemies to scale without siege towers. Chapter 25. A sense of urgency. It seems the previous two assaults have incited the orcs' wrath, Sodden remarked. Luo Hung understood the hierarchical dynamics among the various orc races. The higher-tier races, though powerful, had low reproductive rates, while the lower-tier races, although weaker, had high fertility rates. This was akin to mice, which could produce a litter of 7 or 8 every month and mature within 2 to 3 months, compared to tigers and lions that might only produce one offspring every few years. Similarly, the stronger orc races consumed more resources. After all, their robust physiques did not arise without adequate nutrition. The disparity in physical capability can be likened to why some giants can excel in basketball while others struggle to stand. Luo Hung observed the densely packed orc army, having witnessed their strength firsthand. He felt fortunate that the humans possessed superior weaponry. Yet as a soldier, he understood that war was perpetually unpredictable, and he remained uncertain about the high-level combat capabilities present in this world. The commander of the fortress, Hermann, appeared merely robust, much like the knights, without exhibiting any extraordinary or transformative power in the realm of orcs. The rock giants wield colossal wooden shields measuring over 2.5 meters in height and thick as a palm, instantly revealing their formidable nature. During the era of cold weaponry warfare, the advantage of sheer size is indisputable. Cheney, are you worried? Sardin inquired, noticing the anxiety reflected in Luo Hang's eyes. Yes, master. Luo Hung nodded. Sardin patted Luo Hang's shoulder reassuringly. There's no need for concern. The northern fortress is the foremost bastion of humanity. Luo Hung nodded again. Master, I can't shake off this feeling of unease. It's all right. Take some time to rest. You can practice throwing more, for the orcs won't expend all their strength in this assault. They aren't that foolish, Sardin asserted, confident that the fortress would withstand any onslaught, as it had never been breached since its construction. Sardin harbored additional thoughts. If it truly came to that, they would surrender the first layer of the fortress, as the various orc tribes would retreat once they secured sufficient provisions. However, the fortress would still sap the orcs' strength. Such a scenario would only arise if the defense proved untenable. Otherwise, the orcs would likely return year after year. Unbeknownst to Luo Hong, sleep eluded him in previous days. Slumber had come easily, but now his mind was beset with myriad thoughts, primarily fixating on the immediate situation. The weaknesses of cannons are quite apparent. Yet crafting overly complex weaponry is impractical. The effectiveness of our current throwing weapons remains to be validated. Attacking a target is entirely different from engaging an enemy, he pondered. Additionally, applying human warfare concepts to these orcs proved futile. The width of the walls was limited, and had they been broader, the safety range of the cannons could have been expanded. Yet without stone walls, the cannons would wield little influence. Thousands of orcs charging together, unless... An idea struck him, potent and based on a simple principle: thermobaric weapons. However, the extensive range of thermobaric attacks raised questions about their suitability for defensive operations, a matter Luo Hung was uncertain about. But magic materials will certainly be involved, he mused, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of utilizing magical components, which might yield unexpected results. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, Luo Hung dreamt of orcs surging like a relentless tide toward the fortress. He envisioned them leaping onto the walls, while the rock giants hurled massive boulders, shattering the catapults to smithereens. In his dream, the cannons on his side could not withstand the enemy's assault, and suddenly, a female orc shaman swung a wooden mallet toward him with ferocity. With a start, Luo Hung awoke, the faint glow of the forge and the clinking of metal finally rousing him from his slumber. He was drenched in sweat, uncertain of the hour. Rising, he splashed his face with water to clear his mind. This fortress boasted a dedicated sewage and water supply system, although he was oblivious to where it all led. After pounding on a metal block for a while, his heart calmed. The craftsmen of the throwing weapons and cannons had not rested. They worked in shifts, with the more technically demanding tasks being handled by dwarves, while humans managed the remainder. Upon exiting the forge, a chill enveloped Luo Hong, and outside, a thick fog obscured visibility. His heart raced. He found it strange that during the heat of battle, his mind was devoid of distractions, yet now, with the fighting past, a whirlwind of thoughts assailed him. With no orc offensive to oversee, Luo Hang supervised the crafting of cannons and throwing weapons. The latter had been improved with the addition of a handle for easier gripping, as the pineapple-shaped design had proven awkward to wield, resulting in shorter throwing distances due to improper leverage. Fire-type magic crystals are highly flammable and generate intense heat. They typically require a burning additive for utilization. He scrutinized the properties of the magical materials. Luo Hung sought to discover a means to create a weapon of great power from these materials, but found himself at a loss. During breakfast, he spotted chunks of meat in a wooden basin, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Carrying the basin, he approached the kitchen, where two stout dwarven women managed the meals for their kin. They were also Sardin's attendants, not wives. "Aunt Xena, do you have any monster fat?" Luo Hung queried, recalling a potent yet straightforward weapon, an urban warfare tool, which, unless faced with top-tier tanks, would leave standard armored vehicles utterly defenseless against it. The thick fur of the orcs further suited this combat necessity. "Indeed. We have plenty," Xena replied, munching on meat and bread as she guided Luo Hang to the back of the kitchen. In a stone basin, melted monster fat awaited exploration, its physical properties still a mystery requiring further experimentation. However, such trials necessitated tools, basic equipment for refining experiments. Magic merchants, Luo Hung considered, dismissing the idea of crafting them himself. After a hearty meal, Luo Hung ventured outside, where the mages resided in a magical district, an area off-limits to outsiders. Akin to the Dwarven Forge, accessible only to high-ranking officers and dwarves, with others permitted entry but not exit, at least for the duration of the war. Chapter 26. The Black Market Merchant. Danny, Luo Hang's first thought was of Donka. But he possessed no gold coins. After pondering, he approached Sardin. "Experiment tools?" Sardin asked, puzzled. "Yes, perhaps the magic merchants have some." "Master, I would like to request an advance on some gold coins," Luo Hung stated. Sardin, upon hearing this, produced a small ledger, flipping through its pages as he began. "Cheney, those magic merchants are like vampires. What tools do you seek to forge?" "Something transparent." Luo Hung hesitated, unsure if glass was available here. "Crystal tools." "Good heavens, by the forge god above." "Cheney, those are exceedingly expensive," Sardin replied, his expression revealing his disbelief. Luo Hung quietly insisted. "Master, I believe there is still room for improvement in the throwing weapons, and I require some magical materials." "You can create magic." Sardin nearly leaped from his seat, his eyes wide as saucers, his beard quivering. "I'm not sure. I just want to give it a try," Luo Hung admitted, lacking confidence. The properties of this world might differ significantly from Earth, and he dared not present anything concrete, as he was uncertain. Furthermore, he speculated that magical weapons were akin to energy weapons, the rudimentary energy weapons at best. True high-tier energy weapons were far more advanced. "Very well. I will take you to find a black market merchant," Sardin conceded after a moment of contemplation. Luo Hung wondered why Sardin was reluctant to distribute gold coins to others. Was he truly such a miser? Yet, it seemed contrary to Sardin's character, and Luo Hung refrained from showing any outward surprise. Sardin led the way, stating, "Cheney, we must conserve coins for the return to the Dwarven Kingdom, where you will build your own castle. At that time, you can select 10 human attendants, and you still have 2 orc shamans. All of this will require funding. The cost of living in the Dwarven Kingdom is steep. 1 loaf of bread costs 5 times as much as here. And ale is 10 times more expensive that we do not produce grain. We purchase it all, so it is essential to save the coins. Moreover, if those rascals accompany me back without any gold, I would be utterly humiliated." "Master, you think ahead," Luo Hung remarked, surprised by the economic realities of the Dwarven Kingdom. Though he knew that brewing involved more than just grains, a variety of ingredients could be used. Sardin guided Luo Hung to the second layer of the mountain, where tunnels crisscrossed the cavernous space. However, the passages were narrow, and guards stood watch over the ascents and descents. Those on the lower level were not permitted to ascend, while those above could descend freely. Danny, Danny, Sardin called as they navigated the twisting corridors, arriving at the entrance of a stone chamber sealed with a wooden door. Come in. What's all the racket? A voice grumbled from within, sounding unenthusiastic about Sardin's presence. Huh, my dear Danny, you've put on some weight. Upon entering, Luo Hung beheld a stout figure, roughly 1.5 meters tall, with slightly pointed ears. Get to the point, shorty, Danny retorted, noticing Sardin looming over him. Danny, this is my new student, Cheney, Sardin introduced, plopping down onto a chair, adding, you should make your chairs bigger. This one barely supports half my backside and is quite uncomfortable. Cheney, I am Danny. Did this old bastard say anything bad about me? Danny stood, greeting Luo Hung. Uncle Danny, Luo Hung addressed him, noting his apparent age. Ah, I appreciate a polite lad. Cheney, what brings you to me? Danny replied. Please, I wish to purchase some alchemical tools, Luo Hung stated, having contemplated this on the way. Alchemical tools? Are you an alchemist? Danny asked, scrutinizing Luo Hung. No, I intend to use them for other purposes, Luo Hung clarified. A set of alchemical tools and notes will cost 300 gold coins, Danny declared. Upon hearing these words, Sardin immediately slammed the table, exclaiming, Scoundrel, you deceitful merchant. You imbecile, you know nothing. These tools were once wielded by Master Eugene, and I possess his alchemical notes. Danny retorted angrily. Bah, if you can perform alchemy, then perhaps someone might desire your trinkets here. 30 gold coins. Take it or leave it. Sardin spat, his tone dismissive. I would sooner smash them than sell them for less than 250 gold coins. Danny was infuriated. Yet Sardin's words struck a nerve. The demand for alchemical tools was indeed scarce within the confines of this fortress, far less than that for simple weaponry, and Danny had possessed these tools for an extended period. 80 gold coins. No more, you swindler. Fool, at least 200. Observing their haggling, Luo Hung noted that they ultimately settled on 130 gold coins, which Danny reluctantly agreed to. Sardin produced a pouch of coins, counted out 130 gold coins, and instructed Luo Hung to carry the box along with a roll of animal hide as they departed. Do not heed Danny's nonsense. Most of these items are likely fakes. However, having any alchemical tools in Danny's possession is a rarity, for few are willing to trade such things, and they often find themselves inadvertently retained. Sardin commented on their way back. Master, is Uncle Danny a gnome? Luo Hung inquired cautiously. Indeed. Gnomes can be merchants too, though they are not as despicable as humans, Sardin replied. Luo Hung sensed that Sardin harbored biases against both humans and gnomes. However, he chose not to engage in a debate with Sardin and returned to his stone chamber. Opening the box. What exquisite craftsmanship! Upon lifting the lid, the box extended, revealing 3 drawers with considerable gaps within. The compartments were almost perfectly fitted with the tools inside, including test tubes, a small scale, and various other minor implements. Most notably, there were crystal vessels. However, upon closer inspection, Luo Hung mused, this does not resemble crystal, does it? Indeed, pure crystal lacks such clarity, and Luo Hung speculated, could this magical crystal actually be glass? Danny had described it as a premium item crafted from magical crystal. Yet Luo Hung had not examined it closely at the time due to his ignorance. Contemplating, he unfurled the animal hide scroll and dripped a drop of blood onto a specific location. The entire scroll ignited instantaneously. Indeed, this was an alchemical insight magic scroll. Chapter 27. Rough craftsmanship. After the flames subsided, the remaining drop of blood suddenly returned to Luo Hang's body, flashing visions before his eyes. Though he could not discern them clearly. It seems I have indeed been deceived, he muttered. Shaking his head, he examined the assortment of magical crystal vials of various sizes and shapes, as well as a small magical furnace, which resembled a heating pad, appearing like stone, yet measuring 5 centimeters in thickness, with several diamond-shaped indentations around it designed for magical crystals or monster cores. Luo Hung shook his head, scrutinizing the items in his possession, and then pondered, requesting a barrel of pine nut wine from the kitchen. Although he had never tasted the local pine nut wine, its aroma suggested a high alcohol content that a barrel of pine nut wine cost a silver coin. While a barrel of ale was merely 20 copper coins, 100 copper coins equated to a single silver coin. making the pine nut wine 5 times the price of ale. Both barrels weighed around 10 g. Upon opening the wine barrel, an intoxicating scent of alcohol wafted forth. Luo Heng contemplated his next steps and approached the blacksmiths to discuss a distillation apparatus. Copper is notably malleable, and the craftsmanship of the copper workers in this world was commendable. 5 copper workers spent approximately 15 to 16 hours constructing the distillation device, which was not particularly large and lacked any valves, instead using copper tubing with corks as makeshift valves. Luo Heng brought the distillation apparatus back to his workshop and ignited charcoal. Though the distillation process did not require an intense flame, distilling alcohol is not overly complicated, yet the aroma spread throughout the entire smithing area, filling it with a robust scent of wine. Sodden, initially on the first level, received word and hurried back, witnessing Luo Heng placing some animal fat into a ceramic jar. Luo Heng added a modest amount of animal fat along with some inferior magical crystal powder, then filled it with alcohol. The interface was sealed with a cork. This was the first jar. He proceeded to prepare the second, third, fourth, and fifth, each containing different proportions of various materials. Luo Heng was well aware that Sodden had arrived, and upon seeing the fist-sized ceramic jar, Sodden inquired, "Is this intended for weaponry?" Confusion clouded his expression, as these were not composed of expensive materials, merely wine, fat, and subpar magical crystal powder. "Master, I am merely experimenting. We should find a more open area for testing," Luo Heng replied, as such experiments were ill-advised within the confines of the cave. "Is the shooting range unsuitable for testing?" Sodden inquired. "It could be hazardous," Luo Heng responded. Sodden hesitated, wanting to voice a concern, yet refraining, for Luo Heng had never disappointed him with his creations. Sodden remained puzzled as to how Luo Heng had acquired these items. Were they remnants from an ancient tribe in the forest? There were numerous gnome races, including forest gnomes, mountain gnomes, cave gnomes, and red gnomes, making it difficult for Sodden to ascertain Luo Heng's exact lineage. This would require a visit to the gnome kingdom for the temple emissary of the forging deity to evaluate. Sodden led Luo Heng up to the next level. It was Luo Heng's first ascent. Following Sodden, they climbed 2 levels, and upon entering the third, they encountered a mage who cast a beam of white magical light upon Sodden and Luo Heng. Luo Heng felt it resembled the first spell cast upon his arrival at this northern fortress. That was an evil detection spell. Some spells possess the ability to cast transformation, particularly those mastered by certain demons. The upper levels are where the mages reside, complete with a magical shooting range, Sodden explained as they walked. Upon reaching this level, Luo Heng felt a sense of dislocation, for the cave corridors were adorned with plants, and the illumination was provided not by torches, but by glistening stones. "Just moonlight stones," Sodden remarked, dismissing Luo Heng's astonishment with a smirk. Upon entering a fork in the path, 2 stone statues emitted beams of green light from their eyes. Sodden elaborated, "Rock golems, and the plants beside them are aggressive. Given sufficient magical energy, they can grow immense and exude a highly corrosive acid," Sodden indicated, pointing to a plant resembling a banana tree. The mention of acid piqued Luo Heng's interest, prompting him to take mental notes. After traversing approximately 1,000 meters without encountering a single mage, Luo Heng felt a sense of bewilderment. "Those mages spend their days holed up in their chambers," Sodden remarked. Upon reaching the level street, Luo Heng observed a small plaza dotted with wooden figures resembling people. "These are magical puppets created by alchemists. They record damage," Sodden explained, gesturing toward the wooden figures. Noticing their wooden composition, Luo Heng inquired, "Master, are these not made of wood?" "They are enchanted with magical protection," Sodden replied, gesturing for Luo Heng to test one, although Luo Heng felt apprehensive, considering the potential potency of the rough-crafted items. He understood that flammable liquids could seep through any crevice. "Master, what if I accidentally damage one?" Luo Heng voiced his concern. Sodden dismissed such worries, as the jars contained only common materials. How dangerous could they truly be? "Consider it my responsibility," Sodden declared sternly. With little left to say, Luo Heng grasped a ceramic jar, pried off the cork, and used a cloth plug to seal it. Inverting the jar, the alcohol flowed forth. Luo Heng produced flint, struck it, and ignited the jar before tossing it away. Boom! The fist-sized jar struck the magical puppet, shattering upon impact, and the alcohol ignited with a resounding explosion. The fire crystal powder within reacted to the intense heat, bursting forth and splattering the surrounding area with flames. Engulfing a space of at least 7 or 8 meters, Sodden could scarcely believe his eyes. What had merely been a mixture of common items had produced such an effect, while acknowledging the danger of the magical crystal powder. Sodden was astonished by the results from such a minuscule quantity. Luo Hong observed the flames clinging to the magical puppet, mentally calculating the effectiveness of the experiment, though the explosive reaction was less than ideal. He proceeded to test a second jar, keen to determine which concoction yielded the most potent result. Chapter 28. Conflict. Luo Hong discreetly calculated the duration of the effects, recognizing that both potency and duration of combustion correlated with the range of the explosion. A larger area and longer burn time indicated a better ratio. Cheney, wait a moment, Sodden interrupted, noticing Luo Hong's intent to continue tossing the jars. Master, Luo Hong questioned, perplexed. Let us assess the situation first. Sodden felt a sense of foreboding. The power of this entity surpassed even that of low-level magic, accompanied by the peril of burn damage. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong nodded, but soon he sensed something amiss. The glance at Sodden confirmed his unease. Teacher, could there be an issue with this magical automaton? Luo Hong inquired. Struck by a sudden thought, Sodden's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, these magical automatons have fallen into disrepair over the years. Nonsense, a deep voice interjected from behind. Master Manyu. Sodden, spotting the lean middle-aged man behind him, bowed and removed his helmet in deference. Your Excellency. Luo Hong quickly followed suit, aware that a Grand Mage held a significantly elevated status among sorcerers. Sodden, you have damaged the magical automaton. Should you not offer compensation? Master Manyu's speech seemed slow, yet it bore a peculiar rhythm that struck Luo Hong as somewhat melodic. Upon hearing this, Sodden promptly raised his head and asserted, Master Manyu, you are mistaken. The automaton may simply have lost its durability. Oh, I do enjoy your ramblings. This automaton possesses an auto-repair magic array, Master Manyu remarked, his gaze fixed not on Sodden, but rather on the 3 ceramic jars at Luo Hong's waist. Instantly, Sodden's expression soured, while Luo Hong felt as if the Grand Mage's gaze were a blade. His attention focused on the jars. Time slipped by amidst the crackling flames, and the 2 crudely constructed attacking magical automatons were reduced to ashes. Fascinating. Let us try another, Master Manyu thought, surprised that the dwarf's jars emitted no magical fluctuations, yet their effects rivaled those of mid-tier spells. Sodden, hearing this, interjected, Master Manyu, this might not be advisable. The magical automaton is no longer fit for use. Let us test another. Master Manyu disregarded Sodden entirely, addressing Luo Hong. Instinctively, Luo Hong reached to throw one of the jars but restrained himself, stating, I shall heed the teacher's advice. Very well, Sodden, one automaton costs 4,000 gold coins. Master Manyu had not anticipated his subtle suggestion would fail to compel the dwarf into action. He recognized Sodden as merely a talentless individual, likely just a dwarven warrior. Yet, it was surprising that the Grand Mage's suggestion magic had faltered. This form of magic, belonging to the realm of mentalism, while not primarily offensive, leaned towards illusion, a distinction that set it apart from direct attacks. Master Manyu, surely this is excessive. They are merely automatons, and our weaponry is costly as well, Sodden retorted, at a loss for words. Let us see, this world does not permit the existence of superlative artifacts. Master Manyu uttered a peculiar statement. Sodden then turned to Luo Hong, saying, Smash another. Understood, teacher. Luo Hong committed Master Manyu's words to memory. The notion that superlative artifacts were not permitted intrigued him, and it seemed Sodden was equally aware. With a resounding crash, the crude object struck a magical automaton, igniting it instantly. Master Manyu observed, nodding. It even possesses splash damage and burn effects. Oh, he noted fluctuations in the magical energy of the automaton, which were intensifying. Within a minute, the color of the automaton began to shift, and Master Manyu stared in astonishment at the 2 dwarves. Had it not been for his vigilance, he might have suspected foul play. What could have caused the magic array to fail in an otherwise intact automaton? Let us try again. Master Manyu sought clarity amidst his confusion. Sodden nodded slightly, and Luo Hong hurled another object. In an instant, Master Manyu unleashed his mental energy. The faint wave of fire magic rippled through the air, and the scent. Was that alcohol? Master Manyu was genuinely astonished. What materials were involved? Alcohol, magical crystal powder, and what else? Time was of the essence. As the jar collided with the automaton, it shattered, and flames erupted violently, propelling debris outward and creating a conflagration. Teacher, a female mage emerged, noticeably shorter than Luo Hong. With a round face and clad in gray robes, she wielded gloves, one hand gripping a wooden staff and the other clutching a hefty tome. Master Manyu nodded, not turning to acknowledge her. Is the teacher here to experiment with mid-tier magic? The diminutive mage inquired. Her gaze upward. She stood about 1.50 meters, while Master Manyu towered at over 2.50 meters. Sodden measured around 1.80 meters, with Luo Hong similarly proportioned. Curious, indeed, Master Manyu mused, observing the automaton reduced to a pile of ashes once more. He found it perplexing. He had verified its condition under the scrutiny of his mental energy, confirming it was intact. Master Manyu, shall we take our leave? Sodden asked. Sodden, those 4 magical automatons are worth over 10,000 gold coins, Master Manyu replied, casting a glance at Sodden. Your Excellency, this was your directive to us. It bears no relation to us. Cheney, let us depart. Sodden retorted, brimming with indignation. Sodden, are you certain you wish to defy the will of a mage? Especially that of a grand mage? Master Manyu inquired with a slow yet resolute tone. This, Sodden lost all semblance of politeness, erupting in anger. You wretched, scrawny reed. Are you attempting to extort me? Luo Hong, taken aback, stared in disbelief. Who had been so courteous just moments ago? Sodden, what did you say? Master Manyu's voice turned frigid. What do you mean? I am a warrior, and you scrawny reed, should not be within 20 paces of a warrior attempting to extort me. Fight! Sodden bellowed, raising his hammer and charging at Master Manyu, who smirked at the impending confrontation. Luo Hong, seeing this unfold, hurled the remaining jar towards Master Manyu. The Grand Mage scoffed, but Luo Hong watched as the ignited projectile traced a graceful arc through the air, only to extinguish mid-flight. That a shiver ran down Luo Hong's spine, and as he dodged, 2 streaks of light struck the spot he had just vacated, while the gnome mage brandished her staff. Instinctively, Luo Hong unleashed 2 flying knives, executing a tactical roll before charging at the gnome mage. Magic could not rival the speed of a bullet. In a swift motion, the gnome mage conjured an invisible hand that grasped both flying knives. But at that moment, Luo Hong surged forward, executing a low tackle that struck her leg, causing her magical aura to flicker. With a thud, Luo Hong saw the gnome mage stumble toward him. He sidestepped, executing a graceful maneuver, striking her neck with a precise chop, causing her to crumple to the ground. Meanwhile, the jar hurled at Master Manyu landed behind him with a resounding crash, having witnessed the explosive potential of the jar. Master Manyu realized it required ignition to detonate. He had extinguished the flames, yet found himself in a precarious situation as they reignited. In a panic, Master Manyu raised a magical shield to counter Sodden. But the searing sensation at his back left him flustered. With a resounding crack, Sodden's hammer glowed crimson, shattering the Grand Mage's protective barrier. Magical weapon! Master Manyu exclaimed, only to be kicked in the shins by Sodden, sending him crashing into the stone wall. Damn it, Master Manyu muttered, conjuring a burst of water to douse the flames at his back, only to discover that the fire remained unabated. Luo Hong swiftly kicked the gnome mage's staff and tome aside, employing standard protocol for handling captives, and then noticed that Master Manyu's back was ablaze. Do not move, he warned. The contents of the jar contained oils and magical crystal powder, rendering it resistant to water. Master Manyu complied, and Luo Hong quickly removed his leather armor, placing it over the flames on the Grand Mage's back. After a series of firm pats, the flames finally succumbed, fortunately, as the contents splattered minimally. Had they been fully doused, the consequences could have been dire. You pathetic creatures, Sodden remarked, observing the 2 mages, one unconscious, the other in disarray. Pathetic creatures referred to the weakest animals in the jungle, akin to ground-dwelling fowls, incapable of flight, fleeing at the first sign of danger. You. Master Manyu stammered, clearly at a loss. How about it? Would you still like to test the might of my magical forging hammer? Within a mere 5-meter distance, Sodden contemplated that if the verbose mage continued to be obstinate, he would not hesitate to deliver a severe reprimand. What happened? The commotion attracted a considerable number of mages, including Commander Herman, who, upon surveying the scene, was equally astonished. The verbose mage was known for his exceptional magical talent. although his casting speed was somewhat sluggish. His success rate was remarkably high. How could he find himself in such a predicament? He merely fainted, replied a gnome mage, who was being examined by a few other mages. Naturally, Luo Hong was unperturbed within this fortress. He was primarily identified as a dwarf. Since the leader had already taken action, it would be foolish for him not to follow suit. In his mind, Luo Hang regarded himself as a dwarf, treating Sodden as his captain. Whatever the captain did, he would do as well. A cowardly wretch, daring to extort from you, my esteemed dwarf. Sodden's tongue was sharp. Cough, you little rascal, you speak nonsense, the verbose archmage retorted, looking quite disheveled with a large portion of his robe singed. My lord, the verbose mage, could you enlighten us on what transpired? Herman inquired, his authority becoming increasingly palpable. These two rascals were vandalizing magical puppets, and I came to intervene. The verbose archmage began to explain. Nonsense, we were merely testing the potency of our new weapon. When you arrived, you demanded compensation for the magical puppets, and then, Sodden interrupted angrily, his aura shimmering momentarily. Impossible, Master Sodden. How could your weapons possibly damage the magical puppets? These puppets require at least intermediate magic to be destroyed, and we have not sensed any fluctuations of intermediate magical power. A mage interjected. Then it must have been the verbose archmage who caused the destruction, Sodden shrugged, thinking that if they did not believe him, so be it. His curiosity piqued about what had been added to the last jar that caused it to combust without fire. Indeed, it was a new type of weapon. I sensed the essence of beast fat and some inferior magical crystal powder, possibly even alcohol. As for any other components, I could not discern them. The verbose archmage would not concede easily, after all. For magical puppets were at stake, and he had no notion of how many gold coins he would have to part with. Master Sodden, could you present the new weapon for our inspection? Herman suggested, looking at Sodden. Upon hearing this, Sodden replied, this is a closely guarded secret of our dwarven clan. If you wish to see it, it will cost you 1,000 gold coins each. Luo Hong was astounded. How could Sodden demand 1,000 gold coins for something that cost barely a single coin to produce? Very well. Let us see it for testing, Herman agreed, nodding. Overseeing a massive fortress with an army of over 200,000, 1,000 gold coins was trivial. Sodden turned to Luo Hang and instructed, Cheney, go fetch our dwarven clan's secret weapon. Yes, Luo Hong promptly replied, though in truth, he was returning to fabricate it. Watching Luo Hong depart, Sodden grinned and asked the verbose archmage, what do you suppose the orc's reaction would be if we armed ourselves in abundance with such weapons? With these, I believe our northern fortress would no longer require mages. Nonsense. Numerous mages rebuked Sodden in unison. Herman waved his hand, saying, Master Sodden, refrain from making such reckless statements. At that moment, the gnome female mage finally regained consciousness under the influence of another mage's spell. Still somewhat dazed as she surveyed Sodden and her surroundings. Where is that shriveled dwarf? She inquired. He just left, but he will return shortly, replied an elven mage. The gnome female mage seethed. I challenge that despicable ambusher to a duel of magic. If I lose, that shriveled dwarf shall become my slave. Humph, little girl, you talk big. My pupil possesses the heart of a warrior, having slain an orc scout in hand-to-hand combat and gravely wounded 5 others, all while deep in the northern forest. As for recent military exploits, you may investigate. My pupil's name is Cheney, Sodden proclaimed with pride. When you achieve such feats, then you may issue a challenge. Otherwise, it would be an affront to warriors, one that must be washed away with blood. Sodden had learned of Luo Heng's experience in slaying orcs. Should a duel occur, he held little hope for Cheney, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. However, Sodden would not voice such concerns, for he was indeed bringing tangible gold coins. Humph, I will. The gnome female mage huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yet, she could not entirely dismiss Sodden's words. As so many witnesses were present, and Herman was well aware of any military achievements, after a full hour, Luo Hong arrived, drenched in sweat, having utilized the final iteration of the formula. Halt, you mages, step back. This is a secret weapon of our dwarven clan. Sodden warned upon seeing Luo Hong ready to test the weapon, fearing that the recipe might be discerned by the mages. Master Sodden, I assure you that these mages will not interfere, Herman replied. Exasperated, he was all too familiar with the nature of dwarves. While most were straightforward, Sodden was undoubtedly an exception. which was why he was able to profit within the fortress. Chapter 30. The enigmatic spatial bagumph. Sodden grunted in dissatisfaction upon hearing Herman's words. Luo Hong, of course, adhered to Sodden's directives. Sodden instructed, Cheney, show those esteemed mages our dwarven clan's secret weapon. Yes, master. Luo Hong responded. The term esteemed mages was not a compliment in this context. It was more a sardonic jab than a mark of respect, as the common folk would use. Luo Hong approached the remaining 2 magical puppets, approximately 20 meters away. The jar weighed around 6 pounds, and Luo Hong's strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, the distance would have posed a challenge. This time, instead of igniting the jar, Luo Hong smashed it directly onto the ground between the magical puppets. The jar shattered upon impact, and with a resounding explosion, a massive fireball erupted, engulfing an area exceeding 3 meters. The magical puppet was immediately enveloped in flames, and the splattered burning liquid continued to ignite upon contact with the ground. The mages stood wide-eyed in disbelief, while Herman's brow furrowed at the sight of the weapon's effect. The flames raged for a good 15 minutes, reducing the magical puppet to ashes. The mages were incredulous. After all, these puppets were fortified with magical arrays, and the burning effect was astonishingly potent. Once more. Mages, prepare your extinguishing spells. Sodden called out, eyeing the last remaining magical puppet. Without waiting for the mage's assent, Luo Hong smashed another jar down upon the remaining puppet, causing yet another fiery explosion. Waterball spell. The gnome female mage summoned a basin-sized sphere of water. Upon witnessing this, Sodden was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that the gnome female mage was indeed a magical prodigy. The water ball plummeted into the flames, yet instead of extinguishing them, the fire flared even larger. Luo Hong shook his head. Such a reaction required an overwhelming volume of water. The oil had already ignited, and since alcohol served as the fuel, only a specialized burning agent could suppress it. In fact, using certain chemical agents could provoke an even more significant explosion. The other mages were equally astonished, unleashing spells left and right in a flurry. Water balls and torrents cascaded, ultimately managing to extinguish the flames. However, the mages were far from elated. A simple substance devoid of magical fluctuations had produced a burning effect comparable to intermediate magic and was not easily extinguished. Master Sodden, may I inquire about the manufacturing cost of this weapon? Herman pondered the production expenses. Sodden, visibly displeased, retorted, This is a secret weapon of our dwarven clan. 100,000 gold coins for that answer. Herman interjected. Excluding the jar, it costs less than a silver coin. Sodden raised a hand to signal Luo Hong. Then responded, Wow! Gasps erupted from the surrounding mages. Our mage guild is willing to pay a premium for the recipe of this weapon. Witnessing the efficacy of this inexpensive weapon, many mages considered preparing some for their adventures. After all, ancient ruins were often filled with various puppets, and this weapon's minimal magical signature made it less likely to trigger ancient defenses. 100,000 gold coins. Sodden declared, demanding an exorbitant price. You have 2 options. First, a one-time purchase of 100,000 gold coins. Second, you may place the manufacturing method in the Mage Guild, and we will compensate based on usage, 1 silver coin per use, an elder mage proposed. Sodden called Luo Hong aside and asked, Cheney, which option would you prefer? Master, this is merely the simplest version. There are even more powerful iterations with similar structures, differing only in the recipe, Luo Hong replied. Unsure which option was more advantageous, Sodden patted Luo Hong's shoulder, then returned to the discussion, stating, It can be placed in the Mage Guild for 2 silver coins per use, while retaining the right to improve the recipe. Agreed. The Mage Guild had no objections. But the multitude of mages exhaled in relief. However, we request that your Mage Guild pay a portion of the remuneration up front, using spatial rings or bags as collateral, Sodden stipulated, as he possessed a spatial ring. Upon hearing these words, Luo Hong felt an overwhelming excitement. Although this world was backward, its utilization of space surpassed that of Earth's technology. Certainly, we can make an initial payment of 5,000 gold coins, but we require the priority purchasing rights for the improved formula. The elder nodded and spoke. No problem, Sodden replied affirmatively. Luo Hong, feeling somewhat dazed, contemplated the notion that this backward world had patents, and that the Mage Guild actively sought priority purchasing rights. He gazed at the exquisite space pouch in his hand. Palm-sized and crafted from unknown leather, adorned with intricate patterns, Though it was referred to as a space pouch, it resembled nothing more than a small leather bag without an opening. Under the guidance of the mage, Luo Heng completed the ownership procedure of this space pouch with a drop of blood. "All right, little dwarf, hurry up and demonstrate your weapon formula," the gnome mage commanded, glaring at Luo Heng, paying little heed to her words. Luo Heng shrugged and returned to the dwarven forge area to retrieve the distiller. The demonstration lasted over 4 hours, and after witnessing the process, the mage's wore grim expressions. It was astonishingly simple, distilling pine nut wine and combining it with phosphorus powder, which was sealed with wax and placed inside a clay pot. Once the pot broke, the sealed phosphorus powder would ignite. As phosphorus was merely a common alchemical material, the combination of animal fat and distilled alcohol produced a burning effect akin to intermediate magic. Many mages felt that their gold coins had been wasted, but the elder mage was deeply engrossed in studying why these two simple substances, when combined, yielded effects that transcended their levels. However, this concern was of no relevance to Sodden, who had not yet returned to the dwarven forge area when the guards began sealing all the shops, citing that drunkenness could lead to public disturbances, confiscating all high-proof spirits akin to pine nut wine and brewing materials. "Cheney, here is your 10,000 gold coins, 5,000 of which are from the Rough Mage Guild, and the other 5,000 are from General Herman S. contribution," Sodden stated. "Thank you, teacher," Luo Heng responded without any displeasure regarding the distribution. Without Sodden, it would have been entirely impossible for him to acquire such a sum. "I will allocate 5 individuals to you, bringing your total to 20 upon our return to the Dwarven Kingdom. I shall report to the king and grant you a fief. These will be your attendants," Sodden continued. "Understood," Luo Heng exclaimed, a look of exhilaration crossing his face. "Ensure the legacy of your tribe continues. Bear 2 or 3 dozen little dwarfs. I've heard that orc women have a strong reproductive capacity," Sodden concluded with a mischievous grin. Luo Heng was rendered speechless, and subsequently, he was assigned 5 humans, who would henceforth belong to him. After distributing tasks, he began crafting revolver-grade firearms. The materials were prepared, and he had 2 coppersmiths press the bullet casings and another for the projectiles. For this purpose, Luo Heng specifically created 2 measuring instruments, offering a silver coin for each bullet casing and projectile.as for the gunpowder. He preferred to handle that himself. Motivated by the prospect of earnings, the 2 coppersmiths used basic stamping equipment to produce the casings. With a diameter of 30 millimeters, the completed revolver resembled a rotating launcher, and although it was somewhat cumbersome to use with one hand, Luo Heng could not help but smile ruefully, securing a belt strap across his back. Despite possessing the space pouch, retrieving items from it could prove distracting. "This is already akin to a cannonball. It's too conspicuous that I need to create a smaller version with a reduced ammunition capacity and a smaller bullet diameter," Luo Heng thought, finding the current design impractical. Chapter 31. The orc's ace in the hole for Luo Heng. Crafting small-scale handmade weapons was not a challenge as long as he had the materials, though this was limited to simpler structures. Automatic weapons were beyond him at the moment due to inadequate tools. They required excellent airtightness for pneumatic operations. Furthermore, automatic weapons were wasteful in terms of ammunition, while handmade production had limited output. Is it possible to manufacture one? Luo Heng pondered, realizing that the addition of fire magic crystal powder would greatly enhance the ammunition's potency. The primary concern lay in the barrel's material and craftsmanship. Perhaps magical forging could suffice, yet a range of several hundred meters paled in comparison to the 2,000-meter range of elven magic arrows. Never mind. For now, I shall forge 2 revolvers, Luo Heng decided after consideration. Recognizing that the technical requirements for revolvers were relatively low, of course, he would need fine iron, which met the strength requirements for the revolvers. However, there might be some shortcomings in terms of toughness, yet short-term use posed no significant issues. Luo Heng aimed to create sufficiently intimidating melee weapons. Indeed, a handgun's effective range of 50 meters qualified it as a melee weapon in this world. As for ranged weapons, he had witnessed elven magic arrows and tracking arrows before. Those were akin to guided projectiles. However, their power might be insufficient, thereby positioning the handgun as a close combat weapon. In the orc encampment, a vast logistics base lay hundreds of miles behind, where tens of thousands of orcs were chopping down trees to erect enormous siege towers. Dozens of siege towers had already been constructed, with more underway. Additionally, some orcs were crafting throwing spears from extremely hard wood, which were sharpened through fire and then meticulously polished with stones, first with coarse stones and then with finer ones. High Priest, do we have confidence this time? The chieftain of the Tiger clan appeared troubled. The deaths of dozens of tiger warriors weighed heavily on him, and the bull-headed chief had already been ousted. 100 totemic bull-headed warriors had nearly torn apart the former chieftain in their fury, and the new chieftain was unwilling to exert himself. Rest assured, Tiger King, our temple possesses sufficient strength to breach this fortress. Once we do, the rich lands of humanity await, grain, livestock, and various treasures for our warriors to claim. And let us not forget the human women. We orcs require human slaves to construct our cities and human women to bear our offspring. The High Priest, appearing aged yet vibrant in spirit, declared. High Priest, just tell us what it is. If you don't, the leopards and lions will never fight again. The lion and leopard chieftains interjected. The Earth Dragon, a rock tyrant summoned from another dimension. Once it unleashes its earth magic, this fortress will crumble, the High Priest revealed. Was the temple summoning beings from another dimension recently? The Tiger Chieftain inquired. Indeed, this summoning involved the collective efforts of our temple's 5 high priests, calling forth the rock tyrant from the demon plane. However, this rock tyrant lacks intelligence. It merely knows destruction. Furthermore, we cannot afford to sustain it, so we intend to use it to demolish this fortress that has obstructed us for a millennium, the High Priest explained. The tiger and others gazed at the High Priest, who held a pet insignia, a mark reserved for high-ranking priests of the temple. It depicted a rock giant, its body glistening with a metallic sheen. After a moment, the Tiger Chieftain turned to the High Priest, saying, High Priest, summoning such a being for battle, you must. I am old, I feel the god of war calling me. That is why I am here. I wish to witness the northern fortress collapse before my very eyes, the High Priest said, his eyes gleaming, though his skin appeared somewhat grayish-white. We shall prepare immediately, the Tiger Chieftain replied, uncertain of what to say. The High Priest before him was renowned across the continent, a sage of profound knowledge and the primary adversary of the Orc royal authority over the millennia. The thought of this High Priest claiming he was nearing death stirred complex feelings within the 3 major Orc clans, for this High Priest had outlasted numerous chieftains of various races. As the 3 chieftains departed, the High Priest caressed the pet insignia with his withered hand, a relic bestowed by the god of war. Master, a gray parrot perched upon the High Priest's shoulder. The High Priest produced a small crystal core and offered it to the parrot, enveloping it in a green glow. Little spirit, you have been with me for over 200 years. This time, we truly part ways. After I release the rock tyrant, take this insignia back to the temple, understood? The High Priest said, stroking the gray parrot. Yes, Master. The parrot replied, seemingly lacking the intelligence to grasp the concept of parting, but instinctively obeying its master's command. What a pity. If only I had another 200 years, perhaps you would reach the 9th tier. The High Priest gazed upon the gray parrot, which bore the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. If nurtured for another 200 years, it might awaken its lineage and ascend to the 9th tier, yet at this moment, such considerations were of little consequence. However, as he cast his eyes towards the domain of the 3 great Orc royal families, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze. The 3 great royal families wish to oppose the divine temple. They shall not succeed. Days passed, and the atmosphere within the northern fortress grew increasingly ominous. Even Commander Herman found himself peering towards the Orc encampment numerous times each day. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. The air carried the chill of the northern tundra, leaves swirling in a cacophony as the frost began to settle upon the surface of the armor. The situation appears dire, he mused. After 10 days, the number of large siege cannons had reached 40, crafted personally by the likes of Sodden and his fellow dwarves. Additionally, there were over 3,000 projectiles in reserve, and Lohengrin had prepared some larger ones. Made from inferior fire-type magical crystal powder, Lohengrin sensed something was amiss. He had constructed 3 revolver pistols, the kind resembling hefty hand cannons, capable of holding 6 rounds, with bullets the size of a small finger. Employing pointed projectiles. Should we create some using magical metals? Lohengrin pondered, examining the attributes of the magical metals. Among them, the finest was the precious gold, albeit the most costly. Even Sodden's specimen box contained but a single piece the size of a mung bean. Lohengrin's thoughts lingered on this. The deep horn sounded. Lohengrin sprang into action, witnessing the Orcs setting fire to their encampment, his expression shifting instantly. "Are the orcs finished?" murmured Hating from beside Lohengrin. "It is not that they are finished. Rather, the orcs are preparing for a desperate struggle, burning everything in their wake. They will either breach the fortress or perish in the frozen wasteland," Sodden gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Not only Sodden, but all the warriors within the fortress understood that the gravest test was imminent. The sound of the horn reverberated, and as the sun illuminated the valley floor, the orcs lined up, clad in armor. If wooden armor could be deemed armor at all, then wooden shields and wooden armor it was. Huzzah! Huzzah! The orcs shouted their battle cries as hundreds of siege towers advanced steadily towards the fortress, accompanied by the massive ancient crocodile. "Prepare the catapults! Prepare the catapults!" The messenger rode through the streets, relaying commands. As the sun reached its zenith, the orcs halted, with bearmen bearing heavy wooden shields shielding the bullmen as they propelled the siege towers forward. In the meantime, a great fire ignited within the forest above the fortress, and countless figures rushed towards the mountaintop upon witnessing the flames. "Damn it!" Sodden cursed vehemently at the sight. Lohengrin fell silent. The elves, favored by nature, could disregard any slander directed at them, yet they could not ignore the destruction of a forest, clearly a part of the Orcish scheme. "Do these orcs not fear the wrath of the nature goddess?" Sodden questioned. Observing the rock giants that followed behind the siege towers, creaking sounds emanated from the catapults as they prepared to launch, and then, with a sudden force, massive stones were hurled forth. Several siege towers were struck, and the rock giants among the orcs retaliated by launching explosive stone balls. "Cheney, let us go," Sodden said, glancing at Lohengrin before speaking. Entering the cave, Sodden instructed, "Gather water and sufficient food. This time we may need to flee for our lives. This is your due reward, a forging badge that will guide you to the Dwarven Kingdom. We shall meet in the Dwarven Kingdom. Seek me at the Barbarian Hammer Tavern in the western district of Ironforge." "Master," Lohengrin replied, eyeing several bags of flour, a bag of bread, salt, and jerky. "Do not worry about them. My concern lies with you," Sodden reassured as he patted Lohengrin's shoulder. "But what are those people?" Lohengrin inquired with reluctance, glancing at the individuals outside. "The fortress is a full 300 kilometers from the nearest city, across the flat river valley. None can outrun the orcs. We must retreat into the jungle for a chance of survival," Sodden explained. Lohengrin's gaze fell upon the 2 bags of flour, a spark illuminating his mind as he urgently asked, "Master, is it truly untenable? No one would dare wager against the tens of thousands of orcs outside. The orcs surely possess a trump card." Sodden's expression darkened. "Master, how much flour remains?" Lohengrin queried, surveying the cave and the flour. "Approximately 3,000 bags. I procured the finest flour with great difficulty, fearing the orcs would besiege us," Sodden lamented. "Master, please grant me all 3,000 bags of flour. If the fortress truly falls, perhaps I can present the orcs with an unforgettable surprise," Lohengrin implored. Boom! At that moment, the sound of drums echoed outside, prompting Sodden to declare, "Very well, it is all yours. The storage is over there. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." Lohengrin called out as he spotted mounds of flour stacked in a testing chamber, contained in cloth bags, surrounded by ample lime, all within a dry stone chamber, just as he burst onto the street. He heard the resounding voice of the messenger. Human archers began to fire, yet the centaurs among the orcs deterred the exposed human marksmen from revealing themselves, as doing so would mean certain death. Boom! Atop the fortress, Herman and several mages wore grim expressions. Herman issued the command, "Launch." One by one, head-sized clay pots were catapulted from various siege engines, landing among the orcs who bore heavy shields, largely ignoring the incoming projectiles. However, the next moment, with a resounding explosion, flames engulfed an area within mere meters. The barrage of clay pots continued from the fortress, and since the catapults were out of sight, the centaurs could only fret helplessly. Whoosh! The ancient crocodile expelled a torrent of water, yet the deluge did little to extinguish the flames engulfing the orcs, instead igniting their hides and long fur, spreading the inferno further among their ranks. The clay pots continued to rain down, and from miles away, the high priest observed the scene with a calm demeanor, uttering, "Let it begin." "Yes," the surrounding priests replied somberly, while the other orc chieftains hastily prepared. A deep horn sounded, and upon hearing it, the orc warriors retreated. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with burning orc corpses, numbering at least in the thousands. some having perished at the hands of their own kin. As chaos spread the flames far and wide, something is amiss, Herman observed from the fortress's pinnacle, his gaze darkening as he noted the orc priests and the rhythmic war drums. Ancient king, I, Alice the White Fox, offer my life and soul as tribute, beseeching you to obliterate the fortress before me, the high priest proclaimed, dancing upon a colossal war drum 2 meters in diameter, singing in an otherworldly tone. Alice the White Fox. Is she not the high priest of the war god temple? This is troubling. Herman's face paled at the sound of her name. Roar. Lohengrin beheld a gigantic flying creature leap from the fortress. A dragon knight. Herman has taken to the field himself, Sodden declared. Roar. At that moment, a towering, jet-black creature resembling a colossal rock giant materialized upon the battlefield. The rock tyrant. We are doomed, Sodden screamed upon witnessing the massive figure. Boom! As Herman descended, the rock tyrant unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the dragon mount to spiral out of control, plummeting downwards before being sent flying by a single blow from the rock tyrant. Crashing into the fortress, roar, the rock tyrant bellowed, spewing forth countless head-sized stone projectiles. Ah! Cries of despair echoed from the fortress. Lohengrin stood in shock, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of a self-propelled cannon." The earth trembles, the rock tyrant roared, striking the ground with a mighty fist. Activate the protective barrier. At that moment, a mage atop the fortress brandished an ornate staff, conjuring a massive light barrier that enveloped the entire stronghold. Yet within 2 seconds, the mage succumbed, spewing blood and collapsing. Open the back door. Retreat. Herman, bloodied and limping, his arm hanging limply and shoulder deformed, commanded. Commander, a mage urged urgently. A lord-level rock tyrant. Rumble. Herman's words were cut short by a thunderous noise as the mountainside adjacent to the fortress began to collapse, forming a makeshift ramp leading upwards. Damn those orcs. This is not an assault on the fortress. The mage, bleeding profusely, gasped in horror as the fortress warriors stood in stunned silence. Europe. The orcs watched as the rock tyrant's form began to wane, slowly vanishing, while the high priest, caught in the sonic wave, disintegrated into ash. The rock tyrant had been ordered to unleash its most powerful strike by the high priest, who had now perished, and with the loss of the binding force, the otherworldly creature was returned to its dimension. What a pity. Had the high priest made 2 more strikes, the Tiger Men warriors would charge. The tiger chieftain commanded, issuing orders. Countless orcs surged up the slope, which led directly to the 6th level of the fortress. Tiger men, lion men, leopard men, bull men, bear men, all charged towards the fortress without any protection. Quick, haul the artillery up, master, do everything possible to prevent the orcs from advancing through the streets. Strangely, there were no orcs below the fortress. They had charged up the slope from several kilometers away. Cheney, what are you doing? Sodden bellowed furiously. Master, once the orcs enter the caves, I will find a way to eliminate as many as possible. We will become the heroes of the entire human race, Luo Hong declared as he noticed a squad of knights had already descended to the 1st level, accompanied by mages. There was a passage leading backward, commonly referred to as the back door, through which the servant army was hastily retreating. Very well, but make haste. Leave immediately, Sodden said, glancing at Luo Hong and then at the hundreds of thousands of orcs. Gritting his teeth. Agreed. Luo Hong nodded. Chapter 33. Preparations. The fortress has fallen. Herman despairingly closed his eyes as he charged downwards amidst the throng of knights, chaos enveloping the entire fortress. Fortunately, a greater number of people were on the lower 3 levels, as most direct confrontations with the orcs occurred below. Soon, the occupants of the upper 2 levels retreated, including the knightly order and the mages. Europe. Countless orcs poured onto the collapsed mountain wall. The path formed by the collapse was narrow, merely 3 to 5 meters wide. Not a single orc descended to the fortress below, and the orc chieftains urged one another anxiously. Hurry, hurry, storm into the fortress. Among the orcs, there was a rule. The spoils of war belonged to the one who first laid claim to them. So none were willing to wait at the bottom for those above to open the passage, which would mean forsaking any chance of loot. Shall we pursue those who have escaped, my lord? An orc scout reported upon discovering the tracks of humans in the distance. No need. Those nearest to the fortress will take 2 days to flee. Let us first secure the spoils, the priest stated impassively, gazing at the lifeless form of the high priest before the war drums. Understood. The scout cavalry, protectors of the temple, were few in number and dared not engage with those who had fled from the northern fortress, uncertain if they might encounter mages within. Clear the way, clear the way. Sodden, accompanied by dozens of dwarves and followed by several humans, advanced, one dwarf carrying a large cannon, while others bore smaller artillery and potions towards the fortress. Sodden activated his battle aura, forging a path through the throngs of warriors. From a distance, Sodden observed the orcs had covered half the distance, hampered by the treacherous, collapsed rocky path. Damn it, block it. Sodden seethed in frustration. Such a collapsed route was detrimental to their advance. And if it became obstructed, failure was inevitable. He shouted repeatedly, get lost. Yura, kill. The orcs, witnessing the humans fleeing like ants atop the fortress, were filled with exhilaration. The Tigermen warriors led the charge, roaring fiercely, leaping forward despite the instability of the fallen rocks, with a multitude of orcs trailing behind. Boom! As the orcs approached within 1,000 meters, several knights atop the fortress operated a catapult, launching a ceramic jar that crashed to the ground. A dozen Tigermen were engulfed in flames as the incendiary materials ignited. Brothers, let us annihilate those orcs. We shall descend from above shortly. These knights were tasked with providing cover, and there were paths leading further up, where elven archers awaited in the forest. However, the forest surely harbored orcs, otherwise the elven archers would have returned. Captain, be assured, several knights responded bravely. Charge forward, and hurl the burning projectiles down. The tiger chieftain gazed at the desolate fortress, littered with weapons and armor, glorious metallic treasures. Ceramic jars rained down, igniting the Tigermen warriors who hurled them into the abyss, while the remaining flames atop the rocks dwindled. At last, the first orc leaped onto the fortress. Yura. This orc's immediate instinct was to seize a spear and cry out loudly, hurry, hurry. From a distance, Sodden saw dozens of Tigermen charging towards him and shouted, put down the artillery. The dwarves relinquished their cannons and began pushing forward, discarding obstructive weapons and armor along the way. Ha ha. The tiger chieftain laughed heartily upon seeing dozens of dwarves and humans rush towards him. Despicable Tigermen, I shall duel you. Sodden roared fiercely. Number 123 artillery, solid shot ready. Eliminate this tiger chieftain, he commanded in a low voice. Eyeing the tiger chieftain. Humph, tiger warriors, slay those dwarves. The chieftain, irritated by the interruption to his plunder, glared at Sodden's armor, recognizing its high quality, while dismissing the dwarves' darkened wares as inferior. Damn it, single number, fire. Sodden was taken aback that the chieftain did not fall for his ruse and shouted orders. Prepare the others. Despite lacking command experience, Sodden understood the necessity of coordinating based on weapon performance. Boom. 20 cannons unleashed a synchronized volley across the 20-meter-wide street. Pff, the tiger chieftain heard a thunderous explosion and felt warmth on his face, witnessing the bodies of 2 warriors before him vanish. Double number, fire. After the single number cannons fired, one dwarf promptly retreated with the artillery, and once those in front had cleared, Sodden issued further commands. Boom. The chieftain's roar echoed as he braced himself with a finely crafted iron axe before him. Thud. A tremendous force propelled the chieftain back several meters, observing as the warriors before him were reduced to mere halves. Kill. The enraged chieftain leapt into action. Come at me. Sodden remained remarkably calm, seeing the chieftain charge, and unleashed a cannon shot. The airborne chieftain was struck by a powerful force and fell to the ground with a thud. 5. Sodden shouted, and 5 ceramic jars were hurled from the hands of the waiting human attendants, landing precisely where the chieftain would land. Boom. The explosive flames radiated intense heat. Single number, fire. Just as the human throwers stepped back, Sodden bellowed that of the 20 cannons, at least half were aimed at the fiery figure, and the chieftain was struck by 10 cannons, collapsing instantly. Retreat, retreat. As countless orcs flooded into the caves below, Sodden knew it was time to leave. He led his men down to the 5th level, where battles still raged against the orcs, with some leaping from the 6th level to the 4th. Sodden opened the iron-barred passage connecting the 5th and 4th levels, crafted from iron as thick as a man's arm and reinforced with 2 layers. Surprisingly, the pursuing orcs did not follow. Some clutched heaps of weapons and armor and fled in the opposite direction. Hurry, hurry, activate the bellows, and scatter the flour into the wind. Luo Hung commanded his 20 attendants in the 2nd level, where 15 were vigorously shaking the bellows while the other 5 lifted flour into the air. Soon, The entire second level was engulfed in a cloud of flour, with over 200,000 soldiers and countless human attendants, more than half of whom were on the first and second levels. Many soldiers on the third level, upon seeing no orcs below the fortress, discarded their ropes and began their descent, with others following suit. The entire fortress descended into chaos, with the internal ventilation system carrying the flour upwards to the third level. An hour later, Luo Heng observed the throngs of orcs still densely packed on the collapsed mountain wall. With many having been thrown onto the path, the debris below had become a heap of charred remains. Yet, the orcs above cheered, having discarded their weapons and crushed numerous fleeing individuals. Cheney, what are you doing? Herman and the others finally descended, finding the area too congested. Move quickly, Luo Heng urged. You are utterly unreasonable. Herman was accompanied by the mage order and over 100 elite knights. I assure you I have a method to entomb all the orcs that enter the fortress. Do you believe me? Luo Heng declared. What? An incredulous elder mage inquired. What must be done? Herman asked weakly, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of a ninth-tier tyrant lord. Flour. Let the flour billow and cover the entire fortress, Luo Heng instructed. Royal Knight order. Heed my command and hold this position, Herman ordered. Commander, this is not your fault. We will explain to the council, a nobleman interjected, appearing anxious. My lord, you must leave. Herman realized he had no choice but to take a gamble. The fortress held vast resources, weapons and gold, and most importantly, 20,000 soldiers. Though Luo Heng spoke with conviction, Herman could not overlook even the slightest chance of survival. Enough talk. We must provide those soldiers with a glimmer of hope. Herman observed the leader of the Mage Guild about to speak further, but he raised his hand to interrupt, declaring, Isn't it just about raising dust? We can utilize wind magic for that. One of the mages spoke up. Luo Heng shook his head and replied, We must wait until more orcs have entered the fortress. At the very least, we need those werewolf cavalry to come inside. You. The mage leader glared furiously at Luo Heng's words. Remaining remarkably calm, Luo Heng then said, Moreover, my teacher is still up there. You may proceed if you wish, but if you prefer, you can leave 2 mages behind. When we retreat later, we shall undoubtedly have to jump down from this side. We will assist you in bringing up the flour, the mage leader, though skeptical, felt it would be undignified to leave without offering help. Consequently, a dozen mages utilized spatial bags to transport several tens of thousands of bags of flour, all ground to the finest quality. Luo Heng refused the coarser grains. Each bag weighed approximately 20 pounds. It seemed substantial, yet collectively did not fill the cave. Boom! Luo Heng heard cannon fire resounding from above. The mages departed, and Herman was forcibly escorted away, leaving behind a squad of knights. 10 elite knights, each possessing the strength of great knights. Observing Luo Heng directing the others to move the flour, these knights harbored disdain in their hearts, though none voiced their thoughts. 4 hours later, Luo Heng witnessed some scrawny orcs charging up towards the fortress, his eyelids twitching with a sense of impending danger. It was certain that the upper levels also contained dust, yet that was of little concern, as long as the dust in the 3rd and 4th levels met the required amount. Would the lower 2 levels collapse, leaving the upper ones suspended? Cheney, we are out of ammunition, said Sodden, feeling little fatigue as countless orcs busied themselves looting. Otherwise, Sodden and the others could hardly have delayed for several hours. And those orcs, having claimed their spoils, adorned themselves with weapons and armor, sitting hundreds of meters away, feasting on meat jerky and even gnawing on black bread, showing no regard for Sodden and his group. Teacher, there are still 2,000 bags left, and not everyone has evacuated from the 1st level, Luo Heng remarked, glancing at the dwindling daylight, aware that in the darkness, orcs possessed greater combat prowess than humans. 20 miles behind the fortress, Herman gazed at the distant stronghold, surrounded by thousands of warriors, with more gathering. All these warriors wielded complete weapons and armor. Those without were sent away first, including all the knights. Warriors. This is our final line of defense. Let us buy them time. Herman understood the speed of the orcs in this valley. Without obstruction, none here would escape. A somber atmosphere enveloped the surrounding warriors as silence spread. The back door of the fortress was at least 5 meters wide, and fewer people emerged, though a portion still remained. Cheney, it is time to go, Sodden commanded as he watched the orc priest formation begin to move. Teacher, take these people first. I will jump down from here with the last one left, Luo Heng said, eyeing the remaining bags of flour. which had already been torn open. "You all go first," Sodden ordered. And the few short humans and several knights immediately departed, without a hint of reluctance. "Teacher," Luo Hung called as he watched Sodden, waiting for about half an hour, during which orc voices became audible. Sodden embraced Luo Hung tightly, and then looked at him. Luo Hung tore open 2 wind magic scrolls left by the mages, and 2 whirlwinds erupted over the remaining 1,000 bags of flour, causing the flour within to swirl into the air. "Let us hope," Luo Hung muttered, picking up a few stones to smash several large ceramic jars within the cave, instantly releasing the potent liquor inside. He noticed a blacksmith's hammer and tossed the ceramic jar aside. "Jump!" he shouted, feeling himself lift into the air. At that moment, he witnessed the jar shatter and a flame surge upwards. Chapter 34. The Leaping Fortress. Sodden also gazed at the fortress. Having observed the mass evacuation within over several hours, while the upper levels had already been pillaged by the orcs, countless subsequent orcs rushed downwards, while more feasted within the fortress cave, indifferent to the needs of others. As Sodden fell, he caught a glimpse of a flash of flame within the fortress cave, followed by tongues of fire erupting from the cavern. The stone walls above the streets suddenly gaped wide open, resembling a massive mouth from which countless flames spewed forth. In the next moment, the entire mountain appeared to lose its support. Boom! Sodden was struck with horror, clutching Luo Hung as he desperately rushed towards the opposite cliff. The sounds of thunderous collapse and violent tremors echoing behind them. The war god rises again. A throng of orc priests and temple warriors, witnessing flames erupting from the massive fortress, leapt into the air as the mountain seemed to momentarily rise before crushing down again. The orc priests were stunned. Even the largest ancient crocodile retreated, emitting fearful sounds. Boom! That was not all. The path created by the rock tyrant's collapse crumbled once more, as if the mountain had rolled over to cover the way. A rabbit person watched helplessly as the mastiffs surged ahead, stronger than the rabbit warriors, allowing them to claim the spoils first. Yet in the next instant, countless mastiff warriors, along with the advancing tiger, lion, leopard, minotaur, bear, pig, and others, vanished, replaced by a torrent of massive boulders. The rabbit person screamed, grasping the rabbit chief behind him, who immediately collapsed to the ground. Behind the fortress, nearly 20,000 warriors stood in orderly rows, their faces devoid of light. Everyone knew that when the orcs pursued, they would be forced to sacrifice their lives to buy time for others to escape. What is happening? Suddenly, with a loud boom, flames erupted from the fortress's back door, and all eyes widened in disbelief. The cliff where the fortress stood seemed to jump, then slowly settle as if a person had stood and then had to sit down again. A profound silence enveloped the scene, save for the rumbling dust, which, under the sunlight, formed a massive golden cloud. We succeeded, we succeeded. The cheers of a group of dwarves jolted Herman and the others awake. Knights, charge, charge! Herman decisively commanded, his voice booming. The knights spurred their steeds towards the fortress, followed closely by nearly 20,000 human warriors. To be why this command, Herman earned the title of the greatest war god in this battle. Humanity sacrificed the northern fortress, losing supplies worth millions of gold coins. However, the orc side, claiming an army of 500,000, truly only numbered around 200,000, with about 100,000 middle-class warriors, of which fewer than 100 survived. The orc nobility and thousands of chieftains from dozens of races were reduced to just a few rabbit chieftains. The orc army was left with fewer than 10,000 rabbits and fewer than 500 temple warriors. Sodden released Luo Hong, gazing at the collapsed cliff, rendered speechless by the shock. Luo Heng's complexion had changed. Such power could hardly be reduced by even a forbidden spell. Yet now, it was evident that Luo Heng's words had come to fruition. Cheney, run! Just as Sodden prepared to praise him, he spotted a dozen orc cavalry charging towards them. Luo Hong had long been ready. He sprang up and ran, disregarding Sodden, fully aware that he was the greatest vulnerability. Sodden surged forward, filled with fighting spirit, charging at the orc temple knights. Yet despair enveloped him as those orc knights gracefully arced towards Luo Hong. Despicable scum! Come on, you pigs! Sodden cursed angrily, but the temple knights paid him no heed. Guided by the priests, they recognized Luo Hong as the root of their troubles. As Luo Hong fled, he glanced back. The expanse around them was too open, still over 100 meters from the cliff, requiring at least 5 or 6 more seconds. Boom! A crude projectile was hurled, igniting two orc temple knights behind him, who fell to the ground with wails. The orc cavalry slowed their pursuit, and Luo Heng pushed off the ground with all his might. Tension coursing through his body. Wailing, a shrill sound pierced the air, forcing Luo Heng to roll to the side. Thud! A long spear embedded itself in his path. Luo Heng tossed back a crude projectile. But this time the orc temple knights were prepared. Yura! The orc knights hurled their weapons. Thud! Luo Heng leaped forward and rolled on the ground, yet was still struck by a weapon on his back. Uffed! He coughed up blood, darkness clouding his vision, but biting his tongue, he resumed his flight. The cliff loomed ahead as Luo Heng pulled out two gloves, positioning himself against the stone wall. You are doomed. The orc temple knight pointed at Luo Heng. Declaring, Luo Heng seized a crude projectile and hurled it, causing the orc knights to retreat. Cheney. Sodden called out from a distance, witnessing Luo Heng surrounded. Luo Heng shouted back, Teacher, you must leave. He quickly donned the gloves and prepared to modify the crude projectile's formula. The orc cavalry, gazing at the swirling green and red smoke, instinctively retreated. Luo Heng's gloves were adorned with metallic hooks, a pair of chainmail gauntlets. He pressed himself against the mountainside, swiftly climbing upwards. A skill honed through rigorous training. From a distance, Sodden caught sight of the red and green smoke, nearly succumbing to despair. Yet he soon witnessed Luo Heng scaling the cliff. The shiver ran through Sodden as he glanced back at the orc priest behind him, whose aura of battle energy surged forth, propelling him forward. Scum! Bastard! At last, the orc temple knights spotted Luo Heng's figure, but their weapons had been discarded, and the stones in the area had already been cleared by the fortress, leaving only pebbles the size of eggs. Ula! With a cry, the dozen or so orc temple knights turned back to pursue the fleeing Sodden. Sodden silently lamented the reckless expenditure of his energy, feeling as though his battle aura was being squandered with abandon. Yet, after merely a few minutes, his energy reserves were nearly depleted, and a glimmer of hope crossed his face as hundreds of human knights charged forth. Though they too were fatigued from the lengthy advance, the pursuing orc temple knights, upon spotting the human cavalry and the infantry in the distance, let out furious roars and began to retreat. Catch him! Kill him! The newly appointed orc high priest coldly commanded the two temple guards trailing behind. Understood. The two orc guards, upon receiving the order, leapt lightly, unfurling their wings and soaring towards Luo Heng, breathless on the cliff. Luo Heng felt a wave of relief upon seeing the human knights approach, yet he immediately sprang into action, fleeing as the two winged orcs surged from behind a throng of priests, effectively cutting off his escape route. Damn orcs! Luo Heng dashed into the forest, fleeing wildly. Chapter 35, Jungle of Death. Luo Heng had not anticipated Sodden's safety. Instead, he found himself being hunted. I might as well consider it a helicopter pursuit. Luo Heng cursed inwardly, recognizing that while helicopters pursuing infantry would typically spell doom for the latter, the dense jungle offered a significantly higher chance of survival. However, the modern helicopter's infrared scanning and radar capabilities posed a serious threat, rendering unprepared infantry equally vulnerable. As for the flying orcs, Luo Heng had heard tales of their abilities, yet he remained cautious in his approach. Commander Herman, hurry, send mages to rescue Cheney. Cheney has succeeded. Cheney has succeeded. Sodden shouted upon spotting the two orcs pursuing Luo Heng. When he saw Herman arriving with the cavalry, he immediately called out, the mages have already departed. They are at least 100 kilometers away. Herman was taken aback by this revelation, realizing that the seemingly trivial tasks the dwarf had undertaken had indeed borne fruit, though he suspected there were deeper secrets at play. Herman gazed at the steep cliff. Chase them. Herman, now unconcerned with the details, urged his men forward. In the distance, the orcs fled in panic, some appearing utterly dazed. These were captives, a mark of military achievement. The accolades within the fortress were now out of reach, as too many were privy to the situation, but capturing prisoners was a different matter. Sodden stomped his foot, turning to the dwarf warriors behind him, and commanded, arm yourselves, let the remaining humans watch over the spoils, and let's capture those orc prisoners. Dozens of dwarves surged ahead, faster than the human infantry, whose stamina paled in comparison to that of the dwarves. Although the latter could not match the endurance of the human cavalry, hundreds of knights pursued, but upon spotting the ancient giant crocodile, Herman and his cavalry began to capture prisoners. Step aside, you cowards. Get lost. Despicable humans. Run if you dare. Upon arrival, the dwarves meticulously selected female rabbit folk to seize, as they held significant value. Those with appealing appearances could fetch hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. While their male counterparts were far less lucrative, the dwarves were not well versed in human aesthetics, so Sodden directly ordered the capture of young female rabbit folk, disregarding the males due to their lower worth. Thus, one by one, the dwarves retrieved tags from their storage bags and captured every female rabbit folk they encountered. Teacher, here are apprentice priests, and one is a fox girl. An astute dwarf discovered a group of orc priest apprentices. Step aside. You cowards. Sodden's eyes gleamed with gold, while Herman and his men, numbering just over 100, felt too embarrassed to contest with the dwarves for the spoils. The vast majority of the orcs managed to escape. Their speed rendered them untouchable by the pursuing humans and dwarfs. However, over 10,000 orcs were captured. Amusingly, Herman's group only managed to seize orc warriors and stumbled upon a few stunned tiger folk, lion folk, and half-dead bear folk in the process, when the mages finally received word and arrived. There was nothing left to claim. The Northern Fortress War of the year 6531 in the calendar of magic, under the command of the divine warrior Herman, resulted in the annihilation of over 160,000 orc warriors. The orc elite races would take 2 decades to regain their strength, and the number of captured orc prisoners reached an astonishing 18,000. From that moment onward, no human commander could ever match such a feat. Sodden, however, beamed as he surveyed the over 500 female rabbit folk, fox folk, and cat folk. Unable to contain his smile, their collective worth was no less than tens of thousands of gold coins, and those female priest apprentices might even fetch a price of 10,000 gold coins each. You cowards! When the mages finally arrived, Sodden unleashed a tirade against them. It had been 2 days since their expedition, as the mages had retreated to the rear fortress and Herman had been busy capturing prisoners. By the time Herman dispatched a messenger, the mages found it hard to believe the news. Gods! The mages gaped at the fortress's appearance, mouths agape in astonishment. See that? This is the masterpiece of our dwarves. All credit goes to us. Sodden raved before the mages. Master Sodden, 200,000 gold coins. You won't be able to claim that credit. Herman interjected. 1,000,000 gold coins. Not a single coin less. Sodden retorted boldly. 300,000 gold coins. And I will grant you a title recognized by the church. Herman countered, nearly spitting blood at the audacity of the demand. Sodden, though tempted, understood the immense value of this military achievement for Herman and his entire family. 300,000. Herman began. We can offer 500,000 gold coins, but you must demonstrate how you transformed the fortress in this manner. The elder of the mage group suggested. 1,000,000 gold coins. Sodden remained unyielding. Arrogant dwarf. Do you even comprehend the value of 1,000,000 gold coins? The mage shouted furiously. Humph, rabbit mage, if you don't want your names to be tarnished by my words, hurry up and provide the gold. Sodden sneered. 500,000 gold coins. Take it or leave it. The elder mage retorted with a scoff. I commanded you to rescue Cheney. Why did you not go? Sodden's anger flared. Fool. Do you think we mages are gods who can find 3 individuals in the dark forest? The elder mage shot back. Very well, but we must wait for Cheney's return before finalizing our deal. Sodden, lacking confidence, pondered the situation, questioning why such a massive fortress had collapsed. Meanwhile, Luo Hong, having turned and fled from the cliff, only needed a few moments to hear the whistling in the sky. Boom. Luo Hong dove forward, rolling on the ground as a large wooden spear embedded itself in the trunk of a tree. Without a glance back, he continued to weave through the forest, using the trees as cover. The dense woods were filled with evergreens, casting shadows as darkness descended. This won't do. I need to find a cave or something. PFF. As Luo Hong ran and pondered, an abrupt chill gripped him. Compelling him to drop to the ground, he saw a shadow streak past him, a cold sweat breaking out as he felt a trickle of blood from his scalp. Damn it! Ignoring the wound on his head, Luo Hong sprinted in the opposite direction, pulling out a revolver. Chapter 36. Flight in the darkness. Luo Hong had clearly underestimated these flying orcs, who could navigate the dense forest with surprising agility, something he had not anticipated. He retrieved some burnt charcoal powder from his spatial bag and pressed it against his injured head. The ashes, having undergone high temperatures, were devoid of bacteria, mildly alkaline, and effective for disinfecting, while also absorbing blood and neutralizing odors. With no other options, Luo Hung leaned against a sturdy tree, straining his ears to catch any sound in the vicinity. Bang! The tremendous recoil of his gun jolted him as he fired above, the force causing him to momentarily lose his grip, using both hands to steady himself. PFF, PFF, PFF. A flurry of noises descended from the trees, followed by distant thuds as something hit the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Hung darted out from behind the trunk, hastily distancing himself from the scene. The darkness deepened, and in this unfamiliar terrain, he felt increasingly uncertain. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Hung loaded a bullet, one as thick as his thumb, powerful enough that had he still possessed his original human physique, he likely would not have withstood it. Fortunately, his body was now considerably more robust as he sprinted through the forest. His ears perked up. The forest was inherently dark, and the sky outside was already dimming, filling Luo Hang with a sense of urgency. Suddenly, a loud bang startled him as a wooden spear struck the tree beside him. Damn it! They even have night vision. This is the end, he lamented inwardly, watching the wooden spear whiz past his ear. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he continued to run, his anxiety mounting as the darkness enveloped him. Just moments ago, he had longed for nightfall, but now he realized that night was the most perilous time. At least during the day, he could see, but if the beastmen possessed night vision, he would be walking straight into danger. Minutes felt like an eternity as he could only discern shadows a few meters away, and the terrain beneath him was uneven. Suddenly, a gust of wind, heavy with moisture, sent a chill through him, compelling him to dash forward. The roar of rushing water gradually reached his ears, and he ran desperately towards it. However, upon arrival, he found himself at the edge of a deep gorge with steep cliffs. A sense of despair washing over him. In such poor visibility, leaping down would surely spell his demise. Glancing back, he noticed a dark figure lurking in the sky. Damn it, he muttered, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He had a revolver. He could navigate through the sparser areas of the forest, where he might be attacked, but he could retaliate. In the dense woods, he had no chance to fight back. Luo Hung ran to the left along the cliff. Seeing his movement, the beastmen in the sky drew a wooden spear and hurled it down. He heard the whistling sound as his body instinctively froze that a spear landed mere half a meter from him, embedded deeply into the ground. Roar! A distant beast's roar made his heart race. He hoped not to encounter any magical beasts. Emerging from the thicket, his visibility improved compared to the forest, and he spotted a protruding section of the cliff. Prompting him to seek refuge beneath it, he pressed against the rocky outcrop. But disappointment soon followed as he found no caves or shelters. With a revolver in hand, he longed for a close-quarters confrontation with the beastmen. Suddenly, a series of rapid sounds echoed from above, and just as he took a sip of water, he sprang into action. In the distance, a horn wailed mournfully. No longer daring to linger, he sprinted forward along the cliff's edge. Although the sky was not yet completely dark, it was rapidly approaching that state. However, the winter night sky was dotted with stars, and though dim, Luo Hung noticed his eyes adjusting to the surroundings, enhancing his visibility. Others have advantages when crossing over. Where's mine? He cursed silently, regretting not having left sooner and lamenting his unreliable mentor, who had yet to come looking for him. Luo Hung was unaware that without a wizard and with Herman and others lacking climbing skills, they were preoccupied with capturing prisoners. He felt no urge to fight. Trained as he was, he understood how formidable the terrain was with beastmen on the ground and in the air. It was not merely the beastmen he feared. Even trained ordinary soldiers could prove deadly. With enemies in the sky, every movement he made would be exposed, and a direct confrontation would lead to certain death. Survival was paramount. The distant ridge indicated an increase in elevation, and as Luo Hung listened to the distant horns and aerial commotion, he made a bold decision. I must descend. Remaining on the ground meant facing both airborne foes and the beastmen behind him. He had to choose his battles, and with no confidence in evading aerial threats, he opted for the terrestrial ones. Visibility was less than 10 meters, and beyond that, everything became a blur. Taking a deep breath, he began to slide down the cliff, his back against the rock face, one hand gripping the revolver and the other clutching a bush, his feet scrambling for purchase. The cliff was dotted with shrubs, and as he pressed his back against the rock, he crouched down, grasping at the underbrush, which mostly consisted of thorns. He was unafraid of the thorns. They merely caused minor scrapes, but the absence of thorns would be far more perilous. Damn it! Suddenly, he felt his foot slip, and he quickly retracted it, glancing downward to discover a ledge beneath him, surrounded by thorns and brambles, approximately 10 meters below. The flying beastmen continued to sound the alarm, and he heard the call of what seemed to be centaur archers. Assessing the thicket below, Luo Heng stowed away his revolver and slid down. Ah! His scream echoed as he plunged into the brambles. Sharp pain searing across his back, prompting an involuntary cry. This way, this way. A dozen centaur archers arrived at the cliff's edge, peering down but unable to spot Luo Heng. The airborne beastmen, noticing his fall into the thorns, hurled wooden spears down. Luo Heng screamed again, rolling sideways amidst the thicket. Just as he moved, he heard the whistling of a spear. Thud! 2 torches were tossed from the cliff, landing perilously close to him. Surprised, he thought, are these beastmen insane? He began to scramble through the brambles, aware that the ledge was 3 to 4 meters wide, but covered in thorns, which were particularly dry this season. Aruda, where did he go? Throw the torches, commanded a flying beastman, pointing in Luo Heng's direction. One by one, the centaurs tossed torches down, igniting the thorns upon impact. As flaming torches fell, Luo Heng swatted them away, watching as they plummeted down the cliff. So high, he thought, peering down to see that the torches had not yet reached the bottom, but it appeared to be another forest below. Ignoring the thorns, he charged forward, undeterred, clad in leather armor with protective bracers. He had already swapped out his gloves, as spiked gloves were of little use in the thicket. Flaming torches continued to rain down, igniting the thicket ahead. Suddenly, a hefty stone landed near his feet, thrown by a beastman above. These damned pests! Luo Heng glanced up to see the beastmen dodging, an idea sparking in his mind. He drew a machete and began hacking away at the surrounding thorns, collecting them into his spatial pouch. After a vigorous session of chopping, he threw the gathered thorns over the cliff. As the flames drew closer, he hurled the thorns from his pouch to momentarily suppress the fire, then pressed against the cliff, nearing the rock face where the underbrush was sparse. Coughing from the heat and smoke, he felt intensely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the flying beastmen kept their distance, watching as he evaded the inferno. The flames below began to consume the forest, rendering the airborne beastmen hesitant to approach. The heat was unbearable for any living creature. They descended far from the cliff, and the centaur archers formed a small camp. Rest well. Tomorrow we shall slay that dwarf, commanded a tall, slender female beastman adorned in gray feathers. The centaur archers nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Luo Heng quickly noticed the raging fire beneath the cliff and contemplated his situation. That it was clear the airborne beastmen would not dare fly in the smoke and flames, making this inferno the perfect cover for his escape. Time to make a run for it, he decided, using the cover of the fire to retrace his steps. The thorns in the ledge burned quickly, as there were limited flammable materials. Luo Heng gazed up at the towering cliff, illuminated by the distant flames, resembling a beacon. May the gods protect me. May the god of forging bless me, he prayed. Clasping his hands together, spotting a suitable spot, he secured his grip on the rock with his spiked gloves and began his descent. Climbing up was easy, but descending posed a challenge. He dared not ascend. Aware of the centaur archers above, whose aim rivaled that of snipers, he carefully observed the terrain, moving cautiously, utilizing all 4 limbs, ensuring his body stayed close to the rock face. Each movement was deliberate, shifting his weight before transitioning to the next point. Though this method was slow, it was undoubtedly safe. After just a few minutes, Luo Heng felt utterly drained, lying upon the rocks and gasping for breath. He inched forward, and when he discovered a suitable place to rest, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of slumber. However, recalling the terror of the orcs, he consumed some provisions and took a sip of pine nut liquor, the spicy aroma jolting him back to alertness. Onward, he urged himself. Peering ahead, he frowned at yet another smooth cliff face. It seems I have no choice but to utilize a rope. Although he possessed a rope, its length was insufficient. The items he had prepared in his spatial pouch were merely basic survival gear, including ropes and machetes, essential for any wilderness training, while high-proof liquor served as a necessary antiseptic. With the rope in hand, he descended at a much quicker pace, and after traversing over 100 meters, he noticed some vines. Testing them, he retrieved his machete and began to sever the vines, pulling on 3 or 5 of them to ensure their sturdiness. This is even faster than before. Luo Heng realized that although cutting the vines required time, the descent was swift, and, Crucially, it consumed little energy. Employing this method for over 2 hours, he finally arrived at a spot just a few hundred meters from the ground, surrounded by countless vines. The descent became significantly easier, and he avoided reaching for the protruding branches. Uncertain of their nature, some could be exceedingly fragile, and climbing down from the trees might not be safer than descending the cliff. Upon landing, he beheld the smoldering forest a few hundred meters away and sprinted in the opposite direction. Fortunately, he had chosen to move upwind. Otherwise, the intense heat and thick smoke from the burning forest could have driven him to despair. The first rule of survival is to locate a stream or river. Water flows downhill, so Luo Heng opted to descend rather than ascend, seeking to evade the wildfire, with the best option being to find a river, a natural firebreak. Well-versed in forest survival, Luo Heng couldn't contain his excitement upon spotting a stream. He splashed about in the water, invigorated after a night of smoke and flames. Although the water was chilly, it was refreshing, with the stream discovered and a massive fire glowing in the distance. His pace quickened, all the while keeping an eye on the sky, not perceiving any signs of orc presence. Hooray! At last, he spotted a larger river, despite it being well into the night. Although drifting at night is perilous. Now is the time to act. Luo Heng pulled out 2 animal skin bags, filled them with air, and secured them around his waist, with another at his feet, taking a sip of pine nut liquor. He slowly reclined into the current. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, lightning illuminated the sky, and as Luo Heng gazed at the widening river, his heart sank. If it rained heavily, the river would become treacherous. The thunderclaps were deafening, and bolts of lightning flickered. Is that area on fire? Luo Heng observed that the lightning remained concentrated in one location, initially not heeding it, but now realizing it was over a burning region. Could it be that there truly are deities in this world? Perhaps the god of nature coming to extinguish the flames. Given his experiences over the past few days, Luo Heng found it hard to believe his own speculation. Chapter 38. Combat brings calm. Luo Heng's mind was filled with apprehension. Why are flash floods dangerous? Rainfall in the mountains is not inherently perilous, but when it rains upstream, while the downstream area remains dry, those unprepared can be caught off guard as the water surges several meters high. Akin to the release of a dam. Therefore, when engaging in wilderness survival near riverbanks, one must be vigilant and observe the highest water levels in the vicinity, typically keeping a safe distance from riverbanks. Never assume that a flat riverbank makes for an ideal campsite, especially in seasons prone to sudden rain. One might awaken to find their entire camp submerged. Yet Luo Heng hesitated to leave the river. How far could flying orcs search in a single day? And what of centaurs? With 4 legs, how swiftly could they traverse the forest? Regardless of their nature, no human could match their speed, even the smallest of creatures like mice or turtles, which, despite their appearance, can move surprisingly quickly. Not to mention the half-man, half-horse beings. Luo Heng was acutely aware of orc endurance day and hour later. As Luo Heng heard a thunderous noise behind him, he straightened up in alarm and extended his hand backward, acting as a rudder. But he seemed unprepared for the tumultuous waters of this section of the river. The banks loomed darkly around him, but as he lowered his foot, confident he could stand. A massive wave crashed over him, and he was swept away. The leather bags tied around his waist and legs, designed for carrying supplies in the fort, were sturdy but had endured over an hour's soaking. This is bad, Luo Heng thought. Swallowing several mouthfuls of water and feeling something collide with him in the flood, the river was teeming with debris, from large logs to small stones. He sensed the buoyancy in his legs diminishing. Realizing that one of the bags had ruptured, in such a flood, struggling was futile. He kept his head above water, but his legs struck rocks repeatedly. Generally, the likelihood of colliding with stones in calm waters is minimal, as large rocks are scarce due to the constant flow of water. Flash floods, however, expand the water level, allowing for all manner of debris. Luo Heng recognized his precarious state, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water while eyeing the riverbank. Taking a deep breath, he vigorously paddled his arms and used the current's force to swim toward the nearby bank. In such floods, one must go with the flow, or they would quickly tire. And it's crucial not to fixate on a single point, but to adjust based on the changing currents. As the river curved, Luo Heng distinctly felt the water's speed diminish and swam with all his might toward the shore. Just as he struggled in the water, he felt something seize his leg and bite down hard. That a jolt of fear coursed through him. Who knew what predatory creatures lurked in these waters? If there were beasts in this forest, what might they be? Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, he maneuvered with the current, swimming toward the inner bend of the river when he could finally stand. He quickly scrambled onto the bank. In the water, he had felt no chill, but once ashore, the wind made him shivered. He hastily drank some juniper liquor. Even so, his legs and hands trembled uncontrollably. Rushing to remove his clothes, he felt a sharp pain in his back, evidently a serious injury sustained in the water. As he removed his pants, he discovered something clinging to his ankle, seemingly inactive. He tossed it aside. At the very least, it could serve as a source of nourishment. Changing into dry clothing, all custom-made with linings and leather armor, he thought, how fortunate to have a spatial pouch. He tossed the wet garments into the water, sighing with relief. After a sip of liquor, warmth spread through him, and he cleaned the abrasions on his calves and buttocks with high-proof liquor, leaving the injury on his back for the time being. Preparing to depart, he steeled himself against the potential threat of flying orcs, the spiciness of the liquor invigorating him. He noticed the creature he had discarded earlier twitching slightly, prompting him to draw his machete. One should never underestimate unknown creatures. A thumb-sized venomous spider could fell a cow, and a snake as thick as a chopstick could prove fatal. Humanity's survival hinges upon tools. A venomous snake can be dealt with using a stick, while a venomous spider, heaven forbid, just wear boots and stomp hard. Alas, we are fated to meet, he murmured, observing the small creature wriggling. He offered it a sip of liquor, not caring if it got drunk. Then, he placed the damp little creature in a relatively tall patch of grass before leaving. Luo Hong was not lacking in food, and although the creature had bitten him, survival took precedence, so he refrained from harming it. In the jungle, such creatures could often serve as valuable indicators. If a soldier can befriend small animals, it indicates that they are unlikely to alert others. After reaching the shore, Luo Hong retrieved the blacksmith's badge given by Sodden. Pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto it, the badge emitted a faint glow, which then brightened and pointed in a direction. Damn it, he muttered, watching the light indicate across the riverbank. Feeling hopeless, yet this was not the time for despair. As he munched on food and drank water, the wound on his head throbbed painfully, and he regretted not bringing a magical healing potion. He treated the wound with high-proof liquor and charcoal ash, worrying about potential infection. This time, he sought with purpose, though the starlight was dim and the forest was uneven. Perhaps I should rest for a while. Estimating that dawn was near, he decided to take a brief respite before formulating a plan, knowing that without rest, his stamina would quickly wane. Luo Hong sought refuge in the crevices of several large stones by the riverbank. Curling up inside to rest in a state between slumber and wakefulness, the tranquil silence was abruptly shattered by the call of a bird from the jungle, jolting him awake. He glanced up to find the sky brightening, the distant horizon tinged with white. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he attended to his personal hygiene in the river, careful to leave no trace. With a lightened load, he surveyed the surrounding mountains and set forth. A cave. I must find a cave, he resolved. Armed with a revolver, he felt unafraid to engage the orcs in close combat, and a cave would also provide concealment from those centaur archers. In the distance, the horn of the orcs sounded, prompting Luo Hong to quicken his pace. However, the existence of a cave was an elusive notion, and the terrain around him did not resemble karst topography. Mere minutes later, another horn echoed behind him. Luo Hong was uncertain of its implications, yet it instilled a sense of urgency within him. Emerging from the thicket, he occasionally glanced skyward, yet saw no sign of flying orcs. As for the river, he deemed it too conspicuous to traverse at that moment, feeling no confidence in his ability to camouflage himself, especially since flying eagles could spot a rabbit from 20 kilometers away, and he wondered what talents the flying orcs might possess, likely even night vision among them. I'll treat you like a helicopter. He gritted his teeth, mentally envisioning the flying orcs turned to pulp. Suddenly, Luo Hong caught a glimpse of a crevice in the cliff across the river, appearing quite deep. However, hesitating at the sight of the surging waters, he pondered whether to cross. Just then, a flurry of sounds broke the air, and Luo Hong spotted a dark shape darting across the sky, prompting him to hide behind a large tree, shrouded in a makeshift disguise crafted from branches, akin to his battle camouflage. That's strange, the two yesterday were gray. Yet this one is black, he mused, puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, the orcs had truly lost their wits. The war goddess temple was determined to uncover what magic the humans had employed to cause the entire fortress to collapse. Yet such a commotion had failed to rouse the gods that he knew that in cases of supernatural events, deities would invariably manifest. Having departed the fortress with critical knowledge, the current high priest of the orcs had dispatched his minions to pursue Luo Hong. "Captain, over here." At the spot where Luo Hong had emerged, two centaur orcs approached, one of them resembling a cat as it twitched its nose and let out a low call. The two centaurs quickly discerned the traces Luo Hong had left behind. A clear sign to their keen eyes. Woo woo woo. The two centaur trackers sounded their horns. Toot toot, toot toot, toot toot. The air was filled with a chorus of tooting horns, some distant, others near, upon hearing the horn sounds behind him. Luo Hang cursed under his breath, realizing the enemy had split their forces, with orcs following the riverbank in pursuit. He surveyed his surroundings and turned his gaze to a nearby slope, which was strewn with stones and steeply inclined. The forest here also quite dense. Then let it be, he resolved. Knowing he had no choice but to engage in an ambush, that he found a favorable position and drew his revolver, focusing intently on the direction from which the sounds approached. Indeed, the unmistakable sound of pounding hooves accompanied by the calls of some creature echoed through the as two centaurs climbed the slope following his trail. Luo Hong squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! His shots rang out, and the two massive centaurs fell lifelessly to the ground. A gray shadow leapt down toward him. Bang! He fired again, watching as the gray figure was sent flying, the gunfire sharpening his focus as he ejected the spent shell and reloaded. Luo Hong disregarded the fate of the two centaurs, instead moving toward the direction from which they had come, positioning himself behind a large tree, listening intently. For half an hour, he regretted his decision. Had he known it would only be these two, he should have fled sooner. But now that he had waited, he heard the rustling above him, followed by the sound of tooting horns. Luo Hang's ears perked up, and he raised his revolver. Bang! A cry of anguish rang out above him, followed by the sound of wings flapping in retreat. How dare you approach within 100 meters of me, he thought coldly. The revolver lacked precision at long distances, yet within 100 meters he could hit his mark. His hearing acutely attuned that a shadow flickered past his ear, and instinctively he rolled aside, raising his revolver to fire at the shadow. Bang! An orc lunging at him was struck, sent reeling as a gaping wound opened in its chest. Blood sprang forth. The distant sounds of thudding and orcish shouts reached his ears, prompting Luo Hang to toss two crude explosives before diving into the smoke. It seems the battlefield brings clarity, he mused, finding himself focused solely on how to eliminate more orcs, counting each one as a victory. As he fled yesterday, he had been wary of the armed flying orcs, having noticed more than one among the orc priest ranks. Thus, he had chosen to escape. The dim light of dusk had afforded him no opportunity for retaliation. Today, however, he had been driven into a corner. A cornered rabbit will bite, and Luo Hong, concealed nearby, heard the chaotic sounds behind him, slowing his breath. 2, 4, 8. 8 centaur archers had formed two groups, moving in a triangular formation. This tactical arrangement struck fear into Luo Hong. Such a formation allowed multiple angles of attack against any foe. Particularly effective for ranged combat, he buried his head, using a stone for cover, silently counting. 38, 39, 40, 42 steps. As he reached 42, he hurled a piece of clothing to the opposite side. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air followed, and he leapt in the same direction, gripping his revolver tightly. Boom! 2 shots rang out, and he rolled away, hiding behind a large tree before swiftly tossing another crude explosive. Thud! The tree trunk was struck by arrows, splintering wood flying in all directions. Luo Hong fired 2 more shots in the direction he remembered, then retreated to widen the distance between himself and the enemy. This was his primary goal. He had surveyed the terrain and quickly moved past a rock, running up the slope. Whoosh! As he crested the stone, 2 black arrows zipped past him. Remaining calm, he noted the centaur's impressive archery skills. Luo Hong tossed another improved model explosive filled with pepper powder. Retreat! Retreat! Commanded the centaur squad leader, his eyes stinging from the pungent powder. The remaining 6 centaurs quickly withdrew several hundred meters, keeping a wary eye on the slope. This was the first time the centaurs had encountered Luo Hang's combat style. They were bewildered by the smoke and the stinging scent. His tactical maneuvers frustrated them, as every attack seemed to miss the elusive figure, who moved like a mouse in the underbrush. Thud! A wooden spear suddenly fell from the sky, landing near Luo Hong. A clear indication that the flying orcs were targeting him. It felt as though he were caught in a hail of bullets. while the distant centaurs continued to fire arrows into the smoke. Yet, utilizing the terrain for cover, Luo Heng distanced himself from the smoke, feeling his strength and speed significantly enhanced. He covered the several hundred meters in less than 20 seconds, using the jungle's concealment. He ascended the mountain. The sound of tooting horns made him grit his teeth. The flying orcs were clearly onto his trail. Hearing the tooting, the 6 remaining centaurs gave chase. Boom! Luo Heng's traps detonated, engulfing 2 centaurs in a fiery explosion. Ah! They screamed, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames, which were not so easily quelled. Rolling, leaping, and executing evasive maneuvers, Luo Heng navigated the ascent, enduring 2 more attacks from the flying orcs, none of which found their mark. The remaining centaurs dared not approach too closely, having witnessed half of their number fall in a single clash. Whoosh! The arrows continued to fly, their sharp whistling echoing through the forest. However, the densely wooded area favored Luo Heng, as the slopes steepened and the trees thinned, leaving only smaller ones and shrubs in their wake. Luo Heng moved laterally, utilizing the cover provided by the trees and shrubs. The centaurs behind him refrained from wasting their arrows, for they found it exceedingly difficult to aim accurately. Even if they managed to shoot, the arrows would merely strike the stones or trees. The distance has widened somewhat. Luo Heng glanced back and discerned the silhouettes of the centaurs. He estimated the distance, noting that the relatively steep slope indeed posed a significant inconvenience to them. Just as he felt a slight sense of relief, a furious roar echoed ahead. A dark shadow descended from the sky. A black werewolf landed from a distance of 100 meters away, crashing onto the ground. Damn, airborne troops! Luo Heng was startled into a jolt. Doo-doo! The centaur archers shouted as they rushed forward. Luo Heng did not hesitate. He observed the werewolf, which stood only about 1.78 meters tall, wielding 2 axes, and charged at him with a fierce cry. Boom! 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 Luo Heng pressed down on his revolver, calculated the werewolf's speed and distance, and decisively opened fire. Thud! A crimson glow erupted from the werewolf. But after 2 quick flashes, it shattered, leaving the creature staring at the gaping hole in its chest before collapsing to the ground. Huh! My revolver fires in rapid succession. Luo Heng effortlessly leapt over the fallen werewolf and snatched the necklace of teeth from its neck. Moments later, the centaurs, upon sighting the werewolf's corpse, were utterly astonished. In the heart of the forest, a mere dwarf had slain a werewolf in direct combat. Diminishing aura. A voice resonated through the woods, startling Luo Heng, who immediately fired his revolver toward the source of the sound. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and Luo Heng felt as if he were submerged in water, experiencing immense resistance. Europe, the centaur archers, upon seeing the black glow enveloping Luo Heng, erupted in cheers, unleashing their arrows at him. Sensing something amiss, Luo Heng quickly rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding 2 arrows that zipped past his previous position. Boom! A crude explosive was hurled, this time employing an improved variant of pepper, instantly filling a wide area with the pungent powder. Boom! 4 centaurs charged through the pepper cloud, their eyes immediately stinging from the irritant. Then, with a resounding crash, 2 crude explosives were launched, engulfing the 4 centaurs in a blaze of fire. Come forth, my contracted companion. A flying beast man perched above the treetops witnessed the scene below, noting the black aura surrounding Luo Heng. With a flourish of his totemic staff, he summoned his magical familiar. Chapter 40. The cunning little creature. Just as the flying beast man completed his summoning, darkness enveloped him, and he plummeted toward the ground. Another flying beast man rushed over to catch him, noting his pale complexion, and expressed his frustration as he gazed at the forest below. Damn that dwarf, I should have let you live a little longer. The flying beast man grabbed a whistle and blew it urgently, hastily retreating with the incapacitated companion. Woo woo woo. The remaining centaur archers, upon hearing the priest's whistle, immediately fell back, their will to fight extinguished in the brief encounter. This cunning dwarf had nearly obliterated their entire squad. Luo Heng, hearing the beastmen retreat, was puzzled. If they charged at him, his chances of survival would be severely diminished. Is it over? Luo Heng felt the stiffness that had paralyzed him dissipate, and he promptly sprang to his feet, beginning to flee. It seems they have indeed retreated. However, the beastmen will pursue me. I have no idea how vast this forest is. It must be considerable. Their stamina and endurance surpass mine, and they have flying beastmen among them. Sigh. Luo Heng's mind raced with thoughts of the enemy, and the more he pondered, the more despondent he became. The ammunition was limited. He had less than 10 crude explosives left, and only 2 revolver rounds remaining. Run. Standing at the cliff's edge, he surveyed the area below and concluded that running was his only option. He chose a steep slope, where the larger beastmen would find it challenging to navigate. As for crafting weapons to deal with the flying beastmen, he lacked confidence. They were far too agile in the sky and at a significant height. Without exerting much effort, Luo Heng proceeded along the base of the cliff. Meanwhile, the flying beastmen had returned. Among the 5, 2 were severely injured. One had been struck by Luo Heng at the outset, and another had been hit again. The remaining 3 included one who had failed to summon a familiar and was temporarily incapacitated. As for reinforcements, they could not come, as the human army was still stationed at the fortress, keeping the flying beastmen occupied. Compared to a mere dwarf, the threat of human cavalry breaching the beastmen's territory was far greater. The beastmen eagerly anticipated the arrival of winter, for with it, humans would cease their offensives. The humans, lacking adequate preparation for an assault, and with few cavalry, were primarily focused on defense, rendering them incapable of launching an attack. In the afternoon, Luo Heng finally spotted a relatively large cave, most of which had been buried. Observing the traces on the path leading to the cave, he tossed a pepper explosive inside. Boom! From a distance. He heard a resounding explosion, followed by a flurry of foxes darting out. Upon seeing Luo Heng, the foxes immediately turned to flee, prompting a bemused chuckle from him. These foxes were nearly the size of large dogs. Suddenly, Luo Heng sensed a presence beside him. He turned to find a mouse, its mouth clamped around a red fruit, staring at him intently. To be precise, it resembled a chinchilla's head, albeit much larger. Luo Heng shook his head. During his training, he had encountered some wildlife that showed no fear of humans. Just as he stood up, he felt a stirring on his shoulder, causing him to jump in alarm. Turning his head, he discovered a large mouse clinging tightly to his shoulder. This creature bore resemblance to a chinchilla, with round ears, robust hind legs, smaller forelegs, and no tail, covered in silvery fur. It gazed at Luo Heng with its dark eyes, tilting its head in curiosity. Luo Heng exhaled toward the small creature, which was about the size of a house cat, attempting to scare it away. To his surprise, the little creature regarded him with suspicion. Luo Heng cautiously extended his hand, attempting to seize this enigmatic being. To his astonishment, the creature leapt onto his hand, sniffing him curiously. What on earth is this? Luo Heng was at a loss. Even a stray cat would not follow someone so quickly. He placed the small creature on the ground and covered his face with a cloth, preparing to explore the cave. However, the creature promptly climbed back onto his shoulder. Luo Heng sighed. This little one was quite persistent. He stretched out his hand to grasp it once more, this time placing it atop a nearby tree. With a fierce glare, he commanded, "Be off with you." This time, he turned away and walked off. Finally feeling relief as his shoulder went still, reaching the cave entrance, he retrieved a torch, essentially a piece of wood rich in oils, and ignited it before tossing it inside. Luo Heng crouched at the cave entrance, peering down, only to notice the little creature peering in as well. He chose to ignore it. Though much of the cave was buried, its depth was still discernible. Luo Heng descended the slope, only to feel the familiar sensation of something on his shoulder. He shot a glare at the little creature. Had it not seemed harmless, he would have already dealt with it. The cave was permeated with a foul odor, mingled with the scent of pepper. Achoo! The little creature sneezed from the pepper dust, and Luo Heng wished for it to leave promptly. The cave was relatively dry, but after walking for dozens of meters, he found himself forced to turn back, for there was no further path. Shaking his head, he exited the cave, feeling a twinge of regret. The distance had been too short, and if the beastmen set it ablaze, it would be the end of him. He hoped to find a cavernous area akin to a cave system. "Let us go." Luo Heng set the little creature down again, gesturing toward the distance. The creature eyed the far-off expanse with suspicion, then looked back at Luo Heng. Exasperated, he pulled out a piece of jerky, sliced off a chunk, and offered it to the creature. It sniffed, then tentatively licked it with its pink tongue before clutching it in its front paws to gnaw. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Heng slipped away. He moved swiftly, and the little creature failed to keep up. Luo Heng was now desperate to locate a cavern or fissure in the mountainside, fearing being trapped in a cave or finding one without sufficient space, which would lead to a dead end. Woo woo woo. Just as Luo Heng pondered this, he heard a series of howls behind him. Alarm coursed through him as he recognized the rhythm of the beastman's horn, signals for pursuit, retreat, and target identification. However, the specifics eluded him. Luo Heng quickened his pace. Glancing back to see the little creature trailing closely behind him, he dismissed any further distractions, scanning the surroundings. After crossing a ridge, his eyes lit up as he dashed down the slope. Chapter 41. The favor of heaven upon hearing a rhythm of sound unlike any he had encountered before. Luo Heng's heart sank with foreboding. Without a moment's hesitation, he took flight, leaving the small creature he had previously disregarded far behind. Ow-woo-woo. A chorus of wolf howls soon resonated, conjuring images in Luo Heng's mind of wolf cavalry. The immense form of dire wolves and the grotesque visage of werewolves. He immediately sprinted toward the cliff. Given his proximity to the precipice, he swiftly reached its summit, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the sky. Yet he found no trace of aerial orcs. The shouts of orcs echoed behind him. Within the jungle, their speed far surpassed his own, especially with the werewolf cavalry mounted on their gigantic steeds. As he scaled the cliff, rising a mere 10 meters, he caught sight of the wolf cavalry below. Their coats were a mottled mix, starkly different from the previously observed white-furred riders. Europe. Upon spotting Luo Heng atop the cliff, the wolf cavalry erupted in a cacophony of calls. Whoosh! A flurry of wind accompanied the hurled javelins from their hands. Luo Heng, having anticipated this, seized a vine from the cliffside, propelling himself away just in time. Thud! 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 The wooden javelins struck the cliff face, embedding themselves deep within. More wolf cavalry followed suit, launching their wooden spears with relentless fervor. Luo Heng executed another leap, narrowly evading the incoming projectiles, and scrambled upward with all his might. The wolf cavalry exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Over 20 riders had thrown their weapons upon spotting Luo Heng, now left weaponless. Idiot, Luo Heng mentally cursed. No, they have no choice but to throw their weapons. He soon realized. Oh well, oh well. The 20-odd wolf cavalry below began to sound their horns. Luo Heng pondered why he had not seen any centaurs. Had they been present, his life would surely be at risk. Moreover, as the wolf cavalry sounded their horns, no flying orcs appeared, leaving Luo Heng perplexed, yet he pressed on with his ascent. Reaching a point midway up the mountain, he was astonished to discover a fissure in the rock, nearly 2 meters wide. Standing like a square portal, using both hands and feet, he crawled into the crevice, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. Luo Heng felt utterly drained, yet the distant calls of werewolves suggested that fortune was favoring him. Suddenly, a small creature leapt onto him, licking his exhausted face with its pink tongue. Though he found such creatures bothersome, preferring dogs or cats, he acknowledged, "Well, at least I have a temporary refuge." After catching his breath, Luo Heng peered outside but discerned no sign of flying orcs. He resolved to venture deeper into the mountain. The passage in the rocky crevice was remarkably dry, save for traces left by small animals. With dust coating the ground and the walls pockmarked, he ventured further. The fissure gradually widened, though some sections bore signs of collapse. Lighting a torch, he was elated to feel a breeze. The crevice descended gently. After 20 minutes with no exit in sight, he reluctantly turned back. This place could serve as a battleground against the orcs. Having covered a distance of approximately 3 kilometers in 20 minutes, he had established a strategic retreat. Upon turning back, he caught sight of a flicker of light and soon noticed 2 werewolves stealthily entering the rocky crevice. Drawing his revolver, more accurately, a hand cannon, Luo Heng prepared himself. The 2 werewolves, alerted to his presence, charged toward him. Boom! Boom! In the narrow passage, precision was unnecessary. With such a stationary target, Luo Heng's aim was impeccable. 2 perfect shots. The heads of the werewolves exploded instantly, while the other parts of their bodies may have boasted stronger defenses. The vulnerability of their cranial regions was all too apparent. Even if the bullets failed to penetrate bone, the sheer force would incapacitate them. Luo Heng had modified his ammunition with low-grade fire crystals, amplifying the impact, but such power came at the cost of wear on the shells and barrel. Haha. He discarded the bodies of the 2 werewolves, and the remaining werewolves below erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Luo Heng retreated 20 meters, retrieving a small cannon he had forged, his sole remaining piece of artillery, as the others had been destroyed. His spatial pouch, approximately 5 cubic meters in capacity, comfortably housed this small cannon alongside some ammunition. The other artillery pieces had been outfitted by Sodden, a costly endeavor in terms of gold for the spatial bags. Next, he ignited a torch, which could burn for half an hour. He took out some jerky, bread, and wine, feeling a surge of joy as he prepared to indulge. Over the past few days, he had been invigorated by pine nut wine, which he found quite pleasant. Oh, whoa, whoa. The moment the pine nut wine appeared, the small creature rushed over, whimpering and pawing at his legs. Now I know who you are. Glancing at the creature and then at the wine, it dawned on him. This was the same little one that had clung to him during the flood. Pouring a bit of wine, the creature immediately leaned in, albeit cautiously. Drink up, Luo Hung said. Pouring into a wooden bowl, the small creature promptly buried its head into the bowl, gulping the wine rather than licking it. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Hung examined the creature, noting its hairless tail and lack of distinguishing features that it had no discernible gender yet. After a thorough inspection, he found its ears were also bare and round. Want more? The little creature, having a decent capacity for drink, licked the bowl clean. Luo Hung inquired. The creature nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking for food. Luo Hung chuckled. How about I call you Xiaomi? Upon consideration, he felt the name was unsuitable, suspecting it to be female. Let us go with Xiaohong Xiaoqing Xiaoduo. How about Midwa? Yes, Midwa, with those big ears. Although the creature showed no response, the issue of gender remained inconclusive, as young animals often lacked defining traits. After finishing its drink, the little creature sprawled on the ground, snoring softly, akin to a gentle snore. Luo Hung sipped on some wheat beer, reminiscent of ale, but with a richer aroma. This was more satisfying than plain water. Thanks to the spatial pouch, he had stocked it full of survival essentials, likely due to his training. Extinguishing the torch, Luo Hung awaited silently, feeling somewhat outnumbered. What if more foes approached? Below, the sound of horns echoed. The voices of the orcs growing louder and more numerous. A few orcs peered into the cave entrance, then quickly retreated. Luo Hang remained still, confident that despite any night vision the orcs might possess, his position was secure. Nevertheless, he had prepared some cover, knowing the orcs excelled at throwing weapons. Chapter 43. The eve of the final battle at the base of the cliff, over 50 wolf cavalry had assembled. A contingent of orcs that had arrived later. The orc army coordinated its assembly with set timings, though some tribes, dwelling in remote areas, received news later than others. Consequently, their arrival was delayed. Hearing of a recent defeat at the hands of numerous human armies, the wolf cavalry from this tribe felt a surge of fear upon learning that the temple was pursuing a dwarf. They hastily retreated into the forest. Chief, that dwarf wields formidable weaponry, remarked one of the wolf riders. Casting a grim glance at the two slain cavalrymen whose heads had been obliterated, the chief, overseeing a kinship of tribes, was visibly troubled. What is the situation above? He inquired. That fellow is just up ahead. Having piled dirt in front of him, alongside something forged from fine iron. I suspect it to be a catapult, a wolf cavalry captain reported. Fool, do you even know how large a catapult is? Scoffed another wolf rider nearby. Whitefur. Are you looking for death? The captain growled menacingly. Longfur, who's afraid of whom? Come at me. Whitefur retorted angrily, his name deriving from a tuft of white fur on his tail, indicative of mixed blood among the orc tribes, a term used to insult others as bastards. Enough. It's indeed impossible for it to be a catapult. Let us send 2 wolves up to investigate, the chief ordered. Consequently, the wolf riders suffered, as the corpses of their fallen comrades' dire wolves were laboriously dragged to the cliff's edge. Luo Hung had long heard the commotion and, upon spotting the 2 massive wolf heads, ignited his cannon. Lowering the barrel, he fired with a resounding boom. The blast nearly deafened him, a reminder of his earlier carelessness. Just as the 2 dire wolves entered the cave, the waiting werewolves prepared to follow. In an instant, the thunderous blast sent both wolves hurtling backward, plummeting off the cliff. The wolf cavalry erupted in panic at the deafening roar. And after a brief pause, the chief and his wolves approached to inspect the fallen dire wolves. One wolf rider, rummaging through the carcasses, discovered a piece of fine iron. Chieftain, behold, exclaimed the werewolf, brimming with excitement. Refined iron. Splendid, splendid. The chieftain, upon beholding the chunk of refined iron, recognized its value as a coveted currency among the orcs. Seek out various creatures, he commanded, envisioning himself returning to the tribe burdened with a trove of this precious resource. Meanwhile, Luo Heng pondered in confusion why the werewolf did not mount an attack. Unaware of the chieftain's intentions, he was startled awake in the dead of night by the anguished cries of a creature being hurled into the cave's entrance. Without hesitation, Luo Heng unleashed a barrage of fire, sending the beast sprawling. Almost immediately, he heard cheers from outside, leaving him bewildered. What could this possibly mean? Yet, Luo Heng dismissed the thought, yearning instead for Soding's timely rescue. Oblivious to the fact that Soding had captured a multitude of orc females and was preoccupied with guarding these valuable assets. Moreover, the mage contingent was reluctant to assist Luo Heng, as venturing into the wilderness without warriors was perilously dangerous. Meanwhile, the army persistently pressed onward, inching towards the orc territories, while Hermann sent daily reports of victories back to the Empire, 10 kilometers gained today, 30 kilometers tomorrow, and so forth, detailing the number of captives taken. As time passed, Soding's confidence in Luo Heng waned. He sought to secure Luo Heng the recognition he deserved, such as military accolades. Dazed and perplexed, Luo Heng once again heard the mournful wails of a beast outside, his patience wearing thin. This marked the third occurrence. What were these creatures up to? Are they exhausting my ammunition? He mused, contemplating his dwindling supplies. Were the orcs truly devoid of intelligence? Why did they not charge forward? Soon, a large wild boar was thrust into the cave. Luo Heng fired another shot and decided it was time to retreat. Observing his withdrawal, the werewolf at the cave's entrance let out a loud cry. Startled by the commotion, Luo Heng paused his retreat. With limited resources at hand, he had initially planned to use his cannon to deal with the orcs, only to discover they were not attacking but instead releasing beasts to target him. With fewer than 10 rounds remaining, he quickly chose to retreat. The werewolves, however, failed to notice his departure and swiftly sealed the cave. The sight of flames billowing from within filled the werewolf chieftain with elation, prompting him to order the immediate gathering of branches and other debris. Bundles of twigs were hastily shoved into the cave, while several werewolves fanned the flames at the entrance with animal hides. Soon, dense clouds of white smoke began to billow from the cave, making it clear that no respite awaited the unfortunate souls inside. After running over 100 meters, Luo Heng detected the acrid scent of smoke. Initially indifferent, he was soon alarmed as the smell intensified. Those who had previously captured wild game knew well that smoke was often used to gauge the presence of hidden exits before sealing them off. Digging my own grave, Luo Heng silently chastised himself as he continued his frantic descent. After nearly 40 minutes of running, he finally glimpsed an exit, located by the riverside, clearly on the mountain's rear flank. Gazing at the muddy riverbank, uncertainty gripped him. The orc numbers were overwhelming, and without reinforcements, he risked becoming trapped in the cave. After some contemplation and following a night's rest, Luo Heng felt his strength returning. "Mitsai, hold tight," he whispered to his small companion, urging him to bundle his clothes tightly. Luo Heng inflated a leather pouch and, surveying the thickly leafed forest, a sly grin crept across his face. Thought he tossed 2 fiery projectiles into the underbrush, igniting a fierce blaze. Once more, he plunged into the water. The temperature was cool, bordering on icy. He retrieved a pouch of pine nut liquor and took a swig, prompting Mitsai to leap with excitement. Luo Heng, too, offered the little creature another sip. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, Luo Heng had drifted a considerable distance down the river. His strategy of igniting the mountainside and floating downstream was chiefly to increase the distance from the orc forces on the ground. He was unafraid to fight, but he understood that there were strategic ways to do so. While he faced the orcs below, the aerial threats posed the greatest concern. "Come forth," he declared, eyeing the highest peak across the river, the site where he prepared to confront the flying orcs. As Luo Heng ascended the mountainside, he spotted the beleaguered wolf cavalry drifting downstream, their fur singed from the flames. Observing the disheveled state of the wolf riders, he continued his ascent. At that moment, the distant sound of a horn reached his ears. Without a flicker of emotion, he noted that the werewolves by the river had sounded their own horns. Before long, 2 dark figures streaked through the sky. Standing upon the cliff, Luo Heng felt a modicum of relief at the sight of only 2 flying orcs. He pressed on, but within 20 minutes, the werewolves discovered his trail and sounded the alarm. The airborne orcs, having spotted him, charged with fervor. Luo Heng retrieved the very first revolver he had crafted, its ammunition nearly the size of cannonballs. Resolutely, he decided to forge a more rudimentary anti-material rifle based on his bullets. This initial model was a crude version reminiscent of the Soviet anti-tank rifles from World War II, with a barrel exceeding 2 meters in length, requiring stabilization against the ground for firing. It relied heavily on the barrel's length and the bullet's power. The weapon's diameter was approximately 4 centimeters, while the bullet itself measured around 2.5 centimeters, despite the apparent size. The materials available in this world had not been rigorously tested, yet Luo Hong found thicker materials manageable. The true challenge lay in the bullet manufacturing process, involving the precise stamping of casings, primer configurations, and powder mixtures. While firearms could be fashioned using simple lathes, crafting ammunition was far more intricate. In pursuit of range, Luo Hong abandoned the revolver in favor of a makeshift anti-material rifle nearly 1.8 meters in length. Lamenting the absence of explosive projectiles, the two flying orcs carried javelins. Their construction was neither overly complex nor exceedingly simple. Among them, one adorned with gray feathers exhibited caution, while the one with black wings displayed impatience, charging directly at Luo Hong with javelin in hand. In truth, the accuracy of aerial throws diminished with altitude. To enhance precision, one must lower their elevation, something Luo Hong was acutely aware of. As one flying orc approached, he gauged the distance. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Then, the orc halted, hurling its javelin downwards, propelled by immense inertia and accompanied by a whistling sound. With the calibration of his weapon a foregone conclusion, Luo Hong felt his shoulder jolt as he steadied himself against the recoil. The moment the bullet exited the barrel at a speed exceeding several hundred meters per second, the orc heard the sound and was caught off guard. The black-winged orc erupted in a spray of crimson before plummeting to the ground. The second flying orc hesitated, unwilling to approach, as the orcs below surged forward upon witnessing their comrades fall. With a cold smile, Luo Hong took aim at a particularly robust werewolf below. Bang! He pulled the trigger once more, ensuring to collect the spent casing. Crafted from refined copper, it held significant value. The werewolf chieftain's chest erupted in a burst of red light, leaving a gaping hole where half of his torso once was. The bullet, 2.5 centimeters wide, was comparable in size to a household water pipe. The surrounding werewolves gasped in disbelief at the sight of the cowardly dwarf fleeing. Luo Hong had no choice but to flee. The centaurs were approaching, and he had no desire to become a target for their precise marksmanship. However, the centaurs' eyes limited their ascent, which was precisely why Luo Hong had chosen this steep peak. Whoosh! The sound of arrows whistled through the air. Luo Hong did not look back, crouching low as an arrow embedded itself nearby. There were at least 6 centaurs, but only one had reached effective range, while the others rushed towards him. Upon reaching the summit, Luo Hong disregarded caution and lay flat, peering down the slope. The distance from the summit to the valley below exceeded 1,000 meters, qualifying as a considerable height. That he stowed away the crude anti-material rifle, acknowledging it as a tool for surprising enemies. But he had no inclination to engage the flying orcs directly. The werewolves below began their assault, shouting and clamoring as they charged forth. While some orc factions excelled in combat on steep slopes, they were certainly not the werewolves or the centaurs. The werewolves' physique and hands were ill-suited for climbing. Luo Hong placed his hat in a conspicuous spot for the flying orcs to see, then descended from behind the mountain, maneuvering along its side. After several minutes, he cast a glance at the distant flying orcs and suddenly launched himself from the side, unleashing a volley of shots. Bang, bang, bang. After an arduous climb to the precipice, the werewolf was suddenly confronted by Luo Hong, who emerged with 2 revolvers, incessantly discharging bullets. 10 werewolves fell to their doom, cries of despair echoing as they plummeted over the cliff. Below, the remaining werewolves shouted in outrage, while centaurs, upon spotting Luo Hong, raised their bows and arrows. However, after Luo Hong fired his weapon, he swiftly retreated, causing the centaur's arrows to fall harmlessly to the ground. In the distance, the flying orc, seething with frustration, turned and flew away. The werewolves withdrew from the cliff, their vigilance waning as they clambered below, while the centaurs hesitated to engage Luo Hong in close combat, having already suffered considerable losses at his hands. The scene thus reached a stalemate. Observing the surrounding terrain, Luo Hong realized that he had to eliminate the flying orc to improve his chances of escape. Without it, he felt confident in his ability to evade the werewolves and centaurs. But in my current state, the flying orc may not dare to return, Luo Hong mused inwardly. Yet, after half an hour, he was taken aback to see the flying orc reappear, brandishing a gleaming silver shield that seemed somewhat cumbersome for it to wield. Upon noticing the spear in the flying orc's grasp, Luo Heng immediately understood its intentions and quickly retrieved his makeshift anti-material rifle to aim at the creature. This weapon exhibits peculiarities, he noted as the sunlight reflected off the spear, emanating a red glow. Bang! Luo Heng fired, as the bullet struck the shield. It illuminated with a radiant glow, clearly revealing the bullet's impact before it fell impotently to the ground. An energy shield. Luo Heng gasped in astonishment. The shield possessed an energy barrier. The flying orc staggered backward, dislodged by the force of the bullet, while the werewolves below, witnessing the shield's defense against the dwarf's attack, began to shout encouragement. Wolf cavalry, advance. Centaurs, take the rear path. The flying orc was a rare breed among the orcs, a swan orc. Specifically a black swan orc. The war god temple had decreed that Luo Heng must be captured, for the orcs were oblivious to the events transpiring within the fortress, but could surmise that the two dwarves who emerged last held crucial information. Despite Luo Heng's lack of physical might, he had already slain several orcs along his journey, and now with the death of an eagle priest, the temple would not rest easy. To this end, the swan orc had returned to retrieve the artifact shield bestowed by the high priest. Upon receiving orders from the swan orc priest, the centaurs promptly circled around the mountain base, while the werewolves pressed their assault upward. Luo Heng, hearing the flying orc's commands, peered over the edge to see the centaurs veering off to the side. With a sharp sound, the flying orc hurled its wooden spear, which embedded itself into the rock. Standing upright, Luo Heng took aim at the flying orc once more, but his bullet met the shield yet again. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed inwardly, bewildered by the shield's capabilities. His plan to eliminate the flying orc had faltered, prompting him to scramble along the ridge. The slope was steep, and with orcs at the base and in the sky, it was his only route of escape. The flying orc, positioned a kilometer away, vocally relayed commands to the werewolves and centaurs below, prompting some werewolves to shift along the base while others continued their ascent, preparing for an attack from the rear. Midwa, running ahead of Luo Heng, frequently glanced back at him. Luo Heng, his ears perked, observed the werewolves climbing up from below and crouched down. Bang! Two werewolves pursuing along the ridge were instantly dispatched, their bodies collapsing under the onslaught. The remaining werewolves recoiled in fear. Miserable wretches! The flying swan priest bellowed as it hurled another wooden spear. Luo Heng deftly dodged the spear, which appeared to predict his movements. Bang! Another bullet was fired. But the swan priest's shield once again emitted an energy barrier, deflecting the shot. What now? Luo Heng's mind raced with urgency. Why had no help arrived from the fortress? He mentally chastised himself for seeking refuge in the forest, given the circumstances. Retreat had been unavoidable, especially when pursued by the orcs at night. It seems something has gone awry at the fortress, he concluded. The ridge grew steeper, and snow-capped peaks loomed in the distance. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward the snowy mountains. Rain, fog, anything, he silently prayed, as the werewolves below vanished from view, and the centaurs remained elusive. The werewolves pursuing him kept their distance, while the flying orc continued its aerial surveillance. Communicating with the ground forces, after running 100 meters along the ridge, Luo Heng estimated the base to be 1,000 meters below. Without the flying orc, he would have numerous options to evade the remaining orcs. The flying orc must be dealt with, Luo Heng resolved. After an hour of relentless running, he concealed himself behind a rock and fired at the werewolves behind him with his revolver, causing them to scatter in fear. Only the flying orc remained. Circling overhead at a distance of a kilometer, he contemplated his next move against the flying orc, which was shielded by its barrier. Luo Heng felt a surge of frustration. This shield's energy can't last indefinitely, he reasoned. Regaining his composure as a cold breeze brushed against him, Midwa nestled in his arms, her eyes fixated on him, but Luo Heng felt conflicted, uncertain of the shield's energy source, regardless of whether it stemmed from magic or some other force. It had to be finite, and he wondered how much energy each bullet expended. Realizing his ammunition was limited to fewer than 20 rounds, he cursed Sardan for his predicament, lamenting that he should have retreated sooner. After a brief rest, Luo Heng resumed his flight. The terrain became increasingly steep, and the temperature dropped, necessitating additional layers of clothing. Midwa snuggled against him, seeking warmth. The pursuing werewolves remained close on his heels. While the centaurs were still nowhere to be seen, Luo Heng felt a measure of relief. The centaur's archery skills rivaled that of snipers. He feared the werewolves not, as he could engage them from a distance. Nor did he dread the centaur's close-quarters tactics. However, facing both simultaneously left him little choice but to flee. Having run for less than an hour, Luo Heng felt his breath quickening, checking behind him. He noted the werewolves still at a distance, while the flying orc appeared oblivious. Finding a sheltered spot, he took out some pine knot liquor, sipping it before pouring some into a wooden bowl for Midwa. He was wary of sharing a bowl with her, unsure of potential wild animal diseases. Using separate utensils was prudent. What if I try a chain shot? He contemplated, eyeing the flying orc, which remained shielded by its barrier. He pondered how to strike the creature behind its defenses, and with a flash of inspiration regarding its wings, he set to work. Luo Heng retrieved a type of ammunition known as chain shot. Originally designed for use against sailing ships, lacking sufficient metal to craft an iron chain, he instead utilized some leather strips to test their strength, primarily to gauge the amount of powder they could hold. Employing a magical furnace, he placed a magic crystal inside, which immediately ignited into flames. He began modifying the ammunition, creating a point to attach the leather strips, binding 2 projectiles together. After consuming 1 magic crystal, he successfully transformed 14 metal rounds, increasing their powder capacity and loading them into the barrel. How can I lure the flying orc to lower its altitude? Luo Heng pondered, knowing the orc was positioned a kilometer above him, far too high for an effective strike. Glancing back at the werewolves, a plan began to form in his mind that he set Midwa down gently. She was already drowsy, and then charged toward the werewolves in a counter-offensive. Luo Heng's unexpected assault left the orcs momentarily stunned. The werewolves hesitated, giving him the opportunity to fire. Bang! One werewolf crumbled, its legs shattered, collapsing to the ground. Though it attempted to hide, it had not done so adequately. Bang! The downed werewolf's head exploded in an instant. The remaining werewolves recoiled, while the flying orc began its assault on Luo Heng. With a swift roll, he deftly evaded the flying orc's attack and hurled his last crude explosive. A few lurking werewolves were engulfed in flames, their screams piercing the air, prompting the remaining werewolves to surge forward in a furious charge. However, as the werewolves advanced, Luo Heng knelt on one knee, drawing his revolver. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid fire echoed like popping beans, quickly expending the bullets in his revolver, and 3 werewolves fell before him. Originally, there were only about 20 werewolves that emerged, and in almost a single encounter, nearly half of them were eliminated. 1 was killed, and 3 were burned. Now, 3 have been dispatched. The flying orc, witnessing this scene, immediately sounded the alarm, a sharp whistle piercing the air, with a shield in one hand and a wooden spear in the other. It hurled the spear forcefully towards Luo Heng, remaining vigilant on the ground. Luo Heng noticed the incoming spear and swiftly rolled aside to evade it. He then reloaded his weapon and fired 2 shots into the sky. Both struck the shield, generating a burst of energy that formed a protective barrier. Subsequently, Luo Heng surged forward, while the werewolves began to retreat. Despite their ferocity, it did not mean they would recklessly seek death, with their chieftain slain. Their fighting spirit had long since evaporated. The initial surge of bravery was extinguished when Luo Heng shot down 3 more, and under the priest's command, they hastily withdrew. Seeing this unfold, the flying orc priest dove down, brandishing its ceremonial staff. Upon noticing the priest's approach, Luo Heng quickly retreated, not forgetting to fire 2 shots at the orc priest. Once again, the shield absorbed the attack. Realizing Luo Heng was fleeing, the flying orc understood that he feared the priest's magic. Charge forward. Werewolf warriors. The flying orc priest seized the opportunity as it witnessed Luo Heng's desperate escape and issued a command. The werewolves, though initially confused by the order, pressed on in pursuit. The flying orc descended lower, positioning itself within 200 meters of Luo Heng. The shield held defensively in front. Not too foolish after all, Luo Heng remarked, glancing back to see the flying orc indeed giving chase, accompanied by the werewolves. His counterattack was, in truth, a display aimed at the flying orc, for he genuinely feared the orc's spell, one that seemed to slow down time itself, leaving him with lingering dread, continuously firing into the air with a crude anti-material gun. Luo Heng grew frustrated and discarded it, sprinting towards the place he had previously sought refuge. Charge! That dwarf's weapon is out of ammunition. The flying orc priest recognized that Luo Heng was wielding a type of firearm. Yet this one was significantly more powerful than the dwarven guns they were accustomed to. This was a prize that the orcs desperately desired. The flying orc ascended higher, peering through the smoke. Not good. The priest, in hot pursuit of Luo Hong, found the ridge suddenly whipped by the wind, obscuring its vision. Just then, it spotted the dark barrel of Luo Hang's weapon and shouted loudly. The werewolves behind immediately sought cover. Haha. A smirk crept onto Luo Hang's face as he ignited all the subcannons, launching them into a designated airspace. This was the most primitive form of air defense, firing high explosives into a designated area without targeting, relying on the shrapnel from the explosions to harm enemy aircraft. Although it was a rudimentary method, the subsequent flying orcs were not high-altitude fighters. Boom, boom, boom. Several subcannons unleashed jets of flame, causing the flying orc to instinctively raise its shield in front of its body. Having withstood several attacks previously, the shield had become a prized asset for the orc priest. Luo Hong watched anxiously as one shell struck the shield without effect, but the second and third, The flying orc priest felt a tremendous force strike, flapping its wings to ascend, only to find that one shell had ensnared one of its wings. The violent impact yanked the flying orc sideways, and two more shells roared toward it, causing the priest to plummet. Wings tangled and unable to maneuver, Luo Hong seized the moment and charged forward, drawing his revolver, having stowed the subcannons in his space bag. Bang, bang, bang. A few orcs witnessing their priest's fall rushed to offer assistance. But Luo Hang's revolver fired continuously at a distance of fewer than 50 meters. His precision was impeccable, honed through countless trials. 4 werewolves had their heads exploded before collapsing to the ground, leaving fewer than 10 remaining. Spotting another werewolf rushing at him, Luo Hong had no time to reload and swiftly threw his dagger. The werewolf was struck and fell motionless. With the remaining werewolves in pursuit, Luo Hong breathed a sigh of relief, for he had enough time to reload, and the revolver did not necessitate a complete magazine to function. "Ah, a demon!" one werewolf exclaimed in terror, startling Luo Hang. He quickly closed the chamber and looked over. To his surprise, he observed the remaining werewolves fleeing in haste. Luo Hong was taken aback. My memory wasn't mistaken. In his haste, he had thrown the dagger he brought from Earth. That he recalled that upon his arrival, he had traded it with an orc scout, inadvertently absorbing that orc's essence. He was astonished to see it was indeed true. After a moment of shock, Luo Hong rushed over to inspect the dagger. Upon contact, the werewolf's corpse disintegrated into a decayed wooden-like substance, crumbling to pieces. Something's amiss. Luo Hang dared not utilize it further and tossed the dagger into his space bag before turning to locate the flying priest. Dead, he gazed at the fallen flying orc, which had plummeted from a height of several dozen meters and lay still. Luo Hong, puzzled, aimed his revolver at the flying orc priest, believing the chain bomb would still be effective against it, provided there was an opportunity he had to create himself. Chapter 47. Orc Captives. First, he pried the shield and wooden spear apart, immediately stowing the shield in his space bag. Resources were dwindling, so he had to make use of the space. He also collected the orc's staff. Is it unconscious? Observing a streak of blood at the orc's mouth, yet noting it still breathed, he was surprised to discover it was a female. Luo Hong had not closely inspected the orc before. Upon removing the veil covering her face, he found her quite attractive, her wings far more exquisite than those of any Victoria's Secret model. As he tugged at the orc's feathers, he retrieved a different knife, not the one he had brought from Earth. With swift movements, he severed the nearly 1.5-meter-long feathers from her wings. Haha, when I used to catch wild pigeons, I would clip their flight feathers, cage them, and care for them until their feathers grew back. That it's no easy task. Luo Hong chuckled to himself as he meticulously searched the orc priest's belongings, collecting necklaces, bracelets, and even changing her garments. Having learned in the fortress that a mage often possessed many arcane items, he dressed the orc in clothing he had prepared, tying the sleeves to prevent them from dragging and even gagging her mouth. Knowing that mages needed to chant spells. Wait, her physique isn't bad, but why does she only weigh 70 or 80 pounds? He hoisted the bound orc priest onto his back, resembling a large backpack with her head protruding, her arms and legs securely tied. If any orcs come after me, this will serve as my hostage, Luo Hong mused, glancing at the fallen werewolves, contemplating his next move. Approaching one of the deceased werewolves, Luo Hong summoned the dagger he had brought from Earth. After a careful examination, he found no discernible difference. Tentatively, he touched it, and finding nothing amiss, he boldly gripped it. Suddenly, when he plunged the dagger into the orc's body. A horrifying scene unfolded, the orc's corpse visibly decayed, its entire essence vanishing. Demon. Two centaurs, having struggled to climb up, witnessed Luo Heng dispatch a werewolf, its remains disintegrating into dust, scattering into the wind. The centaurs turned and fled in terror. Disregarding the steep cliff, startled by their exclamation, Luo Heng quickly retrieved his discarded crude antimaterial gun, realizing that only the barrel was beyond repair. Replacing it would suffice. He tucked Mi Duo into his arms and strapped the bound orc priest onto his back, hastily making his escape. However, this time, Luo Heng did not ascend the snowy mountain but instead descended. As the lower altitude offered greater ease that he moved quickly, covering several kilometers in no time. Following a small stream, he ensured he left no scent behind. Having already experienced the orc's acute senses, he remained particularly cautious. It seems I must alter my course. Remembering that the dwarves resided to the west, heading that way now would be unwise, as the orcs were not fools, and he could risk an ambush. Looks like I need to take a detour. Luo Heng was increasingly concerned about the possibility of the orcs dispatching aerial orc warriors once more, leading him to ponder incessantly on how to evade them. While a flying orc could scour dozens of square kilometers in a single day without the slightest difficulty, traversing a similar expanse through the dense jungle as a solitary individual posed a formidable challenge. Observing the landscape, he noted that there were no significant drops in elevation. However, the rivers would undoubtedly be the first point of interest. The thought of the rivers crossed his mind. Yet he was acutely aware that they were also the primary tracking targets for the orcs. What if we abandon this orc captive? Luo Heng contemplated, viewing the captive as more of a burden. On the other hand, possessing a hostage provided him with a sense of security, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Let us go. Soon, he arrived at a resolution. It was time to move. They traveled for 2 hours before he set the flying orc down, only to find the creature's dark eyes glaring back at him, its mouth gagged and its body swathed like a mummy. Luo Heng paid no mind to these details. He retrieved his alchemical equipment and prepared a magic crystal, which was valued at 20 gold coins. The first task was to reload the ammunition, shell casings, projectiles, and primers. Initially, he fumbled with the process, though he had undergone similar training before with rudimentary tools. Here, however, the equipment was relatively advanced. While pouring molten metal into the projectiles, he incorporated a touch of magic silver powder, known for its anti-magic properties, a gift from Sodden's sample box. As he had departed from the fortress with little to no supplies, he was grateful for the magic furnace, which had 2 modes, one akin to an electric stove and the other resembling a flame-throwing device. After reloading all the collected shell casings, he realized that many remained unutilized. Time was of the essence. It seems I need to prepare some more shell casings, he mused, placing the newly forged 10 projectiles containing magic silver powder aside while readying both revolvers. The flying orc emitted muffled cries. Luo Heng paid no heed. After all, it was merely a captive, alive and well. It posed no immediate threat. He would not entertain any notions of the creature being well fed enough to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Mitsai awakened after just 2 hours, bouncing around on Luo Heng's shoulders. Yet he found little joy in the moment. Although this was less strenuous than weight training, the current situation was one of survival. Despicable, shameless, down. In the evening, Luo Heng retrieved the object stuffed in the orc's mouth, provoking a torrent of curses in the language of dwarves. He then gagged the orc again. There's no food tonight. You'll have to wait until morning to curse again, and by then, you'll have nothing to eat. He was taken aback that the orc could speak human language. Observing the creature, he spoke again, ignoring the orc's muffled protests. You'll find it easier to manage if you go hungry for a couple of days, he muttered, seeking shelter beneath a stone, building a fire in front of him while holding his revolver, and gradually drifting into a stupor. This location was sheltered from the wind, and the fire would be hard to spot from a distance, unless viewed from the sky. After a night of restless sleep, Luo Heng awoke at dawn, feeling remarkably rejuvenated. My body feels several times better than before, he mused, noting that the fire had extinguished. He took out some jerky and bread, washed down with cold water, while Mitsai happily munched on the jerky beside him. After satisfying his hunger, Luo Heng attended to personal matters, finally releasing the orc from its gag. This time, the flying orc refrained from cursing. Do you want something to eat? Luo Heng inquired. Producing a piece of bread. Chapter 48. Dealing with the captive, I need to relieve myself. The orc gritted through clenched teeth, a flicker of pride in its eyes. Luo Hong, considering the captive's predicament, slapped his forehead and re-gagged the creature. Fearing it might attempt to cast a spell, wasn't spell casting dependent on incantations? He began to untie the leather bindings around the orc's outer robe, and as the outer layer was loosened, the orc flapped its wings in agitation. Glaring at its own appendages with barely contained fury, the ensuing situation nearly drove the orc to madness. Luo Hang freed the bindings around the captive's legs, securing its arms while releasing its hands, and dragged the female orc behind a small rock. That should suffice. Luo Hung stood behind the rock, gripping the orc's hair, anxious that the creature might release its gag and attempt to cast a spell. In truth, casting spells was not as simple as it seemed. The orc was on the verge of losing its temper, glaring daggers at Luo Hong, who was preoccupied with thoughts of escape, oblivious to everything else. "Are we done?" he asked. "Ugh," the orc uttered in muffled tones. Luo Hong held the captive's clothing with one hand while removing the gag with the other. "Hand me some leaves," the orc commanded. Luo Hong understood the request immediately and grabbed a handful. The orc had resorted to using leaves as toilet paper, a practice not uncommon even within the fortress, particularly during wilderness survival training. Shameless, vulgar, despicable, barbaric, the orc spat a series of epithets. Filthy swine, scum. The orc became increasingly animated in its tirades. Luo Hang seized the captive, delivering a swift smack to its rear. "If you dare curse me again, I'll strip you of your trousers and give you a taste of your own medicine." He left the bewildered orc with its hands bound, wrapping its wings in the robe and securing its feet as well. "Let us eat." He stuffed a piece of bread into the orc's mouth, which was not overly large. Ugh. He continued to feed the orc bread and water, careful not to offer too much, all while ignoring the creature's furious glare and covering its mouth with a cloth. "Don't try to break free. If you do, I'll shove my stinky socks down your throat." He used his smelly foot wrappings, which were merely strips of cloth, lacking any resemblance to actual socks. "Too bad I don't have any tape," he grumbled inwardly. Hoisting the captive on his back, the orc nearly retched at the smell of his foot wrappings but dared not move. Meatsai frolicked about, seemingly unbothered by fatigue, taking breaks to rest when needed. Occasionally glancing back at the orc, who also caught sight of Meatsai, their eyes occasionally locking in a curious stare. Thus, they journeyed for 3 days, with temperatures dropping steadily at night. The need for fire became imperative. Luo Hung dared not venture out after dark, having encountered dangers in the past, but none compared to the threat posed by the orcs. "Is someone watching me?" On the 4th day, Luo Hang sensed he was being observed, yet the surroundings remained eerily still. After walking for over an hour, he discerned something amiss. He was indeed being followed. With a spark of inspiration, he retrieved a copper flask, originally meant for holding wine, now repurposed for other uses. Crafting the device had been remarkably simple, especially with sufficient materials on hand. Examining the sky, he noted it was afternoon, and he quickly assessed the terrain before heading in a specific direction, squatting before a large tree. He continued onward but kept his ears perked. Suddenly, a series of jingling bells startled him. Confirming the presence of others nearby, he realized that using his device could be risky, as its low-tech nature could easily be exploited if discovered by the orcs. "It seems a modification is in order," he murmured under his breath. That night, he found a cave and ignited a fire at the entrance, resting against the cave wall in a half-conscious state, as it was not easily visible from outside. Luo Hang inspected his copper flask and proceeded with modifications, pleased to see 2 small holes with copper wires drawn through them. Early the next morning, after packing up, Luo Hong prepared to set out again, but not before leaving a little surprise for those who might be tailing him. "I wonder if my suspicions are correct," he pondered aloud. Boom! Within 5 minutes, he heard a resounding explosion, prompting him to rush back. Upon peering into the cave, he discovered 2 orc bodies, lifeless and bleeding profusely. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were 2 male orcs, catmen. Their garments were camouflaged with leaves, and their tails bore an uncanny resemblance to those of cats, although he could not be entirely certain. Daggers, fine iron daggers. And another one. Luo Hong examined the items possessed by the orcs, surprised to find fine iron daggers among them. A rarity indeed. That moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside, prompting him to sidestep into the shadows of the cave, preparing both revolvers. The footsteps grew louder, and in an instant, he emerged at the cave's entrance. Bang! Bang, bang, the sounds echoed like popping beans, accompanied by cries of distress. 5 orcs and 5 werewolves were caught completely off guard. 10 rounds fired in rapid succession, and the unprepared orcs stood no chance. After dispatching the werewolves, Luo Hong made a hasty retreat, indifferent to the bone spears they had wielded. The orc captive on his back glared at the fallen catmen and werewolves, its eyes aflame with rage. Yet it remained powerless to act. The flying orcs had yet to make their appearance, indicating that their plans had met with partial success. The flying orcs were a rare breed, and this particular orc could not afford to sustain further losses. Luo Hong was contemplating this in his mind. Indeed, Luo Heng's reasoning held merit. Flying orc priests were exceedingly scarce among their ranks. After suffering repeated blows from Luo Hong, one had even been captured, leaving the war god's temple reluctant to send any more flying orcs into the fray. Rumors regarding Luo Hong being a devil grew increasingly fervent, causing even the centaur archers to hesitate in their approach. The centaur archers, though few in number among the orcs, had already lost several in their pursuit of Luo Hong. The chieftain of the centaur clan resolutely decided against sending his warriors forth, opting instead to withdraw from the area, especially since the human mage group had now joined the battle. Within a day, the orcs retreated over 100 miles. Only a handful of ambitious tribal chieftains dispatched some orcs to pursue Luo Hong. 2 days after Luo Heng dispatched these orcs, the reinforcements finally arrived, only to find the scene littered with the remnants of beastly skirmishes and scattered bones. Any trace of Luo Heng had long since vanished. Continue the search. Where could a dwarf possibly run to? This group of orcs, clad in leather armor and notably taller than average, numbered over 20, with the most conspicuous among them boasting a mane of golden curls. They swiftly dispersed to undertake their search, and half an hour later, a distant sound of mournful horns echoed through the air. The leader hurriedly made his way towards the sound, and after 20 minutes, he spotted his fellow tribesman. "Chieftain, we have found it. There is a scent of dwarves in this direction," one of the orcs announced. "Let us pursue. We shall lead the way, and the rest may follow," the chieftain commanded. This band of orcs moved with remarkable speed through the jungle, outpacing Luo Heng significantly. Boom! As they ascended a mountain pass, the chieftain was suddenly struck by a deafening roar, followed by a sharp pain in his head. He beheld 4 of his kin lying in pools of blood and instinctively touched his own head, which was bleeding profusely. "Damn it," he cursed, as the orcs behind him hesitated to advance, dazed by the sudden, unseen assault. "Chieftain," the remaining orcs glanced nervously at their leader. "Press on. What is there to fear?" The chieftain licked his wound and charged forward, his body glowing with a dark light, expanding in size. Boom! Yet, merely a few meters into his charge, he felt himself flipped over and sent flying backwards. "Chieftain!" The orcs quickly dropped to the ground, witnessing their leader and 2 others collapse into the crimson pool. They dared not move an inch. "Retreat!" The chieftain gasped, his lower half a mangled mess, as he coughed up blood to issue the command. Luo Hong, hearing the 2 explosions from afar, clicked his tongue and mused, "A bunch of fools. If it weren't for the terrain, could you have possibly chased me here?" Upon observing the mountain pass, Luo Heng recognized it as the perfect location for setting traps. He had utilized 2 trigger mechanisms, stuffing 5 pounds of inferior magic crystal powder into a wine flask along with some iron nails. How could the destructive power be diminished? Luo Heng seemed to have found his footing in special operations. The route he took being erratic and unpredictable. Crack! With a swift motion, Luo Heng dashed out from the cave, soon returning with a plump bamboo rat-like creature. As night fell, he set traps around the cave. For the orcs were not pressing their pursuit, and he was keen on preparing provisions. The weather grew increasingly frigid, complicating movement due to his heavy attire and the escalating consumption of food. The captured orc was allowed to loosen his cloak at night to stretch his limbs. During the day, they were on the move. As for the orc's mouth, aside from eating and drinking, it was bound shut. Although the captive claimed he could not cast spells solely with his voice, Luo Hong held no belief in his words. "Is it snowing?" In the dead of night, Luo Hong felt a cold breeze sweep in, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed the branches concealing the cave entrance being blown aside, snowflakes drifting, and a sense of inexplicable relief washed over him, while the snow made his own departure difficult. It also meant he need not fear the flying orcs returning to trouble him. The orcs on the ground did not instill much fear in him. It was the aerial orcs that posed a threat. Woo! Just then, Meadwell began to whimper, and suddenly, a dark shadow surged through the cave entrance. Chapter 49. The Mysterious Dagger. A Bear Man. Luo Hang's heart raced, and he fired his revolver. Bang, bang, bang. He rolled it aside. But in the next instant, the tremendous force slammed him against the cave wall. The space was cramped. Bang. Luo Hang felt himself on the verge of losing consciousness as he continued to pull the trigger. Bang, bang. All 5 bullets were expended, and he watched as the bear man before him crumpled to the ground, the palm-thick wooden shield shattered. Roar! But there was not just one bear man. Another shadow darted past. Luo Hang dove sideways, but in the next moment, an immense force struck him, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Luo Hang bit his tongue, the sharp pain snapping him back to awareness. A flash of silver. And a bear man cried out in agony as he swung his shield. Midwa was sent crashing against the wall, collapsing softly to the ground, while more bear men entered. Roar! The bear man pressing down on Luo Hang raised his shield, preparing to bring it down with crushing force. The consequences of such a blow were dire. Luo Hang felt the pressure ease momentarily, allowing him to roll away just as the bear man and his shield descended upon him. Bang! The bear man crashed down with his shield, and Luo Hang braced himself against the ground, pushing off with all his might, managing to plant his feet on the shield. He felt as though his legs were no longer his own. Yet he harnessed that very strength to rise to his feet. As he focused his will, a dagger materialized in his hand. Europe! The 3 bear men roared in unison, charging at Luo Hang. Kill! Luo Hang had no chance to evade. He bellowed back and charged straight at one of the bear men. Boom! He could neither dodge nor escape as 3 thick wooden shields bore down upon him, and he felt darkness envelop him. Yet, in that moment, his dagger pierced into the arm of one bear man. The creature visibly withered, transforming into a desiccated corpse as the shield fell to the ground, crashing down towards the unconscious Luo Hang. The impact landed squarely on Luo Hang's body, with a stone jabbing painfully at his thigh. Jolting him awake, the dagger shot out instinctively, striking the stunned bear man nearby. Devil! The remaining bear man, witnessing the transformation of his 2 companions into mummies, screamed in terror and bolted towards the cave entrance. Strangely, Luo Hang felt a surge of immense power emanating from the dagger, a force both unfamiliar and as if it had melded into his very being. As he lay there, the dagger flew from his hand, aimed at the bear man already at the cave's mouth. Thud! The bear man had barely exited the cave when, in the next moment, his body shriveled and collapsed to the ground. Cough, cough. Luo Hang, feeling pain throughout his body, struggled to rise, his thigh nearly devoid of sensation. It was then he noticed Midwa lying in the cave, and he moved closer, discovering she too was bleeding. An inexplicable ache surged within him. Midwa had scratched a bear man, and he heard its anguished cry. For the captured orc, he remained oblivious to the chaos, bound and facing the wall. When Luo Hang retrieved his revolver and dagger, a warm sensation flowed from the dagger into his body. The pain dissipated swiftly, and the discomfort in his insides faded. It was a peculiar feeling. Could this dagger absorb something from the bear men's bodies and transfer it to me? Those selected for special operations training were hardly fools. Luo Hang now felt unafraid of the dagger, playing with it. It appeared to be an ordinary military issue knife, lacking any ornate designs. Sharp! Luo Hang tested it against 10 stacked copper coins, slicing through them effortlessly. There's a newfound ease in wielding it. Previously, he had thought he would require at least 2 months to recuperate from his injuries, yet now he felt nearly unscathed. With the dagger in hand, he discovered it was remarkably intuitive to use. Cradling Midwa, Luo Hang hoisted the captured orc onto his back and exited the cave, stepping into a world blanketed in heavy snowfall. He hastily made his escape. The snow served as the perfect cover for concealing his tracks. While visibility was limited, he swiftly distanced himself from the cave. During the day, he had observed the terrain and now dared not ascend the mountain, instead opting to navigate through the underbrush at the foot. Once the snow concealed everything, traversing up or down the mountain would be tantamount to suicide. Midwa, feeling a stir in his arms, Luo Hang whispered. Midwa poked her head out, sensing the wind and snow, only to retreat back into his embrace, seemingly attracted by the scent of liquor, her nose twitching slightly. Here, Luo Hang produced a wooden wine flask, wary of using the copper one lest it become a burden. Luo Hang was no longer concerned about any potential ailments that Midwa might transmit. After consuming alcohol, Mi-duo had fallen asleep in his arms, softly snoring. Luo Heng took a sip himself, savoring the warmth radiating from her body, and continued onward. By the time dawn broke, the snowfall had intensified, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of snow. With visibility reduced to less than 50 meters, the tracks he had made earlier had vanished almost instantly. Luo Heng settled for a meager meal, allowing the orc captive a moment to attend to personal matters before preparing to set off. Damn! He encountered a rather vexing predicament. The female orc had started her menstrual cycle. Upon setting her down, he noticed the bloodstains, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Had he not been in such perilous circumstances, he would have certainly dismissed this captive. Yet, uncertainty lingered in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered some twigs and kindled a fire in the sheltered spot. The snow continued to fall heavily, accompanied by the howling winds reminiscent of a tiger's roar, though he was safely ensconced within the forest at the foot of the mountain. Utilizing some ashes, he fashioned a makeshift sanitary pad. Placing the ashes within a cloth bag, an emergency method he had learned from the female soldiers during training. The female orc, of course, cursed him, but ultimately made use of it for the first time. Luo Heng brewed a pot of jerky soup for her, and then resumed their journey. Despite the heavy snowfall, he recognized it as the best means to obscure their tracks. The line between day and night had blurred. He lost track of time, having rested several times, each occasion requiring him to replace the ashes for the orc captive. Suddenly, a loud crash. Beneath some large boulders on the slope, a gray bear lay sleeping. From a few meters away, Luo Heng took aim with his crude anti-material rifle and shot it in the head. Although a foul odor emanated from the crevice beneath the rocks, once he ignited a fire to roast the meat. The aroma of grilled bear filled the air. Bear meat, while somewhat coarse, was still nourishing. Both Mi-duo and the orc captive partook of the feast. Is this a magical beast? As Luo Heng split open the bear's skull, he discovered a pea-sized crystal within. Rather than feeling elated, he was filled with trepidation, for magical beasts were said to inhabit only specific regions rich in magical elements. He drew forth his dagger, bringing the magic core close. Eager to discern its properties, the pea-sized magic core approached the dagger. A dim gray light flickered to life on its surface, and the core vanished without a trace. This time, however, the dagger did not impart any essence to him. Luo Heng inspected the bear's entrails and bones, slicing into them with his dagger. A bone, struck by the blade, rapidly transformed into a grayish-white powder within moments. Disintegrating into dust with the slightest pressure, the entrails exhibited no such changes, while a paw shriveled into a desiccated husk at his touch. What difference does this make? Luo Heng murmured to himself. He reduced all the bear bones to powder, discarding the entrails and covering them with ashes before beginning to roast the meat, positioning the orc captive to the side, her back turned to him. He prepared bear meat, liver, gallbladder, and heart, all preserved in a vacuum-like space, which, while preventing spoilage in the short term, would certainly affect the flavor. This should last for quite some time. After a day of diligent work, he finally had the meat ready for storage, taking the opportunity to rest for an additional day. When he resolved to set off once more, the snow had accumulated to a meter in depth. Yet the sky showed no signs of abating. Snowboarding, he decided, crafting a pair of snowboards. He located a dead tree, skillfully carved it into two broadboards using his dagger, and saturated the drywood with bear fat to create two poles. He heated the wood over the fire, allowing the fat to be absorbed, and scorched one side to achieve a smoother finish, far quicker than sanding. After preparing an extra set, he began his journey. The distinction between day and night was negligible. Traversing the forest with his snowboards and poles in hand, he moved swiftly along the river's edge, the orc captive swaddled tightly, her head completely wrapped, while he himself was bundled up, leaving only his eyes exposed. The muffled sounds of the outside world were lost to him, and visibility was poor, so he maintained a cautious pace through the dense foliage. With the river still unfrozen, he opted against traversing it. Finding this path considerably less strenuous, he relied on the trees to navigate, resting whenever he found an opportunity, though the next resting place remained uncertain. Days later, when the snow finally ceased, sunlight broke through, and Luo Heng found refuge in a tree hollow. Venturing out now would be tantamount to suicide. Exposed to the sunlight and the blinding white snow, one's sight would be compromised in no time. Perched several meters above the ground, this massive tree resembled a banyan but was far grander in scale. After a brief search around it, he discovered the hollow. filled with various nuts. While he hesitated to sample them, Miduo gorged herself until her belly was round. The bear hide served as a makeshift bedding within the hollow, while any insects present were eradicated with fire. After completing these tasks, he dozed off for a while, only to awaken to find the snowfall had ceased. It seems I can only travel at night, he mused, leaning against the hollow, deliberately avoiding the glaring sunlight outside. He released the orc captive's legs, allowing her some mobility. With no fire lit in the hollow, he had extinguished the flames when the snowfall ceased, leaving only a pile of charcoal behind. Luo Hong examined his dagger, attempting to sense any peculiar properties, but found no discernible differences. Roar! The orc captive dared not remove the cloth covering her mouth, fully aware that doing so would result in her being bound again. Glancing at her damaged wings, which were barely intact, she realized flight was an impossibility to that moment. Luo Hong heard a thunderous roar from above. Peering out, he saw nothing, but upon turning back, he secured the orc captive once more and began to climb up the tree trunk. Reaching a sturdy branch, he cautiously traversed it. Roar! Another creature emitted a fearsome growl, prompting Luo Hong to tread carefully as he ventured further. Roar! Finally, he spotted the source of the sound atop a distant mountain, a green creature. A dragon? Through the gaps in the leaves, he discerned that the green beast bore a resemblance to General Herman's mount. It was still quite far away, at least several kilometers off. Luo Hong retracted his head, aware that Herman's dragon was a high-tier magical beast. Roar! Another thunderous roar sent a shiver down his spine, akin to a lion's growl, reverberating directly above him. Damn it! Luo Hong hastily pressed himself against the tree trunk, peering upward. Roar, roar, roar. The creature on the distant mountain emitted a sound that seemed off. Roar! Luo Hong heard a rush of wind. The beast, soaring from a height of several hundred meters, suddenly swooped down towards him, accompanied by a roar of its own. Luo Hong caught sight of enormous wings and quickly retreated to the safety of the hollow. The air filled with furious roars, and he could even hear the sound of something crashing to the ground, accompanied by the splintering of trees. Peeking outside, he saw nothing but trees surrounding him, obscuring his view, yet the cacophony of roars made it clear that two monsters were engaged in a fierce battle. For nearly an hour, the sounds of combat continued, until he heard a final, pained cry echoing away. Roar! The other creature's voice persisted, growing fainter as it flew away. After listening intently for a while, he detected no further sounds. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a large head suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hollow. A snake. Upon witnessing this, Luo Hong instinctively drew his dagger and hurled it. The serpent's eyes reflected disdain, as if mocking him, yet the dagger embedded itself deep within its body, hilt deep. Thud! The creature's eyes widened in shock before it opened its mouth, and its body gradually withered. It took Luo Hong a moment to comprehend that his earlier actions had been instinctual. He had wielded the dagger like a trump card, clutching it tightly. Fearful of attracting the attention of the two massive beasts, the snake's head was larger than the hollow itself, and as he withdrew the dagger, the serpent's corpse plummeted to the ground, revealing a hidden hollow beneath the mighty tree. What an expression in those serpentine eyes! Could this be a high-tier magical beast? Is there something concealed above, prompting the snake to hide here? Luo Hong pondered. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, akin to having overeaten. Unbeknownst to him, Miduo perched on his shoulder, her form enveloped in a gentle white glow, her eyes gleaming with newfound vitality. Luo Hong clenched his fist, astonished by the surge of strength he felt. With a rip, his leather pants tore, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, but fortunately, the orc captive remained turned away. Luo Hong changed into a different pair of trousers. As he gazed at the torn leather pants that he had just discarded, he realized that he was ill-suited to this newfound strength. After switching his trousers, Luo Hong looked up at the trees and, with a determined grit of his teeth, decided to climb up to investigate. His two short swords resembled sharp claws, allowing him to swiftly ascend to the top. There, he found the tree trunk had broken, and on the thick branches above was a colossal nest. A magic core. Luo Hong exclaimed upon seeing some beast bones, which were used as padding within the nest. Alongside some objects that shone brilliantly in the sunlight, he spotted a magic core the size of a pigeon's egg and gaped in astonishment. Rushing over, he began to dig through a pile of magic cores. Once he unearthed them, he discovered a hole at the side of the broken trunk, revealing a hollowed-out tree containing a black egg. This, The egg was not particularly large, measuring less than 50 centimeters in diameter. Luo Heng lifted it, finding it weighed around 40 to 50 pounds, and beneath it lay several more magic cores. He quickly gathered these magic cores and noticed some beast fangs nearby that appeared remarkably unique, resembling jade in their smoothness. After collecting the fangs, Luo Heng produced a leather pouch, placing the egg inside before descending the tree. It's unsafe. Upon returning to the tree hollow, Luo Heng's heart raced. He descended the large tree and noticed the entrance of a snake's den, with the creature's tail still protruding from the opening. Climbing inside, he ventured several dozen meters and discovered an underground passage, showing signs of human construction. Without a second thought, he set the egg down and returned to retrieve the orc captive. Glancing at the towering tree, Luo Heng steeled himself and poured out a substantial portion of inferior fire-type magical crystal powder into the tree hollow, then took out some oil from his belongings. He slid down the great tree, ignited a torch, and tossed it in. Boom! The hollow exploded with a thunderous roar as the entire tree began to topple, flames erupting from the cracked trunk. The wood, akin to that of a cypress, contained an abundance of oils, igniting instantly with the slightest breeze. Moments later, another tree caught fire, the fallen giant having cleared the snow from its base. In winter, the tree leaves held little moisture, and Luo Heng glanced at the enormous nest before rushing over to ignite some animal hides and other materials atop it, which ignited immediately. With a roar, Luo Heng swiftly dove into the snake's den, collapsing the snow at the entrance as he hurriedly burrowed underground with the orc captive. Inside, silence enveloped them. Sitting on a bearskin, Luo Heng lit a torch and gently caressed the egg. After some contemplation, he retrieved the magic cores, selecting the largest ones to store in the leather pouch. The orc captive's eyes sparkled upon seeing the egg. What is this? Luo Heng observed a large, silver coin-like object among the magic cores, adorned with peculiar patterns, one of which bore a symbol he did not recognize. The orc captive's eyes widened in astonishment, though Luo Heng remained oblivious to his reaction. What is this place? Who built it? He wondered. Inspecting the passage, despite its age, traces of craftsmanship were still evident, and he could see marks left by the snake. Resolute, he decided to venture further. Chapter 51, Prehistoric Civilization, Part 1. This may have once been an exit, only to have collapsed later, with that giant snake burrowing in here to spy on the magical beasts above. Did it not notice my presence in the tree hollow? Or perhaps even if it did not regard me as a threat. Luo Heng speculated. He led the orc captive forward, hanging the egg around his neck. Although he was not well versed in the subject, he understood the concept of magical pets. General Hermann's dragon steed was one such creature, which Luo Heng coveted. Clearly, this egg belonged to a flying creature. Thus, he placed the finest magic core into the leather pouch, believing that anything capable of flight would be welcome. The passage continued deeper. The surrounding stone walls significantly corroded, revealing little else. Is this the lair of the giant snake? Luo Heng marveled at the vast chamber, the torch still illuminating the space. He noted some collapsed stone walls on one side, a gentle breeze wafting through, filling his heart with hope. Where there's wind, there's no fear. The ground was littered with the foul remnants of snake droppings, yet no skins were visible, indicating the creature did not dwell here long-term. Perhaps shedding its skin elsewhere. Setting the orc captive down, Luo Heng crawled into the collapsed area. After traversing less than 100 meters, he heard the sound of flowing water and the squeaking of mice. Ignoring the rodents, which scurried away at the sight of the torch, he knew he could not catch them here. An underground river, he mused, observing the waterway that appeared to have been modified by human hands. Returning to the chamber, he ignited another torch. The snake had left nothing behind but droppings filled with fur. This hall, measuring 100 meters in diameter, was circular, a feat of architecture that left Luo Heng in awe. While inspecting one wall, he discovered what looked like a door. Knocking on it revealed no sound of an opening. Luo Heng fetched some water, splashing it onto the suspicious door. Metal. When a glimmer appeared on the surface, Luo Heng was taken aback. After a thorough cleaning that took half an hour, he revealed a shining door, the thick layer of dust perplexing him. Feeling around, he found no discernible features, and after another hour of effort, he discerned the door's outline. Tall, approximately 6 meters wide. The doorknob shouldn't be so low. This door must be quite high, he mused. Turning back, he gathered some food for himself and allowed the orc captive a brief respite, binding him again to prevent any speaking. The orc captive silently observed Luo Heng's actions, puzzled. Why was the totem emblem here? Did the high priest send the magic bird back to the temple, only for something to go awry on the way? And that egg, it resembled that of a griffin, which was quite audacious of this diminutive fellow. Yet the orc priest understood that this small man had succeeded. The egg was now in his possession. The thought of the griffin filled the orc priest with envy, for griffins were high-level magical beasts. Luo Hong retrieved 2 wooden sticks from his spatial pouch, binding them to his feet. Using a small hammer, he supported himself against the wall in the collapsed area, standing as if on stilts. Knock, 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 knock. Finally, at a height of 4 meters, he gently tapped, dislodging something. Damn. Luo Hang stared at the enormous button-like object adorned with ancient Greek numerals. Feeling dizzy, he quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath as he examined the button, which was remarkably well-preserved. By the torchlight, he noticed 6 buttons that had been more frequently pressed, without the firelight's reflection. He would have missed them. 6 digits. Uncertain of the potential consequences, he returned to the collapsed area and sat down, untied the sticks, and transferred the egg and orc captive across to the other side of the underground river. 6 digits. Luo Hong extended his finger. Realizing that this button was about 3 times larger than any he had previously encountered, each the size of an EGG, clicked in his mind. He mentally listed a series of numbers before pressing the first one. After 5 presses, there was no reaction. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the 6th digit. Warning, 3 attempts remaining. An awkward language suddenly appeared, startling Luo Hang. His face paled as he realized it was English, leaving him bewildered. Tentatively, he pressed the 2nd digit. After this attempt, he perked up his ears, and indeed, another phrase in English followed. The 3rd attempt yielded the same result, and Luo Hong felt apprehensive about whether the 4th attempt would succeed or what the consequences of failure might be. He pressed 5 buttons in quick succession. When he reached the 6th button, he found himself unable to press it down. Taking a deep breath, he curled his body slightly, preparing to push it, when suddenly, no way. These digits represent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could it be? At that moment, Luo Hong realized what these buttons signified. With renewed determination, he pressed the buttons continuously, but nothing appeared on display. Click, 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 click. In one fluid motion, Luo Hang leaped out, dashing toward the collapsed stone wall like a gust of wind. Boom! The sound of crumbling rocks echoed as he noticed the great door slowly opening, the thick dust swirling in the air. However, something seemed amiss. The door only opened to a width of less than a meter, towering at least 10 meters high. Luo Hang tossed a torch inside but noted no immediate response. Cautiously, he approached the grand entrance, tossing another torch within. Dust filled the air, and as he sidled through the doorway, he brushed aside the dust to reveal a metallic sheen on the floor as a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a cacophony of falling debris. Quickly, Luo Hong grabbed the torch from the ground and hurled it out, following closely behind. Is this a ventilation system? He wondered as he watched the smoke billow into the underground river area. Moments later, the dust still lingered but did not emerge again. Luo Hong was engulfed in confusion as he waited for over an hour before stepping through the grand entrance, only to be greeted by a cloud of dust. It seems the ventilation system is also malfunctioning, he mused. Surveying the expansive space that soared at least 30 meters high, flanked by staircases on either side. As he lightly brushed his hand against the stairs, they crumbled into powder, clearly indicating that the metal used for them was of inferior quality compared to that of the entrance and floor. Venturing into a room just beyond the entrance, Luo Hong encountered a thick layer of debris. Gently nudging it with his foot, he discovered what appeared to be metallic objects. Buttons, he pondered, examining the metallic fragments in his hand, which were not actually metal but rather a composite material resembling silver glass. Chapter 52, Prehistoric Civilization, Part 2, The height of this room, he contemplated, noting that the ceiling was at least 10 meters high and the grand doorway loomed 8 meters tall. The spaciousness was accentuated by the size of the objects he held, seemingly the size of goose eggs. Suddenly, he heard a sound and stepped out of the room, realizing that apart from the surrounding walls, everything else crumbled to dust upon contact, unable to withstand any force. Is that the sound of water? He wondered, moving deeper into the ruins where the sound of flowing water grew louder. After walking approximately 500 meters, he noticed the damp ground and an opening from which water flowed outward. Dry for a millennium, wet for 10,000 years. Everything here, resembling wood, has decayed, yet this metal remains uncorrupted. Just how many years have passed? Luo Hong was beset by numerous questions. particularly regarding the ancient Greek numerals displayed on the keypad. The instructor had mentioned these during password training, emphasizing the need for secrecy in a high-tech society, which often employed complex methods for security. Many password locks required not only fingerprint and iris verification, but also an additional set of password devices. Akin to this seemingly simple lock, the sound of rushing water intensified, revealing that the ruins were divided into 3 distinct levels. With visible rooms above, the increasing roar of water prompted Luo Hong to speculate that perhaps his act of opening the entrance had triggered this situation. He examined the vast chambers around him, noting that the majority were filled with refuse. After a quarter of an hour, he finally stumbled upon a sealed space. Peering through the enormous glass window, he observed what appeared to be human remains on the ground. Though the flickering light cast reflections on the glass, drawing forth a dagger, he thrust it into the glass, swiftly creating an opening. With a decisive kick, he shattered the glass, causing the light to dim momentarily. And he instinctively held his breath. Entering the chamber, he found what seemed to be an intact wooden table, albeit exceedingly large and tall, which he refrained from touching. The space measured approximately 50 meters in length. And he turned his gaze to a row of towering metal cabinets, which, although somewhat decayed, were in better condition than those exposed to the outside air. However, upon contact with the air, the metal began to change color. With relative ease, he opened one cabinet, revealing an enormous suit of armor, standing over 5 meters tall, adorned with peculiar patterns reminiscent of ancient plate armor. He opened a second cabinet, discovering another suit of a similar size alongside a silver spear. Turning back, he noticed a sleek black sword nestled beside the first cabinet, nearly undetectable from the side. In the third cabinet, Luo Hong gasped at the sight of a colossal suit of armor. Towering an impressive 7 meters, accompanied by a massive axe standing beside it. The fourth and fifth cabinets contained a total of 9, the smallest housing 2 sets of armor, each 2.5 meters high, along with 2 large swords gleaming with strange patterns. Luo Hong opted for the sixth cabinet, which contained a crossbow, a 2-meter-long weapon, along with 30 arrows, each as thick as a thumb, shimmering with a silver hue and adorned with intricate designs. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a familiar groove on the handle of the crossbow. This is, he mused, recognizing the regular 9-sided shape, although he could not immediately recall its significance. I wonder who used these items. Hastily, he exited. As water began to seep into the chamber, carrying the hefty crossbow, he returned to the area with the orc captives, intending to place the weapon there before continuing his search. Upon spotting a leather pouch containing eggs, he slapped his thigh in realization, conjuring a magic core into his hand, which he then embedded into the groove of the crossbow. A red light flickered across the weapon, though he remained uncertain of its meaning or how to control it. He suddenly remembered. Quickly placing the crossbow down, removing the magic core, and returning to the room with the metal cabinets, where water had yet to intrude, he approached a 2.5-meter suit of armor, meticulously examining it until he located a matching groove at the back of its head. Inserting a magic core into the groove, the armor emitted a red glow, and to his astonishment, it began to separate. Luo Hong, momentarily bewildered, turned to find a weapon storage area on the opposite side of the cabinet, where something else was also shimmering. Picking it up, he discovered a massive silver coin-like object, approximately 15 centimeters in diameter, adorned with strange patterns and featuring a central groove. Inserting another magic core, he observed 2 buttons appear on the coin, each marked with English letters. He recognized one as on and the other as off. Pressing the on button yielded no response, while the off button caused the previously massive armor to vanish. Stunned, he pressed on again, and the armor reappeared in its original location. I see now, he realized. Glancing at the nearby weapons, he noted they too possessed grooves. Pressing the off button caused both the weapons and armor to disappear simultaneously. Spatial equipment, he deduced, gazing at the enormous silver coin, which he decided to refer to as a badge. With renewed determination, he set to work, swiftly stowing away the 9 colossal suits of armor. After inspecting the cabinets, he struck one with a hammer, but it proved impervious to his attempts at destruction. There must be something unusual behind these cabinets. Perhaps a power source, he surmised. Abandoning further attempts at vandalism, he packed the 9 badges into a leather pouch and was about to search for other items when an alarming voice echoed through the chamber. Warning! Warning! The base is under attack! The base is under attack! It will self-destruct in 30 seconds. Warning! Warning! Luo Hang stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the threat of self-destruction. Realizing this was no trivial matter, he dashed towards the shattered stone wall. Feeling a tremor as the surrounding walls began to warp, the ceiling, spanning over 100 meters, started to crumble, revealing mechanical structures within. Luo Hang gasped, quickly retrieving the badge from the armor where he had placed the crossbow. Clutching the pouch of eggs as he made his escape, the ground shook violently, accompanied by cracking sounds and the rush of compressed air. Reaching the dark river, he sprinted upward, knowing that descending might lead to entrapment. While ascending offered a glimmer of hope, as the ruins seemed to be collapsing downward. After half an hour, the tremor subsided, and the chaos around him quieted. Luo Hang exhaled in relief, noting that his torch was dwindling in supply. Could it be that I have traversed not space, but time? He pondered, grappling with the unsettling possibility that his family might have long perished, leaving him with no chance of return. His mind was a whirlwind of questions until he felt a gentle nudge from Duo. Reminding him of his own hunger, he realized, with a start, that he had forgotten to tend to the orc captive he was still carrying. My strength has grown so immense that I nearly forgot about him, Luo Hang thought. Temporarily setting aside his concerns, he placed the 2 leather pouches down and prepared to eat. Ugh, the orc captive whimpered softly. Wait a moment, Luo Hang replied. Knowing the captive wished to speak, he placed a water flask over the fire, adding jerky as he spoke. Chapter 53, Prehistoric Civilization, Part 3. Luo Hang released the orc captive's limbs and turned to wait, noting that the captive's mouth remained covered and his arms were bound. Hurry up, Luo Hang urged. Unbeknownst to him, the orc captive was subtly moving his hands in front of his body, gathering a faint white light at his fingertips. Suddenly, he directed this light towards the leather pouch, causing it to vanish inside. The orc then crouched down, followed by a series of hissing sounds as the rope shifted. Luo Hang swiftly turned to restrain the orc's hands again. Duo, witnessing the scene, remained nonchalant, focusing on preparing food. After eating, they rested for an hour before Luo Hang continued his journey with the orc captive in tow. I'm running low on food, Luo Hang noted, realizing that his appetite had surged to nearly 15 times that of his previous world. He felt far from satisfied, despite having increased his intake significantly while in the fortress, where he used to eat to the point of discomfort. After over 6 hours of travel, Luo Hang sensed a cold breeze wafting in, signaling that they were nearing the exit. Upon exiting the cave, he found himself situated on a mountainside, albeit it was night. Luo Hang retreated back into the cave and sought a sheltered spot. Igniting 2 torches, he spread a bare skin upon the ground and covered himself and the orc captive with another hide. Drowsily, Luo Hang dared not succumb to deep slumber, and he remained in a state of hazy awareness. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, but it was evident that nothing of note had transpired. Upon awakening, Luo Hang discovered that he was inexplicably holding the orc captive, while Mitsai lay nestled in his arms. Softly snoring, he lifted the bare skin and cautiously emerged from the cave. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sun's rays streaming down. Fortunately, I did not leave earlier, he mused, observing that he was indeed on a mountainside. Yet before him lay a sheer cliff with little passage downward. The ledge on which he stood jutted out prominently. He returned to gather some provisions, ensuring the orc captive was fed as well. After the orc addressed his personal hygiene, Luo Hang prepared to descend the mountain. He had fashioned strips from the bare skin, twisting them into ropes. Thankfully, the cliff was not excessively high, measuring around 15 meters. He first secured the orc captive, lowering him down, before following suit. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet the valley below offered a more comforting ambience. With the orc captive in tow, Luo Hang glided along the snowy terrain. Rapidly making his way toward the forest's edge, he refrained from plunging directly into the woods. As the forest was fraught with unknown dangers, the periphery of the forest allowed for potential escape from threats while providing a broader field of vision, which was considerably safer for Luo Hang, armed with a revolver, than facing a wild beast in the dense underbrush. The only sound that filled his ears was the howling wind, as he propelled himself forward with each exertion. Moving with the swiftness of an arrow, even on flat ground, his pace remained remarkable. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the mountain and tested the ice of the river, finding it sufficiently sturdy to traverse. He chose to stick to the riverbank, where the snow had accumulated to over a meter in thickness. Gliding over it posed little threat. Following the river was crucial for survival, as civilizations have historically thrived by their banks. During winter, Most rivers entered a state of low water, creating broad shores where massive stones occasionally emerged from beneath the snow. Despite the sun's presence, the top layer of snow remained frozen. However, this was precisely when danger lurked, as the recent snowfall had left the ground retaining some warmth. While the upper layer froze, the lower layer might have melted, concealing potential voids beneath an apparently stable surface. After several hours, Luo Heng discovered a few large stones and gathered some dead branches from nearby trees. The ground was devoid of visible resources, but the wilderness's towering trees harbored dry twigs. Even during heavy rain, the bark of some dense trunks remained dry. Using a dagger, Luo Heng pried off some dry pine bark and returned to the large stones. Just as he removed his skis, he found himself sinking into the snow. He cleared the snow away, constructing a windbreak around him, and once a 2-meter diameter pit emerged, the windbreak walls rose above him by over a meter. He decided to light a fire, aware that while it might expose his position, the absence of warmth posed a greater threat. Drinking some boiled snow water, he felt considerably more comfortable. The orc, however, refused the hot water, preferring it lukewarm. In fact, in his previous world, only certain cultures consumed hot water, while many others drank it cold. Thus, Luo Heng did not insist on the orc drinking warm water. He chopped the jerky into pieces, boiled it with water, and added flour to create a nourishing dish. Although it appeared unappetizing, it was undeniably a source of sustenance. The orc was only unbound during mealtime, with Luo Heng keeping a vigilant watch. The orc remained silent, while Mitsai munched on the toasted bread. Suddenly, she leapt to her feet like a startled rabbit, her round ears twitching. Luo Heng quickly crouched behind the snow wall, peering intently into the surroundings. Wolves, he speculated. Sensing signs of movement within the forest, his heart raced when 2 colossal wolves, each over 2 meters tall and close to 4 meters long, came into view. 2 male wolves, he pondered, noting how they too turned their gaze toward him. Their noses twitching in his direction as he scrutinized them, it became apparent that they were indeed male. Wolves typically lived in packs, and he wondered why only 2 had appeared. The wolves, after a brief moment of observation, shifted their focus elsewhere, yet their gaunt bellies kept Luo Heng on high alert. Standing up, he shouted, "Hey!" The 2 massive wolves bounded a short distance away, watching him intently. Seizing the moment, Luo Heng hastily secured the orc captive to his back and retrieved his skis. In a matter of moments, the wolves vanished from sight. Once on his skis, he exerted himself, propelling forward with remarkable speed. A whoop! As he distanced himself from the rocks, one wolf leaped onto the stones of his makeshift camp, howling in his direction. A woo! A more resonant howl echoed from deep within the forest, sending a shiver down Luo Heng's spine as he pushed himself even harder. Chapter 54, Prehistoric Civilization, Part 4. Hearing the wolf's howl reverberate through the woods, he felt a surge of relief at his own cleverness. From the forest emerged a pack of wolves, both large and small, among them a silver wolf with a proudly raised tail, instantly recognizable as the Wolf King. Luo Heng's speed was remarkable as he navigated the sloping riverbank, his exertion propelling him swiftly. Suddenly, the massive wolves glowed with a blue and red luminescence, darting toward him like a gust of wind across the snow. Battle energy, he thought, alarmed, and redoubled his efforts. However, he did not cross the river, having heard its rushing waters and seen the sunken pits along its banks in a narrow escape. He brushed past the charging wolves, who unleashed a fiery red and blue energy ball in his wake. The explosion resounded as the fireball struck the snow-covered ground, sending shockwaves that even made Luo Heng cover his ears. The lead silver wolf, witnessing the chaos, howled to the heavens and sprinted after him. Shimmering with silver light, Luo Heng quickened his pace, feeling as though he were a streak of light across the snow. Glancing back, he noted that the silver wolf was closing the distance, now only 800 meters behind him. The sound of skis slicing through the snow filled the air as the silver wolf, glowing brighter, pursued him relentlessly. When Luo Heng noticed it was less than 500 meters away, he rounded a bend in the river, his field of vision expanding, and once again accelerated away. With this burst of speed, he gradually pulled ahead of the silver wolf. The creature halted, letting out a mournful howl as it realized the gap was widening. Luo Heng, acutely aware of the potential for other wolves to ambush him, knelt on his skis, taunting, "Come on, come on." He was determined to eliminate this silver wolf, not wishing to be pursued during the night. And he also needed food. Though wolf meat may not be the most palatable, It was better than nothing in the vast, snowy expanse. With a fierce roar, the silver wolf responded, and soon after, the howls of its kin echoed from across the river. Assessing the wind, Luo Heng scooped a handful of snow and tossed it forward as the silver wolf began to charge. He readied his crude firearm, with a long barrel resting against his shoulder. He switched to a bullet infused with mythical silver. Without a scope, he hesitated to fire prematurely. The silver wolf, upon noticing the weapon, did not retreat, but instead charged forward. The distance between them had diminished to around 800 meters. And as Luo Heng glided a bit further, he calculated the timing. 3 seconds should cover about 100 meters, he reckoned internally, preparing for the impending shot. He aimed carefully and squeezed the trigger, feeling a surprising smoothness as the gun fired. Boom! With a sudden crack, Luo Heng hastily reloaded his weapon, inserting another bullet imbued with mithril. The silver wolf rolled on the ground, its glaring blood staining the snow a vivid red. Boom! For the second time, Luo Heng observed a gaping hole blown through the wolf's forelimb, and only then did he exhale in relief. He inspected the gun barrel and noted it sustained minimal damage, though its lifespan would likely be considerably shortened under such usage. Luo Heng stored the ammunition in his spatial bag, and then retrieved his revolver. A minute later, he gazed at the silver wolf, which was now on the brink of death. Bang, 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 3 consecutive shots rang out, shattering the wolf's eyes. Luo Heng then drew a finely crafted iron dagger and severed the wolf's throat, greedily drinking its warm blood. Although the taste was pungent, survival training in the wild had taught him to endure even the most unsavory meals. After quenching his thirst with the blood, he felt a comforting warmth spread through his belly, enveloping him in a cozy sensation. Luo Heng decapitated the wolf and proceeded to process its body, skinning and eviscerating it. He carefully collected the wolf's pelt, discarding only the entrails, while keeping the heart and liver, as the internal organs could replenish numerous trace elements. At least 400 pounds of meat, he estimated, noting the beast's imposing height of over 2 meters and limbs as thick as his own thighs, resembling a cow in size. However, given the wolf's large frame and somewhat lean physique, he surmised that the pure meat would weigh around 400 pounds, with the total weight including fur likely reaching 600 or 700 pounds. A mournful howl echoed through the air, and Luo Heng spotted the massive wolves led by the silver wolf finally arriving. One colossal wolf let out a resounding call, causing the others to retreat. Roar! Luo Heng grasped the silver wolf's head and bellowed defiantly at the approaching pack. The wolves, seeing the blood on his hands and the head of their fallen leader, scattered in a panic. Boom! Luo Heng drew his crude anti-material rifle and fired again, taking down another giant wolf. Although this beast glimmered with a red aura, the mithril bullet detonated upon contact with the light, resulting in an explosive demise. Luo Heng refrained from firing further. Space was limited, and the 1,000+ pounds of food he had acquired would sustain him for quite some time. Across the river, a pack of wolves witnessed Luo Heng slay a giant wolf from a distance. He turned to face them, raising the silver wolf's head, prompting the entire pack to flee into the depths of the forest. After skinning and organizing the remains, he discovered a fire element magic core the size of a broad bean nestled within the giant wolf's skull. Indeed a magical beast, but I need to find a place to process the wolf meat. He pondered as he worked. That a sharp, piercing cry resounded from above, and Luo Heng looked up to see a golden giant eagle circling overhead. Chapter 55, Prehistoric Civilization, Part 5. Luo Heng was at a loss for words. He immediately abandoned the wolf's carcass and retreated with the silver wolf's head. Curse it, he muttered, observing the golden eagle soaring at least 1,000 meters in the sky. Although he possessed an anti-material rifle, the unpredictable currents and winds at such heights made him wary. Striking airborne targets, as seen on television, was a daunting task. The discrepancies between ground and aerial wind patterns made it even more difficult. Certainly, targeting helicopters was more feasible due to their lower altitude, but this was also their advantage. The golden eagle continued to circle above, and Luo Heng did not wish to provoke it. If it took an interest in him, the consequences could be dire. It was only when he had distanced himself over 2,000 meters that the eagle finally dove toward the ground, allowing Luo Heng to breathe a sigh of relief. He scanned his surroundings, searching for a suitable location to process the wolf meat. He glanced at the wolf's head, placed it in his spatial bag, and hurried onward. The eagle screeched, and Luo Heng turned to see it effortlessly lift the giant wolf's carcass into the air. That creature stood over 2 meters tall. It was no lightweight. As the sky darkened, Luo Heng's anxiety grew. He had traversed over 100 kilometers during this time, but had yet to find a suitable campsite. If it began to snow, he did not wish to spend the night in the wild. For this was an exceedingly perilous area. As twilight descended, the atmosphere became not only dim but also ominously dark. Luo Heng stood beside a thicket, gazing into the dense underbrush, his heart heavy with reluctance. Would he dare venture into the jungle? No. If I walk a bit further and find a solitary grove, I can always start a fire, he reasoned. The thicket appeared vast, and he decided to press on. Upon rounding a ridge along the river bend, he suddenly plopped down onto the snowy ground. Confronting a towering cliff, below, he spotted flickering lights. Heavens! Luo Heng nearly wept, although he could not discern the source of the light. Its mere presence indicated civilization. That he scanned the area carefully, but found no discernible path downward, primarily due to the encroaching darkness. Who goes there? A voice called out. Luo Heng looked up to see a golden eagle perched on the ridge, behind which stood a figure wielding a bow and arrow, calling down to him. I am a lost dwarf, Luo Heng shouted loudly in the common tongue. The figure responded in Dwarven, asking, What is your name? Cheney Lo, he replied in the Dwarven language. Oh, heavens, where do you hail from? The figure patted the golden eagle, which then descended. The figure leaped onto the eagle's back and glided down to Luo Heng. Good to meet you, mate, Luo Heng exclaimed upon recognizing the figure as a gnome. Cheney. Call me Mingchi, the gnome introduced. As they descended, Luo Heng noticed 4 more gnomes waiting on the ridge, near a cave with a log-built house at its entrance. The golden eagle resided in a larger cave nearby, surrounded by ample straw. Cheney, these are my companions. We are soldiers stationed here. You are fortunate. Had you arrived 10 days later, we would have departed, Mingchi explained. Thank you, Luo Heng replied, setting down the orc captive before opening its bindings. Oh dear. Cheney, are you a slave hunter? Upon seeing the orc slave, Mingchi and the others immediately brandished their weapons, shouting in alarm. Relax, relax. I escaped from the northern fortress, pursued by orcs. This is an orc shaman. Here is my identification. Luo Heng quickly produced his credentials from the northern fortress. Curse it. Don't show me those credentials. It's 5,000 kilometers from the northern fortress to here. Don't tell us you traversed that cursed jungle to arrive. Mingchi aimed his spear at Luo Heng, with the other gnomes echoing their outrage. Heavens! I swear on the god of forging, I bear the forger's badge. Luo Heng hastily retrieved the badge given to him by Sodden. Really? The gnomes softened upon seeing the badge, knowing that no one dared lie within the temple. This orc's equipment belongs to a shaman, Luo Heng added, producing the shaman's staff and other gear, including clothing. Mate, it's not that I don't believe you. Here, repair this weapon for me to see, Mingchi said, his eyes glimmering with suspicion. Luo Heng was speechless as he accepted the broken longsword. He examined it and took out a magical furnace along with a crucible and his forging tools. He shattered the longsword, adding some metal ingots into the mix. When Mingchi saw the magical furnace, he finally relaxed his guard. Cheney, I have a piece of mithril ore here. Mingchi produced a chunk of mithril. Magical weaponry. Well, consider it a welcoming gift, Luo Heng replied, eyeing Mingchi. He stored the mithril ore and extracted a pea-sized piece of mithril. Adding it to the crucible. As the metals melted, he poured them out, letting them cool before grabbing his hammer and striking repeatedly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, he hammered tirelessly, heating the metal in the magical furnace and repeatedly striking it. After several hundred strikes, he noticed the metal radiating a unique glow, signaling it was ready to take shape. Upon achieving a preliminary form, Luo Heng produced a vial of wolf blood for quenching. The simplest magical weapon was completed, the one-handed sword emanating a faint red glow due to the wolf blood, which was from the second wolf. Gulp. Mingchi watched the longsword, swallowing hard. Luo Heng polished the hilt and handed it to Mingchi, saying, Mate, shouldn't you prepare dinner for me? Ha, yes, yes, Mingchi exclaimed, clutching the longsword in excitement and leaping up. Mingchi, what are you doing here? Luo Heng asked, curious. We're miners. Once the river freezes, we'll return and transport the ore across the icy river, Mingchi explained. Oh, I see. Luo Heng nodded. The warm cave enveloped Luo Heng in comfort, while the orc slave remained bound. After filling their bellies and addressing personal needs, Luo Heng was assigned a small cave, which was filled with ample firewood. Keeping the entire space exceedingly warm, he produced some pine nut liquor, and the gnome soon became rosy-cheeked from drinking in a state of drowsiness. Luo Heng dozed off, cradling the orc slave, only to awaken to the golden eagle's cries outside. "It's snowing," he murmured, stepping out of the cave, as Mingqi grinned at him with a somewhat mischievous smile. "Master Cheney, could you assist us in forging a few more magical weapons? We find ourselves in a predicament," Monkey stated as Luo Heng had just taken his seat. "Predicament?" Luo Heng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "An underground ruin has emerged beneath the mine, housing numerous enchanted creatures. We have temporarily sealed off the area, but it remains a significant threat that we intend to summon adventurers to resolve the issue. Yet if we possessed magical weapons, we could save a considerable sum of gold. The spoils within the ruin could be shared with you, Master," Monkey elucidated. Chapter 56. Decisive departure. Upon hearing this, Luo Heng shook his head and replied, "I harbor little interest in the ruin. I can forge magical weapons, but they come at a steep price." Luo Heng held no ulterior motives regarding the ruin, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, for the gnome seemed overly contrived. In a world where dwarves are the most fervent miners and humans constitute the majority of laborers. Luo Heng, though new to this realm, understood the importance of being well-informed. As a competent special forces soldier, gnomes typically excel in mechanical craftsmanship, particularly intricate machinery. And Luo Heng had yet to hear of gnomes favoring mining. Monkey nodded in response. "Very well, when shall we commence?" "As soon as possible," Luo Heng replied, his unease intensifying at Monkey's eagerness for forging magical weapons without inquiring about costs. Suppressing his apprehensions, Monkey announced, "All right then. After we have eaten, I shall guide you below. The necessary materials are abundant." Luo Heng nodded, subsequently unbinding the orc captive, his peripheral vision keenly observing their surroundings. For the time being, Monkey exhibited no overtly suspicious behavior. After their meal and some tidying up, Luo Heng followed Monkey, leading the orc captive down the stone steps hewn from the mountainside, a clear indication that this area had been utilized for quite some time. Upon reaching the valley floor, approximately 400 meters below, a basin unfolded before them, with a river cascading from the ridge, flowing out through an exit in the basin. Numerous wooden huts dotted the area, inhabited by gnome women and children. Am I mistaken in my assumptions? Luo Heng pondered. The basin spanned roughly a kilometer in diameter. While not vast, it was sizable enough, yet the arrangement of the houses appeared disordered. As he walked, Luo Heng scrutinized his surroundings and quickly discerned something amiss. Mining should yield ore, and even in its absence, remnants left by miners ought to be present. The structures bore no signs of miner habitation, instead resembling those of hunters. "Cheney, this is where the forging takes place. In the past, we had others who forged here, but that is no longer the case," Monkey remarked. Luo Heng nodded. The cave, nestled against the cliffside, lacked a door. Stepping inside, he was met with a thick layer of dust. "And what are the materials I require?" Luo Heng inquired. "Wait a moment, I shall retrieve them," Monkey replied before turning to depart. Once Monkey's figure vanished from sight, Luo Heng swiftly bundled the orc captive onto his back and made his escape. Damn it, forging magical weapons, and the leader doesn't even make an appearance. You, a mere sentry, presume to act without negotiation? Do you take me for a fool? Luo Heng silently cursed. Fortunately, it was winter, and the area was nearly deserted. Luo Heng slipped into a drainage ditch where a thick layer of ice had formed. Strapping on his skis, he glided swiftly down the ditch, which was over 2 meters wide at the bottom. Upon spotting a skull nestled within the ice, his skin prickled with unease. That a few minutes later, he encountered a frozen river, its icy surface thick. With a slight tilt of his body, he maneuvered across. Likely a base for a large slave hunting party, Luo Heng mused, recalling that during the winter months, human slave hunting parties would venture into orc territories to raid small tribes. For 4 to 5 months, even neighboring tribes remained oblivious to one another's fates, only to discover the aftermath come spring too late for any recourse. Half an hour later, the piercing call of a golden eagle reached Luo Heng's ears, and he spotted 2 figures beneath the bird, one large, one small. Without hesitation, he continued to glide across the ice, which bore a layer of snow, opting to stay closer to the riverbank. His skis whispered against the ice and snow, and he heard Monkey's distant shout, "Stop, you wretched gnome, halt." Ignoring the command, Luo Heng pressed on, covering his ears to dull the sound. Glancing back, he noticed a pack of giant wolves charging towards him, each ridden by a knight, about 2,000 meters away. "Heh," Luo Hung scoffed, quickening his pace. The golden eagle landed on the riverbank, and the two figures leaped down, one human wielding a spear, while Monkey brandished the magical weapon forged just the day prior. Luo Hang's hands moved rapidly as he gained speed, but the cold wind stung his eyes, leaving him regretting the lack of protective goggles. "Stop!" the human shouted, blue light erupting from his form as he bellowed at Luo Hung 500 meters away. Luo Hung drew two revolvers, inhaling deeply 400 meters. In less than 3 seconds, 300 meters, another 3 seconds, and he was at 200. Bang! 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 The sound echoed as Luo Hung found himself just over 100 meters from Monkey and the spear-wielding human. The human swung his spear, his aura intensifying as he glared at Luo Hung. Bang! 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 Another 5 shots rang out, 2 of which contained enchanted silver bullets. Gushing blood, the human staggered as Luo Hung closed in, mere meters separating them. Monkey finally grasped the situation, letting out a piercing scream. Luo Hung switched out the revolver's cylinder for a fresh one, stowing the weapon in his spatial pouch as he propelled himself forward. The river's slope aided his speed, and soon the golden eagle was visible in the distance, having landed ahead before returning with several companions. "If you wish to ensnare me, let us see if your trap is sturdy enough," Luo Hang thought. Slowing his pace, never allow oneself to be surrounded. Always choose a side and strike first. His instructors had drilled this into him repeatedly, emphasizing that one adversary is always weaker than two. Luo Hung traced a graceful arc on the ice before stopping, crouching down, and retrieving a makeshift anti-material rifle, observing the dozen giant wolves behind him, one rider adorned in exquisite leather armor, a clear indication of his elite status. A woo! The lead giant wolf howled upon sensing its quarry had halted, while the golden eagle merely carried riders, lacking mounts of its own. 2,000 meters, wind speed. 1,500 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,000 bang. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Luo Hung squeezed the trigger. The barrel wrapped in animal hide to combat the cold. Thud. The head of the lead warrior exploded, blood spraying forth as the knight's battle aura failed to materialize in time. With the addition of fire magic crystal powder, the bullet's initial velocity surpasses that of Earth by several times. You stand no chance against this. Luo Hung sneered, changing ammunition and discarding the spent shell into his spatial pouch. Bang! The second knight, clad in leather armor but of lesser quality, was struck down alongside his giant wolf mount. With less than 500 meters remaining, Luo Hung fired again. Another knight felled, leaving just under 400 meters between him and safety. Calmly, he switched bullets once more, and at less than 200 meters, he fired again to end the aftermath, for out of 9 knights had been dispatched, and with one final shot, he discarded a crude projectile made from wolf grease. Boom! An explosion erupted several dozen meters away, generating a wave of heat that Luo Hung felt even at a distance. Bang! 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 His feet propelled him towards the flames as he unleashed 10 bullets into the remaining 5 knights. No matter how skilled your martial prowess, you fear the blade. Your battle aura may surround you, yet it cannot protect your head. Luo Hang's marksmanship was unparalleled, with bullets comparable to those of a rifle, capable of penetrating steel plates. Let alone these adversaries. Warriors of such caliber ought to be capturing slaves, not serving as knights for the aristocracy. They could easily lead lives free from want. The remaining giant wolves howled as they retreated into the distance. Approaching the fallen knights, Luo Hang executed a final shot to the half-head of a twitching warrior. "Ah, this leather armor is indeed magical gear," he mused, eyeing the exquisite armor of the lead knight. And so many rings on his fingers. Space rings, perhaps. The leader of the group resembled a nouveau riche individual, adorned with rings and necklaces, among which was a space ring that Luo Hung was unable to open without the assistance of a magician. For he possessed no so-called magical power. Could he perhaps be a noble? Luo Hang pondered, recalling that Sardin had once mentioned how these orc female slaves were favored by the human nobility, suggesting that prominent nobles were likely behind such dealings. After conducting a thorough search, Luo Hung settled down in quiet anticipation, and indeed, the 6 knights ahead came rushing towards him. The first, bang. Luo Hung concealed himself by the riverbank, observing the 6 knights, 4 humans and 2 dwarves, who were readying their weapons from hundreds of meters away. Chapter 57. The initial confrontation with the magician. Bang! One human knight's head exploded, and the remaining 5 knights were suddenly illuminated. Charging towards Luo Hong, these knights were remarkably swift, but within mere seconds, the sound of gunfire echoed again, and another human knight in the lead was blasted apart, his upper body nearly severed from the lower half. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hong pressed on. The rocky cover provided him with a steady grip on his weapon, and at such a distance, his shooting accuracy was exceptionally high. Spread out, spread out. This is a firearm, a dwarf's firearm, undoubtedly a magical one. One of the dwarves shouted. Consequently, the remaining 2 dwarves and 2 human knights began to sway left and right. A cold smile crept across Luo Heng's lips. Moving targets. With a resounding bang, as one knight dashed past, a bullet pierced his neck, sending him crashing into the snow, sliding forward for a short distance. Damn it. The remaining 3 knights, witnessing this scene, frantically discarded their weapons, thrusting their long spears towards Luo Hong. He quickly dodged to the side as the spears struck the ground where he had just crouched. Luo Hong swiftly reloaded and raised his weapon. Bang! One dwarf fell, and astonishingly, the 2 remaining knights did not flee. Now they were less than 100 meters away. Deciding to stand his ground, Luo Hong fired his revolver. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of explosive sounds, the 2 knights fell, staring blankly at Luo Hong, who was now merely 20 meters away. That a golden eagle screeched above and swiftly took flight. While Luo Hong examined the knights' weapons, all magical but of mediocre quality, that he gathered rings, necklaces, and various precious metals like gold and silver coins, carefully setting aside the space ring. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hong made his swift exit. Engaging in battle with me is akin to children playing house. However, I'm running low on ammunition, and these spent casings have reached the end of their lifespan. The magical crystal powder enhances their power significantly, yet the barrels are severely worn. As Luo Hong transformed on the icy surface, he contemplated his circumstances. For safety, he continued to shift along the riverbank. Half an hour after his departure, a cloaked magician arrived at the scene aboard a golden eagle. Damn it! The magician cursed upon witnessing the carnage. His mental energy sweeping the area before landing on a charred corpse, his lips twitching in silent outrage. The magician urged the golden eagle to fly ahead quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, he spotted shadows along the river below. Commanding the golden eagle to dive, he unfurled a splendid scroll with measured precision. Unbeknownst to Luo Hong, danger lurked behind him. The orc prisoner he had tightly bound was suddenly engulfed in flames as a massive fireball descended from the heavens. Startled, Luo Hong instinctively lunged forward. Boom! He collapsed onto the icy surface as the ground trembled violently, a powerful force propelling him away, the acrid scent of burning flesh filling the air. Drawing a dagger, he swiftly slashed at the bindings on the orc, releasing him from the now smoldering furs. The orc's wings had suffered burns as well. As Luo Hong observed the golden eagle swooping down once more, he noticed a figure atop its back. Producing 2 crude explosives, he tossed them onto the ice, where they detonated with a thunderous roar. The magician atop the golden eagle, witnessing this, dared not approach the smoke. Instead, directing the eagle to soar higher, Luo Hong freed the orc prisoner, who shivered in the biting wind. He offered a wolf pelt to the orc and then dashed out of the smoke. The orc, glancing at his scorched wings, seethed with frustration. Just as Luo Hong emerged from the smoke, the golden eagle returned. He glided swiftly across the icy surface, revolver in hand. As the eagle dove down, Luo Hong spotted the magician, who brandished a weapon and unleashed a blade of azure wind toward him. With a powerful twist of his body, Luo Hong executed an evasive maneuver in an impressive S-shape. Boom! The ice was struck by the azure blade, splitting open and sending shards flying. Bang, 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 bang. In one final leap, Luo Hong launched himself upward, twisting his torso and landing back on the ice, aiming at the golden eagle soaring 100 meters above. He fired his revolver. The eagle screeched in agony, plummeting to the ground before crashing into the thick snow. Dwarf, you have enraged me, Luo Hong shouted, observing the 2 azure wings behind the magician soaring toward him, his voice resonating like a trumpet. Remaining prone on the ice, he found it challenging to rise. With the crude anti-material rifle in hand, he squinted at the approaching magician, who flapped his wings while a red glow emanated from his staff. Bang! The magician was knocked back several meters as Luo Heng's bullet struck him. Luo Hung was astonished to see the magical aura of the magician's robe successfully intercept the bullet. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. Incredulous. Although the crude anti-material rifle was somewhat rudimentary, it effortlessly penetrated an inch-thick armor within a kilometer. How could it be thwarted? Dwarf, perish. The magician, equally startled, was drenched in cold sweat, but his eyes gleamed with greed at the thought of such a weapon. One that could nearly breach his defenses was likely a divine artifact. Bang! Luo Hung wasted no time. Despite his surprise, his hands remained swift. The magician was again pushed back, his complexion paling. Although the bullet did not breach the magical shield of his robe, the momentary drain of magical energy left the magician feeling dizzy. Bang! Bang! Luo Hung waited until the magician was within a kilometer before he opened fire once more. Die! The magician, pale and shaken, produced a scroll and hurled it toward Luo Hung, summoning a massive fireball that hurtled from a kilometer away. Without hesitation, Luo Hung quickly loaded a bullet laced with mithril, taking aim at the magician trailing the fireball, and pulled the trigger. Puffed. The magician's eyes widened in disbelief as the world spun around him. Only when he saw a blinding white flash did he realize his head had been blown off. Boom! After firing, Luo Hung executed a roll on the ground, but was unfortunate enough to have the ice shattered by the fireball, plunging him into the frigid water. Clinging to the ice, he hoisted himself up, swiftly shedding his soaked furs and taking a hearty swig of pine nut liquor. The space ring around his neck and the space pouch secured close to his body remained intact. He quickly donned a new set of clothes and continued to drink. Damn it! Luo Hung finally regained his composure. In that moment of falling into the water, he had managed to kick off his boots. Otherwise, the metal ski boards would have dragged him to the depths. If he had been swept beneath the ice, it would have spelled disaster, for the current was fierce beneath the surface. Fortunately, the shattered ice had temporarily obstructed the flow, sparing Luo Hung from being swept away. After stripping the magician of his belongings, he discovered the robe was indeed a valuable item, adorned with 3 massive gemstones upon a staff worth a fortune. He scoured the magician's person, leaving no stone unturned, even prying open his mouth to check for hidden treasures. Quite clever, employing magic as a shield while trailing behind. But you, my dear grandfather, have trained under artillery fire, facing far greater dangers, and I fear nothing. Luo Hung mused as he withdrew a dagger brought from earth and plunged it into the magician's body, reducing his head and corpse to a pile of decaying dust. Surely there won't be any unexpected surprises now. Luo Hung felt apprehensive. He harbored a deep respect for the unknown. Despite the magician's demise, he could not shake the feeling of unease. Returning to the spot where he had left the orc prisoner, he found the latter frozen stiff, realizing that the wolf pelt he had provided was insufficient, especially since some feathers on the orc's wings had been burned. Luo Hung wrapped the orc in furs and offered him some liquor, securing the egg pouch as well. Mito nestled back into his arms, sipping the liquor before falling into a deep slumber. Nightfall approaches. It seems I must find a place to rest, Luo Hung thought to himself as he led Mito forward, navigating the 2 sections of the river that had been blasted apart, necessitating a climb over a small ridge. Is this creature still alive? Luo Hung arrived at the site where the golden eagle had landed. The legendary meat of the eagle was said to be highly nourishing. Although he was unsure of the specifics, nevertheless, this golden eagle was quite large and surely possessed a magical core. How could Luo Hung overlook such a prize? Upon reaching the spot, he discovered that the creature was still breathing. Not much meat on it, yet it seems so heavy. Luo Hung pondered. Spotting a small grove in the distance, he proceeded to bind the eagle's claws and beak before dragging it away. In his heart lingered a fanciful hope that this majestic creature might still take to the skies and become his steed. A sight to behold. Chapter 58. Deception. Luo Hung set a fire within the grove, which was modest in size and unlikely to harbor any formidable beast. That a large blaze was ignited. As long as the fire was sufficiently robust, it could consume the living wood, ensuring a longer burn. Moreover, some of the trees contained abundant oils, and their moisture content was at its lowest during this season. Still alive, Luo Hung remarked as he dragged the bound golden eagle closer, observing its wide, unblinking gaze fixed upon him. Not much meat after all, he noted, estimating the creature's weight to be no more than 200 pounds. Examining its wounds, he discovered it had been unfortunate enough to receive a grievous blow to the base of one wing, leaving a gaping, bloody hole, while the rest of its body bore no significant scars. These feathers, how splendid, he mused, stroking the golden eagle, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Was this not to be his steed? Luo Heng turned to the orc captive, who was sipping hot soup, and inquired, "Can you assist me in taming this golden eagle as a magical pet?" "No," the orc replied, glaring at Luo Heng with fury, his gaze fixated on the feathers adorning his own wings. "Humph," Luo Heng scoffed, contemplating how to deal with this bulky creature. Killing it seemed futile, as the meat was scant, and his desire to soar through the skies atop this magnificent beast was overwhelming. Sigh, he decided to disregard the orc for the time being. Knowing that starvations could tame even the most ferocious of eagles, he quickly drank his hot soup, worried about falling ill after his earlier mishap in the water, but thankfully, he felt fine. As night fell. Midwa awoke from her slumber. Luo Heng noticed that she seemed to have grown, her eyes sparkling with increased vitality. Could it be? He shook his head in disbelief, convinced he was mistaken. He glanced at the large egg nestled within the leather pouch, which appeared perfectly intact, surrounded by thick layers of beast hide. "If I cannot tame it, I shall simply release it. After all, I have this," Luo Heng thought, cradling the egg with delight as he examined the magical core inside. Noting its diminished size, evidently drained of power by the egg, Luo Heng embraced the egg and then unveiled his spoils from the day. "Wow," he exclaimed, nearly drooling over the staff in his hands. Midwa curiously approached, and Luo Heng paid her no mind. She was merely a small creature, intrigued by the spectacle. Crack! In an instant, Luo Heng was taken aback as Midwa bit into the red gem. The sound of crunching echoing in the air. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he witnessed Midwa take another bite. "Ah!" He quickly pried Midwa away, scrutinizing the now damaged gem, which bore 2 significant bite marks. "Ah!" Luo Heng felt the onset of madness. Glaring at Midwa, who looked quite pitiful with her blinking eyes, Luo Heng seized her, prying her mouth open to inspect her teeth, which were hardly different from those of a rodent. Featuring only a few prominent incisors. Testing the gem himself, he found it impervious to his efforts. He then removed the gem from the staff using a dagger. "Eat," he sighed in relief, offering the gem to Midwa. Cracked to his astonishment. She indeed picked it up and bit down with fervor, her mouth seemingly a bottomless pit, swallowing the precious gem whole. Where did it go? Luo Heng wondered, lifting Midwa to inspect her. But finding nothing amiss, Midwa then nestled back into his embrace, falling asleep beneath the flickering firelight, emitting soft snores. Luo Heng, bemused, resumed his examination of the other items. The magician had possessed 2 spatial pouches and 2 rings. As spatial objects could not contain one another, the remaining items were merely gestures and a wizard's robe, which Luo Heng collected. Leaning against a large tree, he paid little mind to the golden eagle, believing it deserved to freeze for its insolence in the dead of night. Luo Heng noticed something amiss with the orc captive and promptly checked on him. A fever. Luo Heng was taken aback. This was a creature known for its resilience. However, he soon realized that he had not adequately fed the orc, and the previous night's chill must have taken its toll. After a moment of deliberation, he stoked the fire larger and placed the dazed orc closer to its warmth, peeling back the orc's clothing, an act he had performed before. 2 extra wings, yet otherwise quite human. Luo Heng mused, pouring some pine nut wine over the orc's body and vigorously rubbing it in. Unavoidable contact occurring in certain areas. The orc, feeling a sudden chill, opened his eyes to see Luo Heng's hands working on him, and in a panic, he fainted once more. After a thorough application of the wine, Luo Heng wrapped the orc in warmth, positioning him toward the fire. Moments later, he reached out and felt the orc sweating. "I suspect he will be fine," he thought, recalling the earlier intimate moment, which he had been too preoccupied to ponder. As the orc stirred, seemingly uncomfortable from the heat, he found himself restrained by Luo Heng's embrace. What if he moves now? He might catch a chill. After sweating, the orc fell back into a deep slumber. Prompting a sigh of relief from Luo Heng, he could not ignore the orc. Should the captive resist and meet his demise, it would be regrettable in the heat of battle, unless a captive held significant value. Others might not fare much better. Yet he is of value. Luo Heng contemplated, recognizing the orc's priestly status and knowing that the number of flying orcs was scarce, thus augmenting his worth in days. Luo Heng drifted between dreams and wakefulness. Upon awakening, he discovered his hand in an inappropriate place and quickly withdrew it. Shameless, indecent, despicable, the orc shouted at him, recalling the events of the previous night as if he were on the brink of death. "What are you doing?" "I was merely saving you," Luo Hong retorted irritably. "You rogue, just kill me. I will not bear your children." The orc shot back, her words nearly causing Luo Hong to burst into laughter. "You shall be my woman henceforth, whether you desire to bear sons or not, and I expect 10. Wow. The orc began to wail uncontrollably. "Why are you crying? Eat something, lest you starve the child within," Luo Hong said, stifling a laugh at the sight of the weeping orc, who seemed quite young. "Sniff, sniff." The orc sobbed, eating heartily while shedding tears. Luo Hong was puzzled. What manner of speech was this? Although he found it strange, he offered her another bowl of food, saying, "Eat." To his surprise, the orc complied, resembling a wrong little wife. Glancing at the golden eagle, he noted it had not acted out. Creatures tended to fear those stronger than themselves. "This golden eagle is yours. Can you tame it as a magical pet?" Luo Hang inquired of the orc captive. Feeling a pang of reluctance, for he had no magical talent to accomplish such a feat, the orc regarded the eagle and nodded silently. Her eyes reddened with emotion. "I want my staff," she stated firmly. "Absolutely not," Luo Hong replied decisively. After all, who knew what might linger upon it? The orc glared at him, but Luo Hong remained unfazed. The orc approached the golden eagle, and Luo Hong drew his revolver, aiming it at the eagle's neck before pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, he pressed the barrel against the creature's head, eyes wide. The orc trembled at the sight, her hands glowing white as she began to chant some incantation. The white light descended upon the eagle's head, penetrating its mind. "Is that it?" Luo Hong asked, incredulous. "Yes," the orc responded, appearing utterly detached. With one hand still gripping the revolver, Luo Hong untied the eagle, which promptly stood and nuzzled the orc. Luo Hong maintained a safe distance, unafraid of the eagle attacking the captive. After all, she was merely a captive. "Could you provide a magical core to aid in the eagle's recovery?" the orc suggested, her voice tinged with urgency. Luo Hong yearned to refuse, his heart aching at the thought of relinquishing such a magnificent mount. He silently regretted not procuring some magical pet contract scrolls earlier. "What kind do you want?" he asked, retrieving a core of a single hue. The eagle, upon catching sight of the magical core, became agitated, eagerly swallowing a gem the size of a pinky finger, after which Luo Hong reclaimed the remainder. Luo Hong continued to carry the orc captive on his back, but this time a golden eagle was trailing behind him. He fed the creature a generous chunk of meat, and soon it became quite familiar with Luo Hong, showing no fear of the revolver in his hand. "Sigh," Luo Hong muttered, patting the beast egg that hung from his chest, feeling somewhat reassured. Snowflakes began to swirl once more as he trudged through the river valley for 3 days. The visibility in the blizzard was less than 50 meters, and unbeknownst to Luo Hong, had it not been for this storm, at least 100 knights would have been pursuing him. On the 8th day, while traversing the riverbed, Luo Hang heard a sound and discovered some artificially constructed steps along one side of the river. Overcome with excitement yet still cautious, he climbed up the riverbank and walked over 500 meters, eventually stumbling upon a valley where the snowstorm had lessened considerably. Within the valley stood a stone wall, atop which were numerous gnomes. Below the 5-meter-high wall, there was a horde of upright creatures, each roughly 1 meter tall, numbering in the hundreds. They appeared as if a mouse's head had been placed upon a kangaroo's body, with sturdy hind legs allowing them to leap several meters high. "Is this commanded by a sorcerer?" Luo Hong wondered, spotting a figure shrouded in a black cloak, wielding a staff. "It must be an evil sorcerer," he concluded, reaching for his makeshift anti-material rifle. Bang! The resounding gunshots silenced the valley, and the figure Luo Hong suspected to be the sorcerer exploded in a shower of gore, revealing a dog's head, almost causing Luo Hong to leap in shock. Chapter 59. The gnome outpost. The moment Luo Hong fired, the golden eagle swooped into action, and upon hearing the commotion, the creatures turned to see the large golden eagle charging towards them, prompting a panicked retreat. Luo Hong was taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet they fled without a fight. Within 5 minutes, only distant black dots could be seen scampering through the snow. Finally, this is what fleeing looks like. These scattered rabble must be far inferior, Luo Hong mused. "Hey, who are you?" shouted a gnome atop the stone wall. However, Luo Hong could not comprehend their language, so he responded loudly in the common tongue of the continent. "I am a lost dwarf." "A dwarf? How did you end up here?" someone above inquired. I got lost, Luo Heng replied, refraining from disclosing his origins from the fortress, as he had not been believed previously. Unbeknownst to him, the blizzard had allowed the pursuing orcs to discover the camp from which he had escaped. Damn those wretches, grumbled a brawny minotaur as he observed the commotion in the basin below. A number of beast carts, tightly covered with animal hides, were present, and one cart was in the process of being loaded with goods that a female orc was being shoved inside a cart, while hundreds of knights and several human women were busy packing. The minotaur, clad not in warrior garb but in priestly robes, raised his hand. Endurance aura. A silver ring of light descended upon 7 or 8 centaurs. Acceleration aura. With another flourish, a green aura enveloped a dozen wolf riders. Strength aura. Silver rings illuminated the forms of several bear warriors. Kill them, the minotaur commanded, his face pale with rage. Europe. The bear warriors moved to the front, the wolf riders flanked them, and the centaurs followed behind, their battle cries piercing the air. Thud. Several warriors had no time to react before arrows pierced their necks. Orc warriors. Assemble, assemble, the cavalry leader bellowed. More than 100 mounted warriors were already disorganized. Although the leader called for regrouping, it was too late that a mere kilometer was covered in less than a minute for the orc warriors. Especially as the centaur archers unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the cavalry, the knights lacked the fierce battle aura they once possessed, as the strongest among them had already fallen at Luo Heng's hand. The bear warriors, towering at 3 meters, wielded thick shields made of the hardest ironwood. As several knights charged in, both sides collided without hesitation. Boom! The human knights, along with their steeds, were sent flying. A bear warrior wielded a massive club in one hand while holding a shield in the other. Thud! One swing crushed the knight, turning him and his mount into a bloody pulp. Howl! The wolf riders began to move, most wielding bone-curved blades, and their mounts, massive wolves, bared their fangs at the human knights. The clash between the human-trained giant wolves and the orc wolf riders was fierce, with the orc's mount swatting a human wolf rider to the ground with a single strike. Monsters! It's the wolf riders, a human knight shouted in alarm. The humans had never anticipated that orcs would invade on a snowy day, and even less so that they would face elite centaur archers, armored bear warriors, and magical wolf riders. Panic ensued as the centaur archers, with a range of 2,000 meters, rendered escape impossible for any cavalry at the river's exit. A powerful minotaur saw a dozen human knights rushing towards him. He twisted his rear slightly, then began to chant in a strange tone. Hurry! It's a minotaur priest, cried the human knights, seasoned hunters of female slaves among the orcs, in sheer terror. Gravity, aura. The minotaur priest danced and sang until, with a flourish of his totem, he proclaimed, a black halo descended upon the hapless knights, enveloping them within 10 meters. A negative aura. High-level priest, one knight screamed, but before he could finish, the black halo enveloped them, causing the knights to shrink in stature before collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. Their mounts fell as well, unable to stand under the oppressive gravity. The minotaur priest advanced steadily, declaring, You wretches, killing our kin and seizing our populace. Thud! With one strike, his totem crushed a gnome knight's skull, absorbing a stream of crimson light into the totem. I shall imprison your souls within this totem, subjecting you to millennia of torment, the minotaur priest proclaimed. Despair gripped the human knights, but the overwhelming gravity rendered even suicide impossible. After slaying the knights, a magical wolf rider approached. Priest, we have discovered over 30 of our kin, all maidens, along with more than 30 human women and some weapons. Spare our kin, eliminate the rest. What of that dwarf? The minotaur priest inquired. Priest, that dwarf has already departed. It is said he killed the local chieftain and sorcerer and headed towards the gnome territory days ago, the magical wolf rider replied. What of Priest Philia? The minotaur priest pressed. Rumor has it that the dwarf and Priest Philia have become intimate, and the dwarf even took her away bound, the magical wolf rider recounted. In that case, let us return. The temple must not be sullied by a dwarf, the minotaur priest declared, taking a deep breath. The human women were slaughtered, their bodies piled together and set ablaze. Yet, the centaurs, bear warriors, and magical wolf riders reveled, for they had amassed a wealth of weapons, armor, and human giant wolf mounts, arrows, iron pots, water jugs. And even the boots from the humans' feet were stripped away. Dozens of giant wolves, along with the magical wolf riders, walked alongside, while the centaurs carried provisions and alcohol on their backs. Even the human women were stripped bare, their clothing taken. The heads of the knights were also collected by the orcs as they traversed the ridge, drinking heartily and speaking loudly in the blizzard, having lost none in this raid. Save for one bear warrior who was injured when a building collapsed during a looting to eye in the basin, flames roared, and after 2 days of travel, the Minotaur priest beheld a colossal dragon soaring through the sky, with a fox priestess seated atop it. All the magical beasts in the vicinity retreated to their lairs, too intimidated to emerge in the presence of the orc priest and his army. An outpost. Luo Hung did not venture beyond the gnome's stone walls, as 2 gnomes clad in leather armor emerged to converse with him. Indeed, we are merely a watch post, and your golden eagle has compelled us to exercise caution, one gnome stated. Are you referring to the adventurer group above? Luo Hung inquired, glancing at the golden eagle. Precisely, those rascals dare not enter our gnome territory, otherwise I would tear them apart, the gnome retorted angrily. I merely passed by and was pursued for some distance. My golden eagle was injured by their eagle, Luo Hung explained. Is that so? Quickly head down to our gnome city of White Rock. There you will find a mercenary guild, a mage guild, and your dwarf forging association, the gnome advised. May I rest here for a night? I can offer my services and weapon repairs as payment, Luo Hung requested, reluctant to continue his journey in the darkening and snowing night. You are a blacksmith? The gnome exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am a certified blacksmith. And I also forge a few simple magical weapons, Luo Hung declared, revealing the weapon he had crafted for Monkey. Friend, you may call me Hodo, and this is my aid, Getting, the gnome spoke. Ah, another gnome warrior. You may call me Cheney, Luo Hung responded, noting the gnome's lengthy name, which, according to Sodden, might be attributed to their diminutive stature. Naturally, the gnome's words could be perceived as somewhat venomous by other races. Hodo, upon hearing Luo Hang refer to him as a warrior, welcomed him into the outpost with a beaming smile. Cheney, you shall stay here for the night. There is dry wood and such within. Tomorrow, could you assist me with some repairs? Hodo led Luo Hung into a cave beside the stone wall, which appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. However, Luo Hung discerned the presence of the outpost from the stone walls, understanding that these gnomes were wary of any potential mischief from him. No problem, Luo Hung nodded, feeling relieved as the valley was shielded from the cold winds by the stone walls and was already distanced from the river valley. Hodo departed, only to return shortly with some black bread and a few mugs of ale, after which all fell silent. Nevertheless, Luo Hung felt somewhat at ease, having noticed the presence of their flag at the outpost, the gnomes adorned with badges, and their weapons being standard issue, gear that most warriors would possess. Luo Hung set the orc down, while the golden eagle perched outside the cave, its head peering in. He kindled a fire, prepared meat soup, and toasted bread, then tossed a sizable chunk of raw meat to the golden eagle, which devoured the silver wolf meat in mere moments, fixating its gaze on Luo Hung. That's all for now. You can eat again tomorrow, Luo Hung said dismissively, feeling a sense of ownership over this creature. The orc captive seemed transformed, for unlike before when he would glare at Luo Hung, he now appeared soulless. Eat something, Luo Hung snapped gruffly. Woo-woo, the orc captive began to weep anew. Moments later, Hodo called from outside. Cheney, is there something amiss? Warrior Hodo, come in for a drink. Luo Hung glared at the orc captive. Hodo entered, clad in leather armor, and upon seeing the orc captive, his eyes widened. This is my maid, Luo Hung stated. Hodo fell silent, pondering the notion of a swan person maid. Yet upon seeing the roasted meat and pine nut wine presented by Luo Hung, he inquired, Cheney, do you possess spatial equipment? It was given to me by my mentor, Luo Hung nodded. Impressive, Hodo remarked, gesturing for a few gnome warriors behind him to leave. This is fine wine, but Cheney, what of this lady? Hodo took a sip before speaking. I fear she might flee and encounter an ambush. Having already been scorched by fire, Luo Hang explained. Cheney, do you not know what race this orc belongs to? Hodo asked, savoring a piece of roasted meat. Luo Hang nodded, pouring Hodo another cup of wine. Such a pity, a swan person slave of this caliber would fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins in the human noble world. Hodo commented, You shameless sinners, the war god will not spare you. The orc captive exclaimed loudly. A priestess? Hodo's wine bowl clattered to the ground. Luo Hung was perplexed by Hodo's intense reaction. No wonder, no wonder. The priestesses of the war god's temple must remain chaste, once sullied. They are cast aside by the war god, Hodo realized, understanding the orc captive's expression. Luo Hung had not anticipated such a revelation. However, Cheney, would you be willing to sell this maid? In the human realm, she could be worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. After all, swan people are quite noble among orcs, let alone a priestess. Hodo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Luo Hung met the orc captive's gaze, who returned his look, and Luo Hung shook his head, saying, I am not in need of money. Hodo fell silent, and after indulging in food and drink, he took his leave. Luo Hang turned to the orc captive, saying, Eat, surviving is paramount. You are all sinners and shall be punished by the war god. The orc captive declared defiantly, refusing to eat. Eat, or I shall strip you bare and toss you outside. Luo Hung retorted gruffly. You are a devil. The orc captive's pallor deepened as he cried out in fear. Eat, otherwise you may find out. Luo Hung replied coldly as he watched the orc captive swallow tears along with the meat soup. Luo Hung felt an inexplicable agitation within him that he sighed deeply, then devoured the meat and drank heartily. After finishing, Luo Hung allowed the orc captive to attend to personal matters before readying him. Yet that night, he could find no rest. Alas, there is no remedy, Luo Hung mused. Recognizing that war breeds countless tragedies, he understood that in war, it is either one side perishes or the other, and while he grasped this truth, discomfort lingered in his heart. Cheney. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived, and Hodo's voice echoed from outside. Chapter 60. Crafting the crossbow. Luo Hung emerged from the cave to find Hodo already waiting outside. Apologies, Luo Hung began. I can comprehend. My friend, Hodo shrugged. Hodo led Luo Hung to the valley's end, where they encountered a cave designated for storage. Luo Hung even spotted creatures resembling cattle and sheep confined within, alongside fodder. These are mountain goats, the finest of high-altitude mounts. Even the fiercest wolves cannot catch them on treacherous slopes. Hodo pointed to a goat within the cave, which was as large as a cow, its two horns gently curved. Luo Hung gazed at them enviously. Aware that certain goats could navigate cliffs with ease, he inquired, what were those creatures last night? They are beastmen, dog-headed shamans, and rat-headed folk, Hodo replied. Are there many? Luo Hung pressed further. Numerous, throughout the mountains. Their numbers are unfathomable. These creatures are of no use, rotting on the ground where not even grass will grow, and their flesh is repugnant, fit only for starving beasts, Hodo shrugged. This is the place we have prepared for your forging. Is there anything lacking? Hodo led Luo Hung into another cave. Luo Hung observed the bows, longswords, and spears, all slightly smaller than those typically used by humans. What is this? Upon seeing a massive crossbow at the cave's end, seemingly crafted from a creature's horn but coated in dust, he inquired. This is a war crossbow, though the bowstring is damaged. Acquiring a replacement from the Mages Guild would cost 3,000 gold coins, and we lack the funds, Hodo lamented, gazing at the crossbow with regret. Then you could equip military-grade heavy crossbows, Luo Hung suggested. Recalling the dog-headed creature's close-range assault from the previous night, which resembled a siege, a military-grade heavy crossbow with accompanying bolts exceeds 100 gold coins, and we have over 500 warriors, Hodo replied. Luo Hung, upon hearing this, asked, what is the maximum range of the dog-headed creature's attacks? 30 yards, with decent accuracy. They utilize wooden throwing spears and similar projectile weaponry, Hodo responded. In truth, crafting a crossbow is quite simple, Luo Hung asserted. Excluding the bowstring, the remainder could be fashioned from wood, although metal would be preferable for the bow arms. Even so, the cost of such a crossbow would remain low at most. One would need to fashion the grooves for the bolts and the trigger from metal. While crafting the bowstring could be easily achieved with finely twisted copper wire, and incorporating beast sinew would enhance its quality. Although copper wire lacks durability, it can be melted down and reused. The only expense would be for reprocessing. Simple. Hodo appeared incredulous. Yet that would be prohibitively expensive, he shook his head. Only critical components require metal. The rest can be made of wood. Keeping costs below 5 silver coins, Luo Hung countered, feeling little fondness for the creatures that had allowed the gnomes to bolster their defenses. 5 silver coins? Cheney, you cannot be serious. Hodo nearly leapt with disbelief. Indeed. This includes using metal bolts that can be reused. It is truly straightforward if you require my assistance, Luo Hung stated. Then, What about the costs? Hodo looked up at Luo Hong. Costs? I plan to rest here for 2 days. I will need some wood and 2 assistants. You may inspect the samples before proceeding, Luo Hong replied. Very well, I shall summon help immediately, Hodo exclaimed, hardly able to believe his ears as he hurried off. Luo Hong surveyed the cave, shaking his head. It was poorly ventilated and unsuitable for forging. Moreover, the critical components required a specific metal, and while a more complex spring-loaded crossbow existed, the gnomes clearly could not master it in a short time. Forging itself was a skill, and Luo Hong had no intention of imparting that knowledge, as he did not wish to be targeted by such weaponry. Soon, 2 dwarfs were brought over to die. In truth, Luo Hong found these dwarfs to be acceptable, indeed. When compared to the average height of around 2.5 meters for humans, they were indeed considered dwarfs. Even Luo Hong, standing at 1 meter 80, was regarded as short. This is Hatai. And this is Val, Hodo introduced. Master Cheney. The 2 dwarfs responded with keen intelligence. Excellent. I require some materials, and let us strive to ignite the furnace today, Luo Hong declared. First, they needed to choose a location. Luo Hong selected a spot beneath a cliff, which had previously been cluttered with debris. Hodo and his team cleared it away, and then they began constructing the forge. Luo Hong set up a rudimentary furnace directly on the ground. Utilizing ash from previous burns, mixed with salt and some yellow clay to create a semblance of a ground furnace, he then fashioned a wooden blower while simultaneously directing the construction of the furnace. Could this possibly be a scam? Indeed. How could anything be forged this way? Captain, are these dwarfs merely digging a hole in the ground? The nearby dwarfs, not on duty, gathered in the snow to watch the spectacle. Hearing their remarks, Luo Hong chose not to respond. Though Hodo harbored some doubts about the rudimentary setup, Luo Hong rummaged through the original crucible, which was rather small, yet sufficient to cast the key components for the crossbow. At noon, he returned to the cave. Unbound the orc captive, and consumed some food. Perhaps due to the chatter of the outside dwarfs, the orc captive dared not refuse sustenance, though its eyes were red-rimmed. Luo Hong felt no regret, despite the discomfort. An enemy was an enemy, and a captive was a captive. In the afternoon, once the wooden blower was complete, Luo Hong even used softened clay to seal the gaps, resulting in fewer spectators among the dwarfs. Master, Hatai, having toiled for much of the day, regarded the now-ready blower with disbelief. Ignite it, Luo Hong instructed. As the blower creaked into motion and flames erupted from the furnace, Hatai and Val finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Hong then produced the magical furnace. He needed to create a mold, and the simplest method was to use a clay mold, so he opted for a casting approach. Upon unveiling the magical furnace, Hatai and Val's eyes widened. This was a legendary magical object. Luo Hong crafted the necessary grooves for the crossbow, along with the trigger and other crucial components. Naturally, forging the arms of the crossbow was essential. Though comparatively simpler on the workbench, Hatai was meticulously polishing the cast components with a grinding rod. Not bad, Luo Hong remarked, observing the iron gradually melting in the crucible. With a mold in place, casting became exceedingly convenient. Luo Hong continued to have Hassan polish the cast components, instructing him to use both coarse and fine stones as substitutes for the grinding rods, as the precision of alchemical tools was unnecessary for this type of crossbow. Luo Hong harbored little confidence in forging a highly elastic steel plate, primarily due to the simplicity of the materials. Ultimately, he sought out a piece of cow horn and utilized his alchemical tools to slowly slice it. Knowing that one horn could yield 5 or 6 pieces for the crossbow arms. As he cut and polished the materials, the day turned to night, yet Luo Hong showed no signs of halting his work. The dwarfs had dispersed, deterred by the cold winter air, unwilling to remain outside without the rhythmic sounds of hammering. Luo Hong found a piece of hard wood, marked it, and asked Val to craft it into the necessary materials for the crossbow. After discarding 2 pieces of wood, Val successfully fashioned the first, albeit a bit rough around the edges. Luo Hong took the polished components from Hassan and began assembling them, using a small hammer to secure the trigger and grooves onto the already crafted hardwood handle, and then affixing the cow horn. All right, we shall pause here for today, Luo Hong noted, realizing there were still many tasks ahead, such as producing the bowstring and arrows. Hassan and Val had no objections. But upon returning to their quarters, other dwarfs called out, "Have the clever duo completed the crossbow yet?" Chapter 61. Attitude. Hassan and Val shook their heads, saying, "Not yet." "Oh, I knew it. just by looking at those dwarfs today. I could tell they were no masters, one dwarf interrupted. Another chimed in, I have never seen anyone dig a hole in the ground to create a forge. Hassan, aren't you two supposed to be the cleverest among us? Why associate with that charlatan? I think you two are just trying to slack off and avoid patrolling the wall. Another dwarf grumbled. Hassan quickly retorted, it was the captain who ordered us to go. Enough. Hodo, having heard the commotion, approached. The valley was not large, and the dwarfs were quite loud. Captain, Hassan and Val looked at Hodo. Sleep that if anyone makes another sound, you will be on guard duty, Hodo snarled. The other dwarfs quickly bowed their heads. Standing guard at night was perilous. Given the frigid weather and the threat of ambush by magical creatures, Luo Hong, from afar in the cave, also heard their exchange and felt a twinge of discomfort. Sigh, he lamented, observing the orc captive's vacant gaze. He recalled the fierce hatred in the orc's eyes that once seemed alive. After consuming meat, the golden eagle perched at the cave entrance, and the other dwarfs dared not approach, for the eagle was quite large. The silver wolf's meat had already been devoured by the creature, yet its gaze towards Luo Hong had transformed significantly. Luo Hing thought he heard a sound that he glanced at Midwa, still asleep, while the golden eagle stretched its head inside. Noticing the eagle's focus, Luo Hong hastily retrieved the pouch containing the beast's egg. Within the egg, he heard a series of tapping sounds, as if something was pecking at the shell. Luo Hong felt exhilarated as he observed the egg's color gradually turning gray. Its original sheen fading. Gently squeezing the shell, it cracked open significantly. What is this? Luo Hong gasped as he beheld a fluffy little head adorned with a single horn. After a few moments, he observed this peculiar creature, which had a fuzzy head and fur on its body, stout legs, small front claws, and appeared akin to a bipedal creature. Could it be a magical beast? Luo Heng pondered, while he scrutinized the newborn creature. It glanced around with its red eyes before limping towards the orc captive and burrowing into the orc's fur cloak. Luo Heng felt somewhat at a loss. He was the first to witness this hatchling. Yet it showed no inclination to approach him. Could there be something amiss with this creature? He was deeply puzzled, though his understanding of magical pets was limited, as he was not a specialized mage. Scratching his head, Luo Hong lifted the orc's fur cloak, revealing the small creature curled up behind the orc's head. Upon seeing Luo Hong, it stood upright, resembling a large chicken walking on two legs. Though its body bore no resemblance to a chicken, it was more akin to a feathered Tyrannosaurus rex, with a round head and two ears, nothing like a dinosaur at all. Luo Heng seized the creature, which stared back at him. He lifted its tail, confirming it was male, and inspected its teeth, noting the presence of long fangs. No wings. Luo Heng deduced it was a carnivorous animal. Examining teeth is a fundamental method of identifying an animal's attributes. He produced a piece of jerky, and as soon as he did, the creature's nose twitched, and it lunged towards the fire. Never mind, I'll ask a mage about it when I encounter one. I should have bought a monster encyclopedia, Luo Hong mused, having heard of expensive magical tomes detailing various beasts, priced over 600 gold coins each. Luo Hong boiled the jerky with some flour before offering it to the little creature. Primarily to accommodate its digestive system, after consuming, its belly became round, and it struggled in Luo Heng's grasp. When he set it down, it scurried away without a backward glance towards the orc captive. With its short, stubby legs and sparse fur, it appeared both ugly and strange. Its head resembled that of a cat mixed with a tiger, while its body was reminiscent of a dinosaur with feline-like claws in the front and thick ones at the back. Enough, Luo Hong thought, perplexed yet too weary to dwell further on it, and he drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Luo Hong rose, and, upon reaching the forge, found Hassan and Val already there, sporting dark circles under their eyes. He waved a hand without speaking and began to stoke the fire, preparing to create metal wire as the metal melted. He added some powdered bones from magical beasts, which contained unique trace elements capable of altering certain properties of the metal. Though they could not yet be transformed into magical weapons, a dozen copper wires were braided together, interspersed with strands of animal hair to enhance durability. Once the bowstring was prepared, Luo Hong commenced the crafting of arrowheads. Given that he was fashioning a military-grade crossbow, employing fully metal quarrels seemed somewhat unnecessary, not to mention the financial implications involved. Luo Hong also equipped the military crossbow with a rudimentary sight. Master! It worked! Hassan exclaimed, witnessing the crossbow bolt pierce a wooden target 30 yards away, embedding itself an inch deep. I suppose it did, Luo Hung nodded in acknowledgement, then pulled a wooden bead on the bowstring. A safer alternative to using his hands for drawing the bow. I'll inform the captain, Val declared, brimming with excitement. Come back, continue working. I will handle this. What about you two? Luo Hung called Val back, his tone somewhat irritable. Hassan and Val stared at Luo Hung in astonishment as he inquired, What? Do you not wish to learn how to craft crossbows? Of course we do, Hassan and Val replied in unison. The two dwarves, already assisting in the process, observed several steps. Luo Hung instructed them on the suitable metal materials, dimensions, casting techniques, polishing, and assembly. Throughout the entire day, excluding meal times, Luo Hung imparted his knowledge to Hassan and Val. Master, Hassan remarked, holding the wooden crossbow, which had successfully hit a target 30 yards away, his excitement palpable. The two could hardly believe that a wooden crossbow could possess such range. You're ready. Tomorrow you can utilize metal components for your construction, Luo Hung encouraged Val, who had yet to complete his own creation. The bow arms Luo Hung employed were made of resilient wood, which, while effective, could not compare to metal. Tomorrow we will learn to make bowstrings. After that, you will be able to repair the war giant crossbow, Luo Hung stated. Though the war giant crossbow appeared formidable, it had numerous design flaws. Nonetheless, Luo Hung decided to wait another day before departing. Really, Hassan and Val could hardly believe their ears, astonished by the prospect of repairing a powerful weapon crafted by the Mage Association. Absolutely, Luo Hung affirmed with a nod before taking his leave. Hassan and Val exchanged glances, and Hassan suggested, Val, perhaps we should rest here. Indeed. It would spare us the scorn of those fellows back at camp. Val agreed, recalling the previous night's humiliation. Throughout the day, Hodo had not paid them a visit, leaving both dwarves feeling disgruntled. They settled beside the fire, laying down on some hay meant for feeding livestock, grateful that the ground remained warm from the long-burning embers. Val, what do you think about going out to gain some experience? Hassan mused, gazing into the fire as the flickering flames illuminated the distant, glaring white snow. Upon hearing this, Val turned to Hassan and asked, Are you suggesting we follow Master Cheney? Master Cheney is the most amiable dwarf I have encountered. I genuinely believe he wishes to teach us. He possesses real skill, unlike those human blacksmiths we hired earlier, who were inept and had terrible tempers. Hassan replied. Val expressed concern. But will Master Cheney even want us? Why not ask him tomorrow? Hassan suggested. Val pondered for a moment before responding with a single word. All right. Upon returning to the cave, Luo Hung discovered that the orc captive had managed to free himself from his bindings and was now cradling the small creature, murmuring to it as it nestled comfortably in the orc's arms. Luo Hang's expression darkened. After carrying the little one for days, it was disheartening to see it favor the orc over him. The golden eagle at the cave entrance stretched its neck to observe Luo Hung, who remarked, You look rather greedy. Luo Hung retrieved a sizable piece of silver wolf meat, offering it to the eagle. As the eagle watched him cut the meat, it nuzzled against him, nearly blocking the cave's entrance. Luo Hung then prepared a pot of meat soup. Once it was ready, the little creature crawled out of the orc's embrace and scampered over to Luo Hung, eyeing the simmering copper pot. After serving the little one in a wooden bowl, filled primarily with dried meat, Luo Hung prepared a larger bowl for the orc captive, realizing he needed to treat the captive better. After all, a prior incident of cold winds had nearly caused illness, primarily due to Luo Hang not ensuring the orc was adequately fed. Of course, he wouldn't be offering the orc a staff or anything of the sort. After finishing his meal, Luo Hang intended to sleep in the cave but was concerned the orc might use some form of magic. Luo Hang noticed Hassan and Val sleeping by the fire. Upon seeing him, they both sprang to their feet in surprise. Why aren't you two resting back at camp? Luo Hung inquired after lying down. We're new recruits. The seasoned soldiers look down on us, Hassan explained, acknowledging that Luo Hang likely heard the previous night's events. What is your monthly pay? Luo Hang asked. New recruits earn 3 silver coins, while seasoned soldiers make 10, Hassan replied. Nodding, Luo Hang recognized that seasoned soldiers commanded higher wages regardless of location. He was keen to gather information regarding the magical creatures, prompting him to ask, Are magical creature attacks on the outpost frequent? More so in winter. They are rare during other seasons. The creatures tend to traverse the frozen river, necessitating our presence here. Behind us are 2 additional outposts, Val elaborated. Have you not organized a large-scale extermination? Luo Hung inquired, surprised. We can't. Those creatures reside in low caves that we cannot penetrate, and the tunnels are labyrinthine, Hassan explained. Luo Heng nodded, understanding that anyone in such a situation would find it challenging. Tunnel warfare has always posed complications throughout history, while there are solutions like cloud bombs or gas bombs. Once a cave has established defenses, even nuclear weapons would prove ineffective, let alone other forms of weaponry. Master Cheney, are you preparing to return to the Dwarven Kingdom? Hassan asked. Yes, Luo Heng replied, still uncertain of the exact location of the Dwarven Kingdom. Then may we become your followers? Val inquired. Glancing at Hassan. Followers? Luo Heng questioned, puzzled by the term. That means we would accompany you and do whatever you ask of us, Hassan clarified. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Heng responded. For now, I have some tasks to attend to. Once I complete them, I will write to you. Very well, Hassan and Val replied, somewhat disappointed. Luo Heng's forging skills alone were invaluable to them. The conversation dwindled thereafter, and Luo Heng nestled into the hay, feeling warm and unexpectedly dozing off for the night. The next morning, Luo Heng awoke early, feeling a weight on his chest. Upon inspection, he found it was Midwa, returning to his dwelling within the cave. He noticed the orc captive sitting up abruptly at the sound of movement, cradling the newborn creature. Luo Heng set Midwa down and began preparing breakfast. After breakfast, Luo Heng, Hassan, and Val set about moving the war giant crossbow outside. This thing is incredibly heavy, Luo Heng remarked. Observing that it was entirely metal, composed of copper and fine iron, weighing a staggering 1,000 pounds, he examined the bow arms, which resembled a metal rod that had been split, demonstrating remarkable resilience. After testing it, he found it unyielding. Hassan noted, using this war giant crossbow requires battle energy. Not necessarily, Luo Heng replied, shaking his head. This isn't a magical item. It's simply that the crossbow is exceedingly powerful. Hassan and Val exchanged confused glances. Continue working on the crossbow, Luo Heng instructed Hassan and Val. Then retrieve the magic furnace to prepare metal threads, combining them with silver wolf fur to create a relatively simple magical item. The advantage of the magic furnace was its high temperature, while the drawback was its size. Producing large quantities took considerable time. Hey, Hassan, are you actually learning carpentry? Haha, everyone come look. Hassan is learning carpentry from a dwarf. Unbelievable. After finishing the metal threads, and while crafting bowstrings, Luo Heng overheard a gnome's loud taunting. Shut up, Seiko, you fool. I'm making a crossbow. Hassan retorted. Haha, Hassan, you're the real fool. Do you think your wooden crossbow could even kill a rabbit? Another gnome chimed in. Val, noticing Seiko's mockery, coldly challenged. Seiko, since you say that crossbow can't kill a rabbit, why don't you dare let me shoot it? Huh, Val, what are you saying? You want to shoot me? Goodness, everyone, he actually wants to shoot me. Seiko exclaimed, laughing in a rather unsavory manner. Haha, Seiko, I think Val would be better off shooting you. The other gnomes chimed in jovially. Suddenly, the laughter ceased as the gnomes stared at Seiko's shoulder, where an arrow had pierced cleanly through. Oh. Seiko finally screamed in shock. What on earth? Huaduo faintly heard the clamor from this side. However, he had some matters to attend to. Upon hearing Seiko's anguished cry, he immediately rushed out of the cave and shouted loudly. Chapter 63. Invitation to the Captain. The other dwarves, upon hearing Huaduo's roar and noticing his displeased expression, immediately stood at attention. What is happening? Huaduo inquired, glancing at the crossbow bolt lodged in Seiko's shoulder and then at the object in Val's hand. Raising his voice to Iku spoke up. Captain, Val has attacked one of our own, and everyone can attest to this. Indeed, Captain, this new recruit Val shot Seiku with a crossbow. Enough, Val, speak. Huaduo was not in his position as captain by mere chance. Managing so many soldiers required a degree of cunning. Seiku and others mocked Val, and Huaduo was aware that Val had not returned to rest the previous night. However, until the matter was fully revealed, he could not intervene, as one party was a newcomer and the other an experienced soldier. Captain, I slipped, Val said, not foolish enough to admit to deliberately shooting Seiku. This way, he could claim it was merely an accident. Let me see, Huaduo requested, examining the wooden crossbow with curiosity. Seiku was clad in leather armor, yet the crossbow had managed to pierce it and pass through, although the shoulder area did have some gaps. Captain, this was crafted under Master Chunni's guidance by Hassan and myself, Val explained. You, Made it yourselves? Huaduo was taken aback, as the crossbow appeared to be a simple wooden construct. Yes, we made it ourselves. Such a device is not overly complex and costs no more than 10 silver coins, Huaduo's ally. Luo Heng interjected. Huaduo did not question his handling of the situation but felt it necessary to confirm. What is its range? Huaduo inquired. With metal arrowheads, it can penetrate 2 layers of leather armor at 50 yards, Val replied. Leather armor comes in various layers, with 3 layers providing the highest defense and 1 being the weakest, assuming equal quality. Hearing this, Huaduo picked up the crossbow and, under Val's guidance, shot an arrow toward the distance. The arrow landed approximately 150 yards away, though by that point, it had lost much of its force. Good, good. How many of these can you 2 produce in a day? Huaduo asked. Captain, if we make 10 crossbows and arrows, we can produce 4, Hassan and Val replied. Incorrect, it is 10, Luo Heng corrected. Hassan and Val widened their eyes, and Luo Heng continued. One of you should handle the metal components, while the other focuses on the wooden parts as long as the dimensions are accurate. It can be done swiftly. Master Chen and I would like to discuss something with you. Please follow me, Huaduo said after hearing Luo Heng's comments. Luo Heng replied, I plan to repair the war crossbow for you. I intend to leave tomorrow. Huaduo, astonished by this, asked, Master Chen and I understands alchemy as well? While the bowstring is not an alchemical creation, its durability is still considerable. However, I am contemplating designing it so that ordinary soldiers can draw it, Luo Heng explained. The war crossbow possesses considerable tension, requiring strength only warriors with battle energy can muster. But with the addition of 2 eccentric wheels, an ordinary soldier should be able to operate it, as the dwarves in this world are quite strong. Indeed, warriors of the cold weapon era possessed great strength, as survival often depended on it, and in terms of cold weapon combat, familiar soldiers might not necessarily outperform those trained in traditional weaponry. This, Huaduo instinctively felt it was implausible, yet the words remained unspoken. May I inquire what materials Master Chen and I requires? Huaduo deemed it necessary to allow Luo Heng a chance to experiment and asked. No materials are needed. Just do not disturb me, Luo Heng replied. Surveying the dwarven veterans. You lot, go and train. Do not disturb the master. And you, Seiku, when the patrol returns, you are to return to the city. Huaduo commanded. Captain, Seiku's face turned pale upon hearing this. Winter was a time of heightened conflict, and returning to the city now would invite scorn. Leave, Huaduo shouted. Hassan, Val, I now order you to devote all your efforts to producing these crossbows, and you are hereby appointed as the repair squad leader and deputy. Val is the deputy, and Hassan is the leader, Huaduo instructed Hassan and Val. Yes, Captain, they responded, surprised to find themselves in leadership roles, which allowed them to oversee 10 men and earn significantly higher wages. Master Chen and I. May Hassan and Val enlist the help of others? Huaduo inquired again. Luo Heng shook his head. This is a matter for Hassan and Val. Crafting such crossbows is not classified. Understood. Hassan, Val, select 10 individuals to assist you in making the crossbows, Huaduo commanded. Yes, they eagerly responded and went off to choose their companions. Master Chen and I. In the coming days, I plan to launch an assault on the monster camp, so I hope you will forgive any inconveniences that we would like to invite you to participate in this attack, Huaduo stated. Upon hearing this, Luo Heng could not refuse and replied, Very well, but I need accurate information about those monsters first. Luo Heng followed Huaduo to his office, which was also located within the cave. The depths of the cave were not particularly cold, but it was clear that it had been constructed defensively, likely to prevent breaches in the city walls. Master Chen and I, this is Vice Captain Lien, Huaduo introduced another dwarf, who wore glasses and appeared somewhat frail, clearly suited for a clerical role. Hello, Master Chen and I, Lien bowed slightly in greeting. Vice Captain Lien, Luo Heng returned the gesture, as was customary. Master Chen and I, please observe, this is the monster camp. Located approximately 30 kilometers away. Follow this river for 2,000 meters, then enter a small creek. By following the creek for 20 kilometers, you will arrive at a small canyon, at the end of which lies the monster camp. The camp is situated deep within the valley, in a cave that is only a yard high, with numerous exits, Huaduo explained as a map appeared before Luo Heng. Are these barricades? Luo Heng inquired, pointing to the structures on the map. Indeed, these monsters construct barricades using timber, and they have planted many thorns to deter wild beasts. Additionally, there is a lookout post on the hillside of the valley, manned by at least 5 sentries, as well as a patrol team, Huiduo elaborated. Report. At that moment, a dwarven soldier hurriedly entered. Captain, we have detected the traces of goblin sentries, the soldier announced. Chapter 64. Repairing the war crossbow. It seems these monsters are preparing to attack the city, and the goblins appear to be from the Blackstone camp over 100 kilometers away, Huiduo remarked grimly after a moment of contemplation. Lien glanced at Luo Heng and said, last time, Master Chun and I killed the goblin shaman from the Xiaogu camp. They have likely been absorbed by the Blackstone camp. That poses a problem. The Blackstone camp is known to have goblin mages. Huiduo furrowed his brow. Luo Heng asked, goblin mages? These goblins possess various bloodlines that allow them to cast lower-tier spells. However, the spells they unleash are typically instantaneous. Although their power is not substantial, a camp led by a goblin mage will have a greater number of monsters, as they seldom lack for food, Huiduo explained. What is their spellcasting range? Luo Heng asked. No more than 100 yards, Huiduo replied. 100 yards. Luo Heng was taken aback, as the typical range for low-level mages is merely 20 yards. Cough. That depends on the bloodline of the monsters. Those with strong bloodlines can easily reach 100 yards, while those with weaker bloodlines might only manage a distance of 10 to 20 yards. However, they will seek out magical equipment, including items discarded from ancient to modern powerful spellbooks, as well as artifacts found in certain ruins, so this is difficult to ascertain, Lien continued to explain. As long as it does not exceed 1,000 yards. I can handle it, Luo Heng declared. Huiduo and Lien exchanged glances, then said nothing further. Huiduo stated, Master Chen and I would like to request that you expedite the repair of the war crossbow. The goblin sentries are likely to arrive within a day or two, and the monsters will certainly attack the city. Understood. Luo Heng nodded. Creating the eccentric wheels is not overly complicated. They can be fashioned from metal or honed from beast bones or horns. After Huiduo and Lien left to prepare the soldiers, Luo Heng casually suggested, I believe we could douse the city walls with water. Douse with water? Huiduo responded, perplexed. Excellent idea, Lien quickly realized. Immediately connecting it to the prospect of freezing water, Luo Heng nodded and departed. Upon returning to the location where the war crossbows were stored, he discovered that Hassan and Val had already selected 10 gnome soldiers engaged in various tasks, cutting timber, polishing metal components, and crafting the crossbow body. Master, the gnomes exclaimed respectfully upon seeing Luo Heng. Yes, if there are any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Luo Heng replied with a nod. The rulers in Hassan and Val's hands were crafted by Luo Heng himself. As long as the measurements were reasonably accurate, there would not be significant problems. Observing the bow arms, which measured a substantial 1.5 to 1.6 meters, and the entire war crossbow exceeding 2 meters in length, Luo Heng examined them thoroughly before beginning his preparations. The eccentric wheels were modeled after those of a compound bow, which is renowned for its power due to the mechanical advantage provided by eccentric wheels, 2 of which function similarly to fixed pulleys, greatly reducing the effort required. However, the bowstring needed to be slightly longer. After taking some measurements, Luo Heng commenced his work, starting with the task of affixing the fixed pulleys to the bow arms using riveting techniques. He devised a fastening mechanism on the bow arms and conducted meticulous tests, opting for a clasp-style design that would facilitate maintenance without damaging the bow arms. While riveting appeared advantageous at first glance, wear and tear could compromise the integrity of the bow. The metal wire was interspersed with the fur of silver wolves, magical beasts known for their long-tailed hair. Luo Heng had also concocted a wolf hide glue, combining it with the metal wire and silver wolf fur to create a robust bowstring, which boasted a thickness comparable to chopsticks, yet possessed remarkable tensile strength. Luo Heng prepared a rowing device that was remarkably efficient. During noon, gnomes brought him meals, and he managed to take some food back for the orc captives, who were guarded by a golden eagle at the cave's entrance, deterring the gnomes from approaching. As night fell, Luo Heng successfully repaired the war crossbow, which now appeared significantly more intricate, primarily due to the bowstring on the eccentric wheels and the rowing device. Master Cheney, is it truly complete? Hodo inquired excitedly upon receiving the news. Even Ryan had come, a seasoned veteran who had become the deputy captain after sustaining injuries. Indeed, Val, come forth, Luo Heng called out. Yes, Val responded, brimming with enthusiasm. Today they had produced 13 crossbows, and given the pressing circumstances, both Val and Hassan had decided to forego rest to continue their work. Following Luo Hang's guidance, Val positioned himself atop the massive crossbow and exerted forcefully to raise the rowing device, which towered over him. As the rowing device pulled the bowstring, Val observed it being drawn back fully. Hodo was equally astonished. He was well aware of Val's strength. Load the bolt. Luo Hang personally retrieved a crossbow bolt, entirely metallic, designed to withstand the immense force generated, as conventional wooden bolts would be inadequate. This bolt, with a diameter exceeding 3 centimeters, was inherently reusable. The target was set 1,000 yards away, the maximum distance of the range. Val struck the launcher. Whoosh! A mere sound echoed as the bolt was released with tremendous speed. Bang! The colossal log target, measuring a palm's thickness, was obliterated upon impact. Hodo and Ryan were left speechless, astounded by the bolt's newfound power. I made a slight modification to the bolt upon release. It will automatically spin, enhancing its penetrating ability, Luo Hang explained. Excellent. Excellent. Master Cheney, you are indeed our fortunate star, Hodo declared, demonstrating the crossbow's capabilities, realizing that it could be drawn multiple times without expending battle energy. Feeling immensely grateful toward Luo Hang. In truth, it is not overly complex. For us dwarves, there is nothing we cannot forge. Val and Hassan, after some training, will also be capable of repairs, Luo Hang stated. And what of the bowstring? Hodo inquired eagerly, knowing that the Gnome clan possessed numerous war crossbows. This is a bit more challenging. However, I can produce more, though I will require some magical beast pelts. The higher the quality, the better, Luo Hang replied. Captain, I cannot extract it. Hassan shouted from afar. Hodo and the others rushed over, and upon seeing the 2 bolts embedded deep within the stone wall, Hodo gasped in astonishment. With such penetrating power, even plate armor seemed trivial. And his gaze toward Luo Hang grew even more fervent. Chapter 65. Forging magic short swords. Hodo stepped forward, utilizing battle energy to extract the bolts. The arrowheads bore a slight curvature, leaving Hodo perplexed. Master Cheney, I recall you mentioning the ability to forge magical weapons. Is that true? Hodo inquired, observing Luo Hang selecting items from the storeroom. The storeroom contained all the supplies of this outpost, as well as spoils collected over the years, most of which were remnants left by magical creatures. These creatures possessed valuable items, for no one knew what lay beneath the ground. However, gold was certainly among them, as every magical creature encampment had some gold, whether it be golden sand or solid nuggets. Thus, when magical creatures were slain, the soldiers eagerly anticipated the discovery of gold, as its value was easily appraised. Yet, unexpected treasures were dictated by the merchants. Luo Hang perused the storeroom and found nothing particularly unusual, but chose 2 beast fangs nonetheless. Hearing Hodo's question, Luo Hang turned and asked, Did I say that? Yes, Hodo nodded. Forging magical weapons requires magical metals, and I currently possess none, Luo Hang stated. Master Cheney, we happen to have some magical metal. Please follow me, Hodo replied. Arriving at Hodo's quarters, he opened a wooden chest, revealing a beast hide bag adorned with intricate patterns, suggesting considerable value. Master Cheney, what do you think? Hodo inquired, presenting the bag and pouring its contents out, revealing over 7 pea-sized red gemstones. Fire gems. Luo Hang examined them closely. Indeed, these fire gems are the accumulation of 3 years at this outpost. I intended to trade them when the merchant caravans arrive in winter, Hodo explained. Merchant caravans arrive in winter? Luo Hang asked incredulously. Only during winter can one traverse the ice, creating a pathway for entry. Winter is also when we receive supplies. Fortunately, winters here last up to 5 months, and there is hardly any fighting during the summer, Hodo shrugged. Luo Hang nodded. These fire gems are of mediocre quality. However, they will suffice for forging magical weapons, though I cannot guarantee how many I can produce. Master Cheney, I apologize for the trouble. I will provide you with a letter of recommendation, and you can go to the kingdom where you will receive ample compensation, Hodo promised. Thank you, Luo Hang mused, recalling the intricate patterns on the beast hide bag, suspecting Hodo might be a scion of some gnome noble. With the fire gems in hand, Luo Hang also gathered some copper crystals and iron crystals, requesting Hassan and Val to assist him. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, Luo Heng hammered the softened copper crystal on the anvil, alongside some powdered fire gems. Upon contact with the glowing copper, the fire gems emitted a reddish glow, quickly melting into the copper. After 2 hours of relentless hammering, Luo Heng finally crafted 3 rough ingots, continuously alternating them in and out of the furnace. Exhausted, he sat down to catch his breath. Master, Hassan hurriedly poured wine for Luo Heng, who found the gnome's brew reminiscent of beer. A sip in winter felt incredibly refreshing. Hassan, do you sell goat mounts here? Luo Heng inquired. Master, our goat mounts are of mediocre quality. However, Captain Hodo has connections to procure superior mounts. The finest mount here belongs to the captain, Hassan explained. Just as Luo Heng was about to respond, a shadow leaped into his embrace, fixated on him with eager eyes. Meetsai, Luo Heng noted, having seen this creature earlier, now drawn out by the aroma of the wine, having previously nestled beside the orc captives. Very well, I shall inquire with Hodo later. Luo Heng nodded, pouring the remaining wine into a wooden bowl stored in his spatial bag. Meetsai quickly leaned over the bowl, slurping eagerly as the 3 rough ingots were continuously heated. Luo Heng began forging weapons. The rough ingots gradually transformed into short swords under his skilled hands. After creating 3 short swords, he commenced the polishing process, followed by further heating and quenching. During the quenching, he applied some mithril powder, which adorned the swords with intricate patterns. Finished, Luo Heng declared, placing the 3 short swords on the wooden board. Hodo, unable to contain his excitement, had received word that the magical weapons were completed. Hodo grasped the short swords, noting that the handles were seamlessly integrated, allowing for the infusion of battle energy. Upon activating his energy, the swords emanated a soft silver glow, enveloped in a layer of red flame. Excellent, excellent, Hodo exclaimed, feeling a significant enhancement in his battle energy. Boom. Hodo swung the short sword forcefully into the snow, unleashing a streak of red light that struck the ground nearly 20 yards away, causing the snow to explode. Master Cheney, what do you believe is a suitable price for these 3 short swords? Hodo inquired. Luo Heng replied. Captain, I desire a mount. What do you think? Mounts, Hodo expressed some surprise. Acquiring a mount is not a trivial expense. Raising a magical beast as a steed may take years, if not decades, before it can be ridden, and the resources required are beyond the means of even most nobles. Master Hodo, at present, you are not suited for raising mounts. You possess a golden eagle, which, despite its injuries, entails a significant commitment. Should you require a temporary mount, we could assault the monster encampment. Perhaps we might procure some lower-tier magical beasts for you to choose from, Hodo suggested. Very well, Luo Heng replied, uncertain whether Hodo spoke earnestly or sought to involve him in the extermination of the monsters. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate the monster encampment. After having a meal, Luo Heng rested nearby, wary of returning to his previous location. As the orc captive was no longer bound, and he could not predict what spells might be employed against him, he rested in the storage cave, with the sounds of Hassan and the others working outside gradually lulling him to sleep. Suddenly, a low, mournful horn sounded, jolting Luo Heng awake. Master, your breakfast, Hassan said, noticing Luo Heng and preparing to rush out. Thank you, Luo Heng replied absent-mindedly. No, master, this is your maid who has brought it to you, Hassan clarified. Upon hearing this, Luo Heng, who had just taken a large gulp, immediately spat out his food, leaving Hassan and the others with bewildered expressions. Chapter 66. The Gnoll Mage Luo Heng's reaction stemmed from concerns that the orc captive might have poisoned the food. As for why the orc would deliver food to him, that remained a mystery. He ascended to the city wall and observed a mass of dark creatures by the riverbank, armed with weapons and clad in leather armor. Some even riding wild boars as mounts. The number of these creatures has increased since last night, and it appears they are preparing to assault us, Hodo remarked. The war crossbow had been set up, and Luo Heng could see the monstrous army gathering over 2,000 meters away. It was evident that the mounted creatures were of a higher caliber, wielding metallic weapons, while the unmounted ones were mere common monsters, brandishing weapons made of bone and wood. This signifies the emergence of civilization. Luo Heng pondered. The civilization is not merely defined by the quantity and diversity of its beings, but rather by their ability to utilize and create tools. Forming a society, while gorillas may also use weapons, it is merely instinctual behavior. The majority of these monsters were gnolls. Captain Hodo, how will these creatures attack? Luo Heng inquired. There are no sophisticated tactics. They rely solely on their numbers. However, the saliva of those gnolls possesses a potent corrosive quality, Hodo explained. The monsters amassed, numbering over 2,000, accompanied by their strange roars and an unpleasant odor as the wind from the river flowed into the valley, putting it at a disadvantage. Oh! A tremendous sound erupted, resembling cheers. Luo Hong spotted several robust gnolls, their stature comparable to his own. Dragon-blooded gnolls. Hodo's expression darkened. Dragon-blooded. Luo Hong exclaimed, astonished by Hodo's words. Hodo, puzzled by Luo Heng's ignorance of such common knowledge, elaborated. Dragons are notoriously chaotic creatures, interbreeding with many other races, resulting in various hybrids. But the size of these gnolls, Luo Hong was at a loss for words. Who can say? This is simply what the Mage Association claims, Hodo shrugged. Behind the dragon-blooded gnolls stood a smaller gnoll, wielding a finely crafted staff adorned with jewels that Luo Hong could see from a distance. Damn it, there truly is a gnoll mage. Prepare your weapons. Everyone, Hodo commanded. Luo Hong readied his crude, improvised rifle, loading a round imbued with mithril. Merely a touch of mithril on the bullet head. Through the scope, he clearly discerned the menacing visage of the gnoll mage, which induced a sense of revulsion that he steadied his breathing, his finger poised on the trigger, the rifle wrapped in beast hide. He needed to wait, as the metal required some slight acclimatization after being drawn from his spatial pouch, which would hinder his aim. Roar! The gnoll mage raised his staff, hoisted by a brawny dragon-blooded gnoll. Upon witnessing the mage's actions, the surrounding gnolls erupted in cheers. Luo Hong smiled slightly, and Hodo regarded him with curiosity. However, upon seeing Luo Heng's grin, Hodo felt a sense of unease. The sound of a shot rang out, startling Hodo. When he turned to look, he found the area around the gnolls silent. Click. Luo Hong replaced the bullet. Bang! Hodo witnessed the head of a dragon-blooded gnoll explode in an instant, while the gnoll mage was left with only half of its body. Bang! After the third shot, the gnolls became chaotic, some charging toward the gnome outpost while others retreated. Charge! Everyone! Hodo urgently commanded upon witnessing the scene. Eliminate those scoundrels. The gnome warriors, disregarding all formalities, slid down the icy walls of the outpost, while Luo Hong donned his skis and leaped from the city wall. Positioned at the downwind side, the snow had piled up nearly half the height of the wall, creating a massive, smooth slope due to the water that had been poured on it. Luo Hong jumped down and, in an instant, surged forward, targeting the gnoll mage that a revolver appeared in one hand while the other brandished a magical curved blade. The curved blade was crafted by Luo Hong himself, utilizing cavalry tactics. He understood that a mounted warrior would not swing their weapon but rather maintain their balance, allowing the momentum of their speed to deliver cutting blows to the enemy. Swinging a weapon, regardless of whether it struck the target, would risk injury to one's own arm. The curved blade sliced through the air with the speed of a cutting machine, easily cleaving through the gnoll's inferior equipment. Bang! Bang! Two gnoll warriors attempted to block his path, but were knocked back by Luo Heng's revolver from less than 20 meters away. Bang! The further he advanced, the more gnolls appeared, and Luo Heng quickly exhausted his ammunition. Switching to the curved blade, with a slight tilt of his body, the blade sliced through two gnoll warriors, leaving them bleeding profusely. Luo Heng maintained his speed, producing an incendiary grenade, which he hurled into the distance. Boom! 5 seconds later, the grenade detonated, resembling a fireball as it ignited, engulfing dozens of gnolls in flames. The gnolls cried out in agony, but these incendiary grenades, infused with beast oil, were impervious to water unless the entire creature was submerged. The burning gnolls, in their panic, ignited even more of their kin, as their garments were made of beast hide. Bang! Bang! 3 dragon-blooded gnolls were sent flying, each with a gaping hole in their bodies, as they attempted to flee with the belongings of the gnoll mage. Hodo watched from a distance, astonished by Luo Heng's prowess as he observed the flames and the fallen dragon-blooded gnolls. Bang! Boom! Another incendiary grenade exploded, causing the gnolls to panic, discarding their weapons and scattering in all directions. Luo Heng successfully reached the gnoll mage, seizing the staff, which measured approximately 30 centimeters and featured a prominent gem along with 5 smaller ones. What a fine treasure, Luo Heng thought, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. As he examined the other possessions of the gnoll mage, he found them to be largely worthless, save for a belt that appeared somewhat decent. Luo Heng noticed that the dragon-blooded gnolls were still congregating in the distance. leading him to wonder if there was a larger leader among them. Chapter 67. Attacking the Knoll encampment. With this thought in mind, Luo Heng charged forward once more, replacing the ammunition in his revolver with a fresh magazine, which was a quicker and more efficient process than changing the individual bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dragon-blooded gnolls fell to the ground, and the remaining gnolls scattered in a panic. Luo Heng then spotted another gnoll wielding a staff. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out, and though the first struck the gnoll mage, causing a green glow to emanate from its body, the second bullet exploded its head. After switching magazines, Luo Heng approached the now lifeless gnoll mage and inspected the staff, which was no longer capable of any magic. What of this hat? He wondered, picking it up and examining it closely, suspecting it to be a magical item, glancing at the metallic staff in his hands. Luo Heng pondered for a moment that it was not long before Hodo arrived with a group of gnomes in pursuit. Captain Hodo, I wish to investigate the Knoll encampment, Luo Heng proposed. What? Hodo queried. Because I discovered 2 staffs that share a similar design. Leading me to believe, Luo Heng explained. Very well, I shall accompany you with 30 gnome knights, Hodo immediately replied. Then lead the way, Luo Heng urged, who commanded with a decisive tone, leading 30 valiant goat knights towards the goblin encampment. While the remaining warriors rampaged across the hills, exterminating goblins in their wake. At this juncture, the crossbows crafted by Hassan proved to be of immense utility. These weapons, known for their remarkable accuracy within countless yards, exhibited an even greater precision with each subsequent use. However, their numbers were scarce, totaling fewer than 60, yet they were responsible for the demise of hundreds of goblins. Other gnome warriors pursued the fleeing goblins in small clusters. For each goblin bore a bounty. Ro Hang, bound by rope to Hua, glided across the icy surface, a swifter method than riding a goat together. The goats avoided traversing the river's center, opting instead for the snow-laden banks, where the snow had solidified into a firm crust. This disparity in terrain became apparent. His steed was larger and more robust, galloping with impressive speed, while the other goats were comparatively smaller and of different builds. The goats moved swiftly, their 4 hooves flailing energetically, as Ro Heng skillfully controlled their direction, grateful for the wide expanse of ice, even in areas where thick snow lay. After approximately an hour of travel, they paused to rest, consuming provisions and offering some sustenance to the goats, accompanied by a sip of salt water. Just ahead lies the nearest monster encampment. Let the steeds rest momentarily, so we may storm the camp and eliminate as many monsters as possible, ensuring our ease for several years to come, Hu articulated, sketching a rudimentary map of the monster camp on the ground. The gnome knights nodded in agreement, as did Ro Hang, who led the 30 knights, along with Ro Heng, towards a hillside. Upon cresting the slope, they beheld several goblins peering from the rocky crevices below. The camp is just over there. Those goblins are sentinels. Upon sighting our main force, they will retreat into their caves, Hu whispered. Do those goblins not dwell within the caves? Ro Heng inquired, puzzled. No, for larger monsters inhabit the caves. These goblins reside outside, Hu clarified. Ro Heng then asked, if I were alone, would those goblins flee? I suspect they would not, Hu replied with uncertainty. Ro Heng lowered his gaze and said, draw me a detailed map, particularly indicating the cave's location. Hu promptly began sketching, stating, there lies a cave, but it is guarded by goblin warriors. Wait for my signal. When you hear a loud bang, act accordingly, Ro Heng instructed quietly before scaling the ridge. Hua and his men hurried back to the riverbank. Listening intently. As Ro Heng crested the ridge, the sentinels spotted him, raising an alarm. However, upon realizing he was alone, their cries turned to excitement. Ro Heng gazed at the steep cliff, taking a sharp breath. The terrain was perilously rugged. Below, a multitude of goblins roamed the valley, both large and small. Ro Heng chose a snow accumulation area, as the dip in the terrain caused the snow to pile on one side, making it treacherous for the goblins to ascend the snowdrifts due to its slippery nature. He retrieved a rope and secured it to a shrub, tugging to ensure its stability before descending. Thud! As he neared the ground, approximately 100 meters below, Ro Heng felt impacts on his back. Realizing they were stones, gritting his teeth against the pain, he suddenly spotted a wooden spear and swiftly evaded it. I cannot delay any longer. Rapidly releasing the rope, he descended with haste. Ro Heng landed atop the snow, and below, a throng of goblins surged towards him. Surprisingly, The goblins appeared rather clumsy. He had anticipated them hurling spears, but found them merely brandishing wooden clubs as they charged. However, the slick snow caused them to falter. Stumbling with every third step, Ro Hang swiftly equipped his skis, one hand gripping the rope while the other wielded a revolver. With a whoosh, he propelled himself forward as the goblins rushed towards his descent. Taking a deep breath, Rohung focused on the cavern entrance, a striking sight at least 800 to 900 meters away that a massive wooden barrier loomed before him. Crash! 7 or 8 goblins were sent flying as he barreled through. Nearly losing his balance, surrounding goblins lunged at him, jaws agape, but he ducked swiftly, breaking free from the encirclement of over 100 goblins and descending rapidly. Upon seeing the barricade, Rohang noted that the snow had piled thickly in front of it due to the wind and snow. Utilizing his momentum, he crashed into the encampment. The stench. The camp was filled with low wooden huts, covered in animal skins or bark, permeated by a foul odor. The ground was littered with frozen filth. The camp was chaotic, and behind Rohang, a swarm of goblins pursued him. He conjured 2 incendiary grenades, recently crafted at the gnome sentry camp. Boom! The entrance was wide but low, only about 1 to 2 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide. The grenades struck the entrance, igniting the nearby goblin warriors in a furious blaze. Bang! Bang! With 2 shots, Rohang dispatched the 2 closest pursuing goblins, causing the rest to freeze in shock at the sight of the grenades. A deep, resonant horn sounded, startling Rohang. It resembled the war horn of orcs. Chapter 68. Assault on the Blackstone encampment. Rohang could not ponder further. He fired his revolver repeatedly, sending goblins scattering in a frenzy. While many charged towards him, illuminated by the flames, the goblins appeared grotesque, their long teeth glistening with corrosive saliva. Boom! 2 more grenades flew into the goblin camp, igniting a flurry of flames amidst the snowstorm. Transforming the encampment into a massive bonfire, the horn sounded once more, and at last, Rohang spotted the gnome goat knights, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He doubted he could single-handedly vanquish so many goblins. Charge! The gnome knights, witnessing the disorder in the goblin camp, surged forward. Hua, wielding a magical longsword, urged his goat steed onward, its long horns akin to spears aimed at the foe. The goats, resembling the size of water buffalo, towered over the goblins, the tallest of whom barely reached 1 meter. With a thunderous charge, 30 goats barreled into the goblin ranks, while Hua and his companions wielded their weapons, cleaving through the goblins with ease. In a swift onslaught, they penetrated the goblin camp, directing their steeds to maneuver through the chaos. As the goblins fled in terror, the 30 gnome knights became harbingers of death, indiscriminately reaping goblins of all sizes. Within 10 minutes, the encampment lay in disarray, with the bodies of over 1,000 goblins strewn about. Well done, comrades! Hua bellowed, observing the gnome knights continuing their search for goblins. Rohang guarded the entrance, where the flames had dwindled significantly. Master Cheney, thank you. Shall we proceed to the Blackstone encampment? Hua inquired, having grasped Rohang's formidable prowess. Without him, they would have dared not provoke the Blackstone camp. I believe I heard the orc horn earlier. What was that about? Rohang questioned. That was not an orc horn. It is the charge horn of the wind rhinoceros. Designed to bolster morale and possesses great penetrating power, we refrained from using our gnome horns for fear of alerting the goblins at the Blackstone encampment, Hua explained. Then let us go. Rohang deliberated briefly before responding. Leaving 5 gnome knights to collect the spoils, Rohang and Hua, accompanied by the others, traversed the mountain range. Here, the goats' greatest advantage was revealed. They effortlessly leaped across seemingly sheer rock faces, stirring envy within Rohang. The Blackstone encampment lay deep within the mountains, and Rohang slowed his pace, relying on Hua and the others to lower ropes at steep inclines, though Rohang had considered utilizing other gnome steeds. His lack of experience in handling them prompted Hua to exercise caution. After traversing for over 3 hours, they ascended 3 significant mountains, arriving at a modest basin surrounded by black stones, devoid of any snow. An extinct volcano, Rohang mused. Observing from a distance that it was undeniable that the goblins had chosen an advantageous location. The area was not cold, and Rohang spotted steaming vapors, witnessing some goblins preparing food, evidently using the hot spring water for cooking. As daylight waned, Hua softly inquired, Master Cheney, should we retreat? It will be quite uncomfortable to remain outside overnight. Captain, once we clear this encampment, I hope to acquire a fine steed, Rohang replied. Upon hearing these words, Huiduo initially felt perplexed, but soon comprehended the situation, gritting his teeth as he stated, as long as we can breach this encampment, I assure you, master, you shall have a splendid magical beast steed. Excellent, Luo Heng responded, seeking Huiduo's assurance, implying that if no mounts were found within the camp, Huiduo would be responsible for procuring one that Luo Heng then commanded. Charge directly. Leave the rest to me. Huiduo fell silent. Watching as Luo Heng dashed up the slope, he glanced back at the knights behind him. Once Luo Heng lay on the ridge, Huiduo observed the sky, hesitated for a moment, and then ran to position himself behind Luo Heng. Master Cheney. Huiduo felt uncertain. Captain, if you're afraid, we can retreat, Luo Heng remarked, gazing at Huiduo. Huiduo replied, please. Men, attack, Huiduo ordered as he mounted his goat steed. With a thunderous rumble, the goat steed charged from a distance of 2,000 meters. The Blackstone encampment had this disadvantage. The small basin near the mountainside provided a broad field of vision. 2,000 meters was still quite a distance for a cavalry charge. The goat steed had a short burst of speed, but decent endurance. Optimal for 700 or 800 meters. 25 goats galloped across the snowy ground, stirring the goblin camp into motion. Goblins possessed keen hearing and smell, having inherited the innate abilities of dogs. In that instant, as the goblins began to stir, Luo Heng leapt from the opposite side of the ridge, taking cover behind a modest stone. Raising his crude anti-material rifle once more, Huiduo and his comrades approached the goblin encampment. Luo Heng spotted a particularly large goblin in the center, its entire body a deep crimson. Luo Heng could no longer afford to remain hidden. He sprinted several dozen meters before kneeling down. Bang! A flame erupted from the distant crimson goblin, and its head was obliterated. Kill! Huiduo, having already spotted the robust crimson goblin at the basin's edge, felt a pang of despair, only to be jolted to attention as the goblin's head exploded. Luo Heng loaded a silver bullet, continuing his search from an elevated position. Bang! A horned draconic goblin was once again struck, its body half destroyed, letting out a shriek. Without glancing back, Luo Heng changed bullets. His eyes fixed on the battlefield. The Blackstone camp housed at least 2,000 goblins, a third of whom were goblin warriors, though so far, no goblin mages were in sight. Bang! A standard bullet struck a cluster of goblins gathered in Huiduo's charging path. Dozens of goblins stared blankly at the remaining half of their companion before. In a daze, they scattered in terror. Cowards, Luo Heng noted. Having discerned the goblin's weakness as he aimed again at a draconic goblin, he suddenly lunged sideways. Roar! A massive lizard sprang from the nearby snow, but it missed Luo Heng completely. Roaring in fury on the back of this great lizard, a goblin mage brandished a fiery staff. Boom! With a flourish of the staff, a fireball the size of a football hurtled toward Luo Heng. He leapt aside just in time, the air erupting with a deafening noise and a flurry of snow. Chapter 69. Deity Luo Heng felt an immense force accompany the scorching heat, and upon landing, he quickly regained his footing, retrieving an incendiary grenade from his pocket. Boom! The grenade struck the charging lizard, igniting it in a brilliant explosion. Roar! The lizard bellowed, charging directly at Luo Heng. Bang! As Luo Heng hurled the incendiary grenade, he did so with the precision of his memory, his sense of direction infallible. His physical prowess was such that he could pilot a plane. A pilot's sense of direction must be impeccable to avoid crashing. Luo Heng was suddenly struck aside. Spitting blood mid-air, he crashed down into the basin. Bang! He landed in a thicket of shrubs. Around the basin, there were low bushes, and he felt dazed from the impact, nearly losing consciousness. Thankfully, the slope was gentle and not too high. My leg is broken. Luo Heng bit his tongue to regain clarity, noticing his left leg twisted at an unnatural angle, his heart sinking. Glancing at his crude anti-material rifle, he found it still secure in his grasp, testament to his training in the heat of battle. A weapon signifies life. Being injured does not guarantee death, but lacking a weapon often seals one's fate. Luo Heng switched to a silver bullet and gazed at the lizard peering over the basin. The lizard's eyes locked onto him. Bang! He distinctly saw flames erupt from the lizard's jaw. Roar! The lizard, feeling a sharp pain, howled in agony. Bang! A second bullet was fired. This time, sparks flew from the lizard's jaw, accompanied by a gaping wound, blood spraying forth. Boom! The great lizard collapsed, and Luo Hong could do nothing but scramble away. With a thunderous crash, the lizard fell right in front of him, nearly crushing his head. Damn it, Luo Hong gasped, surprised that it hadn't landed behind him. Bang, bang, bang. A diminutive figure appeared at the edge of the cliff. Soaring downwards, and Luo Hong swiftly fired 3 shots from his revolver. The small figure spiraled down from a height of over 100 meters. Another goblin? Luo Hong noted the crimson-skinned goblin, complete with red horns. Drawing his military dagger, he plunged it into the goblin mage's body, causing it to deflate instantly. A warm sensation flowed from the dagger into Luo Hong. Meanwhile, at the gnome outpost, Duo, nestled in the arms of an orc captive, radiated a soft white light, though no one noticed. Kill. Within the Blackstone camp, Duo faced immense peril. The goat's charge slowed, and goblin warriors swarmed around them. Luo Hong, grasping his severed leg, hastily bound it on the slope. He clutched his crude anti-material rifle. Bang! Amongst the hundreds of goblin warriors, at least 3 were obliterated in a single shot, leaving the surrounding goblins momentarily stunned. Bang! Again. This time, the hundreds of goblin warriors reacted, scattering chaotically, some desperately rushing toward Duo's goat cavalry. Luo Hong observed that only 2/3 of Duo's goat cavalry remained, with several gnome warriors tripped and besieged by goblins. Bang! 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 With attacks every 2 seconds. Each strike claimed 2 or 3 goblins, the bullet's immense power leaving goblins effectively severed in 2 that could not regroup. Kill. Duo, witnessing the carnage, was taken aback, although he had seen such scenes before. The sight of exploding goblins still filled him with dread. Magic weapon. It must be a secret magical armament of the dwarves. Duo was aware that the dwarves possessed firearms, suitable for hunting beasts. But magical firearms were rare and could not inflict such devastation. With the goblins unable to regroup, Duo simply needed to maneuver his mount, while the gnome knights wielded their weapons like scythes. Sweeping through the ranks of Blackstone goblins, some goblins fled into distant caves, yet many more lay lifeless. As darkness descended, more gnome knights emerged, at least 50 joining the massacre. Duo was drenched in sweat. And even the magical steed gasped for breath. The knights he led nearly collapsed from exhaustion, and when they dismounted, their mounts sank to the ground. Upon seeing the corpse of the great lizard, Duo's eyes widened. He and his companions had no time to notice Luo Hong's side of the battle. Captain, Luo Hong addressed Duo. Master Cheney, you are a hero, Duo said reverently, gazing at the great lizard. I have a broken leg. What kind of goblin was that? Luo Hong pointed to the now deflated goblin mage's body, collecting its staff and other items. That was a lava goblin, dwelling underground, preferring not to reside on the surface. The presence of a lava goblin mage indicates that there must be lava goblins living below, Duo explained, unaware of the dwarf's exceptional forging skills but lacking understanding of common knowledge. Luo Hong nodded, then steadied himself, asking, And this creature? That should be a fire-earth dragon, a subdragon magical beast, typically residing underground, Duo replied. Is this meat edible? Luo Hong inquired. Not at all. It's poisonous, but Master Cheney, your golden eagle can consume it. Duo shook his head. Then that poses a problem. Luo Hong, unwilling to move, felt an unbearable itch in his broken leg, a sign of the wound healing, though he found it hard to believe. The sensation was undeniable. Luo Hong speculated that it might be a military dagger that transferred the vitality of the lava dog-headed creature into his own body. Hodo and the others took a rest, while the subsequent gnome knights discarded the dog-headed corpses in heaps. The deceased gnome knights had already turned into a mound of bones, some of which had been completely reduced to nothingness. Several hours later, a pile of dog-headed corpses was set ablaze, and Hodo and the others stood by, for the remains of the 9 fallen gnome knights lay within the bellies of these creatures. Warriors, the god of the wilds is with you, Hodo proclaimed, raising one hand high. The other gnome knights echoed his chant, and a white light appeared above the flames. Beneath this light, the ethereal forms of gnomes manifested, seemingly smiling, only to gradually fade away. Luo Hong's eyes widened in astonishment, while Hodo and the others were beside themselves with excitement. This was a response from the god of the wilds to them. Chapter 70. Beast Eggs. Observing the frenzied demeanor of Hodo and his companions, Luo Hong felt predominantly fear. The existence of gods was inconceivable to him, although Sodden and others had often spoken of them. Luo Hong had always remained skeptical. Yet today, upon witnessing those smiling souls, he felt neither exhilaration nor surprise, but rather a chilling dread. This spectacle lasted less than a minute, leaving Luo Hong with a sense of awe toward the unknown. While Hodo and the others appeared fervent, such fervor made Luo Hang uneasy, for it suggested a loss of reason. Though Hodo and the others gradually regained their composure, aside from some spoils, the remnants of the dog-headed camp were engulfed in flames. The acrid smell of charred remains sickening Luo Hong, prompting him to move to a position upwind. The basin area was relatively warm, and Hodo mentioned that the spring water here was toxic and undrinkable. The Fire Earth Dragon had already been dismantled, with a thumb-sized magic core now in Luo Hang's possession. This Fire Earth Dragon measured 7 to 8 meters in length and over 2 meters in height. Akin to the size of an extended bus, the whole hide was the most valuable, with Hodo estimating it to be worth several thousand gold coins, as it retained a considerable amount of magical energy. The remaining meat of the Fire Earth Dragon was surprisingly consumed by their goat steeds, which subverted Luo Hang's understanding. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Luo Hang drifted into a drowsy slumber. The next morning, he was awakened by a chorus of cheers. Upon seeing Luo Hang awake, Hodo spoke, "Master Cheney, come, choose one." "What is this?" Luo Hang inquired, noticing 3 eggs, each measuring over 30 centimeters in height and more than 20 centimeters in diameter. These were discovered at the dog-headed camp. The dog-headed creatures not only dwell above ground but also burrow underground. They have a penchant for stealing the young of magical beasts or wild animals, so we are quite fortunate. These should be 3 types of beast eggs. Although identifying the specific creatures is challenging, Hodo explained. Then this. Luo Hang gazed at the 3 eggs, all of similar size. Evidently the largest ones the dog-headed creatures had managed to steal. One egg was gray, another white, and the last bore a hint of red. The surrounding gnomes were keenly observing, and Hodo remarked, "This requires the favor of the goddess of luck. But I am unsure how to tame a magical pet," Luo Hang admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Simply apply your own blood. It is quite straightforward. Of course, having a magical contract is preferable, but such contracts typically pertain to the young of magical beasts, not the eggs," Hodo clarified. "Is it really that simple?" Luo Hang lamented internally, regretting having missed the opportunity with the cat-headed creature's egg he had previously acquired. Weighing the eggs, he discovered the white one to be the heaviest. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a magic core and tested each egg in turn. "Wait. There is no flying magical pet inside, is there?" Luo Hang asked. "Perhaps. Who can say for certain?" Hodo replied, shaking his head. Flying magical pets were exceedingly rare, primarily because the eggs of flying magical beasts were difficult to obtain. Flying magical beasts were formidable. While one might escape with stolen eggs from other magical creatures, fleeing from a flying beast was only possible on solid ground. Luo Hang scrutinized the gray egg, noting its substantial weight, while the other 2 were similar in heft, each displaying a faint magical response. "Shall we wait until we return to the outpost to decide?" Hodo suggested, sensing Luo Hang's indecision. "Very well," Luo Hang nodded. During their return, Luo Hang mounted a goat steed, which was rather uncomfortable. He felt more jostled than if he were riding in a tractor. Their journey was laden with spoils, primarily gold sand and gems. With little else of substantial value, they had half a bag of gold sand, weighing over 10 pounds, and several hundred gems of varying sizes, from those the size of chicken eggs to others no larger than peas. After over 5 hours of travel, having set out at dawn, they reached the outpost just as dusk approached. Upon their arrival, the outpost erupted in cheers. Several large sacks were filled with the ears of dog-headed creatures. The bounty for their deeds. Each dog-headed creature's ear was worth 10 silver coins, and there were many spoils, though some would need to be surrendered. As Luo Hang entered the outpost, he noticed the orc captives emerging, gazing at him with curiosity, leaving him puzzled. "Haha, Master Cheney, there's no rush. First, choose your spoils, and then we will handle the rest," Hodo said, patting Luo Hang on the shoulder. Luo Hang felt his legs ease up a bit, though he was still supported by 2 gnome warriors. "Master Cheney, you should claim 1/3 of the spoils this time," Hodo advised, listing the gold sand, gems, various hides, bone weapons, and other items. "Very well," Luo Hang replied without hesitation. Selecting some gems, a portion of gold sand, and then the beast eggs, he felt a pang of indecision, as Mi-Dua was nestled in his arms, and the orc captives had also entered. He glanced at the 3 magical beast eggs, and ultimately opted for the red one. "This one," Its color is so vibrant. The parents must be quite powerful, Luo Heng asserted. Master Cheney, it's worth noting that a more powerful magical beast mount isn't necessarily better. For instance, if you offered me a dragon egg, I would decline, Hodo remarked, gathering the other 2 eggs. The evaluation of magical beast eggs could be a matter of heaven or hell, with identification fees reaching hundreds of gold coins, and sometimes the valuation might only yield a few coins. Why not? Luo Heng queried. Puzzled. Dragonlings take a long time to mature. Decades, even centuries are common, and the more powerful the magical beast, the more it consumes. Take our gnome dragon eagle knights, for example. A single dragon eagle consumes food worth thousands of gold coins daily. With only about 30 dragon eagle knights in our gnome clan, that totals to tens of thousands of gold coins each day. That if any of these dragon eagles were injured or needed treatment, the cost would easily reach tens of thousands of gold coins. Just imagine the amount of magical beast meat they require daily, Hodo explained, shaking his head. Gulping, Luo Heng turned to glance at the cat-headed creature in the orc captive's arms. Feeling a sense of relief, once the orc captives were released, they could no longer pose a threat to him. Now safe, Luo Heng had little concern about monitoring the orc captives, if they wished to leave. So to ensure safety, Luo Heng dripped his blood onto the beast egg, while Hodo and the others watched with great curiosity as the blood was absorbed instantaneously. What should I do next? Luo Heng inquired again. A magic core, specifically a fire-type core, can accelerate the hatching process, Hodo advised. Ah, understood, Luo Heng responded, unhesitatingly producing 7 or 8 fire magic cores, each the size of a broad bean, which Hodo and the others found unsurprising. Given that a master blacksmith capable of forging magical weapons would naturally possess wealth, it appears your level is quite high, Hodo noted after several fire magic cores were absorbed, observing that the egg had yet to show significant signs of activity. Luo Heng then brought out the magic core from the fire earth dragon, and upon its absorption, the egg began to stir, making Luo Heng feel an inexplicable sense of connection. Crack! The beast egg shattered with a sound, leaving Luo Heng in a state of utter bewilderment as he beheld its contents. Chapter 71. Stone Man. Luo Heng gazed at the small, palm-sized stone person, filled with confusion. What is this? He asked, pointing at the stone figure. Hodo shook his head. It might be a rock giant. Doesn't seem like it. Rock giants are born much larger than us. Yet this? Ryan interjected, shaking his head. The stone figure had a pair of blue eyes, which were quite striking, yet its overall gray, dull appearance was unappealing. Are you sure it's fire type? Luo Heng pressed further. Master Cheney, I fear you may have drawn the short straw, Ryan remarked. What do you mean? Luo Heng asked. Puzzled. It could be a half-elemental creature, which are more demanding to raise. Such beings typically require refined metals like iron to grow, and for optimal growth, they thrive on magic cores, magic crystals, magical gems, and magical metals, Ryan explained. Luo Heng's lip twitched. These materials were quite valuable. He was well aware of the high worth of metals during his time at the fortress. I'll try feeding it for now, Luo Heng decided. Producing a small piece of magic core, barely the size of a grain of rice, which was the smallest he had. The magic core was delivered to the palm-sized stone golem, which extended its smooth, rounded head and then opened its mouth, swallowing it whole. After consuming the core, the stone golem stood up and ambled over to Luo Heng, its eyes fixed upon him. Suddenly, Miduo leaned in to observe the stone golem, only for the little creature to be sent flying by her swift paw. Luo Heng hurried to retrieve it, discovering that the stone golem had curled into a ball, sustaining no apparent damage. Let us leave it at that for now, Luo Heng thought. Pondering his next actions, he had just hatched a cat-headed creature, and now he was faced with the task of nurturing a stone golem. The thought of this golem possessing the might to rival the rock tyrants capable of toppling fortresses was indeed daunting. As such formidable beings from another realm were truly fearsome. He placed the stone golem inside a leather pouch and tucked it away in his backpack, while Hodo and the others began to discuss their spoils. Why do you linger? Upon returning to their dwelling in the cave, Luo Heng inquired of the orc priest. The orc priest shot him a furious glare, exclaiming, "You contemptible, unscrupulous wretch, you dare to bid me leave. If you wish me to depart, then let us perish together." Yura. When Luo Heng witnessed the orc beginning to chant a battle cry, he sprang up and tackled the priest to the ground. What is wrong with you? I let you go, and yet you refuse. Luo Heng bellowed, eyes wide with indignation. Woo-woo, The orc priest whimpered under Luo Hong's firm grasp. That moment, the cat-headed creature attempted to launch an attack on Luo Hong, but was swiftly dispatched by Mi Duo's paw. A flash of white light illuminating the scene as the creature was sent crashing against the rocks, motionless thereafter. You have sullied me. I am no longer a priest of the war goddess temple. For I can no longer sense the divine power of the war god, that I have lost my priestly status, and you still wish to expel me. As soon as the orc priest was released, he began to lament and wail. Outside, the voices of gnomes could be heard, evidently having caught wind of the orc priest's cries, leaving Luo Hong exasperated. Do not utter such nonsense. How have I sullied you? It was your ailment, and I merely assisted. Before he could finish, he saw the orc priest clawing at himself, prompting Luo Hong to swiftly bind him once more. Realizing he had overlooked something, Luo Hong approached Hodo, who upon seeing Luo Hong limping toward him, chuckled heartily. Master Cheney, do take care. I have done nothing. It was merely a fever from before, and I helped her with pine nut wine. Luo Hong defended himself. Master Cheney, I suspect that the Swan Man has already been expelled from the Orc Temple. If she were still a priest of the War Goddess Temple, the orcs would not relent until her vengeance was exacted. The human slave-capturing squads would never dare lay hands on an orc priest, even a priest apprentice, for that would provoke the wrath of the entire Orc Temple. In the Orc world, tribal hunts are not fearsome, as tribal territories have boundaries. However, temple pursuits know no bounds. Moreover, the Swan Men among the orcs are fiercely loyal, bound to a single mate for life. Of course, whether this is indeed true remains a mystery, Hodo elaborated. Luo Hong found himself at a loss for what to do, so he decided to carry on as planned. As for Hodo's words, he pondered their truthfulness. After all, with the world having changed so drastically, what was there left to disbelieve? The orc captives were bound for quite some time before Luo Hong eventually released them. On the third day, he set off with Hodo towards the Gnome Kingdom. For this outpost was already within Gnome territory. A goat pulled a sled-like contraption carrying Luo Hong, the orc captive, Hodo, and Ryan as they journeyed to the Gnome Kingdom. Their achievements in battle had been monumental. With 3 sleds accompanied by 30 gnome knights, along the way, silence reigned as the cold winds howled. Following the river downstream, they established a temporary camp as night fell, departing at dawn by the afternoon of the second day. They had covered nearly 200 kilometers, and Luo Hong caught sight of a lake. This is Lake Kampa, the very source of life for our gnome tribe, Hodo declared, braving the frigid winds. The lake was vast, seemingly endless, and it was said that millions of gnomes resided in the vicinity of Lake Kampa. The Gnome Kingdom consisted of a single city, Kampa City, with the remainder being small towns. As Luo Hong beheld a gnome town for the first time, he noticed it was situated not far from the riverbank, roughly 500 to 600 meters away, on a hillside. The entire town was surrounded by sturdy wooden fences, complete with watchtowers and similar structures. The area outside the town was devoid of any inhabitants, while stone steps lined the riverbank. What a heavily fortified place, Luo Hong mused, feeling the weight of vigilance in the air. Hodo chose not to enter the town, instead proceeding along the lakeside road. Before long, they encountered a patrol of gnome knights riding goats. Trailing behind them was the corpse of a massive feline creature. Hodo and the others halted as the 5 patrolling gnome knights approached, but within 2 minutes, they departed. During winter, wild beasts venture from Lake Kampa, hence the need for patrols. No one is permitted outside the town during winter. It is far too perilous, Hodo explained. As evening descended, Hodo did not rest this time. After a quick meal of rations, they pressed on. The path widened, revealing expansive grasslands with scarce trees. Turning a ridge, they beheld a canyon, where a colossal stone wall, standing 30 meters high, blocked the narrowest part of the gorge. Even at its narrowest point, the gorge exceeded 1,000 meters in width, an extraordinary feat of engineering. Hodo and the others halted at a distance. For atop the ridge stood a watchtower, constructed of stone. Hodo ventured ahead, and Luo Hong noticed a cave beneath the ridge, not particularly tall. Making entry slightly awkward. On the other side of the cave lay a large encampment, enclosed by wooden walls, wooden buildings, and various stone caverns. Luo Hong and the entire group were led into this encampment. Although Hodo and the others took residence within the cave itself, the cave had but a single entrance, and Luo Hong observed human figures as well as gnomes within the wooden structures, while gnome knights stood guard at the cave's entrance. Welcome, brave warriors of our gnome tribe. A gnome clad in resplendent leather armor called out from within the cave. Thank you. General, may the god of Kampa bless us. Hodo's response startled Luo Hong, realizing this was a general, implying a high-ranking warrior status. Welcome, my dwarf friend. You may call me Mo Ka. The general approached Luo Hong, arms wide open. May the god of forging bless you. Luo Hong returned the embrace, removing his hat and bowing slightly. Come inside, warriors. Tomorrow I shall personally report to the king, General Mo Ka stated. And Luo Hong understood they had arrived at a checkpoint of sorts. Chapter 72. Campus City that night. Luo Hong slept uneasily, fearful that the orc captive might suddenly unleash a spell. However, the following morning passed without incident. Early the next day, Hodo was escorted into Campus City, while the remaining gnome knights awaited outside, with his spoils in hand. Luo Hong also entered the city. The city gate was not a typical archway, but rather a cave carved into the sheer cliffside, towering 7 to 8 meters high. Inside the cave, low passages flanked both sides, manned by gnome soldiers. Within the passage lay a sloped pathway exceeding 100 meters, smooth enough to traverse without difficulty. Upon ascending the slope, Luo Hang encountered a metal gate now opened, beyond which lay round, hefty boulders secured by iron chains, blocked in front by wooden barriers. In the event of conflict, releasing the chains and removing the wooden blocks would allow the stones to roll down with ease. After 2 more steps, Luo Hong found himself once again amidst snow. Astonishingly, Campus City was established along the walls of the cliffs, with structures nestled within the canyon below. The stone walls had been hollowed out to create streets, with cliff edges looming on either side. Now understanding why the gnomes preferred dwelling in caves, Luo Hong realized it was due to the biting cold outside, while the caves offered shelter from the wind and the thickness of the mountainside provided insulation against the harsh chill. The orc captive wore a long cloak, concealing his identity, while the golden eagle remained secured in the external barracks, with the rest accompanying them. Enough, enough, do not tug at my ears. Mi Duo perched on Luo Hang's shoulder, drawn in by the aroma of wine, playfully tugging at his ears. Following the enticing scent of the wine, Luo Hong entered a tavern where several fireplaces crackled with large logs, and oil lamps illuminated the space. Oh, god of forging, look who we have here. 3 dwarves turned upon hearing the bell chime at the tavern, their gazes landing on Luo Hong. Oh, dear friend, I am Cheney. It is a pleasure to meet you. Luo Hong felt an immediate kinship with the 3 dwarves, stepping forward to greet them. I am Romo, this is Robing, and this is Rosen. One of the dwarves, Romo, introduced. Old Hay, bring forth the finest ale. Robing bellowed. Pine nut wine. Luo Hong chimed in without hesitation. Just pine nut wine. Robing, far from displeased, appeared elated instead. Old Hay approached, and Luo Hang was taken aback to see that he was a gnome, albeit one with black hair and a matching beard, resembling a little blackhead. Greetings, Old Hay nodded to Luo Hang. Bring my companions something delightful that the ladies would enjoy, along with large portions of roasted meat. Luo Hong retrieved a gold coin and handed it to Old Hay. Ah, we have soft, fluffy bread, delicious mushroom soup, and savory dried fish, not to mention exquisite stewed fish, Old Hay exclaimed upon seeing the coin. Then continued, well, let's have a look then. Luo Hang nodded in agreement. Old Hay bowed and said, Master Cheney, it will be ready shortly. Cheney, where do you hail from? Luo Mo inquired, noticing Luo Hang's generosity. I wander the lands with my companions, Luo Hang replied. And where are you headed now? Luo Bing asked. I seek to return to the Dwarven Kingdom. I seem to have lost my way, Luo Hang shrugged. The dried fish has arrived, along with freshly baked egg tart bread, Old Hay announced swiftly, presenting the golden brown dried fish and the egg tarts, which exuded a rich honey aroma, clearly infused with honey. Luo Hong handed a plate of egg tarts to the orc captive and took a piece of dried fish, while the owl-headed creature gazed hungrily at the fish. Mi Duo, still perched on Luo Hang's shoulder, nipped lightly at his ear in displeasure. Currently, the trade routes are blocked, unless one rides a beast of burden. However, in this weather, it is quite a trial, Luo Mo explained as he raised his cup filled with pine nut liquor. Luo Hong, feeling famished, took a bite of the dried fish, which was well cooked with herbs, accompanied by some ale and a hint of cream. So, how do I return to the Dwarven Kingdom? Luo Hong asked, concerned. You needn't worry. Every major city has our Dwarven blacksmith shops. However, to reach the Dwarven Kingdom, you must traverse the Human Alliance Empire, which is fraught with unrest among its various duchies. Luo Bing replied. The human realm is rife with thieves, bandits, swindlers, and unscrupulous merchants. Thus, we generally travel in merchant caravans. And it will be 9 months before the next caravan arrives. The last one departed 3 months ago, Luo Mo elaborated as he sipped his pine nut liquor. Luo Hung inquired, what would be a safer route? That would be a longer journey. The route through the Radiant Empire is safer, but it's best if your female companion avoids that area. The Radiant Church is filled with zealots, Luo's son murmured. Luo's son, be quiet. That's only a portion of the truth, Luo Mo retorted. Exasperated. Luo Hung rolled his eyes at this, finding it unhelpful. Luo Bing continued. Moreover, traveling through human territories incurs heavy taxes. Every 100 miles may contain 3 noble lands, requiring tolls for entry, and selling goods within their domains incurs further taxes, with some even charging for leaving. Is there a way to avoid these taxes? Luo Hung asked, beginning to grasp the extent of the nobles' control. Joining the Mage Association, Mercenary Guild, or Adventurers Guild would suffice, Luo Mo responded. Soon, stewed fish and other dishes were served. The fish was simmered in ale and milk, along with creamy mushrooms, all rich in calories, and the mushrooms were remarkably fresh. The owl-headed creature had already consumed several pieces of dried fish. While Mi Duo, now tipsy, nestled into Luo Heng's embrace and began to doze off, leaving only the stone quietly resting in Luo Heng's backpack. Old Hay, prepare 200 honey egg tarts and some more dried fish for me, Luo Hung called out. Certainly. Old Hay replied cheerfully, as dwarves are known for their straightforward nature, and he greatly appreciated such generous patrons. Luo Heng's open-handedness prompted Luo Mo and the others to invite him to their blacksmith shop, but Luo Hung declined, requesting a room from Old Hay instead, intending to rest. The tavern and inn were one and the same, and it was only the dwarves who frequented this place for drinks at any hour. In the afternoon, Luo Hung could hear the sounds of the gnomes drinking and chatting in the cave behind the tavern. The cave featured a wooden door, and the stone walls were polished smooth, with a fireplace containing burning wood, alongside a pile of logs for daily USAS for where the fireplace led. Luo Hung was uncertain. He lay on the ground atop thick animal skins, while the orc captive rested on a wooden bed, also covered with animal skins. I shall rest for a few more days, Luo Hung mused, deciding to take his time after the tension of the forest days, now feeling reluctant to leave. Early the next morning, Luo Heng was awakened by voices outside. Master Cheney, are you awake, Master Cheney? Chapter 73. The General's Treatment Outside. Old Hay hastened to greet the elegantly clad General Huiduo. General Huiduo, Old Hay's tavern welcomes you. Last night had been a grand celebration among the gnomes for a significant victory. Commander Huiduo led a detachment to eliminate the Blackstone encampment, slaying over 1,000 goblins. The king rewarded him with a bounty of tens of thousands of gold coins, propelling Huiduo to become the youngest general of the gnome clan, a 1-star major general. Yes. I am looking for Cheney, a dwarf, accompanied by a female companion. Huiduo nodded, patting the major general insignia on his shoulder. Right this way. I'll call for him, Old Hay replied, sensing something troubling might have occurred with the dwarf. No need, Huiduo quickly interjected, stepping outside the cave where Luo Hung resided, and called softly, Master? Old Hay was taken aback. Such a title was not used lightly. Huiduo, so early. Oh, you're a general now? Congratulations. Luo Hung opened the door, while the orc captive donned a thick cloak once more. Master Cheney, I wish to request your guidance in crafting those wooden crossbows, Huiduo implored. Throughout the day prior, the king and military had been attentively listening to Huiduo's report. They did not harbor expectations of acquiring Luo Heng's incendiary devices, but the wooden crossbow, capable of penetrating 2 layers of leather armor at a range of 50 yards and at a low cost, drew the military's and king's keen interest. Isn't it possible for Hassan and Val to create them? Luo Heng remarked, as Huiduo respectfully entered the cave. Yes, but we desire something with greater power. Ideally with a range of 100 yards, Huiduo replied, casting a glare at Old Hay. Confused by the look, Old Hay scratched his head. A 100-yard range is feasible. In fact, there exists a 3-person operated version that can reach 300 yards, Luo Hung elaborated, recalling many types of cold weapons. The 100-yard crossbow would require a foot to draw the bowstring, while the 3-person version would be considerably larger. This is the royal decree from our king, officially appointing you as a special instructor for the military. Holding the rank of Major General, Huiduo presented a badge along with other items. "Oh, you have spatial equipment?" Luo Heng teased with a smile. "Hee. A gift from home." Huiduo chuckled. "What is the matter with you? Are you not preparing food for your guests?" Huiduo turned to see Old Hay looking bewildered and immediately scolded him. Realizing his oversight, Old Hay quickly responded, Right, I'll prepare it at once." "Wait a moment. We shall freshen up first," Luo Heng noted, observing the orc captive's fidgeting hands, indicating the need for cleanliness. Surprisingly, the gnomes' washing facilities included rudimentary plumbing, though simple. They were hygienic, and the water was spring water. "General, what sort of master is Master Cheney?" Old Hay asked, noting Huiduo's anticipation. "He is, of course, a master blacksmith, capable of forging magical weapons," Huiduo replied, eyeing the food on the table with longing. Having been driven out early by his father, Huiduo felt a mix of fear and respect for him. His father was the head of the Gnome Royal Knights, a 2-star general, a master of magical weapon forging. Old Hay exclaimed, drawing the attention of several gnomes already drinking in the tavern. "Hey go, what magical weapons are you speaking of?" The 5 robust gnomes in the corner, clearly members of the Hunters Guild, perked up at the mention. "Nothing of consequence. Carry on with your drinking," Old Hay replied. Well informed as the tavern keeper, though not privy to military matters, especially since Luo Heng had only recently arrived. "General, is Master Cheney to serve in our gnome kingdom?" Old Hay pressed. "We certainly wish for that. But it seems unlikely." Huiduo understood that Luo Heng's situation was complex. An orc shaman could be seized at any moment, hinting at deeper stories. Huiduo refrained from linking Luo Heng to the fortress on the other side of the forest. Luo Heng emerged with the orc captive, where Old Hay had prepared Luo Heng's favorite stewed fish, some dried fish, egg tarts, and fine pine nut liquor. After their meal, Luo Heng followed Huiduo to the military, feeling a favorable disposition towards the gnomes, who appeared genuinely kind-hearted. The crossbow crafted from wood is not particularly sophisticated in terms of technology. Upon being led to the opposite side of the valley, Luo Heng discovered that one side was inhabited by residents, while the other housed a military camp. The streets on the military side, where soldiers resided, were wider and led directly to the city wall, which stood like a massive dam. However, Luo Heng and Huiduo traversed the passageway within the city wall. "Master Chun and I, this is the place prepared for you." They arrived at a cave, where the first sight to greet them was a group of 20 young dwarves. The cave was quite spacious, supported only by the occasional stone column. "Teacher," the young dwarves recognized the dwarf immediately upon seeing him. Luo Heng spoke. "All right, let us first assess what we require." General Huiduo. "May I exchange Hassan and Val back? I fear I may be overwhelmed on my own. I have already dispatched someone, but we must wait a few more days." Huiduo nodded in response. "I need wood. Various types, preferably air-dried." Since he was determined to proceed, Luo Heng aimed to achieve the best results that in fact, would can also be waterproof and resistant to decay, and it is relatively simple to work with. "Master Chen and I, whatever you need, just command me. I shall serve as your assistant for the time being," Huiduo offered. "First, I require a forge for casting metal parts, as well as crucibles." Luo Heng began to outline his needs. Huiduo promptly set about preparing these items. With the support of the Dwarf Kingdom, they would be ready in 2 days. Meanwhile, Luo Heng resided in the cave, attended to by a dedicated dwarven chef. While he personally instructed the dwarves in the preparatory work, the construction of the forge and smelting furnace is not something that is easily shared, even among dwarves. Naturally, what Luo Heng imparted were only smaller models. The bellows were of the pole type, crafted from wood. Wood is primarily used for the crossbows. Various types were sourced. However, upon examining the majority of the wood, Luo Heng shook his head and remarked, "This wood is unsuitable. It needs to be air-dried. And I require logs rather than planks." "Master, why is that?" Huiduo inquired, puzzled about the differences in wood. "These pieces have cracks. They are sun-dried. The best wood for crafting crossbows is air-dried, and hardwood is preferable." "Of course, wood that possesses both hardness and flexibility is ideal," Luo Heng explained. "Then these pieces should not be unsuitable." Huiduo pointed to another selection of wood. "These are inappropriate because they have already been sawn. I require wood that is split," Luo Heng clarified. "Master Chen and I have never heard such a distinction. What difference is there between split and sawn wood?" A dwarven blacksmith questioned. The blacksmith's identity was evident, for there exists a blacksmith's association. While the Forgers Association is unique to dwarves, humans and other races only have the Blacksmiths Association. In fact, the membership of the Blacksmiths Association is larger than that of the Forgers, yet the latter holds greater authority due to their monopoly on mid to high-end products. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you all. Each piece of wood has its own grain, which does not grow in straight lines. Observe this piece. I shall split it directly, Luo Hong stated, disregarding the blacksmith's challenge. Although Huiduo had seen wood splitting before, he had never observed it closely. The split wood was not straight but slightly twisted, following the grain of the wood. Luo Hong continued, when crafting, one must work along the wood's grain to enhance tensile strength, flexibility, and durability that I may not know much. But having come from the countryside before my military service, I understand that handcrafted tools like hoes, sickles, and yokes last longer and do not splinter easily. This is because these tools are crafted by splitting along the wood's grain. While mechanically produced ones merely cut out shapes, the arms of hunting crossbows are even more critical. A handcrafted yoke may last a decade or two, but a machine-made one may fail within months. Luo Hong sketched a few lines with charcoal on two irregularly split pieces of wood, illustrating the importance of shaping according to the grain rather than merely creating a form. Thus, when I request split wood, I must insist on pieces free of cracks, as the arms of the crossbow will endure immense tension. Any existing cracks will only widen, ultimately rendering them useless. Then, Master Chun and I, is there a way to prevent the wooden crossbow from underperforming in damp weather? Another dwarf inquired. Luo Hong glanced at the dwarves and replied, You are here to learn, not to pose questions. As I teach you step by step, you will naturally come to understand that I am aware that traditional bows can be affected by changing weather conditions, but I assure you, while my creations may exhibit some changes, they will be minimal. Upon hearing this, Huiduo immediately interjected, You must adhere strictly to the techniques you learn here. Any leakage of this knowledge will brand you as traitors to the entire dwarven clan. Understood. The dwarves recognized the gravity of the situation. As they prepared the wood, Luo Hong first provided each dwarf with a triangular ruler made of copper, along with calipers. Such tools are typically found among alchemists, though with higher precision than what Luo Hong's crossbow required. Luo Hong demonstrated the construction of a crossbow before all present. This crossbow, towering to the height of a dwarf, utilized a rowing mechanism, requiring one dwarf to stand on the ground and pull the rowing device to draw the string. However, when this crossbow penetrated 2 layers of leather armor from 300 yards away, the dwarves looked at Luo Hong with newfound respect. Huiduo, witnessing a crossbow taller than himself, equipped with a rowing mechanism and eccentric wheels, which a single dwarf could effortlessly draw, was equally astonished. This is roughly how it works, but there are many intricacies involved, such as waterproofing the wood and enhancing the resilience of the crossbow body. All of these can be improved. Hassan and Val have returned, leading other dwarves to learn about the crossbow's construction, and Luo Hong began targeted instruction. The waterproofing process is quite simple. Observe this. Luo Hong held up a large piece of yellow substance. Beeswax, Hassan ventured. Indeed. This is beeswax. The dry crossbow arms will be immersed in it, to boil. Waterproofing wood is straightforward. It is merely a matter of boiling in wax. Of course, the crossbow arms will require periodic maintenance every year or two to ensure waterproofing. The simplest method is to prepare a set of crossbow arms. I doubt the dwarven clan is lacking in hornwood, Luo Hong remarked. Master Chun and I, hornwood is abundant. No one prefers to burn it, Han Luan responded. Exactly. And this is why I provided each of you with a ruler. Observe, Luo Hong took a hammer and smashed the tools used by the dwarves, quickly reducing them to fragments. The dwarves were taken aback. But as they watched Luo Hong sift through the broken crossbow to select components and swiftly assemble a new crossbow, they began to grasp the lesson. By standardizing all components, future parts will be interchangeable. If any part is missing, as long as a matching piece is found, it can be utilized, Luo Hong explained. Master Chen and I, your words are enlightening. In the past, when our equipment broke, we struggled to find replacement parts, Huiduo, as a local leader, often faced the frustration of incompatible components. This method can be applied broadly. For instance, if the wheels of a carriage are of the same size, having a spare wheel on hand will suffice for an entire cart. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Hong remarked. Indeed, the dwarven craftsmen grasped their triangular rulers tightly. Now, let us practice the wax boiling procedure. Tomorrow, I shall instruct you on how to enhance the range of such crossbows, Luo Heng concluded. Allowing the craftsmen to proceed with their tasks, the craftsmen eagerly set about learning the wax boiling technique, which proved easier than applying paint for waterproofing, as wax permeates the material while paint typically remains superficial. Yes, the dwarven craftsmen expressed their curiosity about Luo Heng's methods, but the specifics of the process remained a mystery to them. Master Chun and I, His Majesty the King wishes to see you. Came the news the following morning as Luo Heng awoke. In the heart of the valley stood the palace of the Dwarven King. Appearing merely as a series of entrances, this palace was carved into the mountainside. Luo Heng understood the temperature here and recognized why most races favored residing in caves. They provide warmth and enhanced defense against harsh weather, shielding against blizzards and torrential rain. Outside the palace stood 4 dwarven guards, their eyes the only visible features amidst thick frost on their leather armor. Upon entering the palace, the atmosphere was markedly different. The polished floors and intricately carved stone walls showcased a variety of natural patterns, blending seamlessly with the stone's texture. The enormous candles adorning the walls illuminated the cavern with a brilliant glow, yet an acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air, mingled with the fragrance of incense. Millions of inhabitants may constitute a significant figure in this realm, but for Luo Heng, it was hardly a matter of concern, for he had traversed cities boasting populations exceeding 15 million. It's merely a matter of meeting a mayor, Luo Heng remarked. Though his composure was tinged with a hint of apprehension, aware that the martial prowess of the populace was formidable, the means at his disposal felt inconsequential against high-ranking warriors. His arsenal consisted solely of firearms, and he doubted his chances in a skirmish with melee weapons. Upon entering the royal palace, a slight furrow appeared on Luo Heng's brow. Noticing this, Hodo spoke. This place is protected by an anti-magic array. Advanced spells will falter here. Oh. Luo Heng mused, intrigued by his ability to sense the peculiarities of the environment despite lacking magical aptitude. After traversing 3 grand halls, each standing 10 meters tall, he glimpsed a cadre of gnome warriors above, their forms only faintly discernible beneath the massive candlelit chandeliers. Each hall boasted several doors, which swung open automatically, revealing guards stationed behind each. Your Majesty, this is Master Cheney, Hodo announced as he escorted Luo Heng into a modest chamber. Resplendent with opulence, though not particularly spacious compared to the preceding halls, it soared over 5 meters in height, its floor covered in thick furs and its walls adorned with exquisite carvings. I pay my respects to your excellency, Luo Heng declared, removing his hat with one hand while placing the other over his heart, bowing respectfully. Master Cheney, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take a seat, the Gnome King, appearing to be a robust middle-aged man with gleaming eyes, gestured. Behind him stood a wizard clad in a white cloak, accompanied by 4 muscular gnome men, unmistakably powerful warriors. Thank you, Your Majesty, Luo Heng replied as he settled into a chair indicated by a servant. Master Cheney, I have examined the crossbow you crafted. It is exceptional. May I inquire if you would permit the Gnome Kingdom to trade in such weaponry? The Gnome King inquired after Luo Heng was seated and a cup of tea was presented. Certainly. Your Majesty, this is a privately designed crossbow, and it has not been registered with the Gnome Forging Guild or the Magic Association, Luo Heng responded. He understood the significance of knowledge in this world, his invention. The incendiary projectile required payment for use even by the Magic Association, and anyone wishing to manufacture or sell such projectiles would owe him a fee. Naturally, the Magic Association, as the regulatory body, would also take a commission. Authorization must go through the Magic Association. Even private endorsements would necessitate their involvement. Master Cheney, I appreciate your generosity. I have heard that you seek a mount. The Gnome Kingdom would be pleased to present you with a level 5 Blackhorn mountain goat as your steed. The Gnome King, visibly relieved, regarded Luo Heng with favor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Additionally, I possess a giant crossbow with a range of 2,000 meters capable of penetrating fine iron armor. Might Your Majesty have interest in this? Luo Heng inquired after expressing his gratitude. Is it a magical weapon? The Gnome King asked. Curiosity piqued. It is not a magical weapon. However, if 10 of these were positioned on either side of the canyon, I believe no army could breach the city of Kampa, Luo Heng asserted. Trained in strategic analysis, he recognized the high ground on either side of the canyon as crucial to the defense of the Gnome City. What is the cost of this giant crossbow? A gnome attendant identified as Hassan, the kingdom's finance minister, queried. Approximately 2 gold coins, Luo Heng estimated. Is it still constructed from wood? Queried the military minister, Rower. Wood is one option. Horn is optimal and metal can also be used, though it may warp under extreme temperatures, Luo Heng elucidated. How many individuals are required to operate it? Commander Kane of the City Defense Force asked. Between 3 to 5. A single giant crossbow can launch up to 5 hefty bolts, Luo Heng replied. Luo Heng sensed that this location was not far from the Orc territories, and the Gnome Nation had established its city in such a precarious position, indicating significant danger. I have heard that our gnome craftsmen are yet unable to replicate the bowstrings, Hodo's father, Horn, remarked. Indeed, this involves some magical forging, but I will manufacture sufficient bowstrings, and the Gnome Merchant Guild will eventually offer such bowstrings for sale, along with alternative methods for crafting them, Luo Heng assured. Then, Master Cheney, what is it that you desire? The Gnome King inquired, noting the lack of dissent among the others. Your Majesty, I do not lack for wealth or possessions. I merely wish to contribute something meaningful to the gnome race, Luo Heng contemplated. Realizing he was uncertain of what he might wish for, particularly as he was unaware of the gnome's valuable offerings. Thus, he decided it prudent to have the Gnome Kingdom owe him a favor. Knowing such goodwill could prove more beneficial than material wealth. What do you seek? The Gnome King exclaimed in surprise, rising from his seat. Luo Heng reaffirmed. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall forge basic magical weapons, albeit without the ability to inscribe magical runes yet. Therefore, I have no need for money. Master Cheney, is your claim genuine? Would you be willing to formalize a contract? Finance Minister Hassan inquired, scrutinizing Luo Heng. Certainly, Luo Heng nodded in agreement. Excellent. Master Cheney, I am hereby appointing you as the courtsmith. What say you? Upon signing the magical contract, the Gnome King beamed with delight and extended the invitation. Your Majesty, Hassan interjected immediately. The Gnome King appeared somewhat embarrassed by Hassan's interruption and said, Master Cheney, might you consider taking on the honorary rank of Major General for the Gnome Kingdom? Luo Heng found himself momentarily taken aback. Attaining the rank of Major General in his previous world would have taken a lifetime. Yet here it was offered so readily. However, considering the Gnome Kingdom's modest population of merely hundreds of thousands, it could be likened to a police chief of a small county. The honorary title suggested a less formal standing, akin to a mere courtesy. Your Majesty, Master Kexier requests an audience, a gnome guard announced at that moment. Your Majesty, a human entered, towering at least 2 meters 70, compelling Luo Heng to look up. Master Kexier, do you have business with us? The Gnome King inquired, somewhat displeased. However, Kexier was the vice president of the Gnome Blacksmith Association, vital for the maintenance of the gnome's extensive iron tool requirements, from hunting implements to everyday necessities. Your Majesty, I have heard that a dwarf forging master has created a crossbow made of wood, and I came to investigate, Kexier stated, his respectful tone betraying a hint of skepticism as he regarded Luo Heng. Indeed, the Gnome King replied. Glancing at Luo Heng and sensing his silence, continued, Your Majesty, if I may be frank, a wooden crossbow is merely a child's toy. Some charlatans may employ tricks to temporarily deceive Your Majesty. Kexier's words were clearly directed at Luo Heng. Upon hearing this, Hodo interjected, Master Kexier, Master Cheney has not only crafted a wooden crossbow capable of piercing 2 layers of leather armor at 50 paces, but he has also taught our gnome artisans, who have successfully replicated it. Your Majesty, who is this? Kexier regarded Luo Heng and Hodo with disdain, noting their youth. This is General Hodo, the Gnome King replied, his irritation with Kexier palpable yet restrained. Luo Heng was perplexed at why a king would show such deference to a human blacksmith. Master Cheney, Kexier is the vice president of the Blacksmith Association, Horn explained. So it is the association that crafts hoes for farmers, Luo Heng remarked, echoing a sentiment previously expressed. Kexier, incensed, retorted, Who are you calling a dwarf? Isn't it true? Your Blacksmith Association primarily fabricates tools for farmers. Can you truly forge weapons? A piece of iron in your hands is worth merely a few copper coins as a hoe, while in ours. Luo Heng shrugged, adopting a derisive demeanor. The Gnome King was left speechless at Luo Heng's audacity. However, it was well known that gnomes had fiery tempers, and they did not hesitate to speak their minds. Very well. Dwarf, shall we engage in a contest? Kexier seethed, furious, yet Luo Heng had merely stated the truth. The value of the same piece of iron varied considerably depending on the skill of the smith. Are you crafting a hoe? I must apologize, but I refuse to squander that piece of iron like some worthless individuals. Luo Heng's words dripped with venom. Weapons, weapons, crafting magical armaments. Do you dare? Kexier, the vice president of the Blacksmith Association, was no novice. His prowess in forging was well recognized. Magical weapons. Pray tell, who on this continent is unaware that such creations are the specialty of our Forging Masters Association? What does your Blacksmith Association know of magic? Luo Heng inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he scanned the crowd. Kexier's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Having learned from the guards that Luo Heng was quite young, he realized the Blacksmith Association raked in substantial profits each year in the Gnome Kingdom. While their crafting of exquisite items might be lacking, repairs were hardly a problem. If Luo Heng's wooden crossbow were to take off, it would undoubtedly siphon gold from the Blacksmith Association's coffers, impacting Kexier's income, which was directly linked to the association's earnings. Shorty, if you possess any skill, accept my challenge, Kexier exclaimed, jabbing a finger at Luo Heng. Very well. What shall we compete in? Luo Heng replied, gazing at Kexier. If I lose, I will leave the Gnome Kingdom. If you lose, you and your kind must depart, Kexier proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Luo Heng understood that the Blacksmith Association was seeking trouble. He retorted, are the members of your Blacksmith Association all half-witted beasts? You have insulted me. I demand a duel, Kexier shouted, an aura of aggression enveloping him as he confronted Luo Heng. A duel, with your caliber? Observe this. Luo Heng produced a badge, the emblem bestowed upon him by the Northern Fortress, a token of his first kill of an orc. What? What is this badge? Kexier gasped, eyeing the emblem, which depicted a balance scale, one side holding a spear, the other a staff, adorned with 4 silver stars. What is this? Hoenn jumped to his feet upon seeing the badge. He took Luo Heng's emblem and retrieved another from his pocket. While both were the same size, Hoenn's bore only 2 white stars. 4-star Silver War General. Hoenn gasped in astonishment. Acquired by exchanging the heads of 120 orcs, Luo Heng stated nonchalantly. The onlookers gasped, nearly choking, as the Northern Fortress was renowned across the continent as the most infamous stronghold. Anyone discharged from the Northern Fortress was highly coveted by all factions, especially orcs. You are lying. Kexier was the first to react, his voice laced with anger. Silence, commanded the magician behind the Gnome King. The magician held the badge, channeling magic into it, causing the gem to project a glowing screen, revealing Luo Heng's image. General. The magician respectfully returned the badge to Luo Heng. General. Hoenn also saluted, and Luo Heng reciprocated. Hodo finally grasped the situation. So you captured that orc shaman at the Northern Fortress? Indeed. Luo Heng nodded, stowing the badge away. And what of the conflict at the Northern Fortress? The Gnome King queried, anxiety evident in his tone. The Northern Fortress has fallen, Luo Heng replied. What? The assembled crowd gasped, their expressions transforming into a pallor of shock. Chapter 77. The falsehood. However, we buried 90% of the orc army, including werewolves, tigermen, lionmen, minotaurs, and mastiffs. Only a few rabbitmen and the priests of the war god's temple remain unburied, Luo Heng continued, observing the astonished faces around him. Oh, by the god of Kampa, the Gnome King sighed in relief. Master Cheney, what exactly transpired? Hoenn inquired. I cannot disclose that. It involves significant secrets. Perhaps you will soon learn of this through various guilds, Luo Heng replied, aware that post-war narratives would likely differ from reality. Given Sodden's greedy nature, he could only imagine how Commander Herman would be extorted. Kexier sneered. Do not tell me you managed to escape the orc shaman and pursuing orc troops all on your own, and even captured the orc shaman. That is correct. Is there a problem? Luo Heng countered, challenging Kexier's incredulity. I do not believe you. Kexier shook his head defiantly. Oh, god of forging, forgive this fool. Hodo, tell him, do I possess the ability to elude the orc's pursuit? Luo Heng regarded Kexier with disdain before turning to Hodo. Of course. Master Cheney, you certainly possess that capability. Hodo admired Luo Heng, recognizing that a 4-star Silver War general represented the strength of a 5-star general in any kingdom, even a major empire. The badge he held symbolized judgment, representing the Holy See, while the spear indicated the Knights Association, composed of the lowest nobility, and the staff denoted the Magicians Association. This badge, certified by 3 major institutions, was the only one universally recognized across the continent. even in the dark realms, granting its bearer acknowledgement. I challenge you to a forging contest, Kexier declared, pointing at Luo Heng with fervor. Very well, let us keep it simple. We shall forge a longsword from black iron. How does that sound? We will forge a mundane item, lest I bring out some refined gold to craft a magical weapon. And you accuse me of bullying you, Luo Heng shrugged. Kexier, who intended to compete in weapon forging, fell silent upon hearing Luo Heng mention refined gold. Crafting magical weapons from such material was no small feat. The cost of 1 gram of refined gold was equivalent to 10 kilograms of gold. Highlighting its exorbitance, 1 gold coin typically weighed around 3 grams, translating to a price of 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. Of course, one could not simply purchase it. It was a coveted commodity. Very well, should we lose, I will represent the Blacksmith Association in withdrawing from the Gnome Kingdom. But if you lose, you and your kin shall vacate the Gnome Kingdom, Kexier stipulated. Excellent. However, after the contest, I demand a life-and-death duel. You have insulted our entire dwarven race. May the gods bless you to be stronger than those bear warriors, Luo Heng retorted angrily, seething at Kexier's repeated jabs at his stature. Had Sodden heard such remarks, he would have leapt to crush this wretch. Kexier's face paled at Luo Heng's words, and he coldly replied, I await your challenge. Kexier turned and departed, the Gnome King expressing concern. Master Cheney, should the Blacksmith Association withdraw, what will become of our Gnome Kingdom? Your Majesty, that is not my concern. However, I can assist in introducing you to other dwarves. I believe many gnomes would be eager to learn the art of forging, Luo Heng offered. Thank you, Master Cheney. The Gnome King regarded Luo Heng with great respect. Your Majesty, I must prepare. Luo Heng politely excused himself. After Luo Heng's departure, the Gnome King turned to Hoenn. Do you believe what Master Cheney said is true? Your Majesty. It is true. The badge is authentic, as is the magical projection. Though the 4-star rating dates back 3 months, the magician behind the Gnome King interjected. Can you contact the Magicians Association? Hoenn asked. Yes, but it will take some time. And I will require some magic crystals or cores, the cloaked magician replied. I will prepare them. The Gnome King nodded in agreement. Then I shall immediately prepare the long-distance transmission magic circle. The magician promptly took his leave to make arrangements. After departing the Gnome Royal Palace, Luo Heng retraced his steps to the workshop where he crafted crossbows, leaving the orc captive to her own devices. Luo Heng arrived at the commercial district of Kampa City. Situated at the base of the canyon, here stood a colossal statue of the god of Kampa, who presides over the wilderness and forests, revered by the gnome race. The statue depicted the deity clad in leather armor, wielding a short sword, with javelins on his back and a bow in hand, towering at 20 meters in height. While there were temples and priests, Luo Heng bypassed them, seeking out the Gnome Merchants Association. The association occupied a vast cavern, filled with an array of weapons, all exquisite creations forged by dwarves, from large tower shields to small daggers. Cheney, Romo exclaimed upon spotting Luo Heng, rushing forward with warmth. Are you 3 the only ones here? Luo Heng asked, noticing the absence of other dwarves. Cheney, we've gone an entire day without selling a single weapon, Romo lamented. Romo, I require your assistance. That insufferable Blacksmith Association has issued a challenge against me, Luo Heng stated bluntly. That fool Kexier has provoked you, Romo exclaimed. Agitated. Indeed, he insulted me in front of the Gnome King, repeatedly calling me short. After the forging contest, I shall ensure he forgets that term through blood, Luo Heng declared, channeling a tone reminiscent of Sodden. Oh, splendid. We have longed to break his teeth with a hammer, Romo shouted excitedly. Brothers, I need allies, and I require a venue for the gnomes of the Gnome Kingdom to witness who truly excels in the art of forging. Luo Heng extended his hand. Agreed. The eyes of Romo and his companions lit up with enthusiasm. However, should I lose, we shall be forced to leave the Gnome Kingdom, Luo Heng remarked with a shrug. And if we emerge victorious? Luo Mo inquired. Naturally, they will be the ones to depart, given their capabilities are limited to crafting mere agricultural tools. Victory is assured for us, Luo Heng thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief at Luo Mo's question. It seemed that the gnomes were indeed united outside, confirming that Sodden had not lied. To hell with them. Let them pack their trousers and leave. Luo Mo exclaimed immediately upon hearing this. What must we do? Luo Sun also asked. Chapter 78. Taunt, Chen and I, what do you propose we do? Luo Mo queried. having learned from Lao He that Luo Hong had already mastered the forging of magical weapons, thus feeling quite confident. Let us make it public. Currently, there are no events in the Gnome Kingdom that we shall find a larger venue and hold an open competition, forcing even the turtle-like members of the Blacksmith Association to leave, Luo Hong declared. He felt that the previous training in disguise had proven invaluable. To truly disguise oneself, one must not perceive themselves as such. Luo Hong had seamlessly assumed the identity of a gnome, which simplified matters considerably if one continuously thinks of themselves as a mere disguise. Congratulations, as their flaws will inevitably reveal themselves. Very well, there is a marketplace nearby, though it is winter and nearly deserted, Luo Mo stated. That works. I require a piece of black iron and a forge. Luo Mo, please prepare the forge. Luo Bing, you will spread the word in various taverns. Luo Sin, you will deliver a challenge to the Blacksmith Association. We must ensure everyone witnesses how those turtles are expelled from the Gnome Kingdom, Luo Heng instructed. We shall get right on it. The three gnomes promptly responded. Within the shop, there was no fear of theft. Gnomish goods were all marked, easily identifiable unless one chose not to use them. With that in mind, Luo's son began drafting a duel announcement on a wooden board before heading to the Blacksmith Association, while Luo Bing frequented the taverns, which served as the primary hub for information. Luo Bing, being clever, began spreading the word in the taverns surrounding the Blacksmith Association. When Luo's son arrived outside the Blacksmith Association with the wooden board, people at the tavern entrance had already taken notice. They're coming! They're coming! A gnome shouted, in an instant. Dozens spilled out, as during winter, people tended to gather, sipping ale and munching on snacks, before drunkenly returning home, only to rise and venture out again, with little entertainment to occupy them. However, the Gnome Kingdom forbade the presence of dancers, a profession typically found only in certain human taverns, and even in some empires, such as the Empire of Light. It was not permitted. Kexier, you fool, come out! Luo's son shouted from outside the Blacksmith Association. After leaving the Gnome Palace, Kexier had returned directly to the Blacksmith Association. Upon his return, he gulped down a large swig of alcohol to suppress his unease, for he was aware that Luo Hong spoke the truth. He truly was a 4-star Silver Star War general. Kexier immediately sought out the vice president of the Blacksmith Association, a human named Mike. Mike, prepare 2 forging rooms. I am to duel a gnome, Kexier instructed. President, is it against that Chun and I? Mike asked, puzzled. If I tell you to go, then go. Why the multitude of questions? Kexier snapped, his temper flaring. Kexier had a volatile disposition, yet his forging skills were commendable. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of vice president of the Gnome Kingdom. Understood, Mike promptly responded. Also, notify that gnome that I shall be waiting for him at the Blacksmith Association. Kexier continued to instruct. Mike wanted to inquire about Luo Heng's whereabouts, but upon seeing Kexier drinking, he wisely refrained from asking. Instead, Mike dispatched someone to inform Luo Hong, who was teaching how to craft crossbows, while he prepared the forging rooms. Kexier downed several cups of liquor, finally alleviating his anxiety, feeling warm all over. Kexier, you fool. Come out. As Kexier pondered a certain woman, a voice rang out from outside. Damn bastard. Upon hearing someone dare to call him a fool, Kexier stormed out of the room. Upon exiting the Blacksmith Association, he spotted Luosin and inwardly cursed his luck. While Luosun had already begun, Kexier, you fool, our gnome forging master Chen and I has decided to publicly duel you in the marketplace. Here is the challenge. We await you there. Fool. Seeing Luosun plant the wooden sign in the snow, Kexier roared. Mike, you fool, what of the tasks I assigned you? Mike had already emerged and, upon hearing Kexier's insults, his face flickered between shades of anger and embarrassment. President. Mike gritted his teeth, attempting to remain calm. Get back to preparing, you damned fool. Kexier raged, but he remained confident in his forging skills. Noticing the surrounding crowd's gazes upon him, Kexier declared, I shall kick those gnomes' backsides and drive them out of the Gnome Kingdom. The animosity between the Blacksmith Association and the Forging Association had not emerged overnight. Although the Blacksmith Association appeared prosperous, their profits were meager. Repairing a hoe garnered merely a few copper coins. In contrast, gnome weapons started at 30 silver coins, with 100 copper coins equating to just a single silver coin. To earn 30 silver coins, the Blacksmith Association required a larger workforce, which in turn meant increased costs that a new axe from the Blacksmith Association was scarcely worth 2 silver coins. and axes were among the most valuable items due to the materials involved. Meanwhile, weapons were predominantly monopolized by the Gnome Merchant Guild, thus Kexier's focus on Luo Hong. Huh! The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Fool, hurry up! The laughter from the crowd instilled Kexier with a misplaced sense of confidence, and he too felt emboldened. Noticing the materials had yet to be prepared, he berated the Blacksmith Association's members. Luo Hong and Luo Mo disassembled the bellows and the tools required for forging, transporting them to the marketplace, which was not far. The marketplace still held a few vendors selling dried meat, though the rest were nearly absent. They set up their forge at the entrance of the marketplace, a spot previously designated for small stalls, where merchants with limited goods, perhaps just a few rabbits, would gather to sell before departing. As Luo Hong and Luo Mo began assembling the forge, they heard a commotion outside. Kexier, flanked by 7 or 8 human blacksmiths, brandished various tools, accompanied by apprentice blacksmiths. Prepare to eat dirt, gnome. Kexier made a derogatory gesture towards Luo Hang, turning his back on him and slapping his own backside. Observing Kexier's flushed face, reeking of alcohol, Luo Hong could not suppress a cold smile. Hurry up, fool! Kexier shouted at the blacksmiths of his own association, who, despite the insults, dared not retort, hastily getting to work. The Blacksmith Association members were the first to ignite their forge. And Kexier, watching Luo Hong and his companions still assembling their forge, mocked. A gnome is still a gnome. Short hands, slow work. Chapter 79. Blade against sword. Luo Mo glared fiercely at Kexier, while Luo Hong patted him on the shoulder, saying, "There is no need to glare at a dead man." Luo Hang's motive for joining the military stemmed from a passion for it, with a fervent spirit that bordered on a propensity for violence. To him, Kexier's provocation was tantamount to courting death. The only way for a soldier to respond to insult was to wash it away with blood. Kexier felt a twinge of insecurity in the face of Luo Hang's presence, snorting disdainfully before retreating to await the duel. "The king has arrived," someone shouted, and the crowd immediately parted, allowing the Gnome King to approach without a retinue, as he was a warrior in his own right. The Gnome King had no choice but to attend. This contest held significant implications for the Gnome Kingdom. Should the gnomes lose and be forced to leave, the kingdom would become weak in terms of quality weaponry. If the Blacksmith Association departed, the lives of ordinary citizens in the Gnome Kingdom would undoubtedly be severely impacted. Luo Hong was now prepared and asked, "Kexier, how shall we conduct this contest?" "Quite simply. We shall each forge 3 weapons, and then we will engage in combat with these 3 weapons. The first to win 2 out of 3 rounds shall be declared the victor," Kexier replied. "And what else?" Luo Hong acknowledged this method. "The materials must be identical, including the fuel," Kexier added, sensing a significant advantage as the Blacksmith Association had made some recent breakthroughs in weapon sharpness. "Very well. Shall we set the time to 3 hours?" Luo Hong inquired, looking at Kexier. 3 hours. Agreed. Kexier nodded in affirmation. Luo Hong turned to the Gnome King and requested, "Your Majesty, may we ask for your witness in this matter?" "No problem," the Gnome King replied, though concern lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to agree, as the method of competition was remarkably straightforward. Ultimately, the Gnome King sent someone to inspect the materials, finding no abnormalities, thus permitting the forging to commence. Luo Hong and Kexier each selected 3 pieces of black iron, which was cast iron, not the more refined ductile iron. "Begin," the Gnome King commanded. The forges ignited simultaneously, both sides' bellows functioning similarly, with vibrant flames erupting from within the forges. Battle energy. When the first block of black iron was heated to a temperature suitable for forging, Kexier immediately summoned his battle aura and commenced hammering. Meanwhile, Luo Hang also began his own forging, albeit without utilizing battle aura, which rendered his process seemingly slower. "Ha ha," Kexier remarked, quickly taking the lead over Luo Hang after the first round, as evidenced by the distinct sounds of their hammering. Although Luo Hang contemplated employing battle aura, he refrained, for he had already devised a plan in his mind. As time passed slowly, the expression on the Gnome King's face grew increasingly peculiar. For Luo Hong had already commenced his forging, crafting items that were all of single-handed weapon dimensions. A single-edged sword? Upon observing the rough blade Luo Hong was forging, it appeared to be a type of single-edged sword. In reality, Luo Hong was forging a knife, which everyone knew was also classified as a single-handed weapon. However, in this world, knives were referred to as single-edged swords. Luo Heng executed the first successful forging of white refined iron using a method called steel cladding. While the other two rough blades underwent only simple forging before the first successful piece was directly clamped at the edge of the rough blade. This exemplified the ingenuity of ancient laborers, as the cost of hundredfold iron was several times, if not dozens of times, more than that of the same material, making it suitable for large-scale armaments. Finished. After 2 hours, Luo Heng's 3 knives were completed. While Kexier, panting heavily and devoid of battle aura, was still struggling to finish forging his 3 materials, which he was attempting to forge all at once, unlike Luo Heng, who had forged one piece before merely touching the other 2. What you forged is worthless rubbish, Kexier glared at Luo Heng. Haha. Fool, mere words do not constitute evidence. You shall only comprehend the truth after our competition concludes, Luo Heng declared confidently, envisioning the clash of sword and knife. 3 hours later, Kexier, nearly frantic, completed his 3 single-handed swords, which were similar to the type he had crafted, albeit straight and double-edged. As Kexier sharpened his blades, Luo Heng noticed that the edges were remarkably short, making them less prone to chipping and diminishing their sharpness. Done, Kexier boasted. Looking triumphantly at Luo Heng, the Gnome King, however, remained skeptical of the single-edged sword in Luo Heng's possession, for Kexier's creations had undergone extensive refinement. 2 gnome warriors were designated, one wielding the knife forged by Luo Heng, while the other held Kexier's single-handed sword. This dwarf's craftsmanship is subpar, one commented. Indeed, this dwarf has forged far fewer times than the Blacksmith Association, another chimed in. The surrounding gnomes, all experienced with weapons, regarded Luo Heng's creation with disdain. Begin, declared the Gnome King, maintaining an impassive demeanor, for only those of considerable intellect could occupy such a position. Hi. The 2 gnome warriors positioned themselves and simultaneously swung their weapons with fervor. Clang. A resounding noise ensued, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment as Kexier's single-handed sword shattered, with half of it flying away. A fine sword, exclaimed the gnome warrior wielding Luo Heng's single-edged sword, noticing that his weapon had sustained merely a small nick. Cheating. This is cheating. You 2 are in collusion, Kexier exclaimed, his face pale with disbelief. Master Kexier, the Gnome King's irritation was palpable at this accusation. Fool, if I am cheating, then what are you? The gnome warrior wielding Kexier's sword erupted in anger, discarding the broken half of his weapon and spitting upon the ground. Fully aware that in actual combat, such a weapon would have spelled his doom. I will not accept this. Let us have another match, this time with my Blacksmith Association members, Kexier bellowed. Agreed, Luo Heng nodded. You. And you, step forward, Kexier commanded, pointing at 2 human blacksmiths. The 2 stepped forward, with one brandishing a single-handed sword and the other holding a knife. Begin, the Gnome King ordered, his expression stern. Hi. Both human blacksmiths swung their weapons simultaneously. Shameless. Fraud. Devious. The surrounding gnomes jeered, witnessing the human blacksmith wielding Luo Heng's weapon slightly lagging behind in speed, while the other moved with alacrity, immediately pointing fingers at Kexier. Clang. Ah, the human blacksmith wielding Luo Heng's knife cried out in horror, for Kexier's single-handed sword shattered once more, effortlessly piercing into the human's body, prompting a scream of agony. Cheating! You little dwarf are cheating, Kexier roared in outrage. Kexier, I shall cleanse your blood for the insult you have cast upon our gnome clan, Luo Heng proclaimed, brandishing his revolver. Die! Kexier charged forward, his battle aura erupting as he lunged at Luo Heng. Bang! 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 The sounds resonated, and Kexier fell to the ground, mere meters away from Luo Heng, as the surrounding gnomes hastily retreated several paces. Even the Gnome King staring in astonishment at the weapon in Luo Heng's grip, feeling a sense of unease akin to what Hodo had described. Your Majesty, please observe whether my weapon is indeed cheating, Luo Heng stated as he stowed away his revolver and shattered the 2 weapons he had forged for the competition with a hammer, allowing the gathered blacksmiths and gnome warriors to witness. The broken single-edged sword revealed 2 distinct metals, devoid of any traces of magical alloy. Master Cheney, what is the meaning of this? The Gnome King inquired. The cost of this single-edged sword, I believe your Majesty can deduce, is significantly lower than Kexier's creations. It is a weapon I have invented for mass equipping armies, costing merely 1/5 of what Kexier's weapons do, and inherently possesses armor-piercing properties, Luo Heng elucidated. Wow. The gnome warriors present gasped in awe, their eyes fixed on Luo Heng. Your Majesty can procure 2 sets of iron armor and then compare the remaining weapon I possess with the one Kexier has, Luo Heng asserted with great confidence. Chapter 8. I name it a knife. Upon hearing this, the Gnome King promptly ordered the acquisition of 2 sets of armor, which were secured onto wooden dummies. These were half-body armors. As a military personnel, Luo Heng understood that cold weapons initially began as swords, yet the prevalence of knives and armament had its rationale, while swords, with their dual edges, appeared to possess immense lethality. They were relatively lighter due to their narrow blades. In contrast, knives were heavier and more cost-effective, as they could be crafted using the steel cladding method, which swords could not, due to their need for dual edges. This world did possess knives, though they were primarily of the dagger variety. A gnome warrior first utilized Kexier's long sword to deliver a strike upon the armor. Clang! Sparks erupted, and a deep gash marred the armor, eliciting sympathy from the surrounding warriors, for typical weapons would render such armor useless after just a few strikes. Hi! The warrior then switched to the knife crafted by Luo Heng, delivering a strike with comparable force. Thud! The sound was distinctly different. The armor was cleaved apart, and the blade sank deeply into the wood. Though the edge bore some nicks, the sight left everyone wide-eyed. With such penetration, the enemy would have no capacity for resistance. Master Cheney. The Gnome King recognized this as an entirely new weapon. I shall name this weapon a knife, Luo Heng announced, expressing his discomfort with the term single-edged sword. Indeed, Master Cheney. Hoenn and others observed the forging process, noting that the quality iron used was merely 1/3 that of a single-handed sword, yet its power was even greater, signifying substantial savings in military expenditures. Your Majesty, should we not consider expelling the Blacksmith Association from the Gnome Kingdom? Luo Heng interjected. A representative from the Blacksmith Association stepped forward. Master Cheney. There is no need. Either our Gnome Merchant Guild departs, or the Blacksmith Association must leave, Luo Heng asserted with unwavering resolve, for Kexier represented the Blacksmith Association. And retreating was not an option. For a soldier, retreat signified disgrace, and Kexier had repeatedly insulted gnomes, despite their stature. As the judge, I, the Gnome King, hereby declare the expulsion of the Blacksmith Association, the Gnome King proclaimed. Recognizing that Luo Heng's newly forged weapon would be indispensable, with 100,000 gnome warriors, the cost of weaponry constituted a significant portion of expenditures, and Luo Heng's ability to save 1/3 or more was a boon. The members of the Blacksmith Association turned pale, quickly escorted away by the guards of the Gnome Kingdom. The onlookers remained, captivated by Luo Heng's knife. The Gnome King once again invited Luo Heng into the palace, accompanied by Romo and others. Master Cheney, with the expulsion of the Blacksmith Association, our Gnome Kingdom will face a significant shortage of blacksmiths, which will greatly affect our ordinary citizens, the Gnome King stated. There is no need for concern. We can establish a forging association in the Gnome Kingdom and recruit gnome apprentices. And I will grant free authorization for the knives I forged today to the Gnome Kingdom, Luo Heng replied. We welcome the establishment of a forging association in our Gnome Kingdom, though we have a considerable demand for ordinary metal containers, Hassan immediately expressed. In fact, after a brief 3-month training period, individuals can forge common items independently, Luo Heng explained. Cheney? Romo interjected, and Luo Heng gestured to him. The Dwarf King spoke. The Dwarf clan, due to their inherent lack of strength, possesses little talent in the art of forging. I need to discuss this with my companions, said Luo Heng. Upon exiting the Dwarf King's palace, Luo Mo glanced back at the structure and remarked, Our dwarven forge is still far more impressive. Master Cheney, you mentioned that within 3 months, you could train an apprentice to forge independently. Is that correct? Luosin inquired. Luosin, if we utilize finished products of refined iron, do you believe an apprentice could indeed achieve the ability to independently forge everyday tools within 3 months? Luo Heng asked. That should not pose much of a problem. Refined iron merely requires shaping and then quenching. The standards for everyday tools like axes are not as stringent as those for weapons, Luo-sun responded. Then let me show you something upon our return, Luo Heng declared. Referring to a fully copper blast furnace, which is known for its rapid steel production, with the speed being more reliant on temperature than method. Of course, there are forging devices ranging from simple hydraulic forges to more complex steam-powered equipment. Luo Heng had confidence in his ability to create them, although showcasing such items at this moment may not be timely. I wonder if my newly acquired noble status comes with any land. Luo Heng mused, anticipating rewards for his recent contributions. However, unbeknownst to him, due to a misunderstanding that he had perished, his return would yield unexpected outcomes. Behind the shop of Luo Mo and others, Luo Heng produced a small blast furnace made entirely of copper. Measuring only 50 centimeters in diameter, he moved the bellows aside, positioned the furnace, and sealed the connections with some damp earth. This was the simplest method. Can we use a crucible to refine black iron into refined iron? Luo Heng queried. That I am uncertain, came the reply. In this world, refined iron typically consists of refined ore or is forged from it. No one had yet attempted to convert black iron directly into refined iron. Soon, the crucible was prepared, and black iron fragments were placed inside, while Luo Xin began operating the blast furnace. Wait, I believe we should modify this forging furnace, Luo Heng suggested upon observing the flames. He considered sealing the furnace for potentially quicker results. After Luo Xin paused, Luo Heng shook his head and said, "Let us proceed with it as is for now." Luo Mo and the others gazed in astonishment at the molten iron within the crucible. Such a method of directly melting iron into liquid was rarely seen, as previous processes typically resulted only in gelatinization. Luo Heng was uncertain whether this liquid was indeed refined iron, commonly referred to as steel. Stirring it with a metal rod, he discovered the temperature was quite high. Though the quantity of charcoal used had increased significantly, it can be fashioned into everyday tools, but as for refined iron, it still falls short, Luo Mo remarked after examining the cooled metal cast. Let us modify the forging furnace and then give it another try, Luo Heng insisted. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, the charcoal available here was not as superior as that found in the northern fortress, hence the need to focus on the furnace's transformation. In the meantime, the dwarf king was gathered with several subordinates in the palace. Your Majesty, I believe we should refrain from driving away the Blacksmith Association for the time being, using the heavy winter snow as an excuse, Hassan suggested. However, Horn shook his head, stating, Lord Hassan, I find this notion unsound. Master Cheney, as a 4-star Silver Star general, would certainly not lie, and the quality of the blades he forges is deserving of our utmost attention. Their production costs only a quarter of the original. Yet they possess the ability to penetrate armor, inflicting fatal harm on those magical beasts. If the dwarves are dissatisfied, are we to rely solely on the Blacksmith Association? Weapons are one aspect, Lord Horn. But what of the everyday necessities for the common folk? Inquired a dwarven noble. The Blacksmith Association is indispensable. After all, ordinary individuals cannot afford to hunt with weapons forged by dwarves. Let us not forget. Your Majesty was present as a judge during that event, and the Blacksmith Association has shown considerable disrespect towards our dwarven kingdom, remarked Kane, the commander of the city defense forces. Indeed. And the wooden crossbows crafted by Master Cheney possess a range of 50 yards, capable of penetrating 2 layers of leather armor, which would greatly enhance the military strength of our dwarven kin. Moreover, Master Cheney has pledged to create wooden crossbows with a range of 500 yards for us, added the Minister of Military Affairs. Roar, the Dwarf King then declared, let us place our trust in Master Cheney this once. Lord Roar, you may proceed to dismiss the members of the Blacksmith Association. Yes, Your Majesty, Roar promptly replied, whether dwarves or humans. We shall only welcome our friends, the Dwarf King stated. Yes, Your Majesty. Some nobles extinguished their inappropriate thoughts upon hearing this. To the ordinary dwarfs, the death of the Blacksmith Association's president was a significant matter. However, to the dwarven elite, it was merely a minor incident. Besides Luo Heng's identity as a 4-star Silver Star general, his status as a dwarf rendered the Blacksmith Association powerless. The dwarves were famously known for their ferocity on the continent. One must never provoke a drunken dwarf, for he may well crush your skull with a barrel. Furthermore, dwarves are exceedingly united, skilled in forging, inherently powerful, and equipped with finely crafted gear, making them nearly unassailable on the continent. The members of the Blacksmith Association were expelled from Campus City and temporarily relocated to a camp near the border. After half a day of research, Luo Heng modified the forging furnace, which now resembled a smelting furnace, nearly sealed off like a small blast furnace, with the bellows positioned above, directing air downward. Luo Mo and the others, witnessing the bellows blowing downwards for the first time, remained skeptical and did not utilize the crucible while adding limestone during the iron refining process. It's done. When the opening at the base of the furnace was cleared, the molten iron that emerged displayed a distinct color. Observing this, Luo Heng clapped his thigh and exclaimed, We must create a mold. The task of mold making did not require Luo Heng's intervention. Luo Mo and the others possessed weapon molds. Cheney, wouldn't it be a waste to use this to produce everyday items? This is white iron, after all. The iron ingots produced displayed a white hue, indicative of white iron, a metal superior to refined iron, essentially high-quality steel. So what do you propose we do? Luo Heng shrugged. I believe we should proceed as such. But this smelting technique must remain within our dwarven community. Such secrets cannot be divulged. Luo Mo asserted with a grave expression. Luo Heng shook his head, stating, Luo Mo, consider whether we dwarves would adopt such methods. Upon hearing this, Luo Mo realized that dwarves preferred traditional forging methods. We could collaborate with the Blacksmith Association and the Dwarven Clan to establish a new association, allowing it to compete with the Human Blacksmith Association. What do you think? While this white iron is excellent and meets hardness standards, its toughness cannot compare to our refined iron, Luo Heng argued, knowing that the materials produced through folding and hammering boasted much higher toughness than those smelted directly. However, Luo's son appeared concerned. Rest assured, the dwarven population is quite limited, Luo Heng countered, believing that this smelting technology would not gain popularity among the dwarves, as it was an intermediate-grade material. The dwarves excelled primarily in magical equipment, which was of the utmost quality. We also possess magical forging, Luo Heng concluded, quelling the doubts of Luo Mo and the others. But without our supervision, should we not fear that these dwarves might leak this method? Luo Bing interjected. We are collaborating with the dwarven royal family, not the dwarven kingdom itself. Luo Heng chuckled. Cheney, I seriously suspect you are a false dwarf. Tell me, did you not employ an ultimate transformation technique to become a dwarf? Luo Mo inquired pointedly. Luo Bing and the others erupted into laughter. Luo Heng proceeded to create additional molds, directly casting them into kitchen knives, sickles, and axes, which merely required polishing and sharpening, thus eliminating the need for forging. The production cost is remarkably low. A single axe costs no more than 50 copper coins, and 2 individuals could produce hundreds in a day. Luo Mo marveled at the efficiency. The key is the high quality. With such standards, if we sell for a single silver coin, do you believe those unscrupulous human merchants will not flood Campus City? After polishing, these items will shine brilliantly, and if we were to add decorative patterns, the human nobility would surely go mad for them, Luo's son remarked. Nodding, Luo Heng replied. Luo Bing, seek out someone from the royal family, preferably one with significant influence. Avoid approaching the Dwarf King directly. Cheney, why not approach the Dwarf King directly? Luo Bing asked, puzzled. The Dwarf King, as the ruler of the Dwarven Kingdom, must consider the welfare of his people. Would other nobles simply stand by and watch the Dwarf King hoard such lucrative opportunities? Luo Heng countered. Luo Bing understood. If the Dwarf King became involved, the other nobles would surely object, whereas seeking out other royals would allow the Dwarf King to show some favoritism. Luo Heng was experimenting with carving intricate patterns on the molds, while Luo Mo and Luo's son diligently engaged in the smelting process. They were engrossed in contemplation, whether it was the fully copper air blower or the method of smelting with air directed downwards. Both were sights they had never witnessed before. Their initial expectations of failure were unexpectedly overturned by success. Master Cheney, a voice called out to Luo Heng from outside, prompting Luo Mo to rush out. Cheney, it is said that your student has arrived, Luo Mo remarked as he re-entered. Luo Heng was puzzled. His student, Chapter 82, signing the magical contract upon stepping outside. Luo Heng was surprised to find Hassan waiting for him, accompanied by an orc captive who, upon seeing Luo Heng, hurried over, seemingly relieved to be near him. Hassan, what brings you here? Luo Heng inquired. Master, I came to ask when you will teach us how to extend the range of the crossbow. Hassan responded. In that case, have them continue crafting the crossbows for now. I will return in 2 days to instruct you, Luo Heng replied. Master, I heard you are seeking apprentices for blacksmithing. Hassan hesitated before asking. Luo Heng patted Hassan on the shoulder, saying, there will be a selection process, but I can certainly recommend you. Thank you, Master. Hassan bowed deeply in gratitude. Acquiring a skill would ensure a livelihood no matter where one found themselves. After Hassan departed, Luo Heng arranged for the orc captive to reside in a stone chamber while he continued working on the molds, primarily focusing on etching decorative patterns. These molds, once successfully crafted, would would be usable for an extended period, merely enhancing their prestige. Cheney, what designs do you intend to carve? Luo's son inquired. I am not yet certain, but it would be best to find someone knowledgeable about the stories from various temples to engrave these patterns. Once completed, the selling price will undoubtedly be high, Luo Heng mused. Actually, we could delegate this task to the gnomes, Luo Mo suggested with a shrug. Indeed, Luo Heng concurred, Luo Bing returned in the evening, and to Luo Heng's astonishment, he uncovered his cloak to reveal the Gnome King present. Your Majesty, Luo Heng and the others quickly bowed, while the observing orc captive tilted his head in confusion. The Gnome King regarded Luo Heng and spoke, Master Cheney. Let our collaboration bear the name of the Gnome Kingdom. Our royal family should set an example for our realm. Your Majesty, your word is law, Luo Heng replied, reflecting on the fact that the royal family essentially served as the eternal rulers of the Gnome Kingdom. The prospect of the gnome royalty being supplanted by other nobles was not a concern for Luo Heng. Your Majesty, shall we proceed to sign the agreement? I will represent the Dwarven Blacksmiths Association. And you will represent the Gnome Kingdom? Luo Heng proposed. I cannot represent the Gnome Kingdom, but I have brought the emblem of the Gnome Kingdom, the Gnome King replied, referring to a sealed. He also presented blank magical contract scrolls. In duplicate, the Gnome King inscribed the contract using gnome script, the common language of the continent, and dwarven script with magical ink. Once he finished writing, Luo Heng had Luo Mo review it, and then he examined it himself. Luo Heng found some dwarven characters unfamiliar and the gnome script even more so. May the god of contracts witness today's agreement. Luo Heng used the blacksmith's emblem to sign his name. Cheney Luo, Your Majesty, please take a look. The Gnome King was then escorted to the smelting area, a place inaccessible to outsiders. He observed the various materials being loaded into the furnace in the igniting of the fire. As the high-end pure copper air blower directed air downward, when a batch of molten iron was ready, it was poured into molds, and once the molds were opened and the items cooled, they were polished. The final product was a round hanging pot, a common utensil among gnomes, designed to be suspended over a fire for cooking and heating. The pot was adorned with intricate animal motifs. Goodness! What is the cost of this pot? The Gnome King asked, admiring its quality. If we produce more, it would be at most 50 copper coins, Luo Heng replied. Is that the total cost? The Gnome King inquired. Sensing it might be somewhat excessive, Luo Mo, catching the Gnome King's implication, interjected, Your Majesty, this is white iron. Although it is not as superior as forged white iron, just take a look. Luo Mo lifted the pot and struck it forcefully against the stone wall, causing a dent in the pot and chipping away at the wall. The Gnome King picked up the pot, surprised to find it still usable. He exuded an aura of combat energy, applying pressure to the pot, which deformed but remarkably did not leak. How many axes and sickles can be forged in a day by 2 ordinary craftsmen? Luo Heng asked. Can we forge weapons? The Gnome King inquired. We can produce pure metal crossbow bolts. Your Majesty, just observe, one furnace can yield over 100 bolts in less than 2 hours, Luo Heng demonstrated, holding up a crossbow bolt. The Gnome King was intrigued, despite not fully understanding the workings of the smelting furnace. He recognized that if ordinary people could operate it, the cost would not be exorbitant. Actually, Your Majesty, you might consider a different approach. While black iron tools are indeed inexpensive, the durability of white iron tools, take axes, for example, is at least 5 or 6 times that of black iron. As you can see, the pot could easily last for a decade, Luosin added. Very well, but this furnace can only be used in the Gnome Kingdom, otherwise those human merchants will surely attempt to learn our secrets, the Gnome King stated. Indeed, I suggest establishing a dedicated workshop for manufacturing these items. The molds can feature various characters and stories, then be polished. We can also temper them to achieve different colors, which we dwarves excel at. Just imagine the price when human nobles see red, white, and gold utensils adorned with intricate figures. Luo Heng strategized to maximize the value of their products. The Gnome King observed Luo Heng, realizing that this dwarf was more cunning than the human merchants. The same molds could be used to carve different patterns without consuming much time, and tempering with various metallic powders to achieve different colors was not too challenging. Your Majesty, Luo Heng inquired, sensing the Gnome King's contemplation. Yes, let it be decided. Luo Mo and the others are members of the Blacksmiths Association? The Gnome King asked, noting that entry to the Blacksmiths Association was not granted to just any dwarf. Certain qualifications were required. Indeed, Luo Heng nodded. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. The Gnome King brought along the Minister of Military Affairs and the Minister of Finance for observation. These two high-ranking gnome officials were astonished to find that the items cast here surpassed those produced by the Blacksmiths Association. Upon learning that the Dwarven Blacksmiths Association had signed a magical contract with the Gnome Kingdom to establish a new merchant guild, which would use this technology to produce everyday items and disposable weaponry, they were even more impressed. Excellent. Excellent. Let those scheming merchants from the Blacksmiths Association be sent packing, declared the Minister of Military Affairs, Roar. Indeed, Master Cheney, may I ask if you have any family? The Minister of Finance inquired casually. Lord Hassan, it is just myself. I have no other family, Luo Hung replied nonchalantly. Master Cheney, on behalf of the Gnome Kingdom, I wish to present you with a magical beast mount, the Gnome King announced. Thank you, Your Majesty, Luo Hung responded. However, Your Majesty, could you possibly refrain from gifting me a magical beast egg? I would prefer an adult mount, Luo Hung requested. Of course, the Gnome King readily agreed. Thank you, Your Majesty. May I inquire what kind of mount it will be? Chapter 83, Methods to Enhance the Crossbow. It is a mountain goat mount. A rather unique magical beast, the Gnome King replied. Luo Hung nodded. Mountain goat mounts were known for their endurance, capable of traversing rugged terrain with ease. However, he couldn't help but feel disheartened as he glanced at the orc captive, who possessed a mount akin to a golden eagle, while he, the victor, had none. As for the owlbear, Luo Hung had little hope. It seemed utterly useless. Concerning the stone golem, having consumed a magical core worth tens of thousands of gold coins along with metals, it had remained dormant for quite some time. As for Midwa, it appeared to be a creature that would never grow, and relying on a drunken mount was hardly appealing. Luo Heng decided to leave the remaining responsibilities to Luo Mo and the others. Knowing that the Gnome Kingdom would be cautious in selecting individuals to ensure the secrecy of their forging techniques, the Gnome Merchant Guild was straightforward and clear-cut. Luo Hong granted the Gnome Merchant Guild free authorization to utilize this furnace smelting technology. Should the Gnome Kingdom ever wish to withdraw, Luo Hong could reclaim it at any time, as he currently represented the Dwarven Blacksmiths Association, a formidable entity. The following day, Luo Hong arose early, startled to find the orc captive curled up beside him. He wondered when this fellow had come over, while Midwa nestled in his arms. Luo Hong placed Midwa within the warm confines of a fur blanket, albeit somewhat prickly. The establishment and construction of the Gnome Merchant Guild were matters that did not require his involvement. Luo Heng's focus remained on the Dwarven Kingdom, where the Gnome Merchant Guild's limited participation was ultimately for the best. Moreover, both gnomes and dwarves harbor no convoluted thoughts. Besides, when it comes to the Gnome Kingdom, the Dwarven Kingdom could simply overpower it. Even the major human empires are reluctant to oppose the dwarves, as they essentially monopolize the market for advanced weaponry. Master, Val and Hassan greeted Luo Hong with utmost respect upon seeing him. First, we shall craft crossbows. Those who rank in the top 10 shall receive my secret teachings. Luo Hong nodded, asserting that competition is essential for progress in any society. He did not mind the elimination of a few contenders. And indeed, there are numerous straightforward methods to enhance the range of crossbows, regardless of the number of gnomes present. The moment they heard this, they sprang into action, each equipped with their own set of tools for crafting bow arms, grips, eccentric wheels, and so forth. From the outset, Luo Hong had established a standardized set of data and possessed blueprints for components such as triggers and molds for eccentric wheels, requiring only a steel ruler for measurement. Of course, these handcrafted crossbows are not high-tech marvels. Manual craftsmanship suffices. Since each was crafted individually, the process consumed a significant portion of the day. Observing from the sidelines, Luo Hong discerned each artisan's skill level. Some worked slowly but with greater precision, while others were quicker yet less meticulous. Naturally, there were those who excelled in both speed and quality. Slow work does not necessarily yield fine craftsmanship, nor does fast work preclude it. It ultimately depends on each individual's prioritization of their tasks. In constructing the wooden crossbows, some began with the wooden components, followed by the metal parts, while others opted to create the metal components first, utilizing the cooling time to fashion the wooden ones, leading to a more tightly scheduled workflow. Still, others melted the metal while simultaneously crafting the wooden pieces. This reflects a matter of technical prowess. Luo Hung was not concerned with the pace of production. but rather the quality of the craftsmanship. Despite the same instructor and materials, the disparity in the final products was considerable. Some could barely qualify as satisfactory. Hassan, Val, Hashan, Kate, Lulu, you 10, follow me, Luo Hong called out, selecting the 10 gnomes who had achieved the highest rankings in terms of quality. He led them to the upper level, which was guarded by sentinels, where the materials he required were prepared specifically. A type of relatively thin fabric woven by humans, reasonably priced. After inspecting the materials, which included resin, tree lacquer, and fabric, Luo Hong tore the cloth into strips approximately 2 to 3 centimeters wide. He set these strips aside and prepared a metal container in boiling water to melt the resin. Everyone, pay close attention, he instructed as he readied a small brush. Once the resin had melted, he began applying it to the bow arms. Before it solidified, he wrapped a strip of cloth around it, continuously brushing more resin and layering the fabric in a spiral manner. The cloth adhered firmly to the bow arms, completing the first layer, followed by the second and third, resulting in a noticeably thicker bow arm. The final step involved using fire to set any protruding areas and then applying tree lacquer. Hassan and the others found it quite astonishing that such a simple process could significantly enhance range. This bow arm can accommodate a maximum of 3 layers. The longer it is stored, the better its performance will be. This tree lacquer is toxic, preventing insect infestations, Luo Hang explained as he began assembling the components. Once completed, he took Hassan to the outdoor shooting range. The lacquer was black, giving the bow a somewhat unimpressive appearance, with the bow body retaining its wooden color while the arms were blackened. The bow arms were connected to the bow body with metal components, ensuring durability under tension. Luo Hang gently pressed on the bow arm, noting a significant increase in elasticity. This quality resin performed well even in cold weather, with minimal changes in physical properties. Drawing the bowstring back, he placed a fully metal arrow on it. With a loud thud, the arrow was propelled forth, striking a target 100 yards away, where it pierced through a piece of iron armor. It penetrated. It pierced the iron armor, exclaimed the guards at the target site, rushing over in astonishment. Luo Hong nodded, noting that although the metal arrow was shorter, its overall penetrative power was impressive at 200 yards. It also penetrated the armor. The surrounding gnomes gazed at Luo Hong with admiration. Just a few strips of cloth and some resin had produced such a formidable enhancement, 300 yards. While the armor was pierced, the target sustained minimal damage. When they switched to leather armor, it pierced through 3 layers, embedding itself 3 centimeters into the wooden target, which was made of ironwood at 400 yards. It merely penetrated 1 layer of leather armor, while at 500 yards, it exhibited little to no attacking power. Nevertheless, Hassan and the others were still exhilarated. Does anyone know how to make this arrow penetrate iron armor at 500 yards? Luo Hong asked. His interest piqued as he surveyed the gnome craftsman. Master, that is impossible, isn't it? Hassan replied. Master Cheney, you cannot be serious, the Gnome King and his entourage exclaimed upon receiving the news. Such a crossbow was already comparable to magical weaponry, and its production cost was remarkably low. Hearing Luo Hong's inquiry, they immediately voiced their concerns. With a smile, Luo Hong produced a special arrow that appeared slightly thicker at the tip and somewhat twisted at the tail. He knocked it and shot it into the sky, observing it land several hundred yards away, which gave him an idea. After firing a second and then a third arrow, he finally saw one strike the target at 500 yards. Your Majesty, shall we take a look? Luo Hong invited. The Gnome King and his companions remained transfixed on Luo Hong. Not employing a shred of battle aura, the Gnome King felt an irresistible urge, akin to the first encounter with the Queen, as if he longed to grasp her hand immediately. What do you think? Luo Hong pointed to the iron armor on the wooden target, which was, in fact, the seam between 2 pieces of armor. Given the length of the arrow, it was evident that if it struck an enemy, they would be rendered incapacitated. If we had thousands of such crossbows, even heavily armored cavalry would be forced to retreat, Luo Hong remarked. In this world, heavily armored cavalry typically numbered only in the hundreds. Even light cavalry amounted to just a few thousand, rarely exceeding 10,000. Even at the northern fortress, there were barely 3,000 men, comprising the entirety of humanity's forces. Of course, gnome cavalry were rare, and goats were ill-suited for charging due to their endurance but lack of explosive power. Your Majesty, let us first produce 3,000 units, urged the military minister. Roar, his eyes gleaming. Such a crossbow, even if capable of firing only once, would be worth it. A range of 500 yards was a distance that most current military weapons could only dream of. And acquiring such a weapon was not merely a matter of money. Your Majesty, the Gnome Merchant Guild can provide some support. We can prepare 5,000 units and additionally provide 200 for each outpost, the finance minister calculated in his mind, confident in their ability to sustain such expenditure. Very well, we shall commence preparations come spring, declared the Gnome King. Your Majesty, the timber should ideally be harvested in winter, once stripped of its bark. It will not harbor insects, Luo Hang suggested, drawing from his rural background, where tree felling was seasonally dictated, especially in temperate zones. Typically, felling occurred in midwinter, after which the bark was removed, killing any insect eggs within by freezing them. Additionally, winter wood contains minimal moisture, preventing cracking that occurs with overly moist timber. In that case, let us organize a workforce for felling. The Gnome King, fired up by the prospect of such crossbows, recognized the necessity of this endeavor. The Gnome Kingdom faced threats from magical creatures. While these beasts lacked formidable combat prowess, their numbers were substantial, lurking in the underground world. With such crossbows in their arsenal, the impending slaughter would be overwhelmingly one-sided. Roar turned to Luo Hong, inquiring, Master Cheney, what of the arrow's construction? I can grant you authorization, but resale will not be permitted. Should I discover any violations, I will retract the authorization. Your Majesty knows well that such heavy crossbows pose a significant threat to anyone, Luo Hong responded. Roar assured him, Rest assured, Master Cheney, we will only distribute these arrows during training and wartime, managing them uniformly at all other times. Roar realized that a crossbow with a range of 500 yards could pose a considerable issue for any individual, even for a mage attempting to evade a shot from such a distance. That is agreeable, but do keep in mind that there may be associated costs. After all, I am a member of the Forging Association, Luo Hang clarified. Very well. Master Cheney, I now formally invite you to become the National Master of the Gnome Kingdom, proclaimed the Gnome King. Your Majesty, I cannot promise to remain in the Gnome Kingdom for long, Luo Hong politely declined. You need not do anything. Master Cheney, but should the Gnome Kingdom face peril, you must not refuse. Moreover, there will be an annual remuneration of several thousand gold coins, along with a dedicated office, should you find yourself in danger in the future. The Gnome Kingdom will offer its full support, the Gnome King promised. Thank you, Your Majesty, Luo Hong responded, finding the proposal agreeable. Very well, I shall return shortly to issue the command, appointing you as the National Master. Today's remuneration and the corresponding identification will also be delivered, the Gnome King stated. Agreed, Luo Hong replied with great enthusiasm. 10 individuals, including Hassan, were directly promoted to the rank of captain, a position that commands 1,000 men. It is evident that the Gnome King is preparing for an army of 10,000 crossbowmen. Upon their return to the palace, the court wizard rushed in with excitement and immediately addressed the Gnome King, exclaiming, Your Majesty, a tremendous victory. In the recent battle at the northern fortress, not only were 600,000 orc troops defeated, but all elite orc warriors perished, including over 100 chieftains and countless lesser chieftains. The majority of the mid-tier warriors have also been vanquished, while only the low-tier species, such as the rabbit people, managed to escape. Furthermore, the human coalition has advanced over 300 kilometers into the Orc Empire. What? The Gnome King and his companions were overjoyed. Such a victory had not been witnessed in millennia. To not only advance but also to hold one's ground was no small feat. That is excellent news. It confirms that Master Cheney did not deceive us, the Gnome King remarked. Indeed. Such a monumental triumph is rare. By the way, what of the warriors from the Gnome clan? The Gnome King inquired. It is said they are gathering in the Bright Empire and will return via magical airship after receiving their honors, replied the court wizard. Roland interjected. I wonder how many nobles will benefit from this. General Herman is likely to become the sole war god. That is certain, though a noble title alone holds little weight. It would be best to secure a fief, Kane added. Never mind them. Let us first attend to Master Cheney's affairs, the Gnome King said. Your Majesty, should we not contact the Mage Guild again to inquire about Master Cheney? The court wizard suggested. Let it be. Such a grand victory undoubtedly means there are many 4-star, silver-star warriors, the Gnome King replied, shaking his head, as the cost of long-distance magical communication was thousands of gold coins and materials. Roland and the others concurred. Before long, Roland was appointed as the national advisor of the Gnome Kingdom. This title, however, held little tangible power within the kingdom, serving merely as a mark of prestige. Yet, Roland was indifferent. The gnome merchants were hastily constructing their operations. In the heart of Campus City, a substantial area was cordoned off, and several hundred older, loyal veterans were selected to oversee the smelting process. In truth, smelting did not require high-level skills, especially with the supervision of Romo and others. The tasks of smelting, forging, and polishing could be delegated to other gnomes. A month later, when the first batch of polished, gleaming utensils appeared before Roland, he knew success was at hand. The intricately patterned polishing takes longer and increases cost by 50. However, we can raise the price tenfold, stated the Gnome King. Your Majesty, tenfold is too modest. These exquisitely designed utensils should fetch no less than 20 or 30 gold coins. For the nobles, purchasing the same item for 1 gold coin is a disgrace. While 30 coins would grant them honor, Roland advised. The national advisor speaks wisely. I have heard you are planning to depart, the Gnome King inquired. Roland, recently feeling rejuvenated and with his injuries significantly healed, had been contemplating his military achievements and felt little sense of belonging to the Gnome Kingdom, as if he were merely a part of the Dwarven realm. Yes, Your Majesty, may I inquire about the mount you promised me? Roland affirmed. Of course. National Advisor, please follow me, the Gnome King said as he led Roland to view his steed. Reaching the mountain peaks flanking the canyon, they encountered vast expanses of shrubbery, the area seemingly boundless, with distant towering snow-capped mountains in sight. National Advisor. Look over there. That is where we raise our goat mounts. Ahead lies the only Griffin Knight Order of the Gnome Kingdom, the Gnome King indicated. After a half-hour's walk, Roland beheld a stone fortress, towering 20 meters high, constructed entirely of stone and sturdy timber. Within, livestock were being raised alongside feed, while the second level housed the servants and knight attendants. The third level served as a platform akin to a city wall, adorned with massive loft-like structures. Within one of these lofts, a 3-meter-tall black-feathered griffin perched in its nest, tilting its head curiously at Roland and the Gnome King. The Gnome Kingdom fears not aerial foes, but rather those monstrous creatures that emerge from the depths of the earth, the Gnome King explained. Indeed, Roland mused, somewhat puzzled as to why he was being shown this place meant for goat mounts. Your Majesty, one of the Griffin Knights greeted the Gnome King, ignoring Roland entirely. Thank you for your hard work, the Gnome King commended. Continuing along the city walls, he gestured, National Advisor, please observe. That brown one is the gift I shall present to you. Roland spotted a solitary brown goat, while on the other side, a massive ram led a herd of goats, each towering over 2 meters. The large ram stood nearly 4 meters tall, while the brown goat, also 3 meters high, bore a single horn, its tail unlike that of typical goats. This goat's lineage is uncertain. It seems to have been sired by some magical beast, resembling a unicorn yet differing in tail. The herd has never accepted it, leaving it to wander alone, the Gnome King expounded. Can I capture it? Roland queried, eyeing his own small stature compared to the imposing brown goat. No need. This creature has a taste for meat. It has ventured here on several occasions, devouring livestock. Simply present it with meat, and it will come to you, the Gnome King replied. Roland nodded. In the village, goats were often punished for preying on chickens or ducks, and dogs caught stealing chickens faced dire consequences. As Roland and the Gnome King descended, the herd spotted their ruler, and the lead goat bleated a few times before rushing over, followed by the entire flock. Roland observed the brown ram lingering at the fringes of the group, its large eyes fixed on the flock, yearning to belong. Roland produced a piece of silver wolf meat and waved it enticingly at the brown ram. Sensing the aroma, the ram's nostrils flared. The moment it caught sight of the meat in Roland's hand, it dashed closer, halting just a few meters away with ears perked forward and eyes fixed intently on Roland. Roland tossed the meat to land just before the brown ram. The creature approached cautiously, licking the meat before glancing back at Roland and the grazing goats, then eagerly devouring the offering. Those sharp, fine teeth indicate it is indeed a carnivore, Roland mused, noting the bite marks on the meat. After consuming a sizable piece of silver wolf meat, the brown ram turned its gaze back to Roland, who produced another piece, extending it cautiously while keeping one hand hidden behind his back. The brown ram eyed Roland warily, but the enticing scent of meat proved too much to resist. With a gentle flick of the silver wolf meat, the ram lunged forward, chomping down. After consuming 5 pieces, Roland was finally able to stroke the massive creature, which stood 3 meters tall and over 5 meters long, akin to a wall, yet its back only reached 2 meters in height. Roland presented a magical scroll to the brown ram, which curiously examined the parchment before taking a bite. This marked the completion of their bond, a rune glowing and embedding itself within the brown ram. The creature affectionately licked Roland, the scroll enabling the beast to sense its master's bloodline, fostering closeness rather than imposing a forced master-servant contract, which could stifle the mount's growth unless it possessed exceptional lineage. The ram's tongue was rather foul-smelling, and as Roland patted its sizable head, it withdrew slightly, appearing somewhat forlorn. This is a pet badge, a token of gratitude from the Gnome Kingdom for Master Chun-Yi's contributions during this time, the Gnome King said. Producing a silver badge the size of a half-palmed, as Roland dripped blood onto the badge, he suddenly sensed a spatial realm within. This ancient badge allows a pet to enter a dormant state within it. Though it is best not to keep pets inside for extended periods, the Gnome King explained. Suddenly, Roland heard a commotion. "Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. A blizzard is approaching." Roland interjected, riding in on a goat mount. Clearly flustered. "What? Are you certain?" the Gnome King inquired, visibly unsettled. "Absolutely. Winds are already stirring over Campa Lake, and the direction is erratic," Roll urged anxiously. "Let us hurry." The Gnome King's aura flared with energy, and Roll mirrored this intensity, both vanishing in a flash. A blizzard, Roland thought, realizing he could not afford to linger. If even the Gnome King was alarmed, this storm must be formidable indeed. Luo Hung hastily retraced his steps. Before he departed, all the attendants within the Eagle's flight bastion had mobilized, reinforcing the wooden structures. Sturdy metal nails were driven into the doors and windows, while the Eagle's nest was stuffed with additional hay. Upon returning to his designated quarters, which were assigned to him as the national advisor, Luo Hung sought out Hassan. "Master." Hassan was perplexed as to why Luo Hung had summoned him. "Hassan, is the blizzard severe?" Luo Hung inquired. Chapter 86. Rescue of South Corner Town, the blizzard. "Are you suggesting that we are to be beset by one?" Hassan asked. "Indeed," Luo Hung affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Hassan's expression shifted to one of gravity. A blizzard can bring catastrophic calamities. It drives away the magical beasts that roam in winter, plunges temperatures into sharp declines, and renders it impossible for anyone to venture outdoors, forcing them to rely solely on their stored provisions. If a blizzard persists for too long, the weight of the snow can collapse numerous structures. Have there been blizzards in the past? Luo Heng queried. Yes, there was a blizzard 300 years ago that caused snow to accumulate on the city walls, leading countless magical beasts to invade Campus City. That incident resulted in the disappearance of over 50,000 souls. Hassan recounted that moment. A series of urgent bells rang out. "Master, this is a citywide emergency assembly order." "I must go," Hassan explained before rushing off. Luo Hong, too, did not linger and hastened to the assembly point where Military Minister Roll was already dispatching tasks. The squad of gnome warriors was being organized, led by officers, rushing towards the outskirts of the city. "Your Majesty, where is the farthest settlement?" Luo Hung soon grasped that these warriors were gathering all the villages surrounding Campus City into its confines, as a blizzard was imminent, rendering the villages perilous. The 30 towns near the lakes are the most vulnerable. The mountainous regions, however, face less danger, as their inhabitants dwell in caves and the mountains obstruct the blizzards, the Gnome King stated. "Your Majesty, please assign us our tasks," Hodo interjected. "You two shall head to South Corner Town," Roll instructed. "Understood," Hodo replied promptly, mounting his steed in preparation for departure. Luo Hung also summoned his brown unicorn goat, which he had named Chasing Wind. "Let us be off." Hodo gazed enviously at the exotic goat. Knowing he could never possess such a creature, Luo Hung said nothing, wrapping himself in animal hides before leaping onto Chasing Wind's back. Initially, the goat was somewhat unaccustomed, but upon Luo Hung offering a piece of silver wolf meat, it quickly settled down. Gently patting Chasing Wind's massive head, Luo Hung gestured towards Hodo, and immediately, Chasing Wind darted forward. Communication was limited, as Luo Hung was entirely swathed in animal hide. The goat's long fur enveloped his lower half, including his legs, providing warmth, while his upper body trembled against the cold, a stark contrast. Although Hodo's mount was also a magical beast, it paled in comparison to Luo Hang's. when Hodo observed the swiftness of Luo Heng's steed. He halted, and Luo Heng followed suit. Master Cheney, over there, do you see? Just beyond that mountain range, a mere 80 kilometers away. You ride swiftly, notify the townsfolk. The sky was overcast, a gentle wind stirring, but no snow had yet fallen. Luo Heng nodded, urging Chasing Wind towards the distant mountains. The goat sprinted across the icy surface, its speed and endurance remarkable. Even with patches of frozen snow, it showed no signs of slipping, and its hooves were well suited for navigating rocky terrain. However, Luo Heng was still mastering the art of controlling Chasing Wind, and it took him a full hour and a half to cover the 80 kilometers. Upon reaching the lakes, he mused that without the ice, the journey could have taken 2 to 3 days, with the winding shorelines and towering mountains presenting countless detours. I must find the town chief. Upon arriving at South Corner Town, situated in a river valley with expansive flatlands, Luo Heng noted the wooden barricades enclosing the town and the 2 towering arrow towers. Who are you? A voice shouted from atop the arrow tower. I seek an audience with the town chief. Hurry. Luo Heng called anxiously. Who are you? You are not a gnome, the sentry demanded. Luo Heng sensed something amiss. Although he was not a gnome, why was he being barred entry? Who are you? A blizzard is approaching. I am accompanied by gnome knights dispatched from Campus City, Luo Heng declared, attempting to bluff. Ah! The voice above gasped in surprise. Luo Heng glanced at the towering 3-meter barricade, patted Chasing Wind's neck, and pointed towards the barrier. The goat, now capable of basic communication, nodded and charged forward. Luo Heng felt his body lean back as he clung tightly to Chasing Wind's fur, his legs gripping firmly that a series of urgent whistles sounded from the arrow tower, and Luo Heng recognized the ominous implications. Gnome sentries typically raised alarms with bells, while whistles were favored by adventurers. Cursed be this, he muttered. Within the town's largest warehouse, thousands of gnomes were imprisoned, guarded by over 100 fully armed adventurers. In another corner, 5 towering orcs, shackled and battered, were confined, alongside several orc maidens. Number 1, take your squad to deal with them. The blizzard is imminent. After it passes, we shall depart, the leader commanded. Yes, boss, a human warrior clad in leather armor responded, raising a hand. Just then, the warehouse doors were forcefully flung open, the heavy ironwood doors splintering upon impact. Despite the chaotic footprints within the town being somewhat obscured by the snow, the enormous human footprints were unmistakable to Luo Heng. The only visible smoke in the town emanated from the vast warehouse. Dismounting Chasing Wind, he pointed towards the warehouse entrance, and the goat charged, its front hoof smashing against the door. The thick wooden barrier shattered under the force. And Luo Heng, revolver in hand, surged into the warehouse. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and among the 8 or so leather-clad humans rushing towards the entrance, 3 fell lifelessly. It's dwarves, damn them, voices cried from within the warehouse. Recognizing the threat, dwarves were not to be underestimated. While gnomes lacked combat prowess, dwarves were born warriors. Bang, bang. Another 2 shots took down 2 human warriors approaching the gnomes. The warehouse was indeed spacious, but the rear half was occupied by the imprisoned gnomes, leaving the front guarded by the human warriors, with only 2 patrolling. The guards were swiftly dispatched, their chests exploding in a spray of blood. As Luo Heng dashed forward, he swiftly loaded a fresh revolver, reloading without needing to eject the spent shells. Bang, bang, bang. 5 bullets were fired in rapid succession, eliminating 10 soldiers. Surround him, kill him, the lead human warrior bellowed, his body radiating intense battle aura as he charged at Luo Heng. Chapter 87. Hostages surrounding the leader were 30 warriors, all imbued with a potent battle aura. Luo Heng inhaled sharply, recognizing the aura as akin to true energy, enhancing their attack, defense, and agility. Though he was uncertain of its specifics, that a grenade was hurled towards the entrance, and Luo Heng made every effort to distance himself from the caged gnomes. The grenade was large, and after tossing it, he dove into a corner of the warehouse. The massive door crashed open. Luo Heng rushed inside, only to find the entrance barricaded by over a dozen human warriors, now reduced to mere remnants. Cursed be this, the leader shouted in fury as he closed in on Luo Heng. In a swift motion, Luo Heng leaped onto a thick stack of wooden planks, at least 2 meters wide and over 3 meters tall. With another revolver in hand, this one loaded with bullets made from magical metal, Luo Hong was prepared for the confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. The leader, observing Luo Hong merely 10 meters away, unleashed his battle aura, wielding two one-handed swords imbued with the same potent energy, a clear indication of his intent to charge. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant explosion of battle aura erupted before him. Puff! The leader's aura dissipated, and a fountain of blood erupted from his neck, his head severed. Just an intermediate warrior, Luo Hong mused. Bang, bang. Without hesitation, he fired 2 more bullets, obliterating the heads of the charging warriors imbued with battle aura. They were merely low-tier fighters. However, the remaining warriors surged towards Luo Hong, a massive array of weapons cleaving through the air in his direction, shattering dozens of thick wooden planks into splinters. After Luo Hong finished his task, he immediately rolled backward and swiftly evaded to the side. Bang! In that fleeting moment, Luo Hong had already loaded a fresh clip of enchanted metal bullets. The 3 human warriors, fiercely pursuing him, suddenly collapsed to the ground. A mournful horn echoed from the entrance, prompting a human warrior to exclaim, "It's the horn of the gnome army." Hearing this, the human warriors at the door rushed outside, ready to flee. Boom! Yet, in the next instant, a brown shadow flashed past, and the 5 human warriors who had burst through the shattered door vanished in an instant. The remaining warriors inside beheld a blood-soaked unicorn goat, its enormous horn dripping with crimson, while a distant sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground reverberated. Kill! The human warriors, upon sighting the horned beast, roared in anger, and a dozen of them charged forward. Upon witnessing this, Chasing Wind turned tail and fled. As the glinting weapons in their hands instilled a sense of peril, boom! Chasing Wind forcefully toppled the wooden barricade of the town, and Hodo, outside, felt an immediate surge of battle energy upon seeing the human warriors. Damn it! Hodo's goat steed radiated a shimmering aura, and together, they surged towards the fleeing humans like a streak of light. The chaos in Campus City was palpable, with many gnomes from the nearby town already arriving. The military camp outside Campus City had dwindled to a mere few soldiers, all dispatched to maintain order. Is it true? Are there really swanfolk and orc priests? A dozen blacksmiths from the Blacksmith Association, along with some apprentices, gathered here, alongside a few adventurers. The Blacksmith Association had been given a deadline to leave, but the gnomes were preoccupied on the other side, thus delaying their departure. It is absolutely true. I am a seasoned adventurer. That dwarf was undoubtedly leading a swanfolk priest, and I suspect he came from the northern fortress, where swanfolk priests could possibly be found. 2 individuals whispered in a corner of the tavern. But what about that dwarf? Others expressed skepticism. The dwarf has already left. We must take advantage of the chaos and enter. You are familiar with Campus City. Just imagine, a swanfolk priest on the black market could fetch at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and I am a member of the Thieves Guild. Once that swanfolk enters our guild, they will never be seen again. Another person chimed in. I can lead the way, but I demand 100,000 gold coins. The hesitant individual pondered briefly before speaking. Agreed. The self-proclaimed thief nodded in affirmation. Luo Hong's rise to the position of national advisor in the Gnome Kingdom was no longer a secret. The branches of the Thieves Guild spanned the continent, and any matter could be rewarded by the guild, with the Pope of the Church of Light being the top target. Bang! More than 100 fully armed human warriors, having dealt with nearly half of their number, were abruptly confronted by 3 warriors exuding battle energy. Luo Hong drew a short sword and a small metallic shield. With a loud clang, the opponent's single-handed sword struck Luo Hong's shield with tremendous force, sending him flying. The human warrior, taken aback by his own strength that had sent the dwarf soaring, lunged at Luo Hong. In response, Luo Hong hurled his short sword, then produced a throwing bomb. Boom! Luo Hong activated the safety and rolled away towards a thick stack of wooden planks, feeling a force collide against his back, followed by a sharp pain. While the 3 pursuers were left in disarray, Luo Hong crouched on the ground, switching to regular bullets, having exhausted the enchanted metal ones. Stay back. If you come closer, I will kill this gnome. The remaining dozen human warriors seized some gnomes and shouted at Luo Hong. You scoundrels! Perish! Outside, Hodo's furious voice rang out. Luo Hong, with a stern expression, cut the ropes binding the gnome. Put on thicker clothing. A blizzard is approaching. Everyone, follow us to Campus City. Tie the wooden planks together, and we will use magical beast steeds to transport you. Luo Hong commanded. Yes, the gnomes, instinctively obeying Luo Hong's orders, had witnessed his prowess in battle, dubbing him the god of death. The The other gnomes hurriedly untied one another, some casting venomous glances at the human warriors. Half an hour later, Hodo had entered the warehouse, carrying severed heads. Spotting Luo Hong in the chaotic scene, he addressed the gnomes. "My dear gnome brothers and sisters, I apologize." Luo Hong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before turning to leave. "Master," Hodo called out immediately. "The blizzard is coming. They will die anyway. We must first ensure the safety of the others," Luo Hong replied. Hodo wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Whoosh! At that moment, the howling wind picked up, and Hodo's expression changed dramatically as the gnome townsfolk began to prepare. Some laden with heavy bundles. Luo Hong's face darkened. Chapter 88. Advancing in the blizzard, Luo Hong gasped, his ire rising upon seeing the heavy loads these gnomes carried. Carrying so much is tantamount to seeking death. "Anyone with belongings, I will not take with us." Bang! Luo Hong shouted, kicking a young gnome's pack away. "You and you, drop what you are holding." Without regard for age or gender, Luo Hong sent anyone carrying items flying with a swift kick. "Now, those without belongings, tie your wooden planks together. Those with loads, get lost." Luo Hong sensed something amiss. The wind had transformed into a chaotic whirlwind. "Hodo, I have a task for you. Those human warriors will surely flee. Kill them," Luo Hong instructed. "Understood." Hodo instinctively agreed. Most of the gnome soldiers in the town had perished, yet some gnomes without burdens began to connect their wooden planks. "Bind your families together. I will use the magical beast steeds to tow the planks." This was the only solution Luo Hong could conceive. "You, get lost. Those carrying items are courting death. Do not drag us down." A gnome woman, burdened with bags and 2 children, attempted to tie her family's planks together, but Luo Hong shattered her planks with a kick, tossing her and her children aside. "Hurry, hurry, the blizzard is upon us." Over 1,000 individuals, more than half had managed to link their planks, fastening them with thick leather ropes that were still somewhat pliable due to the oil applied. "Connect your planks. Hold on to each other tightly." This was the simplest yet most complex method, considering the sheer number of over 1,000 gnomes that a gnome youth attempted to speak to Luo Hong. But Luo Hong simply drew his revolver and fired twice at the youth. In the last 10 minutes, those unwilling to part with their belongings should prepare to meet their doom. Luo Hong shouted furiously. The remaining gnomes, terrified by Luo Hong's display of force, recalled the brutal scene from the warehouse. Quickly, they discarded their burdens. Luo Hong noticed the woman he had previously cast aside, weeping for her children, and he swiftly pulled her over, binding her to a plank alongside her family. Though he had said 5 minutes, it had already stretched to 15. Observing the long line of gnomes, Luo Hong considered the possibility of using skis, yet pondered what they would do if the blizzard struck mid-journey. The 2-meter-wide planks, varying in length, were crowded with gnomes, each one tightly secured together. "Check your ropes, check on your children, and make sure your family is close. Hurry, we have only 5 minutes left." Boom! The sound of commotion erupted from within the town, followed by a dozen gnomes rushing towards him, one of whom was bleeding profusely and being carried. Luo Hong dashed over to examine the injured gnome, who had a deep gash on his neck, blood gushing forth. Upon seeing this, Luo Hong violently tore the gnome's shirt open and produced a bottle of healing potion. Magical potion. The gnomes gasped in astonishment as the wound on the severely injured gnome began to heal rapidly. Luo Hong hastily tied these individuals to the end of the line, without time to prepare the planks. In truth, the planks were merely the first layer of defense. The thick fur garments worn by the gnomes were of greater importance. Luo Hong conducted a final check on the ropes, relieved that the ropes used for transporting wood in the gnome town were quite robust, with 2 thick ropes resembling giant meat skewers. Chasing Wind, bound by ropes, looked at Luo Hong with confusion, as the line itself was positioned by the lakeside, at a slightly elevated terrain. "Hodo, we are leaving," Luo Hong called out loudly. Hodo, possessing a steed and battle energy, seemed less at risk, yet Hodo did not respond. Luo Hong hurried into the town, spending over 10 minutes searching, only to find Hodo struck by a crossbow bolt, his face ashen, evidently poisoned. "Damn it!" Luo Hong quickly examined him, ripping open Hodo's clothing to reveal the small crossbow bolt lodged within. After assessing the situation, Luo Hong yanked out the bolt, revealing the wound had turned black. He swiftly used his dagger to cut the wound, allowing the dark blood to flow out, and with gritted teeth, he took a swig of pine nut liquor, beginning to suck the poison from the wound, constantly rinsing his mouth. A few minutes later, Luo Hong noticed the blood, and his own mouth felt numb. Huiduo, it all depends on you now. Luo Heng hastily bandaged himself, then retrieved a piece of beast hide to wrap Huiduo, carrying him on his back. Meanwhile, Huiduo's mount lay cold, pierced by crossbow bolts. Luo Heng removed the bolts, which bore peculiar symbols. He returned to his previous position, indifferent to whether there were others still in the town. He severed the rope binding a tree stump. Lean back, Luo Heng commanded. Chasing wind kicked against the icy surface, sending shards of ice flying. But there were too many people. Luo Heng shouted loudly. Fortunately, the dwarves were not foolish. They all leaned back forcefully against the wooden planks. Luo Heng assisted in pulling, and gradually, the rope began to shift on the hillside. Minutes later, the immense meat skewers started to move. Chasing wind was drenched in sweat. Luo Heng produced a magical core, and upon seeing it, Chasing Wind selected several green ones to consume, causing a green aura to erupt from his body. The meat skewer picked up speed, and Luo Heng, standing on a sliding board, patrolled around the several hundred meters of the meat skewer. Thankfully, the ice was smooth, so apart from the howling cold wind, the dwarves felt little tremor. Chasing Wind dared not unleash his full speed, as it was too long, and going too fast would lift his rear. The howling wind and massive snowflakes finally descended, enveloping the entire world in a blanket of white. Luo Heng felt a surge of anxiety. They had only covered half the distance. He still needed to look after the dwarves behind him, but fortunately, Chasing Wind knew the way back. The sky gradually darkened, not signaling the approach of night, but rather the storm's wind and snow obscured the sunlight. Luo Heng was anxious about Huiduo behind him. Thankfully, the wooden planks had not yet been lost. As long as there were no obstructions on the icy surface, the planks, weighed down, would remain intact. Especially when linked together. Luo Heng gazed at the scene a dozen meters away. He could no longer see the direction. He wondered if Chasing Wind knew the way and cursed inwardly, unsure if anyone in the entire party had been lost, as he had not noticed any. Ang, ang, ang. Chasing Wind let out a powerful sound ahead. Luo Heng's heart tightened, and he hurried after him. Chapter 89. The return. Luo Heng quickly reached the front, where a green magical glow radiated from Chasing Wind's horn, illuminating a clear view ahead for hundreds of meters. Magical creature? Luo Heng spotted a creature covered in white fur to the side of Chasing Wind. Its exact form obscured. Chasing Wind moved swiftly, and Luo Heng urged himself to push harder, darting past Chasing Wind towards the side. In that fleeting moment, his entire field of vision shrank again to a mere dozen meters. Luo Heng traced a graceful arc with his feet before halting, allowing Chasing Wind to drag the dwarves further away. Suddenly, a white shadow charged towards Luo Heng. Bang! Luo Heng had long prepared a crude anti-material gun. The immense recoil sent him sliding back on the ice. He had refrained from firing earlier due to the poor visibility and powerful winds. Even the best marksman would lack confidence. The white shadow crashed down where Luo Heng had just stood. He fired from 10 meters away, but the creature's great inertia still carried it to the spot where Luo Heng had been. He fired again, then seized the white creature and tossed it into his spatial bag. When Luo Heng resumed his patrol around the elongated line of dwarves, it had already been over 10 minutes. His expression was tense. No one knew what might emerge from the howling storm. He kept his crude anti-material gun ready. Bang! A blue-ice serpent darted past, but Luo Heng, quick-witted, fired a shot, splitting the serpent in two as it writhed on the ice. The dwarves, strung together, had witnessed Luo Heng's fearsome prowess in the warehouse and, understandably, dared not resist. Though anxious, Luo Heng's mind grew increasingly calm. The surrounding storm had not intensified, indicating that its speed could not match that of their group. Chasing Wind, accelerate. Luo Heng thought of something and called out. Ang! Ang! Chasing Wind, already impatient, moved across the ice. Though the dwarves numbered around 1,000, each dwarf weighed no more than 50 pounds, totaling around 50,000 pounds. While this sounded substantial, it equated to merely 20 tons. Akin to a large trailer, the ice naturally had low friction, and with the strong tailwind, Chasing Wind exerted minimal effort. The green glow emanated from Chasing Wind as he glanced at Luo Heng, who nodded in affirmation. Chasing Wind's expression indicated a desire for more magical cores. Ang! 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 Chasing Wind bellowed again. Luo Heng felt a jolt of determination and dashed forward. However, as Luo Heng's vision gradually sharpened, he exclaimed, Yes, He raised a fist. Chasing Wind's speed indeed surpassed that of the storm. Realizing that visibility remained unchanged, Luo Heng understood that if he accelerated, they might outpace the storm's movement, which astonishingly came to fruition. Chasing Wind. Luo Heng produced a green magical core and tossed it forward. Chasing Wind inhaled it eagerly and let out another triumphant roar on the ramparts of Campus City. The Dwarf King wore a grave expression. 5 townspeople had yet to return, and signs of magical beasts had already appeared on the frozen lake. Meanwhile, the distant lake was shrouded in the storm, with half the sky engulfed in profound darkness, resembling a colossal, rolling wall of ice and snow. "Your Majesty, the towns of Lushan and Beilu have entered the city," Roar said, panting as he climbed up from below the city wall. "South Corner Town may be doomed," Hassan remarked. "I wonder how Master Cheney is faring." The Dwarf King's face turned ashen. The storm had arrived too suddenly. "In just a few hours. Your Majesty, look, more people from 2 towns are approaching." Hassan pointed towards the military camp beyond the canyon. The Dwarf King exhaled a sigh of relief. The Dwarf Kingdom had a small population, and now 2 towns combined would bring at least several thousand people. "Your Majesty, can we close the city gates now?" Roar inquired. As the storm was nearly obscuring the lake, in mere moments, the storm would assail the city walls. "Let us wait a bit longer," the Dwarf King replied, his gaze fixed on the storm that had already covered the entire frozen lake, his heart sinking. "Your Majesty, it's south time to close." Hassan observed the dwarves nearing completion of their entrance. Yet, before he finished speaking, a nearby dwarf cried out, Your Majesty, there are people on the ice." Hearing this, the Dwarf King immediately dashed up to the lookout tower. Below, on the barely visible ice, a green shadow emerged. "Aang! Aang! Aang!" came the resounding calls. "It's Master Cheney." Upon recognizing the sound of the mountain goat's bleat, the Dwarf King instantly understood. Quick, let us go see." The Dwarf King caught a glimpse of a long line of figures and felt a jolt in his heart. A surge of battle energy enveloping him as he leapt from the city wall. Roar followed suit, and a pair of wings of light erupted from his back, allowing him to glide outward. "Master," the Dwarf King drew nearer, and upon seeing the dwarves being pulled by Chasing Wind, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Boom! Roar followed closely, launching a magical firework into the sky. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dwarf city gate, a group of dwarves carried bundles of timber meant for the military camp outside the city. Among them were several humans, slowly making their way through the crowded gates. Campus City boasted several gates, and with so many people entering, inspections were necessary. Exiting was less stringent. Enemy attack. A dwarf soldier below spotted a burst of red magical fireworks erupting over the lake and cried out, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The entrance to Campus City consisted of a series of gentle slopes. With dwarf soldiers stationed at each, the soldier at the bottom shouted in alarm, prompting the others to echo his warning. This was a signal. The few dwarves waiting to enter rushed in. And once inside, they found a wide passage. The massive metal gates at the tops of the slopes were pulled up, serving as a barricade. One city gate had been breached, but 2 more defenses lay behind it. Duck! 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 A squad of dwarf soldiers wielding crossbows charged out from their watch post, shouting commands to everyone. "Wrong move," Roar said awkwardly, glancing at the Dwarf King who was glaring at him after witnessing the red magical firework. "Who goes there?" A squad of armored dwarf knights surged from the military camp, their equipment of the highest quality. "Hoenn, it's me," the Dwarf King shouted back. In that fleeting moment, visibility had dwindled to less than 10 meters, accompanied by the raging wind. Luo Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Chasing Wind had finally halted. But the dwarves behind him were not so fortunate, colliding into one another. Chapter 90. Missing with the assistance of the dwarf knights, over 1,000 dwarves, nearly frozen, were brought into the military camp, where it quickly became overcrowded. Luo Heng also set down the Huiduo on his back. The creature was not yet dead, but it was close to it. Hoenn took Huiduo and departed. "We have encountered trouble, a band of robbers. Perhaps adventurers, numbering over 100. Luo Heng recounted the events in detail. "Damn those bastards." The Gnome King was furious upon hearing this. "I do not know how many people are in the town, nor if anyone has been left behind. I apologize," Luo Heng said to the Gnome King. No, Grand Magus, you have done well," the Gnome King replied. "Your Majesty, we must hurry into the city. It is unsafe outside, Roar interjected. Very well. Everyone into the city, the Gnome King commanded. Since all the townsfolk had arrived, there was no longer a need for a garrison in the military camp. The camp was originally manned to prevent any gnomes from arriving during the blizzard. But that threat had nearly vanished. Nonetheless, the camp was not abandoned, though it was sparsely populated. When the city gates were reopened, half an hour had elapsed. No one was allowed to leave. Outside, the cold wind howled like a tiger. Accompanied by the raging blizzard, Luo Heng also brought the Golden Eagle into Campus City. And of course, chasing wind was included as well. After a meal, Luo Heng returned to his dwelling, feeling a sense of unease. Mitsai, in the past, whenever Luo Heng was within a few hundred meters, Mitsai would rush out to greet him. What was the matter today? When Luo Heng opened the cave, his heart sank. There was no trace of fire or warmth within. Although the cave was not excessively cold, it was still in need of a hearth. Damn it! Luo Heng cursed inwardly. The entire cave was in disarray, with traces of blood on the ground. Whose it was? He could not tell. Luo Heng muttered another curse under his breath. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Luo Heng dashed into the palace. Grand Magus, what is the matter? Inside the palace, a meeting was underway, with a dozen gnome officials discussing various matters. The orc prisoners are missing, and my dwelling has been ransacked, Luo Heng stated. Upon hearing this, the Gnome King sprang to his feet, glancing at Roar, whose expression had also changed dramatically. The Gnome King, Roar, Hoenn, and Hassan stood at Luo Heng's residence, surveying the chaotic stone chamber and the bloodstains on the ground, their faces grim. Bastard, bastard, I will flay him alive, the Gnome King roared in fury. Grand Magus, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer, the Gnome King declared. His rage palpable, Luo Heng, a mere dwarf, had risked his life to rescue over 1,000 gnomes and had even eliminated a band of thieves. Huiduo had regained consciousness, but was still weak from prolonged poisoning. Yet, the loss of valuables in Campus City, particularly the orc prisoners, weighed heavily on the Gnome King, who understood the significance of capturing a swan like ORCDT that moment. Cain arrived, and upon hearing the situation, knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, Cain, you have 1 hour to find them, the Gnome King said, recognizing that the day's chaos warranted leniency. Yes, Your Majesty. Cain was drenched in cold sweat. The Grand Magus's residence had been compromised, and that was unacceptable. Cain departed, while Luo Heng's thoughts were clear. Your Majesty, we must detain all outsiders. Few are aware of the orc prisoners. The first place to inquire would be the tavern outside the city, where someone undoubtedly witnessed the incident. Although cloaked, it is impossible to avoid being seen. Roar, the Gnome King called out. Your Majesty, I will go personally, Roar said, immediately rising to leave, knowing that all patrons at the tavern would surely be apprehended. Additionally, the Blacksmiths Guild should be investigated. They have no enmity with me, Luo Heng continued. Your Majesty. Hoenn's face twisted in fury. Luo Heng had nearly carried Huiduo back himself, and given that Luo Heng had even drawn blood for Huiduo, the loss would be catastrophic for the Hoenn family if Huiduo survived. Rewards were certain. He had vanquished a band of thieves and saved a town. Even if the credit were to be divided, it would still be monumental. Go, the Gnome King commanded. And as for the guards here, Luo Heng added. Rondo, the Gnome King called loudly. Your Majesty, a voice emerged from the shadows. It is entrusted to you. No one must die, the Gnome King instructed. Understood. The voice from the shadows replied briefly before vanishing. After Cain rushed out, he returned to the city defense headquarters, where Roar soon arrived and commanded loudly. Inspection team, assemble. Yes. The guards outside immediately rushed out. Soon, hundreds of gnome soldiers in inspection attire gathered. Cain spoke. I need all individuals from the tavern outside the city on the evening of the 16th of winter. Bring them all in 40 minutes, and ensure no one dies. Yes. The soldiers of the inspection team were taken aback. They swiftly raced towards the city gate, the tavern owner and the tavern attendants, dragging gnomes from their homes and roughly taking them away. The city guard's inspection team stirred confusion among many, leaving them puzzled about the unfolding events. That a group from the Blacksmiths Guild was gathered in a tavern, intending to leave, but the blizzard had arrived. Boom! A synchronized sound of footsteps echoed as torches burst into the tavern. All who were inside beheld Hoenn, fully armed and radiating a murderous aura. Do not move, Those who do will be killed without mercy, Hohen commanded coldly. Sword in hand, seize them. An officer behind Hohen ordered Dada. The members of the blacksmiths' guild were roughly bound by the soldiers who stormed in. Those who dared resist were swiftly struck down. The tavern was nearly turned upside down, and the owner and attendants were also taken. The Gnome King and Luo Heng sat face to face in Luo Heng's cave, the latter troubled for Meat's eye. As for the orc prisoners, Luo Heng felt no concern. Your Majesty, only 2 gnome woodcutters have come by here, a voice from the shadows reported. Find them and extract information from everyone, the Gnome King said, his face pale upon hearing this. Yes, the voice from the shadows echoed the same word. 40 minutes passed, and Kane reviewed the list, noting 5 individuals missing. Campus City had strict regulations. All who entered or exited the city must present a badge. Find them. Kane's expression darkened. Roar began questioning the tavern owner and attendants, swiftly identifying 2 suspects. Thud. Hohen glared at the 2 human blacksmiths, their mouths stuffed with wooden sticks. They had been stripped bare, and Roar raised a wooden mallet, striking one blacksmith's hand with brutal force, rendering it a bloody pulp. Your Majesty, this is troublesome. This man belongs to the Thieves Guild, Hohen stated, bringing the 2 humans before the Gnome King. One was already mangled beyond recognition, while the other glared defiantly at those present. Luo Heng stood, and Hohen pointed to a tattoo on one of the men, a dagger, vividly detailed and stained with fresh blood. Is this the Thieves Guild? Luo Heng inquired. Indeed. Master Cheney, Hohen confirmed. Luo Heng took a deep breath. He had heard of the Thieves Guild, a group that valued gold over human life. Speak, where are they? Luo Heng demanded of the uninjured thief, even in death. I will not speak, the human thief retorted, displaying unexpected cleverness. Luo Heng smiled slyly. Very well. Let us see just how your bravery compares to that of an orc. The thief's eyes widened in fear at the mention of orcs. A dagger appeared in Luo Heng's hand, seemingly ordinary, its handle green and dusted with grime. Look closely. Luo Heng delicately traced the dagger against the already mangled body of the human thief, then made a slight cut. Oh, demon, demon! The thief who was cut cried out, his body deflating as if all life had been drained from him, leaving him a mere husk. Crack. Luo Heng lightly clapped his hand against the lifeless form, which had moments ago been a living being, now reduced to a pile of decaying dust. Without uttering a word, Luo Heng brought the dagger close to the thief's cheek. Chapter 91. Murder. Luo Heng was unfamiliar with Prince Hal. Yet he followed the Gnome King into the fray. Orc prisoners in this world represented one's own wealth. Although Luo Heng held no particular aspirations for the orc prisoners, he would not allow his possessions to be seized. Boom. The Gnome King stormed into a nearby dwelling. The guards at the cave entrance, seeing the Gnome King approaching, had yet to pay their respects when he unleashed a wave of battle aura, sending them flying. What is brother doing? A battle-ready gnome emerged from the cave, eyeing the Gnome King warily. Hal, you are a member of the Thieves Guild, are you not? The Gnome King demanded. Yes. Hal's face paled at this revelation, and he waved his hand. The orc prisoners were then brought forth, one of whom clutched Meat's eye tightly, obscuring her condition. Luo Heng asserted, release my people. Your people. These are orc prisoners. Hal began dismissively, but before he could finish, a thunderous crash resounded, and Hal found himself on the ground, unable to rise. Hal screamed in agony, realizing one of his legs was missing. Behind Hal, 2 human captors held an orc prisoner. Upon witnessing this scene, they immediately pressed a dagger against the orc's throat, the blade shimmering with a blue glow. Captain Horn, I kindly request that you summon someone from the Thieves Guild for me, said Luo Heng. He was well aware of the Thieves Guild, a congregation of unscrupulous individuals devoid of any moral compass, where money reigned supreme. Sodden had even remarked that members of the Thieves Guild could be found amongst the dwarves, engaging in human trafficking, assassination, and all manner of nefarious deeds, which fueled Sodden's deep-seated animosity towards the guild. Horn turned to issue a few commands, while Hal, eyeing his severed leg, bellowed in rage. You filthy half-breed, you're doomed. How dare you kill a member of the Thieves Guild? Luo Heng merely smirked. His heart was as cold as a stone, encased in ice. Had Hal not been so unreasonable, Luo Heng would not have resorted to violence. He was already aware of Hal's intentions, as every slave bore a slave mark, and Hal was clearly attempting to exploit this loophole. Spare me. Spare me. cried one of the Thieves Guild members who had witnessed Luo Heng's earlier act of murder. 11 humans bore the guild's insignia, alongside over 20 gnomes, most of whom were low-level warriors who had yet to cultivate any battle aura. Will you die by your own hand? Or shall I do the deed? Luo Heng inquired, observing the throngs pouring forth from Hal's residence, evidently a clandestine stronghold of the Thieves Guild. Ha! You little wretch, are you a god? You expect us to take our own lives? One human, brandishing the dagger against the orc, retorted, Your Majesty, may I take charge of these humans? Luo Heng respectfully addressed the Gnome King. Horn, hand the humans over to Master Cheney. The rest, kill. The Gnome King, equally incensed by the presence of the Thieves Guild, understood its implications that in the past, the Gnome Kingdom had needed certain secretive items, such as war ballistae or rare artifacts, and had lacked wealth. However, times had changed. Even their white iron metal products were now sufficient to enrich the Gnome Kingdom. Moreover, the Thieves Guild had now crossed the Gnome King's red line. Luo Heng had rendered great service to the Gnome Kingdom, and during his efforts to rescue gnomes, someone had audaciously targeted him, a blatant affront to the Gnome King. Indeed, Horn seethed with rage. Had it not been for Luo Heng, his most capable son would have perished. Thrust, thrust, thrust. Horn personally intervened, plunging his sword, imbued with potent battle aura, into the gnomes involved, requiring no trial. Hal trembled at the sight, while the Gnome King coldly declared, Master Cheney rescued over 1,000 souls from South Corner Town amidst the blizzard. You wretches dare to target him at this juncture. I shall ensure your souls are forever extinguished. Do not dare to hope for heaven or hell. Killing is but a trivial matter for me. I have been pursued by centaurs, werewolves, and bearmen from the northern fortress, even capturing an aerial priest. Slaying you is utterly effortless, Luo Heng remarked, dragging a human closer. The human glared at Luo Heng with hatred. Luo Heng gently traced the dagger across the thief's fingers. The human watched in horror as his arm withered and cracked, followed by his body in an instant. Luo Heng kicked the lifeless husk aside. I warned you. Self-destruction may very well be your finest fate, Luo Heng stated coldly, advancing towards another human. No, please, you are, the thief whimpered in terror. 1, 2, 3. Luo Heng's expression remained impassive, yet the observing Gnome King was compelled to retreat, overwhelmed by fear, as only a devil could wield such powers. You are a demon. Do you not fear the judgment of the Empire of Light? Hal stammered, trembling as he pointed at Luo Heng. You too are doomed. As a member of the Gnome royal family, how dare you act against your own people in their time of peril? In my eyes, those who betray their kind deserve death. Luo Heng retorted with a mocking laugh. Furthermore, this orc prisoner is my personal property and my pet. Should anything happen to my belongings, I assure you I will track down the assailants, a dwarf master craftsman capable of forging magical equipment. With ample wealth to gather sufficient intelligence, you had best pray that my pet and personal effects remain unscathed, or else. Luo Heng continued, slicing at the arm of a human thief who was paralyzed with fear. He keenly observed the 2 human thieves holding the orc prisoner, who trembled uncontrollably. In this world, it was believed that souls ascended to heaven or descended to hell, yet regardless of the destination, they persisted. Only those devoid of souls faced true annihilation. Thus, each execution was typically carried out by fire, as it was said that flames could obliterate the soul, while Luo Heng's method was far more terrifying, signifying utter obliteration, both soul and body extinguished. Your Majesty, the magical airship from the Mage Guild has arrived, along with priests from the Empire of Light, and our gnome soldiers from the northern fortress. Returning in glory, Cain exclaimed loudly, urgency in his voice. Ha ha, you demon, you shall face judgment. I will expose you to the Church of Light as a demon. Hal shouted defiantly. Chapter 92, He is a Demon. Upon hearing this, Luo Heng could not suppress a cold laugh, while the Gnome King grew anxious and hastily departed. Horn approached Luo Heng and inquired softly, Master? It is nothing. Let the emissary from the Church of Light come, Luo Heng replied. Uncertainty gnawing at him, he was baffled by the transformation of the dagger, yet he felt no fear. Furthermore, the Church of Light could not judge dwarves, as they did not adhere to its faith. Dwarves worshipped a variety of deities, including the god of forging, the god of mountains, and others pertaining to mining. Nonetheless, the Church of Light wielded the most extensive power. For instance, if gnome warriors achieved notable merit within the Church of Light, it would greatly benefit the entire Gnome Kingdom. The The Church of Light was also the wealthiest on the continent. It was rumored that the guardians of its temples numbered in the tens of thousands. Formidable warriors capable of wielding divine magic. Some gnomes worshipped the god of light, as they previously lacked any prominent professions, and the Church of Light supported weaker kingdoms that in this world. It was rare to hear praise for the Church of Light from Sodden. As its knights were known for their integrity, bravery, and compassion, the Gnome King hastened to the summit of the cliff, where a fortress stood, and a massive magical airship lay anchored within. Your Majesty, the gnome had only dispatched 200 gnome warriors to the northern fortress, which had since been blanketed in snow. Thus, a grand celebration was held at the fortress, attended by emperors from the major human empires, dukes from countless principalities, members of the Mage Guild, the Dwarf King, and the Elven Queen. However, the Gnome Kingdom was snowbound, and their contribution was merely supplementary, as these gnome warriors had not engaged in combat. Of course, this was also reflective of the fact that the vast army at the fortress had not participated in any significant battles. With only a small contingent involved, therefore, the gnome warriors were honored with the title of honorary knights. Your Majesty, this is Sir Gammon, the captain of the Thorn Crown Knights from the Church of Light. He is a knight of the sea, the gnome general introduced. Your Majesty, may the god of light be with you, Gammon said, performing a knightly salute. May the light be with you, the gnome king reciprocated. Your Majesty, how fares Campus City? Inquired a middle-aged mage, seemingly familiar with the gnome king. As he nodded slightly. Thank you, Lord Hardiman, for your concern. Before the blizzard struck, most outsiders had already entered the city. The gnome king replied at this moment. Horn approached, whispering something to the gnome king, who appeared taken aback. Sir Gammon, do you happen to know a dwarf named Cheney? The gnome king decided to inquire. Cheney, a dwarf? I do not know him, Gammon replied after a moment's thought, shaking his head. But Cheney possesses a 4-star Silver Star War General insignia. Having traversed the mountains from the northern fortress to Campus City, Horn pressed eagerly. There are many 4-star Silver Star War Generals. Gammon shook his head, noting the countless military honors bestowed amidst the conflict with the orcs. Hardiman abruptly interjected. Are you certain the one who crossed the mountains is named Cheney? Indeed, he is also a master craftsman, the gnome king stated. Good heavens, could it possibly be him? Hardiman exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Gammon paused, his expression darkening. That is impossible. He survived the pursuit of orc priests and centaurs. Yes, he even captured an avian priest, Roar added. Where? Hardiman nearly went frantic. What had Luo Hung done within the fortress to cause its very foundation to collapse? The Mage Guild's hundreds of mages had employed every means at their disposal, yet had found no trace of the intense magical fluctuations, truly miraculous. Just over there, though there was a bit of trouble, the Gnome King sighed with relief upon witnessing the scene. Gammon's countenance darkened further. The rats of the Thieves' Guild deserved to die. The Dwarf King led the way, and within a matter of minutes, Germain and Hardman beheld a knight clad in the ornate armor of the High Order of the Holy Light, accompanied by several knightly attendants. By the grace of the God of Light, I, Harold, must report that this dwarf is a demon. Harold shouted, his severed leg having already ceased bleeding. Hardman observed as the orc was held captive by 2 human thieves, then glanced at Luo Hong and began to chant, mental shock. With a flourish of his staff, the air shimmered around him. Puffed. The eyes of the 2 human thieves who had captured the orc priest exploded in an instant. Germain let out a furious roar. Holy strike. He charged towards Harold, where a dozen thieves awaited. The sword in Germain's hands unleashed waves of sword energy. Those thieves, mere mid-tier rogues, stood no chance in a head-on confrontation against a knight's assault. Arcane missiles. Hardman waved his staff once more, sending forth a barrage of magical projectiles that soared into the air. No. Harold was nearly dumbfounded. How could this be? He was the vice president of the Thieves' Guild, and his subordinates had been slaughtered in an instant. What are you doing? That dwarf is the true demon. Harold's eyes bulged with disbelief. Indeed, he is a demon, the embodiment of evil in the eyes of those orcs. You filthy sewer rats should be cast upon the pyre, Germain replied coldly. The Dwarf King and Cain stood aghast, witnessing the captain of the Thorn Crown Knights of the Holy Light Church charge forth without a moment's hesitation, and the mage unleashing arcane missiles. A spell of considerable power, Lord Hardman. It has been quite some time, Luo Heng remarked, recognizing the mage whom Sodden had privately introduced him to. Lord Cheney, by the grace of the god of magic. We all believed you perished. Our mage guild arrived too late. After 2 days of searching without success and suffering attacks from centaur archers and orc priests, we were compelled to abandon the search for you, Hardman explained. All is past now, Luo Heng reflected. Understanding that it was indeed challenging for a mage to locate him within the depths of the forest. General, Germain knelt before Luo Heng in a gesture of respect. The dwarf king was taken aback, as was Luo Heng himself, when Hardman announced, Lord Cheney, you have been ennobled by the Pope of the Holy Light Church and designated as a chosen knight. Luo Heng was momentarily dumbstruck. National Master. Come, seer, Horn exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Heng turned to see the orc captive collapsed on the ground, and a large wound on Midwa's body prompted him to rush over. My lord, allow me, Germain said, instantly joining him. After all, being a chosen knight was the highest honor among all knights of the Holy Light Church, and Germain bore no resentment. Lord Cheney, it is advisable to use magical healing potions on this orc priest, rather than divine spells, Hardman cautioned, his gaze narrowing. Chapter 93, Cat Dragon, Part 1. No one is more skilled at saving lives than the priests of our Holy Light Temple, Germain remarked, glancing back at Hardman. Luo Heng approached the orc captive. Noticing something peculiar about its condition, he turned to Harold, who burst into laughter upon meeting Luo Heng's gaze. This orc slave has been bound by a slave contract. Haha, is that so? And what of the slave contract? If the master dies, the contract is voided, Hardman retorted. No need for that. Simply purify his soul, Germain said coldly, for Luo Heng was now a chosen knight of the temple, aligned with the Holy Light Church, and few dared oppose it openly. Why? You just called him a demon, Harold stammered, already terrified. Purification. Germain sneered at Harold, and a beam of white light descended upon him. Harold opened his mouth, appearing to suffer immensely as the light engulfed him. Like a candle, he was consumed, his essence being extracted and incinerated by the radiant glow. In the blink of an eye, Harold collapsed, lifeless, as the dwarf king shook his head and gestured for the body to be dealt with. Hardman produced an exquisite scroll, preparing to cast a spell. Meanwhile, the orc captive was slowly regaining consciousness. Luo Heng observed that the orc had been tightly clutching Midwa, who had already been treated with a magical potion by Horn. While the cat-headed creature nearby had also sustained injuries, the ordeal seemed to have concluded, leaving the dwarf king both curious and astonished. How could a dwarf, one without any combat energy, become a chosen knight? It's all right now. Lord Cheney, you have triumphed over the pursuit of the god of war, and even captured a swan priest, Hardman praised. Indeed, during that time, I felt as though I were dancing with death, Luo Heng nodded. Not feigning humility, for in this world, such modesty was often mistaken for cunning and treachery. It was better to speak plainly. My lord, we must return to the temple promptly, Germain noted, understanding why the Holy Light Church had honored Luo Heng as a chosen knight. Everyone had presumed he was dead. What did accolades mean for a deceased individual? Merely hollow titles. Yet now that he lived, the situation grew complicated, especially since Luo Heng held a noble title. A chosen knight who was also a noble could not possibly lack a domain. A matter of great consequence. Let us wait until the blizzard passes. Lord Germain, I see you have priests with you. Please assist the dwarf kingdom in healing its people, Luo Heng suggested. Of course. My lord, Germain replied, his demeanor unfaltering. Such was the nature of the Holy Light Church. Their knightly selection was stringent, particularly regarding character, and their discipline was unmatched, with a robust code of conduct. These knights feared nothing in battle, even in the face of death. Among them, the priests required unwavering faith to wield greater divine power. Soon, Germain made the necessary arrangements, instructing Raoul to personally lead the escort. Lord Hardman, may I inquire as to the extent of Lord Cheney's contributions? The dwarf king asked. Luo Heng, exhausted from the battle at South Corner Town and the ensuing journey, had retreated to rest. Your Majesty, the obliteration of the orc army numbering in the tens of thousands can be attributed largely to Lord Cheney's efforts, Hardman stated. How is that possible? Is he a mage? The dwarf king queried, bewildered. Not quite. The orc high priest summoned the rock tyrant at the cost of his life, and the rock tyrant collapsed the mountains surrounding the northern fortress. Allowing the orcs to surge into the upper levels of the fortress, we were forced to retreat, and ultimately, Lord Cheney caused the fortress to collapse, though it was not through conventional magic. Our mage guild is currently investigating the phenomenon. Yet we have yet to uncover the cause, Hardman elaborated. Although he only provided a rough outline, the Dwarf King gaped in astonishment. Is that truly possible? The Northern Fortress? Your Majesty, do not speak of this. The Holy Light Church may find itself in trouble. We all believed Lord Cheney was dead. Thus, Hardman warned. Of course. It is troubling, Lord Hardman. What of National Master Cheney? The Dwarf King inquired. The accolades have already been distributed and cannot be reclaimed. Commander Hermann has been bestowed the title of God of War, and the Dwarf Kingdom has received substantial rewards. However, the Dwarf King is likely to be angered, as I suspect the rewards have already been apportioned. Nonetheless, the Holy Light Church will certainly grant Lord Cheney a domain. And as for the chosen knight, I am certain discussions will be held with Lord Cheney regarding restitution. Hardman contemplated. And what of Hani now? The Dwarf King asked. She has become a mid-tier mage. Currently studying under the great Mage Monu how Lord Cheney unleashed an attack of comparable might to a forbidden spell, Hardman replied. That is good to hear, very good. The Dwarf King responded. Luo Hung felt a weight pressing on his chest. Accompanied by the sound of wind whooshing past his ears, when he opened his eyes, he found Midwa nestled against him, her head resting beside his ear as she snored softly. Midwa had grown significantly, and upon inspecting her wounds, he found them healed. Exiting the cave, Luo Hung discovered the orc captive had kindled a fire, and beside the flames lay some roasted meat, which the cat-headed creature eyed hungrily. Huh? Upon seeing Luo Hung stir, the orc captive brought forth a basin of water, leaving Luo Hung astonished. Lord Cheney, a voice called from outside. Hearing the commotion within, Lord Hardman. Luo Hung quickly washed his face and invited Hardman to sit. Lord Cheney. You are quite fortunate to have a swan maid, a treasure coveted by the nobility of the human world, Hardman remarked. Lord Hardman, please take a seat, Luo Hang replied, shaking his head in disagreement. Lord Hardman. I have a matter that requires your assistance, Luo Hung said, producing his knife. Hardman, having heard of the knife's significance, immediately donned protective gloves and accepted the dagger from Luo Hang's hand. Hardman scrutinized the object for a moment before shaking his head and remarking, My Lord Cheney, I must confess my lack of expertise in alchemy. However, it is undoubtedly a magical weapon. Based on its usage, it may very well be an instrument of malevolent magic. Thank you. Luo Hung nodded. May I inquire if you possess any knowledge regarding magical pets? He continued. Are you referring to this cat dragon? Hardman asked, glancing at the cat dragon cradled in the orc priest's arms. Is it a subdragon? Luo Hung responded, not entirely ignorant. Indeed, it is a type of subdragon beast, a hybrid of a flying magic tiger and a certain subdragon. This cat dragon is a high-tier magical beast, reaching maturity in approximately 80 years. However, Lord Cheney, you possess sufficient financial means to nurture it. Hardman stated without a hint of envy. He understood that magical pets are not simply better the higher their tier, they must be suitable for the owner. This cat dragon, classified as a subdragon beast, would require at least 2 million gold coins for its upkeep upon reaching adulthood, an expense that would bankrupt an ordinary individual. But why does this cat dragon, which I personally hatched, not recognize me and instead acknowledges her? Luo Hung queried further. Hardman shook his head in response. My Lord Cheney, in truth, when acquiring a beast egg, it is far more prudent to drip a few drops of your blood on it at the earliest opportunity. The orc priest possesses spells for summoning magical pets. Luo Hung nearly succumbed to exasperation, for Hardman's implication was unmistakable. The orc captive was likely up to no good. Hardman continued to shake his head, yet refrained from offering any further commentary on Luo Hang's private matters. Lord Hardman, may I ask how many gold coins are required for the rearing of this cat dragon? Luo Hung decided to inquire. At least 2 million gold coins. But initially, it would be best to feed it some magic cores to enhance its foundational strength. Once it matures, it will possess a certain level of combat capability, Hardman explained. Luo Hang's expression darkened at this revelation. Hardman continued. If this cat dragon's lineage is sufficiently robust, the costs could soar into the tens of millions. Alas, Luo Hung realized the gravity of the situation. A financial abyss lay before him. And what of this Midwa? Luo Hung queried again. It appears to be a mouse bear. Hardman examined Midwa closely and replied. A bear? Luo Hung asked. Puzzled. Yes, the smallest type of bear, categorized as a low-tier magical beast, typically kept as a pet for young girls, Hardman elaborated. Luo Hung was rendered speechless. However, gazing into Midwa's eyes, he felt an inexplicable warmth, and given the affection he had developed. He dismissed any misgivings. At least this creature did not represent another financial black hole. Lord Cheney, the Mage Guild would like to request that you demonstrate once more what you did at the fortress, Haidman proposed. Certainly. But how much gold will you offer? Luo Heng readily acquiesced. The thoughts of the cat dragon's exorbitant costs filled his mind. That, I cannot decide, but we can certainly discuss it in detail, Haidman replied, not finding anything peculiar about the request. Surely, the collapse of the fortress due to Flower and Abellos was not the whole story. There must be some hidden secret. Very well, but where shall we go next? Luo Heng inquired. Uncertain of their next destination. Perhaps we should return to the northern fortress, Haidman suggested. Luo Heng found himself at a loss for words. Haidman continued, the Mage Guild, the Dwarven King, and perhaps the Pope of the Light Empire may still be there. However, Lord Cheney, you might wish to forego any interactions with the chosen knights of the Light Church, as their leader may have perished in your stead. Very well, but shouldn't there be some form of compensation for me? Luo Heng queried. That is only fair. Your noble status will certainly not be overlooked. You may request a piece of territory. Any land sanctioned by the Light Temple on the continent is universally recognized, Haidman assured him. Agreed, Luo Heng nodded. He was still contemplating the armor he had obtained from the ruins, though he understood that certain matters must remain unspoken. Luo Heng was already calculating what assistance he could secure from the Mage Guild if he were to acquire a territory. However, prosperous lands are already claimed by others, and fertile territories often harbor conflicts. On the other hand, barren lands yield little produce. Lord Cheney, you must deliberate carefully on this matter, Haidman advised. Thank you, my lord, Luo Heng acknowledged. He understood that desirable locations would invariably attract strife, yet he would wait to assess the situation further. The blizzard had a profound impact, particularly as ice wolves and ice bears began to assault Campus City. Fortunately, Campus City was currently defended by an Ocean Knight from the Light Temple and a high-tier mage, significantly alleviating the pressure from the beast onslaught. The blizzard persisted for a full month, during which Luo Heng guided Hassan and others in creating longer-range crossbows and produced over 10,000 strings for heavy crossbows. He taught Hassan and Val how to manufacture ordinary crossbow strings, while the strings for the longer-range heavy crossbows required the use of a mana furnace and various alchemical devices. Seizing the opportunity, the Gnome King forged contracts with the Mage Guild and the Light Church, primarily concerning the production of various daily necessities made from white iron. The exquisite designs and gleaming utensils garnered considerable interest from Haidman and Gummin, who recognized the market potential for these goods, which, while aesthetically comparable to silverware, cost merely a fraction, less than 1/10 of the price, all while proving sturdy and durable. Utilizing his casting techniques, the Gnome King also produced shields and even crafted iron armor plates, stitching them onto leather armor to create a type of half armor that surprisingly offered better protection than full suits forged by the Blacksmith Guild. The Gnome King maintained strict confidentiality regarding the new smelting techniques, and the entire casting area was guarded by the royal guards of the Gnome Kingdom. The relevant personnel were closely monitored, with some heavy prisoners even employed for additional security that, of course, should these prisoners perish, it would matter little. National Master. This is a magic crystal card. It can be used anywhere within the Mage Guild and contains 200,000 gold coins. The Gnome King presented a golden magic crystal card. Your Majesty, I cannot accept this. If I were not a National Master, I would consider it. However, given my status, I must decline. Luo Heng refused. That it was not that he was disinterested. Rather, the Gnome Kingdom faced significant financial peril in the wake of the blizzard, which had devastated much and left behind scant resources. Your Majesty, I must take my leave. Of course, I will not refuse my share of the Gnome Merchant Association's profits, Luo Heng quickly added, sensing the Gnome King was about to speak again. The Gnome Merchant Association was a joint venture between the Dwarven Forging Association and the Gnome Kingdom, with profits split evenly. The internal pricing within the Gnome Kingdom was essentially at cost, and Luo Heng made unilateral decisions regarding sales but insisted that special markings be placed on goods sold within the Gnome Kingdom, as some gnomes were still prone to avarice. Gummin was equally elated, as the month of hard work had seen a significant increase in followers of the Light Temple within the Gnome Kingdom, and the Gnome Kingdom also permitted the establishment of a small temple. To Luo Heng, the magical airship was an inherently perilous contraption. The vessel featured a massive, oval-shaped balloon crafted from beast hide, adorned with various magical arrays. Haidman was at the helm of the magical airship. A product of the Mage Guild, beneath the enormous beast-hide balloon lay a rectangular cabin, approximately 30 meters long and 3 meters wide, devoid of seats. As everyone sat upon the floor, the magical airship did not fly particularly high. Perhaps only 200 meters, and Gummin remained ever vigilant throughout the journey. However, on this occasion, a gigantic golden eagle accompanied the magical airship. Gummin envied the magnificent creature, yet upon seeing Luo Heng's grim countenance, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that such a powerful mount had been bestowed upon a mere maid. Alas, Luo Heng gazed at the brilliant golden eagle basking in the sunlight, his heart heavy with regret. It was not that he did not wish for such a formidable mount. Rather, he had lacked a magical contract scroll at the time and believed it was unattainable. Only later did Haidman clarify that magical contracts were not infallible. A mount's loyalty relied on genuine connection. Chapter 95. The return. The magical airship's stability was quite poor, as the winds at low altitudes were strong, causing Luo Heng to sway unsteadily mid-air, while the orc captive succumbed to nausea. Luo Heng was taken aback. How could one who could fly also vomit? The magical airship was rather rudimentary, far from the grandeur one might envision. That it was equipped with magical ballistae at both the fore and aft. And even Gummin boarded the airship armed with a magical crossbow, with openings for shooting all around. Luo Heng observed the massive magical airship, understanding that its propulsion relied entirely on magical energy, which left him in awe. Yet, he also recognized that aerial travel in this world was not as simple as it seemed, given the presence of flying magical beasts. Even the Gnome Kingdom's Eagle Knights primarily focused on aerial defense and reconnaissance. It seems I must delve into the functions of these magical arrays, Luo Heng mused to himself. While the speed of travel was not swift, it followed a direct route. After 2 days and nights of flight, Luo Heng, feeling quite cold, was relieved to finally reach their destination. This was all thanks to your golden eagle. Lord Cheney, had we taken a detour, we might have wasted an additional 2 days. The cost of operating the magical airship for a day amounts to tens of thousands of gold coins, Haidman remarked. Tens of thousands of gold coins. Luo Heng was taken aback. Actually, it suffices to transport the soldiers of the Gnome Kingdom. The rest can be omitted, Haidman whispered. Luo Heng smiled broadly, knowing the magical airship landed in a city that served as the second line of defense behind the northern fortress. A critical stronghold on the continent. The terrain here is generally unsuitable for defense, with the city nestled against the mountains and a great river stretching before it. In this world, great rivers are perilous. Safety is only assured when the surface freezes in winter, which is precisely when the orcs choose to launch their assaults. Their winter offensives can simply target the northern stronghold, allowing them to circumvent this area altogether. Haduan City, as it has been newly named, is in honor of Commander Hermann, Hadman remarked. Our Ohang was accompanied by Hadman and German, though German lagged slightly behind while Hadman walked alongside Rohang, eliciting astonishment from the personnel below the castle. Cheney, a sorcerer, gasped in shock upon seeing Rohang. My lord, nodding. Is everything well? The magical airship belonged to the Sorcerers Guild, thus this grand castle serves as a branch of that organization. Yes. Yes. Nodding, a mid-level sorcerer whom Rohang had met at the northern stronghold, replied. Oh. Upon arriving at the base of the castle, numerous sorcerers were present, among them Danka, who was utterly astonished to see Rohang. Of all the individuals he had encountered, it was Danka who recognized him first. Danka, hello. To be honest, I deeply regret not purchasing more magical potions from you. I hope it's not too late now, Rohang expressed. It's not too late. It's not too late. Cheney, how did you survive? Danka was taken aback. He was well aware of Rohang's individual prowess and could hardly fathom how he had evaded the pursuit of the war god temple. Perhaps it was the favor of the goddess of fortune. I traversed the jungle and arrived at the Gnome Kingdom. Pardon me, I must first return to the Dwarven Trading Association, Rohang stated. All right. Danka understood that this was not the time for lengthy discussions. The Dwarven Trading Association, essentially the Dwarven Forging Guild, was located approximately 500 meters from the Sorcerers Guild. Upon seeing Rohang, 2 robust dwarven warriors stationed outside the trading association exhibited confusion. Yet the association was indeed open to customers. Sorden, as Rohang entered, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Ah, Cheney, is that you? Sorden, who was on duty at the trading association, turned around in disbelief upon hearing the voice. It is I, Rohang replied warmly. feeling a sense of familiarity as he stood among the towering figures of Hadman and German, each over 2.5 meters tall. The dwarfs, though somewhat stout, were of a comparable height, allowing Rohang to relate to them more readily. My goodness, my goodness. Sorden rushed over and embraced Rohang enthusiastically. Where's the teacher? Rohang inquired after the embrace. Teacher, Cheney has returned. He is alive. My goodness. Sorden dashed into the back of the trading association. Cheney, a dwarf wielding a forging hammer, emerged, his expression one of uncontainable joy upon seeing Rohang. Hadden, the entire dwarven trading association erupted in joyous exclamations, as the other unfamiliar dwarfs quickly understood who Cheney was and joined in the celebration. Teacher, Rohang spotted Sodden, who was still in his work attire. For a dwarf, a day without forging was akin to torment. Child, Sodden exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Sir Cheney, there is still your magical pet outside, Hadman reminded. Magical pet? Sodden queried, glancing at the cloaked orc captive. Teacher, could we find a spacious place? I have a magical pet still in the sky, Rohang replied. Follow me, Sodden responded promptly. Sir Hadman, please do not accompany us inside. Hadman was halted as they made their way to the back. Hadden, that is my servant, Rohang pointed to the orc captive. Thus, Hadman was permitted to proceed, and Sodden asked, Child, how did you survive? Perhaps it was the favor of the goddess of fortune. That servant is a swan priest, Rohang explained. Upon hearing this, Sodden turned around and lifted the orc captive's cloak, revealing his astonished expression. On the rooftop of the Dwarven Trading Association, there were indeed some flying magical beast mounts and dwarven guards present. Rohang nodded at the orc captive, and a cry echoed through the air as a golden eagle, several meters high, descended before Sodden. He was left speechless. The golden eagle is my captive. However, at the time, I was unable to sign a magical contract. Thus, Rohang gestured towards the orc captive. My goodness. A golden eagle, a high-tier magical beast, and it appears to be not fully mature yet, a dwarf dressed as a sorcerer exclaimed as he approached. Chunli, this is our Dwarven Kingdom's court archmage, Master Quinn. Master Quinn, this is the Cheney I mentioned, Sodden introduced. Master Quinn, Rohang immediately bowed in respect. Ah, I cannot believe you survived. Cheney, it seems you have indeed caught the attention of the goddess of fortune, Master Quinn remarked. Rohang shook his head, uncertain of what to say. On this continent, there existed two distinct magical systems, one rooted in energy and the other in divine magic, which were fundamentally opposed to each other. Sorcerers were atheists, while those of the divine magic system were staunch guardians of the temples. Though Quinn could jest, Rohang knew it best to remain cautious and refrain from provoking conflict. Chunli, who is Cheney? A commanding voice boomed, followed by a figure descending from the heavens. Chapter 96. Some troubles, Your Majesty. Sodden bowed upon recognizing the newcomer. Your Majesty. Rohang sensed the significance of the visitor. Only top-tier warriors could soar through the air using battle energy. Chunli, it is good to have you back, truly a testament to our dwarven race's war god. The dwarven king exclaimed upon seeing Rohang, instantly realizing that he was unlike the other dwarves. Go. Send word. I wish to host a feast to welcome our hero's return. Cheney, come, tell me of your perilous journey. In my youth, I also ventured forth, though age has since robbed me of such opportunities, the dwarven king declared. Hearing these words, Rohang felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Sodden and the others followed closely, well aware of why the dwarven king expressed such warmth towards Rohang. It was due to his merits and renown, although Sodden attributed most of the credit to Hermann. The stronghold had thousands who knew the circumstances, and Hermann had not attained his accolades without merit. It was merely a matter of phrasing, had the dwarves not received their due rewards. Hermann would have been viewed as a coward rather than a commander of valor. After the dwarven king arrived, news of the spoils from the orcs and other treasures, particularly the bounties on the heads of tens of thousands of orcs, quickly reached him. The total amounted to several million gold coins, as the bounties on the prominent chieftains were not insignificant. The humans, unable to provide such an abundance of gold, could only offer various exchanges. The dwarven king hurried over to ensure Rohang's dwarven identity was unblemished. Who knew what treacherous humans might question Rohang's legitimacy? If Rohang were to deny his identity, it would leave the dwarven king with nothing but empty joy. Rohang, unaware of these matters, was oblivious to the intricacies of post-battle profit distribution. Meanwhile, in Haduan City, Some individuals learned of Rohang's return. Some were disheartened, such as the clergy from the Church of Light, while others were elated, like those from the Sorcerers' Guild, who remained perplexed by how such a fortified stronghold could suddenly collapse. The Dwarven King hosting a banquet meant it would be exclusive to the Dwarven race. Seated with the Dwarven King were Rohang, Sodden, the Gnome King, and Master Quinn. Cheney, this is the president of the Dwarven Trading Association and the kingdom's treasurer, Harry, the Gnome King, introduced. Lord Harry. Rohang raised his cup in greeting. Cheney. Harry reciprocated the gesture. This is the captain of the Royal Knights. Doro. The Gnome King introduced once more. Lord Doro. Rohang greeted again. The rest did not accompany me. Cheney. Come, let us toast to your return, the Gnome King proclaimed, lifting his cup. Our Ohang was not naive. He knew the Gnome King's banquet was not merely for drinking. Cheney. Please recount your thrilling adventures, Sodden prompted. Teacher, I was pursued by the guards of the War God Temple. Rohang began to narrate, omitting mention of the crude weaponry and instead discussing the revolver. As they drank, the Gnome King and others listened in astonishment to Rohang's tale of how the centaurs, despite their precise archery skills, struggled in mountainous terrain, while the large-bodied werewolf cavalry were hindered in steep hills, compromising their combat effectiveness. They were captivated by his accounts of defeating 5 flying priests and capturing one, as well as inadvertently entering a slave-catching group and being pursued. Cheney, might we see this revolver weapon you speak of? The Gnome King inquired. Your Majesty. Certainly, but this weapon possesses great power and should not be disclosed lightly, Rohang stated as he produced the revolver. Midwa, who had been drinking, was already intoxicated. The Gnome King examined the revolver and asked, Is this forged? Yes, Your Majesty, Rohang confirmed with a nod. Impressive, impressive. The materials are indeed commendable, but how does one use it? The Gnome King inquired, scrutinizing the iron contraption in his hands. Utilizing bullets crafted entirely from copper. These projectiles can penetrate standard iron armor at a distance of 300 yards, and within 50 yards, even a battle aura shield can be breached, though this necessitates specially enchanted bullets. Luo Hong retrieved a standard bullet. TSK. Upon observing the bullet, entirely fashioned from brass, the Gnome King expressed his astonishment. Such weaponry is destined for limited deployment, as it would be a sheer waste of resources. Bang! Under Luo Heng's guidance, the Gnome King grasped the revolver and fired, striking a dwarven forged iron shield situated 30 meters away, 3 shields, to be precise. Your Majesty, Dolo exclaimed, as 2 shields were directly perforated, with the third one already compromised. Cheney, is the manufacturing process of these bullets complex? The Gnome King inquired. Relatively intricate. They incorporate magic crystal powder along with various other mineral powders. A new development of mine for artillery, Luo Hong responded. And the price for a single bullet? Dolo asked. Approximately 5 gold coins, Luo Hong replied. While 5 gold coins is somewhat inflated, it remains reasonable, for the magic crystal powder currently appears inexpensive. However, once bullets are produced on a large scale, the cost of materials will skyrocket. A sack of magic crystal powder fetches 100 gold coins, containing merely around 50 grams, and prices vary based on granularity, purity, and quality. Upon hearing this, the Gnome King and his companions lost interest in further research. 5 gold coins would only suffice for a select few warriors, making it impractical to equip an entire army, especially as failing to arm one faction while supplying another would only exacerbate tensions. Is this considered alchemy? Sodden, well aware of Luo Heng's acquisition of alchemical equipment, asked. It's regarded as the most rudimentary form of alchemical gear, Luo Heng mused. Uncertain but leaning towards the affirmative, the Gnome King and his companions continued to drink, while Luo Heng could only sip cautiously. Despite the low alcohol content of this ale, his stomach was not particularly large. Cheney, your return has brought about certain complications, the Gnome King remarked. Luo Heng, perplexed, queried. Your Majesty, please feel free to share any troubles you may have. Cheney, as you are aware, the accolades from the Northern Fortress largely belong to you. According to our calculations, the gold coins you should rightfully receive amount to over 7 million. However, as you know, humanity cannot produce such a sum. Consequently, our Gnome Kingdom has entered negotiations with humanity, signing several agreements primarily concerning military procurement. In the future, various empires and kingdoms will annually purchase a batch of equipment from us as compensation. The remaining gold coins have already been distributed. This year, our gnome kingdom also suffered from heavy snowfall, leading to the majority of the remaining coins being allocated. We had even intended to erect a statue of you in our kingdom. We assumed you would not return, and the gold entered our treasury. Now that you have returned, we need to recalculate your achievements. Yet the gold has already been utilized, and we cannot compel those gnome warriors to return it, nor can humanity afford to pay millions in gold, the Gnome King explained. So, what is your majesty implying? Luo Hong inquired. Chapter 97. The bounty has vanished. Well, I am uncertain how to proceed. We seek your counsel. Rest assured that the title of war god will not be revoked by our kingdom, the Gnome King stated. Hearing this, Luo Heng felt equally at a loss. It was evident that the Gnome King had no intention of producing gold, nor did he wish to renegotiate the contract with humanity. Luo Heng felt discontented and said, I wonder if your majesty has any sound suggestions? There is indeed a potential solution. We have captured a considerable number of orc prisoners, who are quite sought after on the continent. The kingdom has decided to use this batch of orc captives as compensation. What do you think? The Gnome King proposed. Upon hearing this, Luo Heng glanced at Sodden and then at the other dwarves, asking, what kind of individuals are these orc captives? They are primarily orc females, quite easy to trade. We had initially intended to sell them, but now that you have returned, they will be entrusted to you, the Gnome King replied. Luo Hong felt somewhat reluctant, and Sodden interjected. Cheney, why not first assess the territory granted to you by the Church of Light? If it is too barren or remote, you may find that orcs outnumber other races in your domain. Very well, Luo Hong acknowledged, reluctant to relinquish the notion of possessing his own land. Being of Huaxia heritage, he harbored an intrinsic attachment to land, even if it were merely wasteland. But is this territory permanent? Luo Hong inquired. It can be permanent. As long as you do not sell it, no one will dare to seize it. However, the paladins of the Church of Light will certainly rescind their oversight. I suggest you request the revocation yourself, Sodden advised. What justification would I have? Luo Hong, unfamiliar with such matters, asked. Orc captives, followers of the Church of Light, are forbidden from intermarrying with outsiders. Thus you may treat the orc captives as your consorts, Sodden said, a smirk that made Luo Heng feel somewhat uneasy accompanying his words. Let us see first and discuss later. Luo Heng decided to wait and see what benefits the Pope might bestow upon him. Indeed. Let us refrain from broaching this matter for now. We shall allow the Church of Light to initiate the discussion. Additionally, we have registered your artillery with the Magicians' Guild, and the human servants allocated to you from the Northern Fortress will also be provided, the Gnome King stated. Still, let it be counted as a kingdom asset. I have little personal use for it, nor do I for the artillery. Your Majesty, I have entered into a cooperative agreement with the Gnome Kingdom without prior consent, Luo Hong said. Producing the agreement he had signed with the Gnome Kingdom, which was ostensibly on behalf of the Forging Association, Luo Hong had plenty of strategic insights, and meddling in trade of such vital resources was not particularly prudent. He considered the future carefully, as the Gnome Kingdom served as his support. Without it, he felt somewhat vulnerable in this world. Does this furnace truly produce white iron? Sodden inquired after reviewing the agreement. Indeed. It rivals silverware in quality while being significantly more affordable, Luo Hong confirmed. Excellent, excellent. The Gnome King, upon hearing this, scrutinized the agreement with great delight. After reaching a mutual understanding, Luo Hong departed once the drinks were finished. Your Majesty, are we perhaps overstepping? Sodden remarked as he watched Luo Hong leave. Sodden, you are aware of our gnome clan's circumstances. Externally, it may appear that we profit immensely from forging, but we must purchase essentials such as food, alcohol, and sugar, along with caring for numerous civilians who cannot be employed in forging, and the ore supply. Sometimes, after years of toil, we find ourselves with scarcely any ore, yet we still need to eat and drink. The grain trade agreement we have just signed is to prevent human merchants from hiking prices, the Gnome King responded. Sodden, upon hearing this, cursed human merchants. Luo Heng remained uncertain of the current state of the Gnome Kingdom. Yet upon reflecting on the Gnome King's proposal, he found little room for negotiation. The behavior of the orc captives increasingly resembled that of maids, attending to Luo Heng with tea and laundry, were it not for their disdainful demeanor. He might have mistaken them for his own servants. The reasons behind this situation eluded Luo Heng. Umiduo still slept beside him at night, the little creature remaining despondent after a recent trauma. The following morning, Luo Heng arose early, his biological clock remaining unchanged, though his nerves had relaxed. "Good morning, Lord Cheney." As soon as he stepped out of his room, Germain arrived, escorted by a dwarf. "Good morning, Knight Germain," Luo Heng greeted. In this world, names with man, Qi, and N were plentiful. "Lord Cheney, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you privately," Germain stated. Nodding, Luo Heng led Germain to the rooftop of the Dwarven Merchant Association, where they found themselves alone. The distant silhouettes of patrolling soldiers visible on the city walls. The architecture featured sharply pointed rooftops, with towering iron and wood structures exceeding 10 meters in height. From above, the city resembled a hedgehog, a defensive measure against potential beast attacks. "Lord Cheney, the Pope has requested that I communicate with you privately. Our church is willing to confer upon you the title of Temple Guardian, along with a badge, though it carries no actual duties," Germain whispered. Luo Heng nodded, withholding further inquiry. Germain had anticipated Luo Heng would question him, but upon seeing his silence, continued. "As compensation, the noble title conferred by our church will remain unchanged. You will still be a marquis, and we will grant you actual territory." Upon hearing this, Luo Heng asked, "Is the territory permanent?" "There are permanent territories available, but most are hereditary lands within various empires. It depends on your preferences," Germain replied. Sensing Luo Heng's expectations, "May I see the specifics regarding the territory?" Luo Heng inquired. "Here, this document outlines the permanent territory. It differs from hereditary lands, which come with various stipulations, such as minimum population requirements and tax obligations. Additionally, only one descendant may inherit the title, and if there are no military achievements for 3 generations, the title may be reduced," Germain elaborated. "And what about slaves?" Luo Heng asked. "Your Excellency, the vassals can only be regarded as free subjects, if mismanaged. They may seek refuge in other territories," Germain elucidated. Luo Heng felt an overwhelming pressure. Not only must he meet the minimum number of vassals, but this also implied the necessity of maintaining a population increase. A decline in population would result in penalties, and a reduction in the number of vassals would lead to a decrease in nobility rank. Should it diminish excessively, the noble council might even revoke his title. However, the nobles conferred by the Holy See must be reported to our ecclesiastical authority, which will render a verdict," Germain continued. "What about permanent territories?" Luo Heng inquired, perusing the information. "Permanent territories are those abandoned by various empires, kingdoms, and duchies due to floods or other disasters, or areas unfit for habitation that if a lord so desires, they may establish a small nation without challenge. However, such places typically face threats from magical beasts, treacherous terrain, or extreme barrenness, rendering them scarcely habitable for ordinary folk," Germain explained. "Might I request your advice, Lord Germain?" Luo Heng asked while sifting through the materials, many of which contained unfamiliar characters. Chapter 98. A Gathering of Madmen, Lord Cheney. "The decision rests upon your own planning. As a blacksmith, you may choose any noble from any empire, but if you seek greater advancement, a permanent territory would be your best option. Yet, it carries substantial risks, historically. Over 300 have opted for permanent territories, yet only one remains today, and it may not endure for long," Germain stated. "Permanent territories require significant investment in roads, bridges, land reclamation, and the extermination of wild beasts, magical creatures, and monsters. Additionally, one must guard against human brigands and thieves, and hire sentinels, among other necessities," Germain elaborated. Luo Heng pondered this, deeming permanent territories too troublesome, and thus asked, "And what of hereditary lands?" "Hereditary lands do not require land reclamation, nor the construction of roads, and the incidence of encountering bandits is considerably lower, necessitating minimal investment, though taxes must be paid," Germain replied. Luo Heng, reviewing the documents, nodded and said, "Lord Germain, may I have a day to consider?" "That is acceptable, but it is best not to take too long," Germain acquiesced. After seeing Germain off, Luo Heng was met by Hardiman, who had been waiting, and he also spotted the great mage Manyu, whose expression was far from pleasant, appearing rather fatigued. "Cheney, the other mages from our guild have returned, and wish to witness firsthand how you caused the northern fortress to collapse," Hardiman remarked. "Very well, but I am currently deliberating on the choice of territory, and I will require the assistance of the Mage Guild," Luo Heng replied. "We can provide you with the information we possess, but hiring mages will be a matter for you to negotiate with them, Hardiman acknowledged. Luo Hang realized that Hardiman held a modicum of authority within the Mage Guild. Upon learning of Luo Hang's intention to conduct a live demonstration at the Mage Guild, the Dwarf King, along with Sadine and Quinn, made their way there. Having previously witnessed the grandeur of the Mage Guild, Luo Hang was taken aback to find that they had even prepared a model of the fortress. This method is rather simple, Luo Hang remarked. I merely require a room. Consequently, over 100 mages promptly directed the attendants of the Mage Guild to construct a room at the testing site using rice boards, complete with doors and windows. Luo Hang assessed the structure, finding it satisfactory, and proceeded to gather the prepared materials, which included some flour. The fine flour was dispersed throughout the room. Sadine utilized a blower to direct it inward, causing a bag of flour to be swept inside, followed by a generous quantity of highly flammable alcohol, 2 bottles of which were hurled in by Luo Hang. I require a mage. A mere spark will suffice. Simply toss it into the liquid, Luo Hang instructed. Hastily retreating, the other mages looked on in bewilderment. Could it truly be this simple? The great mage Manu conjured a small flame, which soared forth with a range of 30 yards. Boom! The moment the flame entered the room, a resounding explosion echoed, and the wooden structure shattered spectacularly. The assembled mages stood frozen in shock, while the mage's robe of Manu glimmered as shards of wood flew in all directions. How is this possible? The mages were incredulous. Flour could explode. Was there anything more unbelievable? Again, the mages, still in disbelief, clamored for another demonstration. Luo Hang grinned and replied, it need not exclusively be flour. Any sufficiently dry, finely powdered combustible material will do. What about carbon powder? The guild master inquired. Indeed. I refer to this phenomenon as a dust explosion. When combustible powders are confined within a relatively enclosed space and reach a certain ratio, they will explode upon contact with a flame, Luo Hang explained. The Mage Guild had conducted extensive research on various phenomena, from celestial events to terrestrial and aquatic realms, mountains, and flora. Moreover, the mages were highly educated individuals. It was said that a qualified mage must possess knowledge of astronomy, geography, biology, and mastery of mathematics, while those who concoct magical potions needed to understand the properties of various materials, which Luo Hang interpreted as akin to chemical properties. Allow me. A mage stepped forward, and a bag of flour was swept into the adjacent room by a gust of wind. Luo Hang was taken aback as the mage then gestured, unleashing a fireball. Boom! The stone-constructed house's doors and windows flew off, and the entire structure suddenly rose before crashing down in a cacophony of destruction. The surrounding mages looked on in utter astonishment. So simple, no wonder we could not find an answer despite our experiments, the guildmaster realized. The other mages were eager to test their skills. Though a glimmer of caution remained, the guildmaster and several mages approached the collapsed structure for a closer examination. I see now. The house's stability relied on its own weight and the interlocking of stones. The internal explosion propelled the stones upward, and when they fell, the differing forces of the explosion caused the stones to displace, leading to the collapse, the guild master elucidated. Indeed, we inquired of those who were last to evacuate. The 3rd and 4th levels of the fortress were filled with flour. Yet no one paid it any heed at the time. The abundance of supplies above prevented the orcs from evacuating promptly. Following the explosion, the lower levels collapsed, and the upper levels could not withstand the pressure, resulting in the entire fortress's demise, the vice president concurred. Listening to the discussions among the hundreds of mid to high-ranking mages, Luo Hang noted with alarm that 2 more rooms had suffered similar fates. Madness, Luo Hang muttered. Genuinely frightened, some mages had even used their mental powers to douse an entire room with alcohol, resulting in yet another explosion. Luo Hang felt compelled to exit the testing area, which was merely a courtyard behind the Mage Guild. Ouch! As he stepped outside, he collided with a figure and was sent sprawling to the ground. Hey, Shorty, have you completed your experiment? Was it a success? Or did you fail, prompting your hasty retreat? The gnome, a female mage, exclaimed, her azure magical aura surrounding her as her boots levitated off the ground, indicating she was using magic to travel. Who among us is short? Luo Hang groaned as he rose, his back aching. You shall not leave. You are clearly a fraud, the gnome mage declared, brandishing her wand, which radiated magical energy. Chapter 99. A lesson in humiliation. Luo Hang was infuriated. the gnome mage triumphantly, ensnaring him with her magic, dragging him along. Oh dear, the gnome mage, upon observing the chaos behind her, appeared perplexed. Hearing her student's voice, the great mage Manyu turned to look, then resumed her argument with another mage. Yet, sensing something amiss, Manyu glanced again. Oh dear, Master Cheney, what is this? Manyu waved her wand, dispelling the magic binding Luo Hung. Haha. Splendid, this is how your mage guild treats its guests. Luo Hung fumed, preparing to leave. Master Cheney, Master Cheney, Master Cheney, this is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. The guild master, realizing the situation only after Manyu had dispelled the spell, cast a dark glare at the gnome mage, a mere low-ranking sorceress. What is your name, and how did you gain entry? The guild master demanded, pointing at the gnome mage. Master, this is my student, Manyu began, glancing at the gnome mage, who appeared utterly bewildered. Nonsense. We are conducting a confidential experiment here. When did a low-ranking mage gain permission to participate? Shall we all bring our students along? The guild master bellowed in anger. The remaining sorcerers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the nature of these experiments varied according to their power, attributes, and confidentiality, thus influencing the participants involved. The insights shared by the Manyu sorcerer are indeed valid. What do you believe would be the repercussions should the information regarding this experiment be leaked? Spoke the vice president of the Sorcerers Guild. In any case, the walls of the garrison and the storage warehouses are at risk of being destroyed without anyone realizing it, added Luo Hong. Punctuating his point, the sorcerers grimaced at the thought that a few generations' worth of flour could obliterate a warehouse, while the Manyu sorcerer appeared quite embarrassed. You, step outside, commanded the president of the Sorcerers Guild. Glaring at the gnome sorceress. Someone, have that female sorceress sign a confidentiality magical contract, he bellowed. Understood, replied a guard, who was inwardly cursing, having just been engaged in a covert study of dust explosions, although he had seen Luo Hang depart. He had thought little of it. The moment the gnome sorceress burst in, however, he knew they were in trouble. Master Cheney, the president of the Sorcerers Guild, called out. I demand mental compensation. I require 4 sorcerers of intermediate rank or above to serve my domain for 3 years. Of course, I shall provide remuneration, Luo Hung stated. Having come to a direct understanding of the sorcerers that in that fleeting moment, he was utterly incapable of responding, having been knocked out by the gnome sorceress. His mental faculties firmly suppressed, rendering his spatial ring useless. Agreed, nodded the president of the Sorcerers Guild. Manyu sorcerer, you shall fulfill Master Cheney's request. Otherwise, points will be deducted. The president continued, emphasizing the fact that despite the large number of sorcerers within the guild, many were preoccupied with their own pursuits, researching personal interests, and would only take on escort duties in the absence of experimental funds. The Manyu sorcerer, upon hearing the 3-year term, looked visibly conflicted. While Luo Hung felt intimidated, he had no experience confronting sorcerers, and the mention of the Golden Eagle sorcerer, who had been taken out from a distance, only compounded his anxiety. Very well, the Manyu sorcerer conceded. Resigned to the fact that losing points in the Sorcerers Guild was significant, as accumulating points was no easy feat, Master Cheney. Regarding the dust explosion, would you prefer to sell it to us for gold coins, or exchange it for points? The president of the Sorcerers Guild speculated that the dust explosion was essentially an auxiliary magic, capable of rivaling forbidden spells when executed correctly. I would prefer to exchange it for points. Luo Hung understood that within every guild, points held intrinsic value surpassing that of gold coins. Otherwise, there would be no purpose for points. Very well, I shall grant you the status of an honorary advisor to the Sorcerers Guild, as you are not a sorcerer, yet your discoveries are of significant aid to us. Thus the advisory position is all I can offer, the president of the Sorcerers Guild articulated. Thank you, President, Luo Hung replied, uncertain of how to navigate his options, ultimately acquiescing. President, I have some materials I would like you to review, he said, taking out a stack of documents. You all should take a look as well. The president gestured. Territory information. The Gru Plain is not ideal, suffering from storm disasters for 3 out of 10 years. And the adjacent mountain ranges are controlled by 2 other noble families. The Red River Valley is entirely unsuitable for agriculture, especially with magical beasts present, while the mountain ridges are favorable for grazing, albeit plagued by marauding barbarians who would consume any livestock raised. The Golden Plains Windmill Town is viable, however, taxation is high, and there is a scarcity of slaves, with the empire also requiring the allocation of a constable. I merely desire a permanent territory, Luo Heng interjected. Upon hearing this, the sorcerers exchanged glances with the man-you-sorcerer, clearly recognizing that a permanent territory entails far more complications than other lands. Advisor Cheney, these are the options we deem most suitable. The Dusk Plain, which borders your dwarven kingdom on one side and the decayed swamp on the other, primarily inhabited by magical beasts. Nevertheless, the Dusk Plain boasts abundant water resources, making it ideal for cultivation, albeit requiring substantial initial investment. At least 3,000 warriors must be recruited, along with the construction of adequate fortifications, the president explained. This one is Pine Ridge, somewhat remote, yet it features a valley with hot springs. During the cave days, it is well suited for livestock to winter, though nearby mountain giants may raid your herds in winter. This area is close to the Black Forest, rich in resources, a haven for adventurers, though those adventurers are often referred to as bandits. Resulting in chaotic law enforcement, and the emergence of evil forces is frequent. This one is the Greenwave Valley, with mountains, highlands, lakes, and valleys, an excellent place for habitation, yet in autumn, orc raiders frequently traverse the mountains to pillage. Thank you, President. Luo Heng absorbed the wealth of information provided by the high-ranking sorcerers, gradually forming an understanding. This is nothing, Advisor Cheney. Should you have matters to attend to, you may depart now, though future inquiries will require point payments, the president stated. Understood, Luo Heng nodded, finally grasping the value of points. Exiting the Sorcerer's Guild, he found Sodden awaiting him outside. Upon spotting Luo Heng, Sodden exclaimed, "Come quickly, there's an urgent matter." Chapter 100, The Dwarven King's Proposal Upon Meeting the Dwarven King. Luo Heng was immediately asked, "Cheney, have you made your selection?" "Not yet," Luo Heng replied. "Cheney, we have just received word that the Rovana Duchy has been officially annihilated by the Hansen Empire," the Dwarven King informed him. The Rovana Duchy is merely 500 kilometers away, and every year, numerous supply caravans from the 5 great empires and other nations arrive here. You could spend a sum of money to acquire the Rovana Duchy outright, the Dwarven King suggested. "Your Majesty, I lack gold coins, and such a significant location would undoubtedly be rife with internal factions." Luo Heng acknowledged his limitations. He was not intimidated by orcs, magical beasts, or mountain giants, but the intricacies of internal power dynamics were beyond his control. "Cheney, despite the multitude of internal factions, following this battle, the nobility within the Rovana Duchy is likely decimated," Sodden chimed in. "Teacher, I am deeply passionate about forging. I do not wish for other matters to hinder my craft," Luo Heng firmly refused. Realizing that given the recent conquest of the duchy, being adjacent to a powerful empire would diminish the true voice of smaller neighboring nations, which were often caught in the crossfire of larger powers. He preferred to remain in a more secluded area, where interference would be minimal. The Dwarven King, hearing this, felt a sense of regret, recognizing the advantageous geographical position of the Rovana Duchy. "Cheney, perhaps reconsider, with the Light Empire and our Dwarven Kingdom." Even the Hansen Empire would not, the Dwarven King attempted to persuade him. Luo Heng interrupted, "Your Majesty, I have made my decision." The vast distance between emperors also applied to relations between nations, and Luo Heng was certain he would not become embroiled in such matters. Furthermore, the Dwarven King was calculating. Should Luo Heng follow his counsel, he would inevitably begin to view the Dwarven Kingdom as a support system. Deep down, Luo Heng did not consider himself a dwarf, and thus his sense of belonging to the Dwarven Kingdom was not particularly strong. "Very well, however, Cheney, regardless of your chosen location, ensure to sign a fair grain purchase agreement with the Church of Light. Our Dwarven Kingdom incurs significant annual expenses for grain, alcohol, and other necessities," the Dwarven King advised. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Luo Heng committed this advice to memory. In this world, food was paramount. In any era, tangible goods were far more reliable for a nation than currency. As among these goods, none held greater strategic value than food. In any realm, food reigned supreme in terms of strategic significance. Even the most formidable special forces would falter without sustenance upon returning to his quarters. Luo Heng meticulously reviewed the particulars regarding permanent territories. The conditions were dismal, yet many noble territories were fraught with regulations, often subject to the influence of other empires or duchies, complicating any endeavors. Conversely, permanent territories required substantial investment, but Luo Heng was confident he could leverage certain resources to ensure the territory's prosperity. Knowledge was indeed power. Pine Ridge and Greenwave Valley. These two locations, Luo Heng concluded after careful consideration. He recognized the threat posed by orcs in the Greenwave Valley. If the Orc War God's temple were to learn of his presence there, it would likely lead to devastation. The primary danger in Greenwave Valley was the orcs, and Luo Heng was acutely aware of their deep-seated animosity towards him. What I remain uncertain about is the number of mountain giants. Are they part of a large tribe or a smaller one? Luo Heng was not particularly satisfied with Chingsong Ridge either. The mountain giants were a formidable race, while he was not afraid of small tribes. A large tribe would pose a significant threat. Should I issue a task to gather some information? Luo Heng pondered. However, it was already dark outside, so he had a meal and then took some rest. The next morning, Luo Heng rose early, had breakfast, and headed towards the Mage Guild. May I assist you in any way? A mage apprentice inquired upon noticing Luo Heng's entrance. I wish to acquire information regarding the mountain giants and the Daluo mountain range, Luo Heng replied. That will require 60 gold coins or 1 merit point. The apprentice quickly informed him after consulting some records. Luo Heng gasped at the exorbitant price. 60 gold coins felt like daylight robbery. The apprentice continued. Moreover, this information must not be disclosed. Otherwise, severe penalties will be imposed. Very well. Luo Heng had little choice, realizing that such information might have cost certain individuals their lives. He refrained from further complaints. I can't read all these characters. Do you have any magic scrolls? After receiving 2 thick volumes of material, he belatedly realized many characters were unfamiliar to him. Humph. Fool. The gnome mage had already spotted Long, her teeth grinding in frustration. She had been punished by her teacher to transcribe these scrolls, which were merely copies of the guild's records, all painstakingly copied by hired hands. 35 gold coins, the apprentice stated matter-of-factly, as the income directly affected the apprentice's competence evaluation. Fine, Luo Heng conceded, surrendering the gold. The apprentice activated a memory scroll for him, and soon Luo Heng found himself able to recognize many more characters. I also require information on some badges and relics, Luo Heng mentioned, recalling some peculiar armors he had obtained. What type of badge do you seek, a noble badge or a sect badge? The apprentice inquired. Bring them all, Luo Heng replied. 2 volumes for 10 silver coins. The information on relic equipment requires 450 gold coins, the apprentice informed him. Damn, Luo Heng exclaimed, resigning himself to forego the search for relic equipment data, clearly an expensive endeavor. Sir, do you wish to know about magical beasts, magical herbs, or magical materials? We have the latest verified versions. Viewing 3 volumes costs only 100 gold coins, while purchasing them would be 700 gold coins. The apprentice began to promote. Fool, is it even necessary to read so much? The gnome mage interjected. What is that mage doing? Luo Heng asked, pointing at her. Sir, she is transcribing materials. If you wish to transcribe, you can let her handle it, the apprentice replied. These 3, and these 3 as well. Have those mages transcribe them for me. I will not pay if a single character is incorrect, Luo Heng specified, pointing to the thick volumes before him. Yes, sir. The transcription fee is 520 gold coins, which includes permanent ink and magically treated beast hide. The apprentice promptly responded. All right, Luo Heng said, producing a pouch of gold coins and handing them to the apprentice. Sir, here is your receipt. The apprentice eagerly retrieved it. The gnome mage, upon seeing the mountain of data on mountain giants, Daluo mountain range, and magical materials piling up before her, nearly lost her mind. Fool, for 50 gold coins. You could have consulted a mage for an hour and learned everything, she shouted in anger. I wish to file a complaint. Luo Heng stood up, pointing at the gnome mage. Chapter 101. Decision after the report. The mage in charge of the library felt quite discontented, while the management dealt with the gnome mage accordingly. Luo Heng left with a smile, having received free transcription of materials from the gnome mage. Though she had also offered him a warning, Luo Heng obtained his honorary advisor's magical badge, which contained hundreds of merit points, 500 of which were from dust explosion credits, while the remainder was from artillery credits. Sir Cheney, henceforth, every time someone queries information on dust explosions, you will receive a corresponding income of 50 merit points or gold coins. The same applies to artillery-related information. The mage who issued the badge explained. Thank you, sir, Luoheng nodded. Beginning to understand why some materials carried such exorbitant fees, he sought out a mage specializing in mountain giant research and another focused on the Daluo mountain range. Both mages provided a comprehensive analysis of the situation in Qingsong Ridge. They concluded that the likelihood of encountering large tribes of mountain giants there was low, as these giants preferred to inhabit higher altitudes, while the mountains of Qingsong Ridge were not particularly lofty. Luoheng also witnessed the might of the Mage Guild. Not only could they provide information related to Qingsong Ridge, but if Luoheng desired, the guild could also assign tasks for mages to conduct reconnaissance. And they could even formulate relevant development plans depending on the circumstances. However, the required gold would be a substantial sum. Nevertheless, Luoheng spent 100 gold coins to consult some specialized mages. Purchase giant slaves? The mages suggested regarding the mountain giants. Indeed. Sir, hiring a mid-level mage costs at least 10,000 gold coins per year, while acquiring a giant slave would also amount to around 10,000 gold coins. If you can forge your own equipment, you will save a considerable amount, and there is an added benefit. Non-human races do not count towards the population limit of a permanent territory, as long as you do not relinquish it, Mage Cage advised Luoheng. This is worth considering. But sir, what do you deem appropriate for Qingsong Ridge? Luoheng inquired. This requires detailed weather and geological data. If Sir Cheney is interested, I can devise a plan and estimate the costs, Cage replied. For now, let us postpone that. Luoheng shook his head, finding the mages to be excessively expensive. Conversations were charged by the hour, and even if a discussion lasted less than an hour, it would be billed as a full hour. Even a 5-second overage would result in 2 hours of fees. And creating a separate plan would incur an even higher price. Collecting data for the entire territory would likely demand tens of thousands of gold coins. Certainly, feel free to reach out to me in the future if needed, Cage said with a smile. As 100 gold coins for an hour was still quite reasonable, Luoheng left with a hefty stack of materials. The mages were not merely idle talkers, but provided him with relevant information. Knowledge is indeed wealth, Luoheng reflected. Gaining a new perspective on the Mage Guild. Within the guild, as long as one possessed sufficient knowledge, one would also possess ample wealth. Of course, acquiring detailed information about mountain giants undoubtedly came at a considerable cost. Luoheng then visited the Mercenary Guild, where he procured a mercenary badge and spent several hundred silver coins to gather various information. Over the next few days, German urged him twice, and Luoheng finally reached a decision as he consolidated the data he had acquired. All obtained through gold coins. Qingsong Ridge, constructing roads there will be quite a hassle, the Dwarven King remarked upon hearing Luoheng's chosen location. Your Majesty, I plan to build a road along the ridge to connect with River Valley Town, Luoheng explained. Holding out a map, this world's map was fairly detailed. Qingsong Ridge was near a town in the Tulip Kingdom, which boasted a trade route linking 2 major empires. Too bad it isn't closer to our Dwarven Kingdom. I could assist you later, said Sodden. Thank you. Master, I intend to purchase some orc and giant slaves. Luoheng disclosed his plans. How many do you intend to acquire? The Dwarven King inquired. Your Majesty, that is yet to be determined. Luoheng did not possess a significant amount of gold, but he had several magic cores. Additionally, Luoheng was confident in his own skills, believing he could effectively manage his territory. He had memorized the map. The Tulip Kingdom was not vast, but it was established along the Shajin River. With the plains largely occupied by the Tulip Kingdom, to the north lay the Daluo mountain range, while to the east stretched an endless forest, home to the Elven Empire. To the south of the Tulip Kingdom were the Radiant Empire and numerous affiliated kingdoms and duchies, making the Tulip Kingdom a vassal state of the Radiant Empire. To the west of the Tulip Kingdom lay a plateau, the homeland of the barbarians. The Dwarven Kingdom was situated quite far from Ling's territory, as it bordered the Elven Empire on one side and an affiliated nation of the Radiant Empire on the other, but it did not share a border with the Tulip Kingdom. The Shajin River once held gold mines that had long since been exhausted, though some adventurers still ventured there, hoping to uncover a new gold vein. The Dwarf King was not inclined to intervene excessively. He spoke, "You must prepare early. Although spring is still a few months away, it is imperative to arrange for the necessary supplies and various plans, such as the livestock required, the construction of houses, the hiring of guards, and the procurement of food, among other essentials." Yes, Your Majesty. The Qingsong Ridge had no indigenous inhabitants. It had once been the domain of certain nobles. However, following a violent snowstorm, the mountain giants descended, attacking the territory and decapitating the nobles, resulting in significant casualties that in the end, the descendants of these nobles were compelled to abandon their lands, forced to choose between death and surrender. When Gamin encountered Luo Hang once more, Luo Hang agreed to meet with the Pope of the Church of Light. "Cheney, your demands are excessive," Gamin remarked, shaking his head upon reviewing Luo Hang's requests. "Your Excellency, Gamin, these demands do not necessitate immediate action. For instance, the requirement to sell me grain at a fair price within 5 years may appear substantial, but when distributed across the territory and over the subsequent years, it is not as daunting," Luo Hang explained. "Establishing a territory devoid of resources is indeed challenging, yet the process remains unaffected by external factors." "Then let us proceed," Gamin replied, shaking his head and regarding the specifics. He intended no rebuttal, knowing he would have to address them again upon arrival. Chapter 102. A Predicament. Dwarf Cheney. "I pay my respects to your holiness the Pope." Luo Hang was uncertain if he had addressed correctly. Kneeling on one knee, "Sir Knight Cheney, please rise. May the light be with you." The Pope responded from his elevated seat, extending a hand to his chest. "Thank you, your holiness, that I humbly request the revocation of my title as the chosen knight. For I am a man of impure standing," Luo Hang stated, rising and bowing his head. The Pope nodded and declared, "In light of the transgressions committed by Sir Knight Cheney, the title of chosen knight Cheney Lo is hereby revoked and reduced to that of a temple guard." "Thank you, your holiness." The title of temple guard was merely nominal, akin to that of a soldier, though the Pope did not specify which temple, as the distinction would vary depending on the temple of the Church of Light. "In recognition of Sir Knight Cheney's merits against the orcs at the northern fortress, I bestow upon you the rank of Duke and grant you the permanent territory of Ching Song Ridge," the Pope announced. "Thank you, your holiness." Luo Hang received the scroll of his appointment from the Church of Light, which included a detailed map of the territory. As for the noble crest, it could be arranged and reported accordingly. Across the entire continent, there existed a council of noble elders. However, this council held little power, as only the noble councils of the respective empires wielded influence over their own aristocracy. After concluding his address, the Pope invited Luo Hang and many others from the northern fortress to a banquet. At the gathering, Luo Hang met several nobles, though many looked down upon him, as his land was perceived as a desolate wasteland of little value. The nobles engaged in discussions about horses and women. "Sir Cheney, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You may call me Mars. I am the president of the Mon Chamber of Commerce." During the banquet, a human noble dressed as a marquis approached Luo Hang. "Mr. Mars, it is a pleasure to meet you," Luo Hang replied, feeling uncomfortable amidst the towering figures of humans, most of whom stood around 2.5 meters tall. "Sir Cheney, your territory requires substantial funding, and I believe we might be able to collaborate," Mars proposed. "Business?" Luo Hang queried, unable to recall any items he intended to sell. "Indeed, I have heard you possess a swan priestess maid. I can offer a handsome sum," Mars began. Upon hearing this, Luo Hang understood the true nature of the Mon Chamber of Commerce. As Mars awaited his response, Luo Hang inquired, "What about the pricing?" "In auction, we take a 20% auction fee. I estimate it could reach 1,000,000 gold coins, as this is the first swan priestess," Mars explained. "1,000,000 gold coins seems rather insufficient," Luo Hang replied with a smile. "Oh, Sir Cheney, do you know how much food a single gold coin can purchase? How many slaves it can feed?" Mars appeared slightly displeased. "In fact, I believe you should not charge a service fee, but rather compensate me handsomely," Luo Hang remarked, somewhat bored. "What?" Mars asked, bewildered. "You mentioned this is the first swan priestess. With so many chambers of commerce, why would they choose your Mon chamber?" Luo Hang inquired with a playful tone. Mars was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Luo Hang. Was this truly a dwarf? He seemed more like a cunning old fox in the human world. "You may wish to consider my proposal," Luo Hang said with a cheerful lift of his cup. The surrounding nobles, who had initially intended to discuss the matter with Luo Hang, immediately fell silent, clearly realizing that this dwarf was not easily deceived. After the banquet concluded, Luo Hang had numerous matters to attend to. First and foremost were the human servants at the northern fortress. Over 30 of them were under his command, including 10 blacksmiths, 10 carpenters, and 10 masons, all of whom had been assigned to him during the artillery production. These individuals were formerly slaves, yet after their recent contributions, they had been granted amnesty, effectively placing them in an employment relationship with Luo Hang. Naturally, the Church of Light and the Council of Noble Elders would compensate him a portion of gold coins. However, among these 30 individuals, only 2 Masons were willing to follow Luo Hong. The rest declined. Purchasing slaves, hiring guards, repairing roads, and requiring carpenters, a multitude of tasks lay ahead. Luo Hong had initially anticipated that acquiring slaves would be straightforward. After all, who wouldn't want to profit? Yet the slave merchants were fixated on the orc captives in Luo Hang's possession. The captives, captured by Sodden and other dwarves, were all young female orcs, catfolk, rabbit folk, leopard folk, and tiger folk. Sodden had neglected to capture any aged male orcs, as they held little value that a total of over 400 captives had been handed over to Luo Hong by the Dwarven Kingdom, making his orc slaves the most valuable and sought-after spoils of war. Despite the potential worth of millions of gold coins, he found himself with hundreds of individuals instead. Fortunately, the Dwarven Kingdom had allocated a contingent of 100 Dwarven Knights to Luo Hong. Sighing, Luo Hang faced numerous obstacles. Although he had signed an agreement with the Church of Light for the fair purchase of grain, the merchants claimed winter made transportation difficult and demanded exorbitant shipping fees. First, I need to acquire a few stewards. Luo Hong gritted his teeth. He posted a task at the Mercenary Guild, offering a reward of 500 gold coins for 2 stewards. To his surprise, the task was promptly accepted, and that afternoon, he received the mercenaries at the Dwarven Chamber of Commerce. Sir Cheney, these are the 2 stewards you requested. This steward is the Royal Steward of Ravenna, aged 40, while this one was previously a steward of a duke who was imprisoned for corruption and treason, becoming a slave. The mercenary explained, introducing 2 middle-aged men. After reviewing their profiles, Luo Hong handed them over to the language mage, who examined the magical seals and nodded in approval. Here are 500 gold coins. Where are the slave contracts for these 2? Luo Hong inquired. Thank you, Your Excellency. The mercenary replied, visibly elated. Such stewards were seldom sought after, often worth no more than 50 gold coins. Despite their imposing stature, a true steward would typically be groomed from a young age, as noble households often had numerous stewards. Captain Kale, I have additional tasks. Would you be interested? Luo Hang asked upon seeing Captain Kale. What does Sir Cheney require? Kale inquired. I need some giant slaves. And price is not an issue, Luo Hong stated. Sir Cheney, you can directly purchase them from the merchants, Kale suggested, puzzled. Those unscrupulous merchants know I am in urgent need and are thus demanding exorbitant prices. As dwarves, you know how we feel about such merchants, Luo Hong replied vaguely. Sir Cheney, I can accept this task, but I do not require gold. I need some magical weapons, Kale proposed with a glint in his eye. Chapter 103. Coercion. Luo Hong shook his head and replied, I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to that. Kale shrugged. Then I am at a loss. Watching Kale depart, Luo Hong turned to the 2 stewards and asked, I have a question for you. How can one procure cheap grain? Sir, the human nations have an abundance of grain. Nearly every noble possesses substantial reserves. Even if they do not produce for 30 years, the nobles would not starve to acquire grain. One must offer what the nobles desire. Wood. The Royal Steward of Ravenna explained. The other steward, Gary, who bore no surname due to his status as a slave, added, Sir, I wish to understand the specific reasons. Luo Hong briefly outlined the situation, and after a moment of contemplation, Gary remarked, This is quite troublesome, as I suspect those nobles are also eyeing the spoils in your possession. May I inquire if you intend to sell those spoils? Not at this time, Luo Hong answered. Then, sir, you might consider procuring grain through the Mage Guild or the Church of Light, Gary suggested. What about your families? Luo Hong refrained from elaborating, as he did not wish to establish a close connection with the Mage Guild and the Church of Light. A cautionary note from Sodden, given his status as a dwarf. They have also become slaves, Gary exclaimed eagerly upon hearing this. I will provide you with gold coins. You shall purchase your family members back. However, should you defy my orders even once in the future, I will take the life of one of your kin, Luo Hong declared. Rest assured, sir, we will never disobey your commands, Wood replied, after inquiring about the necessary amount of gold. Luo Hong provided both men with the funds to make their purchases. The thought of them fleeing was unfathomable. Anyone who harbored another's slaves was essentially stealing. The enchanting mage was now Luo Hang's protector, and he had employed the mage along with 4 students for an annual fee of 100,000 gold coins, with each student receiving 30,000 coins each year for a mere 3-year term. Furthermore, Luo Heng was required to establish a laboratory for the mage within his territory that a mage as a protector could not be acquired simply by wealth, let alone a mage of renown. The gnome sorceress was also present, though not in this location, but rather at the Dwarven Merchant Guild's warehouse outside the city, where orc captives were held. "My lord, I wish to exchange some magic cores for a few slaves," Luo Heng pondered before asking. "Magic cores?" The enchanting mage looked at Luo Heng in surprise. Luo Heng produced a cloth bag containing over 40 magic cores, each carefully wrapped. The mage's astonishment grew as he beheld the valuable cores, some of which were exceedingly rare. "Where did you acquire these?" the mage inquired. Puzzled. "They were obtained from the lair of a cat dragon," Luo Heng shrugged. "Are you certain you wish to trade magic cores for slaves?" The mage's interest was piqued at the mention of the cat dragon, a rare magical beast that had yet to be thoroughly studied. However, researching such a creature required considerable time and effort, and without a master, certain aspects remained elusive. "My lord, magic cores are strategic resources. Your territory will require magical equipment in the future," the mage cautioned. "I shall trade, preferably for a few hill giant slaves." Luo Heng gritted his teeth. "Hill giant slaves? Are you certain? Those giants may retaliate against you upon witnessing their kin enslaved," the mage warned. "Let us proceed with the trade," Luo Heng replied. Shaking his head, he simply wished to avoid conflict with the giants, who towered at 5 meters tall. While he was confident in his defensive capabilities, mere defense would not resolve the issue, and passively enduring attacks was a troubling prospect. Luo Heng was preparing for proactive measures. "These magic cores are worth approximately 80,000 gold coins. Hill giant slaves are quite rare, but their price is not exorbitant, considering few desire to procure such formidable beings," the mage explained. "Let us then purchase some robust orc slaves," Luo Heng decided. He understood the market for slaves. The most expensive were beautiful women, followed by skilled laborers like carpenters and blacksmiths. Orc slaves commanded a decent price, often reaching several hundred gold coins, primarily sought after by nobles for display rather than utility. The arena, too, held little affection for orcs, as they could be deadly in their frenzy, leading to frequent changes in gladiators, which was a costly risk for the proprietor. After the mage departed, Luo Heng's greatest concern remained food, alongside the need for skilled artisans such as carpenters, blacksmiths, and masons, in addition to some herdsmen for grazing. "Perhaps we should sell some orc slaves?" Luo Heng contemplated, though he hesitated at the thought, knowing that once these orc female slaves were sold, their fate would be grim. A noble might tire of them and sell them to another, leading ultimately to their demise. "For now, let this suffice. If it becomes dire, we shall resort to hunting." Luo Heng deliberated for some time, feeling helpless as the nobles eyed his orc female slaves with avarice. Recently, the prices set by the merchant guilds had plummeted, indicating an underlying agreement among them. Lord Chen, a cloaked human, entered unannounced into the back courtyard of the Dwarven Merchant Guild where Luo Heng resided. Marshal Hermon. Upon recognizing the individual, Luo Heng immediately rose. "Lord Chen, I thank you for your efforts at the Northern Fortress. On behalf of my family, I present you with 100 breeding horses, 500 sheep, 100 cattle, and an additional 50,000 pounds of grain as a token of our gratitude. However, this provision must remain confidential," Hermon stated as he took a seat. Marshal Hermon. Luo Heng was taken aback by the unexpected generosity. 50,000 pounds of grain seemed substantial, yet once he departed, he would be responsible for the sustenance of over 1,000 individuals, each requiring 2 pounds of grain daily, amounting to 10,000 pounds within 5 days, merely a month's worth. "Additionally, I can sell you another 100,000 pounds of grain at a fair price," Hermon continued. This arrangement was something Hermon had fought hard to secure within his family. As a knight, he was acutely aware of Luo Heng's contributions during the war, although Luo Heng had already been rewarded. Hermon believed that he would not fall into decline due to the jealousy of other nobles. The tasks Luo Heng undertook at the Northern Fortress, which seemed laughable to some, ultimately culminated in success. "I am deeply grateful, Marshal," Luo Heng expressed his appreciation. "Lord Chen, you must prepare yourself. It is likely that those nobles will insist you return to your territories soon. Qing Song Ridge will experience at least 4 more months of winter." And the journey from Igu town to your territory will take several days for over 1,000 people. 150,000 pounds of grain will not suffice for 4 months, Hermann warned in a hushed tone. Damn it, Luo Heng cursed inwardly, his mind racing with countless strategies. Yet, he was not human. He was a dwarf, and the dwarven kingdom also needed to purchase grain, particularly after being besieged by blizzards, leaving their food supplies critically low. Luo Heng understood that the dwarven kingdom's profitability from forging was offset by the high costs of grain and alcohol imports. Furthermore, the dwarven kingdom had stringent regulations regarding the sale of weapons to other races. It was not simply a matter of any human empire wishing to buy tens of thousands of sets of weaponry. Dwarves were wary of potential human invasions. Perhaps I should visit my territory first? Luo Heng pondered, seeking a better solution. Ultimately, he resolved to inspect his land for any possibilities, and if all else failed, he was prepared to utilize the equipment he had discovered in the underground ruins. Though he had found no pertinent information regarding the equipment, he lacked the time to investigate further and could not easily inquire. What a headache, Luo Heng mused, finding the complex web of interracial and national relationships to be utterly confounding. While Luo Heng grappled with his dilemmas, a gathering of elder nobles convened at a noble's castle for a banquet. The atmosphere of this gathering starkly contrasted with those hosted by the Church of Light. The nobles were resplendently attired, each accompanied by a glamorous lady, whose attire was alluring and captivating. Even the serving maids were beautiful young women clad in revealing garments, creating an intoxicating ambience filled with the scent of alcohol, roasted meat, and perfume, all mingling to incite desire. Said, "What shall we do if that dwarf refuses to sell the orc captives?" one noble asked, lounging in an expansive fur chair, sipping from a goblet of purple wine. "Vor, are you intoxicated? So many orc captives. Can that dwarf truly enjoy them all by himself? He is not a dragon," Sod grumbled irritably. Upon hearing this, Vor reached out and pulled a maid into his embrace, pouring purple liquid over her chest and then eagerly licking it off. "Vor, you insatiable fool consumed by thoughts of women. If that is all you desire, then go seek them elsewhere," another noble retorted scornfully. Vor playfully patted the maid's backside, and she cast him a flirtatious glance before swaying away. "Oh, Tenchi, it's perfectly normal for me to have women on my mind. But for you to be preoccupied with men, that is truly abnormal," Vor exclaimed, then added, "Let us not quarrel. Let us raise a glass to this winter's storm. This year's blizzard has doubled our food prices, and I would gladly welcome such storms each winter." One noble chimed in. "Oh, heck, you rascal. If the church hears your words, you may find yourself in the tribunal for a spell," Sod mocked. "Ha, let us speak privately. Most of the elderly in my territory have perished this year. And come next year, my lands will be filled with the young. With the old gone and new lives born, I shall reap a bounty of head taxes once more." Hecht laughed heartily. "Damn it, I knew I should not discuss matters with you lot," Sod said before departing. "Sod, where are you off to?" Hecht inquired. "Hecht, you may not be much, but your wife is a beauty. I am off to converse with her," Sod declared loudly. "Oh, curse Sod, do not sully that wench, or I shall surely make you regret it," Hecht shouted back. The other nobles, unfazed, understood that the private lives of the nobility were notoriously debauched. Some even offered their daughters to the higher-born. Marriages among the nobility were often driven by interests, with no family willing to share their wealth with others. Thus, the noble circle consisted of a few families, many of whom had become relatives over the years. It was said that nobles were either attending gatherings or en route to them. Hunting, wine tasting, and competitions were all forms of such assemblies. Luo Heng observed the reports written by Wood and Gary. Wood analyzed the situation and concluded that a temporary compromise with the nobles was necessary. He also outlined the resources needed for territorial development, various tools, food, livestock, carpenters, and more, and emphasized the need for guards, suggesting the hiring of mercenaries and the purchase of slaves for training. Gary, however, had a different approach. He recommended that Luo Heng first inspect the territory and then assess the actual needs. With only 1,000 people, hunting was feasible, and foraging for wild vegetables was also an option. The most crucial resources were salt and livestock. Food could be procured by posting tasks at the mercenary guild to raise the purchase price. Establishing a collection point at the territory's border aimed at small merchants. Gary, from today onward, you shall be the chief steward, and Wood, you shall be the second steward, Luo Heng announced after reviewing the documents. "Master, may I see Gary's plan?" Wood interjected, his tone defiant. Chapter 105. A method that is no method. Wood. Remember, I am your master now. What I say goes. Are you questioning my decision? Luo Hong replied coldly, denying Wood's request. Upon hearing this, Wood immediately bowed and said, I apologize, master. From now on, when I instruct you, you must view matters from my perspective, not as mere bystanders. Now, be off. Luo Heng waved his hand. Gary and Wood departed, though they were stewards. Their authority remained limited. The mage went off to purchase slaves and had not yet returned. Luo Heng pondered where to procure some food. He stepped out of the Dwarven Merchant Guild and strolled through the streets, where taverns and bakeries were plentiful. Luo Heng suddenly had an idea as he gazed at the thick layer of ice and snow. Sir, what do you require? A server approached him upon entering a bakery. How much for this black bread? Luo Heng asked, pointing at a baguette-like loaf made from coarser flour, which, while rough in texture, was sufficient to feed a family. This black bread costs 20 copper coins, the server replied. Where's the largest bakery around here? Luo Heng inquired. I'm not quite sure about that, the server admitted. Luo Heng recalled the Church of the Radiant, which had a temple in Hareton City. Unlike any other place, the Church of the Radiant distributed some free food, primarily black bread. Many impoverished souls came to collect bread, which was even darker and included some dried vegetable leaves and a hint of salt, barely enough to stave off starvation. After observing, Luo Heng formulated some ideas. Great Priest Gumei, may the God of Light be with you. Luo Heng greeted the head priest of the church, the most powerful figure in the entire establishment. Lord Cheney, may the light be with you. Great Priest Gumei replied, well aware of Luo Heng's current plight. However, he could not openly assist Luo Heng without incurring the ire of the nobles, as the church's primary financial support stemmed from them. Great Priest, I have a proposal that could provide jobs for the homeless outside, Luo Heng began. Oh, the Great Priest was taken aback by Luo Heng's words. You know of my troubles. I wish to purchase black bread from the church. 4,000 loaves daily. How many workers would it take to mill the flour and bake the bread? Once my territory is established, I would prioritize employing these homeless individuals, Luo Heng explained. For 1,000 loaves. The Great Priest was no fool. He understood that such a quantity would require hundreds of workers, yet he hesitated to offend the nobles. What if the church in the Tulip Kingdom could do this? Luo Heng suggested, subtly hinting at a solution. The Great Priest of Hareton City did not need an illustrious pedigree, but the situation in the Tulip Kingdom was different. Just hundreds of jobs, Great Priest Gumei mused. Great Priest, you cannot view it that simply. Each loaf of black bread costs 20 copper coins and yields at least 5 copper coins in profit. Do the math for 4,000 loaves. Imagine how many copper coins that would generate. Enough to feed more homeless people and provide them shelter. Furthermore, those without skills could take turns learning the craft of bread making, Luo Heng articulated. Lord Cheney, let me think this over, Great Priest Gumei said, contemplating who to send to the Tulip Kingdom. Great Priest, I am not lacking in gold coins, Luo Heng replied with a smile. The Great Priest was not concerned about debts. Who would dare owe money to the Church of Light? After leaving, Luo Heng reflected on the potential resolution to his food dilemma but felt compelled to inspect his territory. He returned to the Dwarven Merchant Guild, deciding to rent a flying mount from the Mage Guild to scout his land. Luo Heng refrained from using the orc captives' golden eagles for fear of being taken back to the orc territories, which would spell disaster. The distance from Hareton City to the Tulip Kingdom exceeded 4,000 kilometers in a straight line. And hiring a mage with a flying beast for a round trip to Chingsong Ridge would cost 4,000 gold coins. Luo Heng was taken aback by the price. That was merely the baseline. And higher tier mounts would command even steeper fees. It seems I must forego that, Luo Heng mused, realizing he did not possess many gold coins. The benefits from the Gnome Kingdom as a national master amounted to 5,000 gold coins over 3 years. Combined with the spoils from slaying the Golden Eagle's master and the Giant Wolf Knights, totaling around 20,000, the remainder came from the Church of Light's compensation to Luo Heng, officially framed as a reward rather than restitution, which was one of Luo Heng's conditions. Within the Mage Guild, he perused documents, while the Dwarven Knights and several hundred orc captives were under his responsibility for sustenance, as the Dwarven Kingdom had transferred them to him. 20 copper coins for a loaf of black bread, 5 loaves for a silver coin, and 500 loaves for a gold coin. Therefore, I would need 8 gold coins daily, amounting to 240 gold coins per month, and 4,000 loaves may not even suffice. Considering it will take nearly a year to yield produce from the territory, Luo Heng calculated. I shall refrain from liquidating other assets for now, and the metal staff acquired from the kobolds will be retained until the territory stabilizes, at which point I can recruit some mages using that staff. Luaheng is not without valuable items in his possession, including top-tier magic cores and other treasures. He also has no shortage of gold coins. However, the investment in territory development is monumental. Establishing towns, erecting walls, constructing buildings, clearing land, and managing herds require substantial resources. In merely a year, there are only expenditures. Compounded by the critical shortage of supplies, those nobles may well introduce new schemes. Cheney, the Council of Noble Elders has sent someone. Harding called from outside. It seems they are intent on pressuring me, Luaheng thought, feeling quite uncomfortable. Traveling in winter incurs excessive costs, and while Luaheng could choose to ignore it, this is undeniably human territory. He is uncertain how these nobles might retaliate should he refuse their demands. We'll see about that. Luaheng suppressed his anger and stepped out of the Dwarven Merchant Guild to ascertain what the noble elders had to say. Chapter 106. The Tactics of the Noble Elders. Duke Cheney. The Council of Elders is quite concerned about your territory. How long will it be until you return to your domain? A secretary, also a nobleman of baron rank, addressed him. This doesn't seem to concern the Council of Elders, Luaheng replied curtly. Your Grace, the movement of large groups requires a permit from the Council, and once spring arrives, the roads will become more treacherous. Furthermore, there may be no one stationed to oversee matters once the season changes, the Baron explained. And what is the Council's intent? Luaheng realized he was being coerced. The Council has issued a travel permit for your Grace, allowing passage through any noble territory without tax obligations, and grants the right to purchase supplies at standard prices across noble lands. Without this permit, your entourage will be required to pay taxes based on the total value of goods, including slaves, the Baron cautioned. Upon hearing this, Luaheng understood the pressure being applied to him. If he did not comply, he would face taxation whenever passing through noble lands. Did he have many slaves? Yes. Were they valuable? Indeed. Yet, Luaheng found himself at a loss for a counterargument, as nobles possessed the right to tax anyone or any caravan traversing their lands. Very well, provide me with the permit, and I shall depart post-haste. Luaheng was incensed, but recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for confrontation. Your Grace, traveling in winter has its advantages. For one, you are less likely to encounter bandits, as they are too afraid to strike during such harsh conditions. Those desperate souls are simply courting death, the secretary added. I would like to procure additional black bread along the way. I wonder. Luaheng began, placing a sack of gold coins before the secretary. Your Grace may acquire provisions from remote towns. Every tavern stocks a considerable supply, and the tavern owners are resourceful individuals, the Baron remarked, estimating around 500 gold coins. Moreover, to the south of Chengsong Ridge lies a trade route leading to the Kingdom of Tulip, the secretary reminded him. Thank you. Luaheng noted the lack of moral boundaries among certain nobles. Observing that the travel permit had a mere 3-month validity, he inwardly scoffed, recognizing that the journey from Hedun City to Chengsong Ridge exceeds 8,000 kilometers. Time would be of the essence, lest he risk missing the deadline. The mounts of the Dwarven Knight Order resembled fearsome rock lizards, akin to a colossal fusion of lizards and crocodiles. Fortunately, Luaheng was not responsible for their care. Otherwise, he would incur substantial expenses, as the knights required over 50 sheep daily for their mounts. Moreover, these were magical beasts, necessitating regular consumption of monster meat. To maintain a single rock lizard mount would cost more than the upkeep of 10 knights. Gary, go to the city and secure black bread for 1,000 men for 10 days. Luaheng instructed as he summoned Gary and Wood to assign tasks. Wood, procure 700 sets of leather clothing made from lambskin. Understood, Wood replied, wishing to protest, as he knew these purchases were intended for the orc captives. The price of lambskin clothing was quadruple that of adult sheepskin, but considering Luaheng's peculiar temperament, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Additionally, each of you should acquire 10 slaves to serve as your subordinates. Make haste. Luaheng produced 2 large sacks of gold coins, handing one to Gary and the other to Wood. After contemplating this for a moment, he shook his head. Duke Cheney, the slaves you ordered have arrived, the Mage of Whispers announced. Luaheng promptly leapt to his feet and exited the Dwarven Merchant Guild, where 2 giants awaited him, true giants. Standing over 5 meters tall, nearly 2 stories high, their legs resembling colossal pillars, They exuded an unexpectedly gentle demeanor. Accompanying them were 6 orcs, whose demeanor struck Luohang as peculiar, as they bore smiles of obsequiousness. These were not the typical orcs, but rather sycophants. And these orcs? Luohang inquired. Puzzled. These orcs hail from the human realm, having lost their wild instincts, which renders them unpopular among the nobles. The Mage of Whispers shrugged. So they are proficient in human language? Luohang asked. They understand both Orcish and human languages. Each giant costs 4,000 gold coins, and they can consume an entire cow in one meal, the mage explained. The orcs are 80 gold coins each, leaving you with a considerable surplus of gold. Luohang had not anticipated such affordability, however. He quickly realized that the mage's personal involvement in the purchase made a significant difference compared to his own. Your Excellency, the Mage of Whispers, I possess a treasure I would like you to appraise. Luohang gestured for Harding and the others to bring the slaves inside. Luohang held a respectable status within the Dwarven Merchant Guild, as his contributions of the all-copper air blower had become a secret weapon for them. A treasure, the Mage of Whispers exclaimed in surprise. Luohang led him into a room, retrieving a box and extracting a staff from within. By the heavens! The Mage of Whispers was astounded by the staff in Luohang's hands. A primary red gemstone. 2 secondary gemstones. The quality of these gems is nearly flawless, and the magical circuitry is simply exquisite. The mage exclaimed in wonder. The staff was a spoils of war acquired during a battle against the dog-headed men. Alongside another staff featuring 1 primary and 5 secondary gemstones. Mage of Whispers, I wish to sell this staff, Luohang asked with a smile. You must be mad. The staff? Why would you sell it? The Mage of Whispers was taken aback, pondering the implications of Luohang's words. I intend to use the funds from selling the staff to transport personnel to my territory, Luohang murmured. You must be insane. Do you realize that transporting such a large number of people will cost at least 100,000 gold coins? The mage regarded Luohang as if he were a fool. Before Luohang could respond, the mage continued. Traveling there would hardly cost 1,000 gold coins. Are you certain your mind is sound? Huh. It is merely a staff if the Mage of Whispers is willing to serve me. Luohang pondered, realizing that the mage was on the verge of advancing to a grand mage, just a step away from becoming a mage tutor. His territory required a powerful mage to oversee it. And in Luohang's view, trading a staff for a high-ranking mage was a worthy exchange. Chapter 107. Recruiting a mage. Do you have more staves in your possession? The Mage of Whispers inquired. Not only staves, but also other gear. In fact, I possess staves of even greater quality, Luohang replied with a smile, appearing harmless. The spoils of war Luohang had acquired were verifiable, and with the arrival of spring and the movement of merchant caravans, others might soon learn of them. May I inspect them first? The Mage of Whispers pondered before asking. Luohang produced a staff adorned with 1 primary and 5 secondary gemstones, and the Mage of Whispers lunged at it, his eyes gleaming with greed. Legendary equipment. It must be legendary equipment. Soul Weskind. By the heavens, this is the staff once wielded by the legendary Mage Soul. I am going mad. Absolutely mad. The Mage of Whispers babbled incoherently. Ahem. Mage of Whispers, what do you think? Luohang inquired with a smile, though he felt he might be at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, the mage had intimidated him. That female gnome mage had demonstrated such overwhelming power and reflexes that Luohang felt utterly powerless in her presence. Although he understood that mages were near-divine beings within his perception, he still found himself intimidated, even though he could dodge bullets, albeit with a very low probability, merely exposing non-vital areas. What other magical gear do you possess? The Mage of Whispers clutched the legendary soul staff tightly, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. There are 2 more items. Luohang produced a hat and a belt. This hat, quite nice that I have no use for this belt. It is merely a spatial storage belt. The Mage of Whispers examined the items, feeling somewhat disappointed, but his gaze remained fixed on the 2 staves, nearly drooling. The Mage of Whispers, torn between desire and practicality, produced a magical contract and stated, Your Grace, I shall henceforth serve you. Luohang sighed in relief upon hearing those words. However, I will not exploit my family for any further endeavors on your behalf. Moreover, Duke, should your territory fall into bankruptcy, I shall take my leave. Additionally, you must provide me with at least 50,000 gold coins annually for research expenses and assist me in establishing a mage tower, the Mage of Manyu stated. Then forget it. I shall promptly take this staff and recruit other mages. Luo Hong replied. Duke Cheney, do not overstep your bounds. I have heard that you have offended the Thieves Guild. Surely you do not wish for your lands to be frequently besieged by thieves. Furthermore, there are magical beasts roaming the area near Chingsong Ridge. I have disciples and family to consider. Besides, the Mage Tower will be erected on your territory, providing you with more benefits than myself. The Mage of Manyu insisted eagerly. 30,000 gold coins. And I will distribute the remaining funds to my disciples based on their ranks. Luo Hong pondered as he bargained. Agreed. The Mage of Manyu was reluctant to part with the staff. Are you still planning to sell this staff? The mage inquired. Yes. It must be sold. Otherwise, how will I cover the costs? Luo Hong affirmed. Alas, Duke Cheney, do take a closer look at the rules of the Mage Guild. The Mage of Manyu remarked. Luo Hong, intrigued by this notion, asked, is there a more economical method? Mercenaries, you can issue a task within the Mage Guild, and regardless of who takes it, the cost will not exceed 20,000 gold coins. They will ensure everything is delivered safely to your location without your concern, and you can also earn points, the mage explained. But what about my orc captives? Luo Hong expressed his worries. Fear not. Your orc captives are indeed valuable assets. Besides, who would dare to cause trouble with tasks issued by the Mage Guild? The mage reassured him. Is there an even quicker solution? Luo Hong inquired. Of course. Simply offer 50,000 gold coins to issue a task, and there will be individuals within the Mage Guild willing to accept it, such as for testing flying magical airships or transporting precious magical materials. Some mages operate airships privately. As long as you provide the gold, someone will take the task. That, of course, this is contingent upon your affiliation with the Mage Guild. Otherwise, the price would double. The mage elaborated. Will selling this staff suffice? Luo Hong questioned. Oh, this staff is exceptional. Why would you wish to sell it? It is at least a 7th-tier staff, the Mage of Manyu lamented. Luo Hong was left speechless. Ahem, then, Mage of Manyu, I have some equipment that requires appraisal. But this involves certain secrets, so I hope you will keep it confidential. Luo Hong held in his hands the magical equipment of the Golden Eagle Master. Of course, I would never speak ill of my clients, the mage replied. His eyelids twitching slightly. Is the Golden Eagle Mercenary Corps aware of this? Luo Hong asked. The mage's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Luo Hong. You cannot be implying that the orc captives belong to the Golden Eagle Mercenary Corps. I believe that is the case. Along with a group of dire wolf knights, one of whom is a noble, they encountered a base in the jungle. But should they be unfortunate, they will surely encounter the centaur archers, bear warriors, and wolf cavalry pursuing me, Luo Hong explained. Let me see. The Golden Eagle Mercenary Corps has complex connections. Even if the items are decent, they would only fetch a price of 20 in the black market, the Mage of Manyu mused. Feeling overwhelmed, you brought orc captives, killed the Golden Eagle Mercenary Corps mage, wiped out the Frostwolf Knights, and then managed to escape. However, the mage assumed the Golden Eagle Knights were detected by the orc pursuers. So he merely felt puzzled. These items, aside from the gold, should be sold off. The 2 space rings bear markings that require an alchemist to rework. Attempting to do so yourself would not only be costly, but could also lead to information leaks. The original value of these items exceeds 150,000 gold coins, yet in the black market, they would only sell for a maximum of 50,000 gold coins, the Mage of Manyu concluded after a careful examination. 100,000 gold coins, Luo Hong stated directly. 100,000. Why not just rob a bank? The mage retorted, clearly displeased. 100,000 gold coins for all these items. You can sell them at any price you wish. Heh. Luo Hong insisted, though he remained skeptical of the price the mage had suggested and the potential troubles these items might cause. Nevertheless, he decided to sell them, as his territory had yielded little profit over the year, and it was foreseeable that he would require substantial resources for various purchases, especially skilled personnel. Why demand a price of 100,000? The Mage of Manyu asked. Exasperated. Chapter 108. The journey begins because I am directly issuing a task through the Mage Guild, and 100,000 seems reasonable, Luo Hong replied. The Mage of Manyu shook his head in disbelief. Did you not hear what I just said? I did. But look at me. Luo Hong gestured towards himself. What? The mage responded, puzzled, having seen nothing unusual. Luo Hong grinned. Because I am a dwarf. The mage nodded. Dwarves are known for their straightforwardness, albeit with a fiery temperament. So Luo Hong's words held merit. So, does this mean that whether or not the staff is sold, As long as the mages can be transported to your territory via magical airships, it suffices. The mage of man, you inquired. Indeed. Should your family wish to keep it as a treasured heirloom, I would not mind, Luo Hong affirmed. Cheney, you may call me Giant. I shall attend to this matter for you, Giant declared before turning to leave. Oh, before you go, please ensure my students sign the employment magical contract. Different levels of mages warrant different compensation, Giant added as he turned back. No problem, Luo Hong replied. After Giant departed, Luo Hong felt a pang of reluctance. After all, 2 staffs were indeed precious. He sat in contemplation for a while. Well, these items in my possession could attract unwanted attention that I trust that once spring arrives, the Gnome Merchants Guild will expand, and my affairs will circulate. The Thieves Guild remains unaware of the troubles they may face. However, if they dare encroach upon my territory, I shall ensure they learn what it means to be the king of the mountains. Luo Hong also brought along Hating, Moding, and several other dwarves, and unable to help himself, hired some carpenters and masons at a high price. As for cooks, he planned to train a few himself. Within the noble council, 3 enormous fireplaces blazed, fueled by ironwood charcoal, which burned smokelessly and lasted long, albeit at a steep cost. At a dozen nobles, clad in thin garments, sat upon chairs crafted from massive animal hides. Duke Cheney has already instructed someone to procure black bread, which should suffice for 10 days, the council's secretary reported. Well, let him purchase as he sees fit. There is plenty of grain in Hedon City, one noble remarked. Indeed, but do not sell too much black bread to him on the way. Chingsong Ridge will take at least 9 months before the first batch of grain is ready. It seems this dwarf is challenging us. Haha, challenging. When those rabbit girls become cheap, I intend to acquire at least 2. 2? Are you really going to get 2? Surely you do not intend to resort to magical potions. Haha, damn you. Mean, if you do not believe me, why not send your wife and daughter to me and see if I need magical potions? Mean, give it a try. Yes, Mean, do not be timid. All right, issue orders to the king of the Tulip Kingdom to prohibit the sale of grain to that dwarf. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Understood, Great Elder, the secretary noted. Do not undervalue the price of the orc captives. Should those dwarves become unruly, it will be troublesome, the second elder advised. Agreed, 1,000 gold coins per individual seems fair, Mean suggested. 1,000 is already too much, that amounts to hundreds, totaling several 100,000 gold coins. The atmosphere within the council was lighthearted as the nobles sipped fine wine, donned summer attire, and discussed women and exquisite drinks. Luo Heng returned to the Church of Light, where the high priest lent him assistance, leaving in high spirits. The priest Anchi of Lake City. It seems the high priest intends to support this Anchi priest, Luo Heng mused, though it would require some gold. He felt he had no other options. Luo Heng merely hoped that his territory would not become too barren. Raising livestock would take even longer, and whether it was grain or livestock. He anticipated that the human merchant guilds would pose challenges. Fortunately, the dwarven and gnome guilds would procure both grain and livestock without issue. Giant returned the following afternoon to report that everything was settled in 5 days. 4 magical airships would converge for an unprecedented voyage. Only 3 of George's students were willing to join, 1 human, 1 dwarf, and 1 gnome female mage. Consequently, Luo Heng instructed his steward to procure large quantities of black bread. Over the course of 5 days, the bakeries in Hedon City produced over 60,000 loaves of black bread, enough to fill several large carts. This black bread was quite sturdy, and he also acquired various other grain seeds, which George had secretly assisted with. These seeds were carefully selected for their plumpness and size, and some grains needed to be shielded from direct sunlight, as exposure would diminish their germination rates. Once the 4 magical airships hovered above Hedon City, everyone was left in awe as the vessels were loaded with supplies and the orc captives. A total of 732 orc captives were gathered, of which fewer than 20 were procured by Luo Heng. The remainder were all women. These women were clad in thick beast-hide garments, leather coats, trousers, and boots. Furthermore, these orc captives were bound by a slave contract, meaning that as long as they remained in the human realm, they were slaves to Luo Heng. Should any of these orcs attempt to escape, there would be no recourse. Naturally, no one would dare to harbor these slaves, for that would be tantamount to defying the world itself, especially since the Mage Guild had implemented such magical contracts across the entire continent. The Mage Guild would be the first to seek out anyone who sheltered these individuals. That dwarf must be out of his mind. Standing atop the noble elder's council chamber, gazing out through the crystal windows at the colossal airship, the two giants felt utterly humiliated, forced to crawl inside, while the dwarves, brimming with delight, stowed away their steeds, each adorned with a pet badge, an item for storing pets. Luo Hung realized that the object he had acquired from the cat dragon was not silver coins, but rather a pet badge. As noon approached, for magical airships slowly ascended into the sky, creating a stir throughout Hedon City. With nearly everyone emerging to witness the spectacle, the cost of 100,000 gold coins astonished many, even causing the noble elders to gasp in disbelief. For these nobles to suddenly produce such a sum was indeed a considerable challenge. The term wealthy family referred to these nobles, who possessed a myriad of collectibles, antiques, horses, women, and vast territories. Yet, very few could readily present 100,000 gold coins. Observing the golden eagle soaring alongside the magical airship, Luo Hung finally felt at ease. Prior to departure, he had been beset by anxieties, but now that he was leaving, those worries dissipated. "Humph, you lecher." The gnome sorceress's demeanor felt markedly peculiar today, watching Luo Hung seated beside the swan priestess. She felt a surge of discomfort. "Humph." Luo Hung glanced at the swan priestess, who was snugly nestled against him. He felt no particular sensation, primarily due to the thickness of their garments. Upon hearing the gnome sorceress's remark, he scoffed and wrapped his arm around the swan priestess, casting a disdainful glance at the gnome sorceress. Chapter 109. Arrival at the territory. Seeing the gnome sorceress fuming, Luo Hang's spirits lifted, while the swan priestess blushed, resting her head on his chest. When Luo Hung realized this, he felt utterly flustered. In matters of relationships between men and women, he possessed no experience whatsoever. In special training, female soldiers were rare and typically formidable characters, and they were not permitted to congregate. Outside of training, relaxation was the norm. Initially feeling relaxed, Luo Hung now found himself stiff with tension. Although he had carried the swan priestess throughout the journey, he had harbored no ulterior motives. Reflecting on certain instances of treating a cold, he discovered a rather impertinent sensation in certain areas. Taut with anxiety, he silently lamented, when suddenly the golden eagle's cry jolted him upright. Peering through the lookout hole, he discerned nothing amiss. The sorcerer piloting the magical airship spoke. "The route we are taking primarily traverses inhabited areas. The river below serves as a reference point. If there are no roads, it indicates we are on the right path. With your pet alongside, there should be no issues." "Thank you." Luo Hung observed the crystal ball in the sorcerer's hand, which was the very device controlling the airship. He refrained from interrupting the sorcerer, recognizing the necessity for concentration. Each airship was manned by 2 sorcerers, alongside warriors or knights skilled in marksmanship. However, with the Golden Eagle and the Dwarf Knight Brigade present, there was no need for airship guards. By day, they flew, and at night, they landed at various cities associated with the Mage Guild. The name of Duke Cheney echoed resoundingly throughout the vast region. Indeed, he was a man of considerable wealth, expending 100,000 gold coins merely to transport some individuals to his territory. With each landing, regardless of the city's size, throngs of people gathered to witness the arrival. Crowding the streets, Luo Hung did not seize this opportunity for any personal gain, having already reached an agreement with the Temple of Light to shelter some homeless individuals after a full 12 days. As Luo Hung gazed upon a vast expanse of hills and valleys, with distant towering mountains capped in pristine white snow, beneath which lay a dense forest, he mused. "Cheney, from that mountain range over there. And then that one. The river here will serve as a boundary. The rest is up to you," John suggested. Luo Hung roughly estimated the area John described, from the river to the snow-capped mountains, spanning about several night kilometers, while horizontally extending over 40 kilometers. The only clearly defined boundaries were those adjoining the Tulip Kingdom. Hence, as long as Luo Hung possessed the capability, he could claim territory beyond the mountains. After flying for another hour, they beheld a hot spring canyon, where hot springs nestled in a valley, flowing downwards to form a river that eventually created a lake several kilometers below, flanked by 2 hills, each approximately 300 to 400 meters high. The area stretched for several kilometers in length and hundreds of meters in width, resembling a muddy, snow-free swamp. "Sigh," Luo Hung exhaled, recognizing that this was not a true valley, and that the hot springs could not be utilized in the short term, as they required considerable construction. "Gary, Wood, do you have any recommendations? Luo Hung inquired. Master, I suggest establishing the camp near the edge of the river valley town for convenient transportation, Wood proposed. Master, I believe we should build in the hot spring canyon. Although the swamp is challenging, its temperature is not excessively high, and there may be some game within, Gary countered. Luo Hung contemplated for a moment before responding. Then let us land there. Duke Cheney, I believe we should first scout the area, John advised. Luo Hung nodded, and the magical airship proceeded forward, flying for 20 minutes until they sighted an abandoned castle nestled in a valley, albeit distant from the hot springs and closer to the forest. According to my information, the previous lord abandoned this place 200 years ago, John stated. Right here, Luo Hung remarked, assessing the castle, which appeared to have a diameter of about 500 meters, shaped in a semicircular form. The front was a wall, somewhat incomplete, suggesting it had not been finished, while the rear seemed to have only 2 stories constructed, occupying a considerable area. The magical airship descended slowly, landing on a snow-covered expanse outside the castle. Gentlemen, it is time for us to take a look, called a captain from the Dwarf Knight Brigade, leading 50 dwarf knights who summoned rock lizards with a loud shout. Luo Hung instructed, ascend. The sorcerers complied, and Luo Hung stretched his head outside the magical airship. The biting cold wind was quite uncomfortable. He retrieved a crude anti-material rifle, vigilantly observing below. The rock lizards moved slowly across the snow, but not entirely at a standstill. The wooden gates of the castle had rotted, and dozens of cavalrymen charged inside. Instantly, a cacophony of roars erupted as monkeys scattered from the castle. Boom! Luo Hung, witnessing the gorilla-like monkeys in the snow, opened fire. Boom! 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 With an attack every 3 seconds, a monkey collapsed into the snow with each shot. Please fly that way to cut off the monkey's escape route, Luo Hung called back. The sorcerers were astonished. What kind of weapon could kill magical beasts from hundreds of meters away? The golden eagle also let out a clarion call and lunged at one of the monkeys, seizing a gorilla-like creature and flinging it against the castle's stone wall, with a resounding crash. A portion of the castle collapsed, prompting an urge in Luo Hung to cover his face. Boom! 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 After unleashing over 20 rounds, the entire group of gorilla-like monkeys was dispatched. The dwarf knights waved from atop the castle walls, signaling that it was safe. Luo Hung promptly ordered the magical airship to descend. Once on the ground, he examined the stone castle and shook his head in dismay, observing the terrain and the giants. Luo Hung formulated some ideas. My lord, there are plenty of wooden materials in that storage room, some of which are intact, a captain from the Gnome Knights reported. Excellent. Please bring those monkeys back. I believe they will make for good food, Luo Hung remarked, feeling no qualms about consuming the large monkeys. Cheney, your territory is rather barren. We flew around and did not see a single rabbit, John commented. Luo Hung shook his head, replying, John, the rabbits have likely migrated towards the river valley town, where there is ample food in the fields. Here, not only is there a scarcity of food, but there are also many other ferocious magical beasts. What are your plans then? There are nearly 1,000 people to feed, John queried, observing the situation. I intend to transport these stones to the hot springs several kilometers away. Otherwise, this endeavor will be arduous, Luo Hung contemplated, his thoughts taking shape. Chapter 110. Planning. Luo Hung disregarded any further opinions, leaving one giant and a few orcs here, while the remaining giants and others were stationed in the valley where the hot springs lay. Wood led the orc slaves in constructing tents, and Luo Hang summoned his swift steed. Once the steed emerged, it affectionately nudged Luo Hang, who fed it a magical core before producing a large metal sheet measuring 3 meters in length and over 1 meter in width, essentially a massive sled. He instructed the giants and orc slaves to load wooden poles and timber onto the sled. Then, Chasing Wind swiftly pulled the sled towards the hot spring hollow. The castle itself was situated in close proximity to the hot springs, and being a beast, Chasing Wind required minimal strength to glide the sled. Upon arriving at the hollow, Wood and the others were already awaiting their arrival. Wood, you will be in charge of setting up the tents. Have the carpenter construct the pillars, and then lay down the wooden planks on top, Luo Hung instructed, gesturing as he spoke. Half of the orc captives will fall under your command, Luo Hung added, acknowledging the strength of the orc women, who, despite their beauty, were quite powerful. Gary, take half of the orc captives and commence clearing the hot spring river from down there. if you require any tools. Seek them from Sodin.do. Not concern yourself with the upper part. We need to carve out a channel in this lower section, Luo Heng ordered Gary. Yes, my lord, Gary promptly complied. Sodin, Harden, I need you to assist the stonemason in erecting a circular wall from here to there. The giant hulk will lend his strength, Luo Heng declared. Rest assured. Cheney, with this behemoth around, there will be no issues, he added. The magical airship had long departed, and Sodin and Harden gazed at the giant, who was nothing short of a natural powerhouse. Thus, one giant took on the role of an excavator. As copious amounts of timber and stone were transferred to the gorge, the stonemason directed the giant in laying the foundation, and to synchronize efforts, another stonemason arrived from the castle to assist in transporting the stone materials in an orderly fashion. Duke Cheney, we can also lend a hand. Our rock lizards can transport the stones, remarked the Dwarven Knight Brigade, realizing they were somewhat superfluous. Above them soared golden eagles, and several wizards were present, deterring any monstrous creatures from making an appearance. Thank you very much. Luo Heng graciously accepted their offer. The remaining sleds were crafted from wood, with 3 rock lizards pulling one sled. The path had already been compacted by chasing wind sleds. Here, the giants along with several orc slaves loaded the timber and stone materials onto the sleds. Meanwhile, the carpenters, stonemasons, and giants worked in perfect harmony. Materials that would typically require 10 laborers to move were effortlessly transported by the giant. The stones were interlocked with clasps that could be fashioned from wood, stone, or metal. Luo Heng opted for the original stone, as these clasps had already been prepared by nightfall. The tents had been erected, and the hot spring water flowed beneath the wooden planks. There was no need for Luo Heng to worry about the night watch, even without tents. Resting on the wooden planks with a single hide was sufficient. The following morning, Luo Heng encountered a significant issue, the matter of convenience. Consequently, he enlisted the help of 2 carpenters to construct a public latrine, digging a large pit for the purpose. The discarded materials would serve as excellent fertilizer for future planting. Though this was a temporary solution, that on the subsequent day, all the orc captives came to dig out the channels. As the hot spring water flowed down, creating a marsh-like area, they first blocked the upstream and then proceeded to excavate, the soil being pleasantly warm. Lacking sufficient tools, they resorted to using their hands, with orc captives shedding their fine leather garments, exposing their bare legs to the muddy terrain. However, for the Dwarven Knights, these orc women were too tall and did not conform to their aesthetic preferences. It was the human carpenters and stonemasons who found themselves invigorated by the sight. Breakfast consisted of meat soup and dark bread, followed by roasted meat and dark bread for lunch, and again roasted meat and dark bread for dinner. 2 giants, in particular, had hearty appetites, consuming 20 pieces of dark bread and a barrel of meat soup in one sitting. Nonetheless, it was worth it. Within 2 days, a massive wall had been constructed against the mountainside, exceeding 1,000 meters in length and 100 meters in width. Once the foundation was laid, progress accelerated rapidly. The first 2 days were spent establishing the base, which went unnoticed, but by the 4th day, when the upper sections were added, they rose more than a meter in height each day. Sodin and Harden were responsible for erecting the wall, while Wood handled various other tasks, and Gary oversaw the clearing of the Hot Spring River, excavating small stones to create a series of pools from top to bottom. As for the remaining sections, they would clean the stones and establish channels come spring, as this water flow was not particularly strong, merely a small stream, though the hot spring water was potable. For the time being, Luo Heng found himself with little to do, especially since it was winter and other regions lay blanketed in snow, rendering it impossible to undertake further activities. Henry, shall we go hunting? Luo Heng called out. Duke Cheney. I would like to join, replied Henry, the captain of the Dwarven Knight Brigade, which consisted of 200 Dwarven Knights mounted on rock lizards. Luo Heng had bestowed a magic core upon these mounts, while not particularly advanced. It endeared the rock lizards to him. However, the rock lizards had hearty appetites, leading to only half of them being put to work, which was still quite sufficient. Chasing Wind remained engaged in tasks within the camp, not requiring Luo Heng's supervision, as dozens of large sleds traversed the path, compacting the snow beneath them. My lord, we could actually fell some trees and transport the timber from the cave. The bark makes excellent fuel, and timber in winter has less moisture, making it suitable for building, the carpenter Bill exclaimed. In a few days, once the wall is established, I will arrange for it. Luo Heng nodded, acknowledging that giants were best suited for tree felling. And he had prepared large saws capable of cutting down even the largest trees. "My lord, perhaps we should go hunting. Your presence is still essential here," Henry suggested. "Then I leave it to you." Luo Hong felt it inappropriate to depart. Hearing this, Henry promptly produced 2 snowboards and bellowed, "First team, follow me." Understood. The dwarven guards were indeed quite idle. Snowboards had become commonplace, and each dwarven knight carried a heavy crossbow forged from high-quality steel. Crafted by the Dwarven Merchant Guild under Luo Heng's guidance, the remaining dwarven knights in the second team looked on enviously, but they could only command the rock lizards to pull the sleds. Having to wait until the next day, Luo Heng sat within the confines of the wall, which was flanked by a dried-up moat. Inside the wall lay a lake measuring 20 meters in length and countless meters in width. Its waters emanating a white mist. The lake was dotted with wooden stakes, upon which rested timber beams, and atop that lay thick wooden planks, serving as the foundation for the tents. Here, one could comfortably sleep without blankets, simply donning their clothes at night. "Cheney, your idea is splendid." John and the other wizards were gathered in a large tent practicing their craft. Upon seeing Luo Heng, John couldn't help but commend him. "Thank you for the praise." Luo Heng smiled and returned to his own tent. "Was it you who named Chasing Wind such an unpleasant name?" inquired the gnome sorceress. Following Luo Heng into his tent, oblivious to the presence of the swan priest within. Chapter 111. The identity of the gnome sorceress. "Indeed, is there something amiss with it?" Luo Heng replied, removing his outer coat. The location itself was nestled in a hollow, shielded by walls, with hot spring water flowing below, providing warmth. The tents made of hides above created a cozy atmosphere. "Did not my father mention me to you?" the gnome sorceress remarked, visibly displeased with the orc captives. "Your father, you are the daughter of the gnome king." Luo Heng turned to look at her, though he struggled to discern any resemblance due to his mild face blindness. "Yes, and that mount of yours belongs to me as well," the gnome sorceress stated. "Oh, you may seek out your father. He bestowed it upon me, and I am the national sorcerer of the gnome kingdom. So do show me some respect in the future." Luo Heng acknowledged with an "oh," just as an orc captive poured him a cup of cold boiled water. This was Luo Heng's first decree as lord. All must drink boiled water or cold boiled water. One should not underestimate the importance of drinking boiled water. The habit of consuming tea, seemingly trivial, contributed to the Eastern population outnumbering the West. The developed agricultural civilization was part of the equation, as it encouraged people to return waste to the earth, even cleaning up horse manure from the streets to use as fertilizer. Furthermore, the practice of drinking boiled water is reflected in the historical prevalence of plagues in both East and West, certainly. The stable living conditions of agricultural civilizations were a significant factor in population growth. "You." The gnome sorceress glared at Luo Heng, aware of her father's recognition of the contributions made by this dwarf to the gnome kingdom. Yet she harbored a distinct dislike for him. "You may leave now. In the future, remember to knock before entering the Lord's chamber," Luo Heng said, feeling disinclined towards the gnome sorceress, finding her temperament too aggressive. Moreover, he felt a twinge of apprehension in her presence. Recalling the earlier incident at the Sorcerer's Guild, Luo Heng resolved to schedule a time for a sparring session with a sorcerer to accumulate experience. The gnome sorceress left in a huff, and the orc captive spoke up. "What shall we have for dinner, my lord?" "Wait a moment." Luo Heng hesitated to let the orc captive leave, for beyond the Green Pine Ridge lay the Orc Empire, although distant. It was not devoid of flying troops. "Understood." The orc captive nodded obediently, though Luo Heng had no ulterior motives. Growing weary of dried meat, he drank some water and decided to inspect the excavation site for the channel. Exiting the walls, he found himself just a few hundred meters from the excavated mud. Luo Heng surveyed the site, shaking his head slightly. The mud that had been transported here had frozen solid. When spring arrived and it thawed, there was a risk of landslides. The transformed stream would be 3 meters wide at the bottom and 6 meters wide at the top, lacking sufficient tools. Some orc captives used shovels to dig out clumps of roots and mud, while others took turns carrying these clumps to the side. Luo Heng observed the white roots and, shedding his outer garment, rolled up his pant legs to examine the roots closely, discovering they were fleshy and substantial. The river water was pleasantly warm. Luo Heng immersed himself for a moment, then took a root from the water and tentatively tasted it. He then made his way to the mage's encampment, where John, upon seeing Luo Heng's appearance, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Grace, what is this?" "I'm performing a toxin detection test to see if there's any poison," Luo Heng replied. Producing a collection of plant roots, John felt a bit disheartened. Toxin detection was a spell for apprentice mages, yet here he was being sought out for it, with a wave of his hand. John cast a spell, revealing that only 2 of the plant roots emitted a black luminescence, while the rest shone white. Without further explanation, Luo Heng hurried to the riverbank, where he gathered a dozen or so orc captives. These captives were scantily clad, inevitably exposing themselves, but Luo Heng paid it no mind. In terms of beauty, these captives paled in comparison to the swan priests, and one of them had a tail, which struck Luo Heng as odd rather than enticing. Collecting roots from the mud was an exceedingly simple task. He simply pulled them out and washed them in the flowing warm water. "Kill it! Kill it!" A cacophony of voices erupted from ahead. Luo Heng rushed over to find a large, clawed crab, the size of a rice bowl, being struck into the mud by a shovel wielded by one of the excavated orc captives. "What are you doing? Stop hitting it!" Luo Heng exclaimed, saliva pooling in his mouth at the sight of the crab. Bread and jerky were enough to make anyone retch in comparison. Crabs were among the tastiest wild foods, but one needed a robust stomach to eat them raw. "What else have you unearthed?" Luo Heng inquired. The orc captive pointed to a particular spot. Climbing up the riverbank, Luo Heng discovered numerous items in the snow: snakes with crushed skulls, creatures resembling turtles, loaches, and eels. Notably, several fish measuring about a foot long were frozen solid. Such waste, Luo Heng lamented, recognizing the need to cultivate a spirit of hard work. These large, wild fish, being scaleless carnivorous types, had firm, delicious flesh. Currently, the cooking was being handled by slaves purchased from Gary, with 2 slaves daily tasked with toasting black bread and boiling jerky soup in a large iron pot, measuring 1 meter in diameter and over 50 centimeters deep, heated directly with wood underneath. "My lord." The slaves, situated in a corner of the kitchen surrounded by a makeshift wooden barrier for wind protection, immediately bowed upon seeing Luo Heng enter. "Rise," he commanded, observing the conditions within. Luo Heng shook his head disapprovingly. While the environment was limited, it was imperative that things be organized and cleaned. He noticed the jerky being chopped into pieces before being placed into the large pot for cooking. Then he stepped outside. Luo Heng approached the riverbank and selected 4 orc slaves who were aesthetically pleasing, ensuring their posteriors and chests were not overly large, their heights were moderate, and their faces were fair. He directed the orc captives to collect discarded fish and began to clean them in the warm river. Several of the captives were perceptive and came to assist him, mirroring his actions. Naturally, Luo Heng would not hand a knife to these orc captives. Who could say if one might stab him? This went on for several hours. Eventually, Luo Heng skewered the cleaned items onto wooden sticks, which his men had gathered from non-toxic shrubs nearby. He then split them, brushed some malt liquor onto them, added salt, and seasoned them appropriately. John and the others watched from a distance, observing the skewers of snakes, chunks of turtle or tortoise meat, half a crab, and fish glistening with slime, making John feel quite queasy. Luo Heng did not rely on others. He gathered some leftover wood from the carpenters. Igniting a long line of timber on the ground, he transported the skewers to this location. More items continued to be excavated and discarded in the snow, serving as a natural refrigerator. An hour later, once the wood had burned down to charcoal, he placed pieces of wood on either side, laying the skewers across them. Luo Heng took a brush and began to coat them with oil. What a fragrance! As high temperatures met the fats, combined with the malt liquor and a medley of seasoned ingredients, an enticing aroma began to waft through the enclosure. Luo Heng counted and found it might not be sufficient. He then noticed baskets filled with the clean plant roots and took out several iron plates. Placing them on the wood, oil was poured onto the plates, and they heated quickly. Luo Heng commanded a few orc captives to chop the plant roots into small segments. Then he took a large spatula and began to stir. "Your Grace." As dusk approached, the dwarven knights returned, bringing with them a bountiful catch. "Quickly, slaughter the game. Gary, take a team to fetch those sticks. Wood, summon the cook to prepare the game." Luo Heng ordered upon seeing 2 large wild boars, a wolf, and several smaller rabbits. Chapter 112. A new source of food. Gary and would quickly let a portion of the slaves to execute their tasks, while the crowd around the barbecue grew larger. Even John could not resist coming to watch. TSK, this is fine iron, exclaimed a stonemason, gazing at the massive iron plate in awe. Of course, our Duke is a master blacksmith, capable of forging magical weapons, the carpenter replied. Such a large piece of fine iron could yield weapons worth several gold coins, the stonemason noted. See this. This axe was prepared for me by the Duke, and I've only sharpened it twice in 2 days, yet it remains exceedingly sharp, the carpenter boasted. My toolbox is also filled with fine iron, the stonemason chimed in. Humph. A short sword crafted by dwarves from fine iron costs dozens of gold coins. That piece is white iron, a material even superior to fine iron, interjected a swan priest. The carpenter and stonemason fell silent, as it was well known that this orc had shared a bed with the Lord, and who knows, she might become the lady of the house in the future. Gary returned with a bundle of shrub branches. While Wood and his team skinned and cut the game, Luo Hung prepared a bowl of seasonings, mixing them before starting to skewer the meat. Within moments, a dozen individuals were busy assisting. Come, everyone, have a taste. Luo Hung offered the already crisped fish to the swan orc captives. Humph, the gnome female mage snorted. Taking a skewer of roasted fish, and a few other mages followed suit, albeit with some hesitation. The remaining slaves looked on at Luo Hung. Eat, take whatever you wish, Would fetch 2 barrels of malt liquor, and give the knights a barrel of pine nut wine, Luo Hung instructed. The swan orc captives bit into the roasted fish eagerly, fully aware of Luo Hang's culinary skills, due to the presence of bones. Few enjoyed eating fish, but Luo Hung had managed to roast it to a crisp, brushed with oil. Humph. The gnome female mage cautiously tore off a small piece and placed it in her mouth, where an explosion of rich flavor ensued. Luo Hung then seized a large crab, prompting the other slaves to follow suit, eagerly grabbing their chosen foods: snakes, eels, loaches, and even those who directly dug into the iron plate barbecue with their hands. Wooden bowls were distributed, each filled with a serving of malt liquor. The carpenter and stonemason each held a snake skewer. Both had eaten snake before, but never had it tasted so exquisite. John picked up a piece of grilled plant root and placed it in his mouth. It was crunchy, a natural aroma, complemented by the spices, wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Luo Hang directed Wood to roast the meat skewers. With an abundance of glowing charcoal beneath, the marinated chunks of meat sizzling and releasing an appetizing fragrance. 2 giants picked up skewers, tossing them into their mouths while clutching small wooden barrels brimming with malt liquor. Delicious, John praised. Unable to contain his admiration, mages abstained from alcohol, as it could impair their mental prowess. The gnome female mage, munching on the fish, crunched noisily, and upon hearing her teacher praise the plant roots, could not resist approaching. In John's vicinity, there were no others. Even during the meal, everyone adhered strictly to their established hierarchies. The orc female captives huddled together, while other slaves remained in their groups. Gary and Wood were well aware of the high prices of these orc female slaves, should any harm come to them. The Duke would undoubtedly be furious. The human slaves, upon hearing that the prices of these orc females reached tens of thousands of gold coins, trembled in fear. As slaves, they understood that damaging something worth even a few gold coins could lead to execution. Meanwhile, the orc slaves harbored hopes of marrying human women, thereby granting their offspring human citizenship. Thus, they kept a respectful distance from the alluring orc female slaves. The skewers were soon ready, and Luo Hung called John and the mages over, personally delivering the largest 2 legs to the 2 giants. You did well, he praised, patting the 2 giants, who were much taller than Luo Hung even while seated. Thank you, Your Grace, the giants replied, feeling content in this place. At least able to eat their fill. They had never consumed so much malt liquor before. In truth, everyone had only managed to eat 1 or 2 skewers. The mages had a bit more, while Wood and the others consumed only a small amount. With meat soup and black bread remaining the staple foods, Luo Hung devoured 5 large crabs, each one a formidable clawed beast. Wood, send someone to gather those plant roots and other items tomorrow. I will prepare the sauce, he said, feeling quite satisfied after the meal. Yes, Your Grace. Wood consumed a root and a loach. Even the court steward, capable of conjuring the essence of summer amidst the depths of winter, left Wood longing for more. After finishing their meal, everyone dispersed to tend to their needs, finding solace in the warmth of their tents during the frigid season. The following day brought more meat broth and black bread. Though the roots were entirely excavated while clearing the riverbed, observing the starchy contents, some of the older rowing took note and instructed the collection of the cleaned roots. All the tender stems were gathered, and any crabs encountered were swiftly dispatched. These Orcish female slaves showed no fear of such creatures, for the Orcish plains harbored even more grotesque entities. Within half a day, the carpenter's dozen large wooden frames proved insufficient. As roots were abundant, Roden gazed at the extending river and the adjoining lake, half of which was frozen while the other half remained free of ice. The Dwarven Knight Brigade split into two factions. One ventured out to hunt and eliminate potential dangers. 100 fully armed dwarves unafraid of any beasts, even those of higher tiers, should they encounter a formidable magical creature that could simply summon their rock lizard mounts to engage in battle. Roeng arrived at the valley town, where the tavern bustled with life. The town was enclosed by wooden walls, manned by guards, yet the main gate stood open during the day. "Halt!" A guard called out as he noticed Roeng nearly entering the town. "What do you want?" Roeng inquired. Perched upon his mount, Windrider, "May I ask, noble dwarf, who you are and where you wish to go?" The guard, upon seeing Rohang's steed, immediately adopted a respectful tone. "I am Cheney, here to procure supplies," Roeng replied. "Cheney? Could it be the Duke Cheney?" the guard asked in astonishment, recalling the grandeur surrounding the magical airships that had recently passed through Valley Town. "Indeed, that is me," Roeng affirmed with a nod. "Your Grace, please enter." "Would you like me to inform the mayor?" the guard inquired. Bowing deeply, Roeng shook his head. "No need. Could you direct me to the general goods store and the tavern?" "Your Grace, proceed straight ahead. The largest and most lively establishment is the tavern. Directly across from it lies the general goods store. However, be cautious, for old Kuchi at the goods store is quite the unscrupulous merchant," the guard warned. "Very well," Roeng acknowledged, tossing a silver coin. "Wow." The other guards looked on enviously at the one who had just spoken, realizing that a single silver coin equaled a month's worth of rations. Chapter 113. Drowsiness approaches, and someone delivers pillows. My friends, keep your eyes peeled in the future. Duke Cheney's domain is just next door. Surely rewards will not be lacking. The guard tucked the silver coin away. These guards were not professional soldiers, but farmers trained for occasional patrols during the winter, their pay being food, a task that required connections given the dearth of work in winter. Roden swiftly entered the town atop Windrider, the sounds of revelry from the tavern reaching him even from afar. Shaking his head, he approached the general goods store. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A human girl sat by the fireplace, though the room was not particularly warm, despite the ample stacked firewood. "Is the owner present? I have a substantial order." Roeng, having adjusted to the dimness of the room, spoke up. "What do you require, sir? I can take charge of that." The girl regarded Roeng, contemplating the nature of dwarves. "I am the Lord of Chingsong Ridge, Duke Cheney, and I need to procure a large quantity of supplies," Roeng declared. "Greetings, your grace, I shall fetch my father immediately." The girl dashed outside, calling out to the tavern before promptly returning. "Greetings, your grace, I am the owner of this goods store." A diminutive elderly human man introduced himself. "I require 1,000 pounds of oil monthly, preferably green fruit oil, if unavailable. Then beef tallow will suffice. Additionally, I need 2 pounds of pepper, 10 pounds of chili pepper, and 500 pounds of salt," Roeng specified. "Your grace, green fruit oil is quite valuable, priced at 2 silver coins per pound. While beef tallow is inexpensive, around 50 copper coins per pound, the beef bones are cheap, costing merely 10 copper coins per pound, and the hooves and heads are even more affordable," the store owner explained. "I require only the finest beef tallow, and I do not need the bones or heads for now," Roeng replied. "As you wish, my lord," the store owner responded promptly, sensing Rohang's lack of negotiation. "Is there any issue with the rest?" Roeng inquired. "No issues. But my lord, a deposit is necessary." The shopkeeper glanced at Roeng as he mentioned the deposit. "Would 5 gold coins suffice?" Roeng asked. "Absolutely," the shopkeeper exclaimed, hardly containing his excitement. Roeng produced the gold coins and handed them to the shopkeeper, who promptly issued a receipt. "How long will it take?" Roeng asked. "Approximately 15 days, the shopkeeper estimated." Roeng nodded, and as he departed, he instructed, "Safeguard the gold coins." "Thank you, your grace," the shopkeeper replied, suddenly realizing the gravity of his earlier exuberance. He hurried to the jeweler established by the goddess of wealth to deposit the coins. Roeng pushed open the tavern door, and the patrons felt a gust of cold air, immediately turning to gaze in his direction. "Welcome, esteemed Duke," the tavern owner greeted, his rotund form bending in a bow. Roan responded, being led to a separate area designated for nobility within the tavern. A cup of golden pine nut wine, Roan ordered. At once, the tavern owner said. Personally fetching the drink, across from him, a human youth, already somewhat inebriated, cast a sidelong glance at Roan and inquired, "Your Grace, how much for one of those Orcish female slaves?" Roan frowned at the remark, choosing to remain silent. Noticing Rohang's lack of response, the youth scoffed. "Your Grace, are you planning to indulge yourself? Good heavens, you'd surely exhaust yourself." With a swift motion, Roan rose and approached the youth, delivering 3 resounding slaps. "You wretch! Produce your noble emblem. You dare provoke a duke. Show your insignia, and I shall grant you the chance for a duel. If you cannot produce it, I shall see you hanged." Roan had firmly ingrained the rules of nobility in his mind. "My lord." 2 nearby warriors stood, attempting to intervene. Bang! Bang! Roan deftly drew his revolver, firing at the legs of the 2 warriors, their limbs pierced in an instant. "Do you wish to confront the wrath of a duke?" Roan intoned coldly. Roar! Boom! Windrider, hearing the commotion from outside, neighed loudly. Crashing through the tavern's wooden walls, the patrons seated nearby were caught in the chaos, crying out in distress. "You wretch, produce your noble emblem, or I shall execute you immediately," Roan declared, dragging the youth across the floor. The youth, trembling and having soiled himself, could barely respond. Roan retrieved a white glove, stating, "You wretch, produce your noble emblem. Who emboldened you to challenge a duke?" The sound of whistles pierced the air, and a throng of guards rushed in. "What is happening here?" the captain of the guards queried upon witnessing the scene within the tavern. "I am Duke Cheney. This individual has provoked me. I demand his execution," Roan asserted. Brandishing his noble emblem, "D. Duke," the guards stammered, aware that dukes held immense power, especially in the eyes of the guard captain that to them. A duke was akin to royalty, comparable to the king of the Tulip Kingdom. Moreover, Duke Cheney was a war-honored duke, rumored to have claimed the lives of tens of thousands of orcs. The notion of someone impersonating a duke was laughable, while one might impersonate a knight or a baron. Impersonating a duke was akin to pretending to be a minister or a provincial secretary, utterly preposterous. "Captain, this individual is a mere knight," the guard captain remarked, recognizing the youth as the mayor's son. Reluctantly admitting the truth, "Then bear witness. I shall duel him to cleanse the stain of his provocation against the duke and to avenge the insult to our dwarven kin." Roan produced the white glove. "My lord." "My lord." The guard captain was at a loss for words. A duel? With the mayor's son in such a state, would he not be slaughtered by the dwarves? "Are you attempting to prevent a fair duel between nobles?" Roan intoned icily. I dare not. I dare not. But this night, his mind is unhinged indeed." The guard captain fumbled for words to navigate the situation. "Are you suggesting that the lunatics of your Tulip Kingdom can be considered nobility? Do you dare to question your king?" Roan thundered. Chapter 114. "The purpose is provocation, your grace." The guard captain trembled at the words at that moment. The mayor arrived, having been notified of the commotion, hastily making his way to the tavern, which was merely a short distance from his home. "Your grace, Duke Cheney, my son has offended you, and I am willing to pay a sufficient sum of gold coins to redeem his life." The mayor, having heard reports of the situation, was consumed by anger upon realizing that his own son was at fault. "How much do you intend to offer?" Luo Hong inquired coldly. He had come here to assert his authority. The proximity of Yigu town to his territory meant that if he were to be continually harassed, the development of his lands would be severely hindered. Furthermore, the scarcity of trees in the Chingsong Ridge area suggested that deforestation had occurred. Who was responsible for such acts? There were also enclosed plots of land near Yigu town. What purpose did they serve? Luo Hong understood these matters all too well. He was a dwarf amidst humans, and despite his noble title, failing to establish his dominance could lead to significant troubles in the future. He had not anticipated that this young man would be so brazen. And being a noble at that, naturally, he was the mayor's son. As for whether he held the title of knight, Luo Hong did not pursue that line of inquiry further. "Your grace, we can negotiate this matter." The mayor spoke up. Bang! Luo Hong slammed his revolver onto the thick wooden table. "Should I hear another unsatisfactory answer, I will obliterate this place," he warned, gesturing toward the young man's head. 3,000 gold coins. The mayor quickly retreated behind the captain of the guards. "I am dissatisfied with your response." Luo Hong drew his revolver and pressed it against the young man's forehead. "Please. Your Grace, speak your terms, the mayor pleaded loudly. First, no checkpoints shall be established on the road leading to my Chingsong Ridge. Second, I demand all surplus grain in the town at a price 5% above market value. Third, I require a substantial number of livestock, at least 3,000 of various kinds. Fourth, I need skilled carpenters and stonemasons. I shall hire them. Can you comply with these 4 points? Luo Hung commanded. The mayor now understood the temperamental nature of the dwarf. Far from being straightforward, this was a most cunning individual. Agreed. He stammered, knowing he had no choice. The Duke Cheney had earned his title through valor at the northern fortress. A feat against the orcs. Furthermore, any of your townsfolk who trespass into my territory without permission and are captured will become my slaves, Luo Hang added. I shall issue an announcement at once, the mayor conceded. Feeling powerless, for his domain was the Tulip Kingdom, while the Duke's lands were not part of the kingdom. Humph, do not let me see this worthless scoundrel again, or else, Luo Hung sneered. Barkeep, bring me a barrel of pine nut liquor, he declared, tossing a gold coin onto the counter. Yes, the innkeeper nodded vigorously. As for the remainder of your losses, we dwarves are quite reasonable, but should anyone act unreasonably, we shall shatter their skulls, Luo Hung warned coldly. Yes. The surrounding patrons were chilled and terrified. Clatter. Consider this my treat. A massive barrel weighing 200 pounds was hoisted by 2 burly men, and with a mere flick of his mental prowess, Luo Hung stowed it away in his spatial pouch, tossing out a few silver coins in the process. Accompanied by Chasing Wind, he departed the tavern. Just as Luo Hung left, the mayor turned to his son. Recalling the instructions from the Viscount, with a long sigh, he picked up a broken leg of a stool. Bang, crack. The mayor shattered the young man's leg, leaving onlookers in shock. A few timid souls even collapsed to the ground. Ah, the young man screamed in agony. Bang. The mayor, hearing the cry, swung the stool leg into the youth's face. Utter another sound, and I shall end you. From this day forth, you are no longer a knight. And do not expect to inherit my estate. Return home, and I shall give you 500 gold coins. Our family shall have no further need of your existence. The mayor spat coldly, his face twisted with malice. Steward, take this wretch away, gather his belongings, and expel him from Hegu town, he commanded before departing. The young man, missing several teeth and with half his face swollen, cried out, Father, I was wrong. Begone, and do not let me see you again, or your fate will be far worse. The mayor's heart bled, knowing that should he fail to fulfill the Viscount's orders, his family would never forgive him. The steward shook his head and waved his hand, signaling for the youth to be taken away. He understood that the mayor had initially intended to trouble the dwarf lord. Yet everything had gone awry. Upon returning to the mayor's office, the steward entered and signaled for the family guards to disperse. Steward, how will the Viscount deal with us? The mayor closed his eyes, feeling the gravity of the situation. Sir, I believe we should seek an audience with Duke Cheney, the steward suggested, his intelligence befitting a noble's steward. On their way back, he had contemplated the mayor's predicament. The mayor, hearing this, opened his eyes and asked, Why? Sir, Duke Cheney holds a significant position as a duke and has earned his title through valor at the northern fortress. Not only the Tulip Kingdom, but even the commercial United Kingdom would find themselves at a loss when faced with Duke Cheney. That is the first point, the steward elaborated. Secondly, it is said that Duke Cheney's emblem features 4 golden stars, indicating a level of sophistication and cunning that belies the rashness typically associated with dwarves. From today's events, it is clear that Duke Cheney is deeply calculating. Even if the young master had not encountered him, the Duke would have achieved his goals regardless. His intent is to secure the promises you have made. The steward continued. The mayor sighed. I am well aware of this, and Duke Cheney has cleverly navigated the rules among the nobility, rendering the Tulip Kingdom's laws ineffective. However, sir, there is one crucial point. Duke Cheney is wealthy, possessing vast amounts of gold. Money is often a universal solution. Perhaps what happened to the young master today could be fortuitous. Otherwise, we might have faced unforeseen consequences had Duke Cheney not found a resolution, the steward added. But what of the Viscount and the kingdom? The mayor expressed his concerns. Sir, why not approach Duke Cheney and discuss matters further? The steward advised, recognizing that in a contest of might, influence, or wealth, a duke's stature far surpassed that of a mere Viscount. Chapter 115, Allocation of Tasks, Part 1. Upon returning to his territory, Luo Hong surveyed the snow-covered landscape, feeling a surge of pride swell within him. This was his domain, stretching endlessly before his eyes. My individual strength is still somewhat lacking, although I possess combat experience. It has primarily been with daggers or unarmed that it appears I must learn the methods of combat in this world to better prepare myself for diverse opponents in the future. Luo Hong resolved to enhance his abilities. Back at the territory, Wood and Gary worked in tandem, executing their tasks with excellence. Their families also contributed, albeit in supportive roles. Luo Hong felt a chill as he entered his tent, where he found the gnome sorceress and the swanfolk captive locked in a fierce stare. "What are you doing? Have you come to bully me in my own tent?" Unbeknownst to him, Luo Hong had begun to regard the swanfolk captive as one of his own, primarily due to the gnome sorceress's formidable demeanor. The gnome sorceress scoffed before departing. Luo Hong shed his outer garment and reclined on the warm fur, feeling much more comfortable. The swanfolk captive brought him a kettle of hot water from outside to outsiders. Luo Hong's act of drinking hot water was shocking. A few slaves attempted to mimic him and ended up yelping in pain from the scalding. "There's an issue with one of the maids," the swanfolk captive remarked. Luo Hong, after a moment's reflection, asked, "What seems to be the problem?" "Her hands, the skin, and her inability to perform her tasks properly," the swanfolk captive replied. "What does it matter? This is my territory, and I shall have my say," Luo Hong responded. Feeling a hint of doubt that he pondered who the maid could be. Realizing it could only be Gary or Wood's family members they asked for the maid's identity, Luo Hong was indifferent. Could this lead to trouble? The swanfolk captive inquired. "No trouble will arise. What is your name?" Luo Hong had never learned the swanfolk captive's name, so he asked. "Alicia," she replied, her cheeks flushing. Luo Hong's curiosity deepened, and he donned his clothing, saying, "I will go take a look." "Joan, what do you suppose Alicia means?" Luo Hong sought out Joan and recounted the situation. Upon hearing this, Joan erupted in laughter. "My duke, do you truly not understand?" "Joan," Luo Hong retorted, feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Ha ha ha. In the realm of the orcs, there exists a tradition wherein women are expected to heed the words of men. A man, provided he possesses the means, may take as many as 10 or 8 wives, and some chieftains boast a harem of over 100 women that ask for your Alicia. She has undoubtedly been cast out from the war goddess temple, and even her tribe would deem her a disgrace. This explains why orc women, once captured by us, seldom resist, for even if they return, they face the grim fate of being burned alive. Accused of having tainted their bloodline through our human hands, the male orcs, however, view life differently. They place a greater emphasis on their progeny rather than their own existence. Abortions are strictly forbidden. And if discovered, the offenders too would meet a fiery demise, reminiscent of the fate in the light goddess temple, John stated. "Oh," Luo Hong replied, mindful not to disclose the triviality of his connection with Alicia. "For it would be somewhat embarrassing," John continued. "My Lord Duke, it is imperative that you assign specific duties to your 2 stewards to prevent chaos. Each domain requires a chief overseer, and you are still in need of an additional steward. As for guards, you are adequately supplied, though I believe you should equip those 2 hulking figures. These giants are born warriors." "Thank you, my friend. Spring has arrived, and all will be well. I would like to request your assistance in procuring a warrior, as I feel somewhat deficient in combat prowess," Luo Hong expressed. "If you wish to make a purchase, do so swiftly. While the Duchy of Rovana may be small, it does harbor a few elite warriors, though the cost will undoubtedly be steep. Furthermore, should you decide to buy, others may be reluctant, necessitating a brokerage fee," John advised. "Very well, I possess a pet insignia. How might I utilize it?" Luo Hong inquired. "Quite simply. It requires a magic scroll and a drop of blood. The scrolls are priced at 2 gold coins for a lower grade, and 30 gold coins for a higher grade," John elucidated. "The higher grade," Luo Hong remarked, now aware of the value of a gold coin, though he believed his pet insignia to be quite exceptional. "The brokerage fee is at least 5,000 gold coins," John added after receiving 30 gold coins. 5,000 it shall be. Yet I insist on finding someone of good character and formidable strength. I cannot have any dross returned to me," Luo Hong asserted without hesitation, knowing that he was seeking a professor's acquaintance, and that involving himself directly in the purchase would invite numerous complications. "Agreed. The fee can be settled later. I shall endeavor to save you some coin," John said, feeling fortunate to have encountered this dwarf. I have a limit of 30,000 gold coins. Luo Hong shrugged. 30,000 is ample, John replied, noting that elite warriors in the slave market are not particularly sought after. The stronger they are, the more loyalty they require. Such slaves may prove treacherous at critical moments, and few are inclined to purchase the families of these powerful warriors, as the consequences of such actions could be dire. Thus, these types of slaves are akin to hot potatoes. Even if one were to eliminate the rivals of the Duchy of Ravenna, one cannot simply kill a slave, for it would deter others from surrendering in the future. Fighting to the last is not the prevailing custom in this world. Should there be any giant slaves available, please reserve them for me, Luo Hong added, recognizing the immense utility of giant slaves. They are akin to two excavators, capable of swiftly transporting the stone materials from the derelict castle, thereby raising the walls to an estimated height of 5 meters. After which he would need to commence logging. Very well, I will inform my family and take my leave, John declared before summoning a magic carpet and soaring away. Luo Hong smirked, noting that this magic carpet was inferior to a Delta Wing aircraft. However, flying in this world was not particularly challenging. Facing flying beasts, on the other hand, posed a genuine dilemma. Gary, Wood, and Carrie, I have summoned you three to allocate your respective duties. Carrie, having become well acquainted with the construction of the walls in recent days, will henceforth oversee the territory's development. Your annual remuneration will be 20 gold coins. Luo Hong addressed one of his copper workers, a former slave acquired from the northern fortress, who had been liberated due to significant contributions in battle, yet still remained by Luo Hong's side. Rest assured, my Lord Duke, I shall perform my duties diligently, Carrie exclaimed, rising to pat his chest in assurance upon hearing of his annual pay. Luo Hong quickly gestured for him to sit. As Carrie stood tall at approximately 2 meters and 30 centimeters, falling short of the warrior standard, appearing rather diminutive compared to others. Wood, you will be responsible for logistics, including the kitchen and warehouses, Luo Hong instructed Wood, who was also a sizable figure, without mentioning any salary considerations. Gary, for the time being, you will oversee the clearing of waterways and the gathering of food. As for manpower, discuss amongst yourselves the most suitable arrangements. I am preparing to implement a territory badge system shortly, Luo Hong added. Understood, both Wood and Gary responded, puzzled as to who would manage the territory's finances and the stewards. Very well, you may all return to your tasks. Further arrangements will be made once spring arrives, including farms, pastures, logging sites, and more, Luo Hong concluded with a wave. My Lord Duke, we shall now attend to our duties, Carrie replied, bowing deeply. Go forth. The remuneration for other craftsmen will be slightly lower than yours, but not by much. Additionally, I plan to recruit more carpenters and stonemasons soon. I hope you can persuade them to stay, Luo Hong instructed. Yes, Carrie and the others departed. It appeared that Gary would be favored for greater responsibilities, while Wood's contributions were likely to yield quicker results. The construction of the entire territory was proceeding according to Luo Hong's expectations. During winter, the threats from wild beasts were relatively few. At least for now, their defensive capabilities were robust. However, once the Dwarven Knights departed, their defenses would weaken. So Luo Hong prioritized the construction of walls. The nobility, faced with a horde of orc captives, would surely not relent. Such a bounty, amounting to tens of millions of gold coins, would attract clandestine interest, even if no one dared to act openly. After all, adventurers from the Orc Empire ventured forth to capture orc maidens, so the same could be expected here. Fortunately, 3 months provided Luo Hong with a buffer. Thank goodness those noble elders are pressuring me to leave. Otherwise, when spring arrives, the thickets and weeds will be a true challenge to navigate, Luo Hong mused, gazing at the 2-meter-deep snow, aware that beneath it lay not mere emptiness, but shrubs, thorns, and wild grasses. The strength of our defenses must be solidified to ensure the complete subjugation of the orc captives this way. With the Golden Eagle's presence, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, the adversary will think twice. As for the pet insignia I acquired, it must be of considerable quality. What wonders might lie within? Luo Hong pondered. But what course should I take? Yet for a single man who had never experienced love, determining how to navigate such matters was of utmost importance. The prospect of coercion was unappealing to Luo Hong. He found this situation more taxing than managing the territory itself. In the afternoon, Luo Hong prepared for a barbecue, this time with Wood leading a group of maidservants and selected orc maidens to assist in the preparations, while he assumed a supervisory role. Yes, just like that. Pass it through, but do not overload it. First, ignite the fire. Once the flames are roaring, then add wood to each side. Brush the meat with oil twice during cooking, and that will suffice. Under Luo Hang's adept guidance, they once again enjoyed a feast of barbecued and grilled delicacies, with the roots and tubers gathered that day proving more than adequate. As for the older roots, a portion was cleaned and set aside. These contained starch, and some even bore traces of sugar, albeit in small quantities and with low moisture content. Perhaps in spring, when water was more abundant, Luo Hang thought he might use these for brewing. After feasting, he noticed Alicia bringing him water. Originally, Luo Hang had no particular thoughts, but after John's earlier words, he found himself with an idea. When a man has an idea, he perceives women in a different light. Alicia, do you have any family left? Luo Hang asked, only to realize how poorly he had phrased the question. What a foolish inquiry. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Alicia appeared quite aggrieved, and Luo Hang felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Rising, he approached her and wrapped an arm around Alicia, his heart racing, for she towered over him, her fair skin rendering her almost flawless, were it not for her wings. Why must there be war between us, when it is all a consequence of conflict? Luo Hang attempted to shift the topic. It is you who have driven us orcs to the desolate plains. Every year, countless perish from hunger, children and the elderly alike. We are compelled to fight, for dying on the battlefield is preferable to starving to death. Alicia retorted, glaring at Luo Hang. Taken aback, he struggled to find words, finally saying, that is the doing of those humans. I am a dwarf, from a kingdom that is equally remote. Cheney, why do we not return to the Orc Empire together? I wish to see those, Alicia began. They would burn me alive, Luo Hang replied. Rendered speechless, Alicia fell silent, her thoughts drifting to the countless chieftains and warriors lost in battle. Overwhelmed by the realization that she could never return home, tears streamed down her face, reminiscent of a small child. Do not cry. Do not cry. Luo Hang gently patted Alicia on the shoulder. Devoid of any distracting thoughts, he was reminded of his own parents. Coming from a wealthy family, his parents had sent him to the military for training. Little did they know that he would become a professional soldier, often away from home for 2 or 3 years at a time. He dared not mention his injuries from training to his family. Sigh, Luo Hang murmured, while Alicia, amidst her tears, eventually fell asleep. Ruffling his hair in contemplation, Luo Hang laid Alicia down on the animal hide and settled beside her. Previously, he had harbored no extraneous thoughts, but now, an unusual sentiment stirred within him. Creating a sense of discomfort, he turned, gradually reaching out to embrace Alicia, and upon sensing her stillness, he slipped his hand beneath her fur clothing, only to feel her shift slightly in response. Immediately, he halted. Uncertain whether to continue or withdraw, Alicia turned to him, her eyes locking onto his as she declared, Cheney, you are not to abandon me, nor my kin. I have no intention of forsaking them, even when the nobles offered a staggering 50,000 gold coins. I refused, Luo Hang replied, gazing at Alicia's delicate features. They laid asleep. Her wings were folded gracefully against her back. Swear it upon your ancestors, Alicia insisted. Luo Hang sensed something was amiss. What was troubling Alicia? Yet, he bore no deep-seated hatred in his heart. Despite their green-skinned appearance, the orcs were intelligent beings. I swear upon my ancestors that I shall never abandon Alicia or any of my orc subordinates, he affirmed. Chapter 117. The visit of William. Upon hearing this, Alicia nestled into Luo Hang's embrace, holding him tightly. Daylight had revealed to him, through John's words, that Alicia would likely never see her family again. And he, as her victor, became her sole refuge. Although nothing untoward had transpired the previous night, the bond between Luo Hang and Alicia had grown ever closer, much to the chagrin of the gnome sorceress. Chasing Wind. Such a mundane name, the gnome muttered under her breath. As Luo Hang surveyed the construction of the walls and the clearing of the waterways, he received a report from a dwarven knight around noon. What brings the mayor of Valley Town here? He pondered. The mayor, accompanied by 7 or 8 guards, gazed intently at the orc female slaves laboring to clear the channels, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. The colossal walls had already risen to 5 meters. To Luo Hang's delight, the abandoned ancient castle boasted a basement containing abundant stones, which suggested that the walls could reach 7 meters in height. However, the thickness of the walls was less than ideal. Nevertheless, Luo Hang had numerous plans to reinforce them once the weather warmed. Observing the giants effortlessly placing stones under the guidance of masons and carpenters, he noted that the giants were far from foolish. They had mastered the art of stone placement through repeated experience. Giants as slaves. The mayor of Valley Town marveled at the sight of the towering giant slaves, who effortlessly transported massive stones to the walls. Even the guards of Valley Town trembled at the sight of the giants. They were, indeed, monstrous beings, and the presence of orcs only heightened their apprehension. Upon entering the fortified area, the mayor felt a wave of warmth. He noticed that spring water had been redirected into a small pond, which was covered with thick wooden planks. Baron William of Valley Town pays his respects to Duke Cheney, the mayor announced, bowing in a noble manner upon seeing Luo Hong. "Welcome, Baron William. Please, make yourself at home," Luo Hong replied courteously, embodying the adage that friends should be greeted with fine wine, while foes should meet with firearms. Led into a vast tent, the interior was warm and inviting. Though slightly dimly lit, two human maidservants took the baron's outer garments and brought forth a rather crude stool. "My lord, have you come to deliver provisions?" the maidservant inquired, pouring a mug of ale and standing by in attendance. "My lord Duke, provisions can always be transported to the town as needed. However, I have come to ascertain whether there are any business opportunities between Valley Town and your esteemed self," Baron William stated rather candidly. Luo Hong paused, momentarily taken aback, before understanding dawned upon him. Is the Baron not concerned about inciting others' displeasure? "Alas, my lord Duke, do not dwell on that. My sale of grain to you has already attracted envy," Baron William replied with a wry smile. Hearing this, Luo Hong chuckled softly. "It appears that you have chosen me, Baron William." "Indeed, my lord Duke. You possess wealth and power. Unless I wish to forsake Valley Town, I cannot oppose you." Baron William laid his cards on the table. Luo Hong pondered briefly before responding, "I shan't make any bold claims, but upon your return, I would advise you to clear a parcel of land, for Valley Town shall soon have a Church of Light." "Could the Duke elaborate on this?" Baron William inquired. His interest piqued, though a tinge of apprehension flickered across his expression at the mention of the Church of Light. "Nothing elaborate. I intend to donate a church, which will provide free black bread to all the homeless who come seeking refuge," Luo Hong stated succinctly. "May I inquire as to when this will occur?" Baron William pressed further. "This matter must remain confidential. Simply prepare the land. In due time, priests from the Church of Light will arrive, and you need only follow their instructions," Luo Hong instructed. Baron William's heart raced at the thought of associating with the Church of Light, a formidable entity that had long been a source of dread for those who opposed it. He was acutely aware that anyone who had crossed the church faced dire consequences, from the vast empire to the most notorious bandits. All had been apprehended and judged by the church's fearsome nightly orders. "Could you divulge the origins of this priest?" Baron William asked. "Arranged by the High Priest of Hedon City," Luo Hong admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt for borrowing the church's might. "My lord Duke, I shall send provisions to you tomorrow. Should you require grain in the future, simply send word my way," Baron William promised eagerly. His thoughts racing as he considered the implications of Hedon City, the largest and most prosperous city on the continent, primarily due to the northern fortress, which maintained a standing army of 200,000 year-round, requiring immense supplies for sustenance. Hedon City, as the second line of defense, boasted an elite force of 100,000 troops, making it the epicenter of power on the continent, where even the slightest disturbance sent ripples throughout the land. "Very well," Luo Hong nodded. While Baron William engaged in brief conversation before hastily departing, the prospect of forging a connection with a promising priest outweighed any trivial noble title, such as that of a viscount in the Kingdom of Tulip. What a farce! Luo Hong shrugged, deciding to pursue Chasing Wind, accompanied by several dwarven knights. Their purpose was to survey the surrounding terrain. The entire territory was characterized by hills and mountains with scant flatlands. Though there were a couple of meadows that eye in the distance, snow-capped mountains hinted at abundant water sources. What a splendid location! How could this place remain unclaimed? Luo Hong mused aloud. His sentiments echoed those of many in his homeland, where, due to geographical constraints, few in the eastern great nations possessed vast tracts of land, whereas in certain western countries, holdings of over 100,000 hectares were not uncommon, provided one paid their taxes. Chasing Wind was swift, and as evening approached, they returned to the camp. That day, the Dwarven Knight Brigade had successfully hunted 3 wild boars and a bear, with Wood leading the process of preparation. The bear's teeth resembled short swords, leaving Luo hung in awe. The bear meat, marinated in pine nut liquor, emitted a unique aroma when roasted, leaving everyone savoring the rich flavors. Each person enjoyed a small bowl of ale, while the dwarven knights indulged in pine nut liquor, and the giants preferred their ale in barrels, although they relished meat soup and black bread even more, often consuming everything in sight, including branches. It is time to discover what lies within this pet badge, Luo Hong said. Having consumed little alcohol, he retrieved the magical scroll and the badge that resembled a pet insignia. Cheney, may I have that? Alicia inquired, her expression revealing little reaction, yet her voice carried a hint of eagerness. What? Luo Hong responded. Taken aback by her request, Alicia hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge what she knew, but before she could decide, Luo Hong made a choice that he pricked his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the badge before tearing open the magical scroll. You. Alicia gasped in shock, having yet to respond. Alicia, let us consider the matter of the cat dragon settled. I have my suspicions as to why it recognized you and not me, Luo Hong stated. Sensing Alicia's hesitation, he inferred that she was familiar with the badge, and thus, it was imperative not to part with it. As the badge absorbed his blood, Luo Hong closed his eyes, feeling a life force pulsating within it. With a mere thought, a gray parrot materialized before him. The moment the parrot appeared, Alicia was left astounded. However, a rune illuminated the badge, cascading over both Luo Hong and the parrot. No, Alicia exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. Luo Hong was taken aback as the gray parrot tilted its head, gazing at him before turning its attention to Alicia and immediately squawking. Ollie, Ling, is it really you? Alicia exclaimed upon recognizing the gray parrot, tears welling up in her eyes as she reached out towards it. Ollie, hello there. And who is this little fellow? The gray parrot perched itself on Luo Hong's shoulder, glancing between Alicia and Luo Hong before inquiring. Even Luo Hong, though somewhat dim-witted, understood that the badge must belong to the orc temple. Since the creature within the badge was acquainted with Alicia, the only logical conclusion was, what is your relationship with the high priest? Throughout the entire conflict, only the high priest had perished. Luo Hong was uncertain about the fates of the other priests, but Alicia's evident sorrow indicated the identity of the previous owner of the badge. Alice. The little one. Are you referring to Alice? The parrot showed no regard for Luo Heng's authority. Midwa, go. Luo Heng's expression darkened as he glared at Midwa, who was crouched nearby, with a flurry of flapping. Midwa tackled the gray parrot to the ground, but the parrot was no pushover, retaliating with its sharp claws and beak. However, in the next moment, Luo Hong seized the parrot, for it was his second pet. If you call me little one again, I will pluck every feather from your body. Luo Hong threatened as he yanked a tuft of feathers from the parrot's chest. Help, help! The gray parrot, released by Luo Hong, immediately dove into Alicia's embrace. Burrowing its head into her bosom, Alicia, witnessing Luo Heng's act of plucking the parrot's feathers, shouted, What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing of? Luo Hong felt it necessary to enforce some household discipline upon seeing Alicia glaring at him for the sake of a mere bird. Slap, slap, he pulled Alicia closer, lifted her skirt, and yanked down her trousers, administering a few smacks before casting her aside, unable to endure the sight of certain indecent aspects. Humph, this is the family rule. You, ugly gray bird. If you call me little one again, I shall strip you bare. And Alicia, if you glare at me again, the same punishment shall be applied. Luo Hong snorted and departed. As he stepped outside, a chilly breeze swept in, obliterating any lingering thoughts, prompting Alicia to scream, Bare bottom, bare bottom. The gray parrot continued to squawk loudly from the side. However, in the next moment, Alicia threw a piece of animal hide over it, and Midwa quickly burrowed beneath it. Midwa, do not harm it, Alicia called out, shaking her head at the sleeping cat dragon nearby. Upon exiting the tent, Luo Hong felt the biting cold wind and found his mind utterly blanked. He jogged over to the hot spring lake, only to be distracted by the sight of several orc female slaves, their clothing shifting as they washed roots, their exposed forms tormenting to behold. The slaves had been compelled by Luo Hong to bathe every 3 or 4 days. And unlike their initial state, the orc women no longer bore such a strong odor. Reluctantly, he made his way to the barbecue area, where he observed giants and craftsmen laboring on the surrounding walls. Allow me, Luo Hong declared. shouldering a hefty log. Lifting logs was one of the training methods. He discovered it posed little challenge and swiftly immersed himself in the task. "My lord, Duke, step aside. I am a warrior, and it has been long since I trained. Let this serve as my training." As the other slave craftsmen attempted to deter him, Luo Hung barked. Thus, he hoisted the log, primarily used for erecting frameworks, and soon rediscovered the fervor he had felt during training. "My strength and endurance have evidently increased several-fold." After 2 hours of labor, Luo Hung finally reached his limit and settled down by the barbecue, close to the fire. The other slaves regarded him with newfound respect. After all, orc slaves needed to rest after a while. And while they excelled in brute strength, their balance and awareness were lacking. The human slaves, on the other hand, possessed insight but could not compete with the orcs in sheer strength. Luo Hung, though shorter and seemingly less robust than these individuals, had remarkably greater strength and endurance than both the orc slaves and human craftsmen, evoking a sense of awe among them. Reflecting on his time in this world, Luo Hung noted how rapidly his strength had grown. Even his neural reflexes were sharper. In his previous life, he had maintained peak condition, a state that was difficult to enhance further. Could it be that the differences in worlds and substances are the cause? Luo Hung mused. That evening, Alicia did not appear, but earlier, in the tent, she had been gasping in surprise, prompting Wood and the others to think something had gone awry and to leave behind some food. Upon returning to the tent with the provisions, Luo Hung sniffed the air. "Who has been pilfering the jerky?" He glanced at the parrot, which had lost a considerable amount of feathers, puzzled as to why Alicia, who had been so protective, had allowed this. "It was Ollie." "Ollie, it was Ollie," the gray parrot exclaimed, fluttering onto Luo Hang's shoulder. "Huh." Luo Hung was astonished by the parrot's antics before breaking into laughter. "Humph." Alicia, upon seeing the roasted meat in Luo Hang's hands, let out a huff, snatched it from him, and began to eat without hesitation. Much to Luo Hang's relief, he inquired, "Alicia, what is the story behind this bird?" Chapter 119. Truly one of us. This is the soul spirit companion of Alice. The high priest of our war god temple, summoned from a different dimension. It is said to have the potential of a 9th-tier bloodline, but the high priest's lifespan is drawing to a close. Having burned her life force to summon the rock tyrant, Alicia spoke with deep sorrow. Luo Hung clicked his tongue in sympathy, observing the gray parrot devouring the roasted meat, appearing rather like an ordinary silly parrot. "And this badge?" Luo Hung inquired, stroking the emblem. "It is a legendary quality badge, reputed to connect to another dimension, allowing for the summoning of powerful beings for battle. The rock tyrant was summoned from within it," Alicia explained. "Reputed?" Luo Hung questioned skeptically. "Only the high priest of each generation is permitted to possess this badge. Now that the war god temple has lost it, I cannot fathom the chaos that may ensue," Alicia remarked. Luo Hang gazed at Alicia, feeling parched and pondering the blush he had witnessed earlier, alongside the memory of using pine nut oil to rub her body. "Alicia, do you wish to return to your homeland?" Luo Hung asked. "I cannot go back. I can no longer sense divine power. I have been disavowed by the war god temple, and my homeland lies in the farthest reaches," Alicia lamented, her sadness palpable as she spoke of her home. Luo Hung felt a pang of regret, wishing he could have said something more uplifting in the company of a woman. "Alicia, would you consent to be my steward? From now on, I shall entrust the management of those orc captives to you," he proposed. "Really?" Alicia looked at him incredulously. "Certainly. This shall be your home from now on," Luo Hung affirmed with a nod. Alicia was filled with excitement, while the silly gray parrot piped up, "Meat. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Luo Hung felt a stir of inspiration and presented a magic core to the parrot, which astonishingly swallowed it whole in one gulp, leaving Luo Hung dumbfounded, for the core contained immense magical energy. Yet, he sensed no unease from the parrot, which affectionately nuzzled against his cheek. "Go ahead, eat," Luo Hung said, producing a piece of jerky. Midwa, watching from the side, looked up at him expectantly. "You too?" Luo Hung understood, realizing Midwa also desired a magic core, though her needs were less demanding, the rock being rolled over from a corner. And the cat dragon's eyes widened as it stared at Luo Hung, while the golden eagle outside the tent peeked in. Everyone gets some, Luo Hang thought, relieved he had stored away chasing wind. And he deftly summoned the rock being and the gray parrot into his pet badge. Luo hung, and Alicia lay beneath the animal hides, with more pelts on the floor. Gently, he wrapped his arm around Alicia's waist and slipped his hand inside. She made no resistance. Once Luo hung removed Alicia's shirt, the rest came easily, culminating in a series of soft gasps as he concluded his 2-decade-long single life. Alicia felt soft and radiated femininity, and although Luo hang's first experience was rather swift, he found greater satisfaction the second time around. As he felt Alicia's wings envelop him, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Was this woman truly his? Reflecting on all his experiences in this world, particularly with Alicia, he held her even tighter, cherishing her softness. The following morning, as Luo hung gathered the blood-stained pelts to place in his spatial pouch, Alicia shyly concealed her face with a hide. "Alicia, do you still wish to become a priestess?" Luo hung asked, having pondered some thoughts the previous night. "What?" Alicia abruptly removed the hide, revealing her face as she inquired. "With so many orcs here, you could establish a temple for the god of war. The abandonment by the temple over there does not equate to the god of war abandoning you. If the opportunity arises, I shall procure more orc slaves." Luo hang, uncertain of the feasibility of such a method, ceased his discourse at this point. "Cheney, are you speaking earnestly?" Alicia inquired, her disbelief evident. "Ali, I assure you, I speak the truth that I believe the god of war would not forsake any of his followers," Luo hung replied. "Indeed. Indeed, god of war, please grant me your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Alicia immediately began to pray. Luo hung, observing Alicia's fervent demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. He did not wish to see her in despair. To him, women should not merely serve men at home. They ought to pursue their own dreams and careers. However, Ali, the construction of the temple can only commence after spring, and we must not harbor animosity towards humanity, for this is their territory, Luo hang stated. In truth, the god of war does not harbor hatred towards humanity. We orcs are compelled to wage war out of necessity. We merely seek fair trade. Yet human merchants offer us but a pittance, Alicia articulated. "Do you have human caravans in your vicinity?" Luo hang asked, astonished. "Indeed, many weapons are brought by human merchants, along with tools like iron pots. One tusk from a mammoth can only exchange for a single iron pot. I learned in Hedon City that a single mammoth tusk is worth at least 1,000 gold coins, which could purchase hundreds of iron pots," Alicia elaborated. TSK, Luo hung mused, intrigued by this revelation. Yet aware that many in this world trample upon the law and even life itself, I am fully aware that establishing a temple here necessitates a lack of animosity towards humanity. Truly, we orcs merely wish to avoid hunger, Alicia remarked. Is it truly that simple? Luo hung questioned, perceiving the demands as rather modest, considering the historical enmity between orcs and humans. Do you think we orcs are deranged enough to assault the northern fortress? Your human defenses are formidable. We were left with no alternative but to act. After all, if we are to perish, what if we triumph? Then we need not suffer from hunger, Alicia explained. Luo hung soon grasped that many historical conflicts arose from hunger. While wars instigated by schemers typically occurred only when productivity reached a certain threshold. Of course, there was also the exception of wars of faith. Once Mage John returns, I shall inquire if there are no complications. You may lead those orc slaves in worship of the god of war. You can prepare in the meantime and contemplate the approach, Luo hung suggested. Yes, where are my clothes? Alicia instantly sat up, ready for action. Chapter 120. The Silver Sword Master slave. Upon witnessing Alicia donning her attire and beginning to scribble on the sheepskin, Luo hung took his leave, heading to the construction site to engage in training. Having come from a society with high productivity, he was, of course, oblivious to the challenges of a low-productivity society. The issue of food was paramount. However, Luo hung was not one to be overly concerned, for he ensured 3 meals a day, which motivated the slaves to work even harder. Even the orc female slaves whispered amongst themselves as they observed Luo hung carrying massive timber to the walls. These orc women had been treated as slaves since being captured by Asadin, and they had never known 3 meals a day, often struggling to find enough to eat. Yet, under Luo hang's care, they not only received new, beautiful leather garments, but also delicious meat soup and sweet bread. In the evenings, they enjoyed ale, a beverage typically reserved for chieftains among the orcs. These female slaves were accustomed to inferior fruit wine. In fact, these rabbit and catgirl slaves were initially brought along by the orcs as celebratory gifts, intended to be distributed as rewards after a victory, due to the fact that the rabbit tribe was too weak for male orc conscription, which only called upon the female orcs. Before noon had even arrived, Luo Heng heard the call of a golden eagle, soaring high above the distant mountaintop, serving as a sentinel. "My Lord Duke," John announced as he descended from the magic airship, accompanied by a dozen others. "John, I am not responsible for the expenses of the magic airship." Luo Heng shrugged, declaring, "My Lord Duke, there is no need for you to bear the costs. It happens to be along the way." "Razy, thank you," John called back, and the magic airship took off once more. Luo Heng could not help but feel envious. Such connections were indeed valuable, effortlessly bringing over a dozen individuals. "Angus, this will be your new master." "The Duke, Angus is a silver sword master, and these are his family members. These two are Angus's sons, both warriors with the strength of great swordsmen," John introduced. "How much?" Luo Heng pondered, apprehensive. A silver sword master was a high-ranking warrior. While warriors were not as costly as knights, they were still a significant investment. 50,000 gold coins. What do you think? Not a bad deal, right? John winked. "Very well." Luo Heng conceded. "Angus pays his respects to my master." Angus knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully. "Callie, Gakas pays his respects to my master." The two great swordsmen also knelt. Subsequently, the other dozen individuals, including women and children, acknowledged Luo Heng that he signed the magical contracts for these individuals, and they took effect immediately. "Rise. If you achieve sufficient merit, I will consider restoring your status as free citizens. Would please make the arrangements," Luo Heng instructed, sending them on their way. Once inside the tent with John, Luo Heng inquired, "How could a silver sword master become a slave?" "They sold themselves," John replied. "What kind of trouble did this family get into?" Luo Heng asked. Angus's son's wife had clandestine dealings with a certain duke. But Angus discovered this and, along with his sons, severed a part of that duke's anatomy. Unfortunately, the woman was inadvertently killed in the process, and she was a descendant of a notable noble, John explained. "Aren't you just inviting trouble for me?" Luo Heng remarked. "Are you afraid?" John challenged, looking at Luo Heng. "Afraid? How could I not be?" Luo Heng retorted, irritated. "Yet, for the sake of those orc female slaves, how many nobles have you offended? Do you realize this?" John's nonchalant demeanor incensed Luo Heng. 50,000 gold coins, plus labor costs. Luo Heng readily provided the funds, knowing John's family held considerable influence. "Now that's the spirit." John grinned as he received the gold coins and then stepped outside. "Angus, here are 45,000 gold coins for you." John, in front of Luo Heng, handed over the sum to Angus, who showed no fear of his new master's gaze. Luo Heng did not mind. Angus remarked, "My Lord Duke possesses great strength and endurance. I wonder if he can ignite battle aura." "I share that sentiment," Luo Heng replied, pleased. Igniting battle aura in another was a complex endeavor. Sadine had once promised to teach Luo Heng, but had yet to fulfill that promise. "Let us rest for 2 days. We shall discuss matters further in the evening," Luo Heng declared. A simple meal of meat soup and dark bread was served at noon, with Angus and the others consuming a fair amount, while the women and children visibly ate less than Angus's wife, Callie, along with Angus's 2 daughters, and Gakas's 2 children, were present, including Gakas's lover, as Gakas's wife had encountered misfortune. Could there be spies sent by other nobles? Luo Heng pondered, though he knew others were unaware of his intention to purchase warriors. Unless John had conspired with someone else, it is prudent to remain cautious. Luo Heng did not distrust anyone specifically. Rather, the situation was far too intricate. Once the Gnome Kingdom and the Dwarf Kingdom send a new batch of individuals next year, matters will become less complicated. Luo Heng had already negotiated with the dwarves to receive 100 dwarves in his territory, and he had also informed the Gnome Kingdom to prepare for the arrival of several hundred gnomes. Perhaps the orcs would be more trustworthy. Observing the industrious orcs, Luo Heng mused. Inside Angus's family's tent, Angus's wife remarked, "This hardly resembles a noble territory. It is simply too desolate, and those orc female slaves show no manners." Slurping their soup. "Silence," Angus coldly reprimanded. "What have the two of you discerned?" Angus asked his sons, aware that others presumed he had been forced to flee after severing the Duke's anatomy, yet he understood that he was now genuinely safe. "This Duke possesses wealth, and his territory is sufficiently vast. Coupled with the dwarven connection, even other nobles would hesitate to act rashly," Callie stated. "I perceive him as a mere lecher, Gakas retorted dismissively. Fool, no wonder you remain a mere third-tier warrior, Angus chastised. As Angus spoke, the others fell silent. Angus continued, this Duke is a true military man. Observe his posture while dining and the way he walks. He eats 3 meals a day, providing the same for his slaves. That is a quality befitting a general. And while you have only noticed the orc female slaves, have you observed the satisfaction in their eyes? And what of that swan person? Have you not noticed the golden eagle circling overhead? I can assure you, should the two of you confront the Duke, it will take no more than a mere 2 exchanges before you meet your demise. Have you observed the aged skin upon his hands? Angus remarked with a grave tone. This insignificant territory harbors not only numerous sorcerers, but also the most elite cadre of dwarven rock lizard knights. Do you deem this normal? And what of those giant slaves and Orcish laborers? Have you seen the overseers wielding their whips? Angus's voice dripped with disdain. Chapter 121. The Boiling of Sugar in the Afternoon. Luo Hong prepared to process some starchy roots, alongside others rich in sugar, to explore the possibility of brewing. Smash these roots vigorously against the wooden beam atop the barrel until they are completely pulverized. As for you, dispose of the remnants once they are crushed, Luo Hong instructed. But what purpose does this serve? A catfolk female slave whispered, her curiosity piqued. Ironically, the common tongue of the Orcish Empire was the human language. For each Orcish race possessed its own dialect, rendering human speech a more universal means of communication, alongside a few others. Just do it, Luo Hong replied dismissively, uninterested in offering explanations. These orcs were of the brawn-over-brains variety, no matter how long he elaborated. Their comprehension would remain elusive. 20 Orcish female slaves were divided into several groups, diligently smashing the roots atop the large barrel. Meanwhile, the sugar-rich roots had been cleaned and dried, ready for crushing as well. Portions were placed into 2 large barrels, and Luo Hong added some pine nut wine before transporting it to his tent. The remainder was destined for the sugar boiling process, as the crushed sugar roots were placed into a large iron pot to simmer vigorously. After 30 minutes of boiling, he removed the mixture, discarding the remnants before adding another batch that evening. As Luo Hong gazed upon the syrup at the pot's bottom, he shook his head in dismay. 200 pounds of roots yielded less than 10 pounds of syrup. Master, is this truly sugar? Angus, having spent the afternoon observing Luo Hong's handling of the roots, was filled with confusion, yet when the syrup emerged, he was left in awe. Indeed, but regrettably, the quantity is too scant, Luo Hong replied. My lord, this is simply magnificent. Next year, we must cultivate these roots, Wood exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon witnessing the syrup. How much does a pound of sugar cost? Luo Hong suddenly realized he had overlooked something and inquired. 2 silver coins for a pound of sugar. The Sorcerer's Guild sells snow sugar for 50 silver coins per pound, John chimed in, intrigued by the commotion. Snow sugar? Is that the white or transparent kind? Luo Hong asked, astonished. No, it's a grayish white, not this brown hue, John clarified, producing a bag from which he extracted a piece resembling grayish-white rock candy. Upon seeing it, Luo Hong grinned and said, John, I believe we could engage in a lucrative business venture. No need for petty dealings. I have no interest in your sugar, John replied, shaking his head. I possess a method to transform this sugar into transparent crystals, Luo Hong declared with a smile. Confident that even middle school physics was sufficient for the task, let alone his other knowledge. Impossible. If you can produce transparent crystals from sugar, I shall bestow upon you this spatial ring, John stated immediately. Indeed. Nonsense. Should you achieve this, I will grant you 500 gold coins, the gnome sorceress, who had always harbored disdain for Luo Hong, interjected. John, if I succeed, you need not offer me anything. We can simply collaborate. Splitting the profits evenly. I shall provide the technique, while you handle everything else, Luo Hong proposed. Duke Cheney, are you certain you are not jesting? Transparent crystals, you mean like quartz? Are you certain it is sugar? John remained skeptical. Indeed, the gnome sorceress affirmed. You, be quiet, Luo Hong retorted, somewhat intimidated by the gnome sorceress due to a previous encounter at the Sorcerer's Guild. Are you afraid? Duke Cheney, should you succeed, I shall give you this spatial ring, which contains valuable items. Furthermore, if you truly accomplish this, we can arrange a 70-30 split, John added eagerly. If I succeed, I want you to become my personal sorcerer, Luo Hong proclaimed, adopting an assertive demeanor towards the gnome sorceress. If you lose, you must return Windchaser to me, the gnome sorceress demanded defiantly. Windchaser belongs to you, Luo Heng queried, puzzled. Humph, my father decreed that Shao Qi was meant for me. It is non-negotiable, the gnome sorceress replied. Glaring, Luo Heng understood. The gnome sorceress had lost something to him. Very well, he conceded. Luo Heng combined the syrup with water to dissolve it, then shoot away the onlookers. He added ashes from burnt charcoal directly into the diluted sugar water. Stirring gently. On another front, he prepared a small barrel, puncturing a tiny hole at the bottom, and placed a cloth bag filled with crushed charcoal within it, layering it with a second bag containing clean sand. The two bags filled the barrel to 2/3 capacity. Upon completion, Luo Heng stated, "Let us see what the morning brings." "What is the purpose of this?" John inquired, utterly perplexed by the use of charcoal. Luo Heng had little appetite for the evening's feast, while Angus and the others indulged heartily. Upon seeing more dwarven rock lizard knights return, Angus began to regard Luo Heng with newfound respect. The tent was suffused with an unusual atmosphere, as Luo Heng held Alicia, gently caressing her soft wings, reminiscent of the times he had stroked the family goose in his childhood, though that goose was not as fearsome as the legendary ones. Alicia towered over Luo Heng, her long, fair legs and elegant neck accentuating her beauty. She embodied the quintessential figure of a fair-skinned, long-legged, ample-bosomed woman, her face radiating gentleness, with slender brows. Luo Heng kissed Alicia and embraced her tightly, feeling as though he were in a dream, despite her additional wings. In my former world, a woman like her would be beyond my reach, he mused. Though he was a soldier, he was not devoid of understanding. Special forces required intellect to master myriad skills. The foolish portrayal of soldiers in media was mere fiction. While they indeed needed steadfast determination, innate talent and intelligence were paramount. Cheney, rise, John's voice boomed from outside the tent early the next morning. Coming, Luo Heng replied, releasing Alicia and ensuring she was covered with a fur blanket before stepping outside. Is it going to snow? Luo Heng observed the overcast sky and the rising wind. Woods, Gary, Sorden, take some men to Baron Williams and retrieve the grain. And also procure fine wine and jerky that we know not how long the snow will fall, Luo Heng commanded loudly. Captain, would you kindly send some men on an errand? We shall not transport stones today, Luo Heng added as he approached the dwarven knight commander. Yes, Cheney, the knight commander replied promptly. John, impatient for Luo Heng to eat, urged him to hasten the creation of transparent sugar crystals. The materials Luo Heng had prepared the previous day were beyond John's comprehension. Having pondered all night that John's studies had never included transparent sugar. In nature, honey was yellow, sometimes green, and white, but transparent sugar that crystallized simply did not exist, unless, of course, it did, which would yield immense wealth and fame. Chapter 122. The Division of Factions, Part 1. The sugar water mixed with the wood ash had clarified overnight. Luo Heng filtered it once more using fine sand and charcoal before simmering it over low heat. The critical factor was temperature. If it rose too high, the mixture would turn caramelized. After breakfast, Luo Heng noticed the sugar had thickened and large bubbles had formed. He stirred with a stick and deemed it nearly ready. He procured a wooden board, greased its surface, and poured several pounds of the syrup onto it, despite the low temperature. Oh my! Half an hour later, as Luo Heng lifted a piece of sugar more transparent than crystal. Even Angus gasped in astonishment. Was this so simple? John, engrossed in his studies, was baffled. He had not understood the reason behind the addition of ash, yet the method seemed remarkably straightforward. The gnome sorceress fell silent, her expression one of pity as she gazed at John. John's mind raced with thoughts of how much this creation could fetch among the nobility. Duke Cheney, regarding our earlier conversation about a 50-50 split. John was acutely aware that once this simple technique became widespread, it would lose its value. Furthermore, Luo Heng was not only a duke, but also a magical consultant for the Sorcerers Guild, a dwarf, and a powerful lord. Ahem, I believe we should disclose this technique for the benefit of society, Luo Heng interjected. Having considered the implications carefully, the advantages for himself paled in comparison to those for John's family. 50-50 is fair, you provide the technique. And we shall handle the rest, John suggested, having contemplated the possibility of going solo, but recognizing the risks should Luo Heng choose to publicize it. 2080. I take 2, you take 8, but you. John, must work for 10 years without compensation. Regarding future profits, Luo Heng harbors a skeptical attitude that it is of utmost importance to first eliminate his own debts. The Duke of Cheney responded, "Very well." John was taken aback, pondering whether this dwarf duke was foolish. However, upon further reflection, he recognized the wisdom in such a stance. This way, his family would treat him accordingly, and after serving for 10 years, he would also need to continue his service upon promotion. Various fruit juices can also be added to this candy, Luo Heng remarked. Deal. But my students are not included in this arrangement, John stated to that moment. Luo Heng noticed the gnome's sorceress casting a doubtful glance at him and beckoned her closer with a flick of his finger. Luo Heng could hardly contain his joy. A simple filtration and purification process could yield such valuable items, not accounting for future profits. Even John's decade of service, along with a personal magical bodyguard, was already quite sufficient. As for the immense profits from this rock candy, Luo Heng did not believe that he could accomplish it alone. He was well aware that during the orc slave incident, these nobles were secretly colluding with one another. Angus, do you think I need further training? Angus meticulously examined Luo Heng's body, focusing primarily on his limbs. It is somewhat late, and your body's response to battle aura is rather weak. So, my Lord Duke, you will require some auxiliary means. The cost is approximately 20,000 gold coins to have a significant chance of igniting your battle aura in one attempt. Additionally, you must maintain your body in peak condition, Angus explained. What are the dangers of not igniting the battle aura on the first attempt? Luo Heng inquired. Having keenly noted the mention of one attempt, the success rate would be halved, and bodily damage could exceed 50%. That a person can ignite their battle aura a maximum of 3 times in their lifetime. Should one fail 3 times, they shall perish, Angus replied. What exactly is battle aura? Luo Heng pondered aloud. Battle aura and magic are both gifts bestowed upon us by the divine, enabling us to conquer demons, vanquish magical beasts, and triumph over evil, Angus elucidated. So, does possessing battle aura mean one need not fear mages? Luo Heng further questioned. Angus shook his head. My Lord Duke, that assertion is flawed. Even a child wielding a dagger can deliver a fatal blow if they strike the eye. This includes me. However, I possess sufficient awareness to ensure that the child cannot approach within 30 paces of me. Mages have even greater perception, and typically, lower-level mages find it difficult to come within 20 paces. Therefore, you must never engage in close combat with a mage, even if you were to hurl a stone at them. But some say that mages need time to cast spells in close combat. Luo Heng began. My Lord Duke, refrain from making such statements in the future. That a true mage dons a robe imbued with magical arrays and wields a staff, which typically contains records of at least 2 spells. They also possess scrolls and various potions, not to mention the advanced magical practitioners who wield mental attacks. A sudden mental shock can leave you dizzy, allowing the spells from their staff to strike you with precision, Angus laughed. John the Mage possesses a magical belt, likely containing 2 spells, along with magical accessories that may hold 2 or 4 spells. His robe can activate automatically, not to mention the staff in his hand, which can record at least 5 spells. This implies that John has at minimum 10 spells at his disposal. Who could possibly approach him? There have been novice warriors who believe that mages required time to chant spells, but mages also have numerous instant cast spells. Additionally, mages have magical pets, puppets, and an array of bizarre alchemical creations, curses, and various techniques, so one must never approach a mage. While their physical bodies may be weak, mages are acutely aware of their vulnerabilities. Much like us warriors who don thick armor, mages are often more intelligent than we are. How could they possibly expose their weaknesses to their enemies? Angus meticulously explained. Luo Heng understood and asked, are battle auras categorized by attributes? Indeed. My fire-based battle aura may not necessarily suit your body's attributes, hence the need for some auxiliary alchemical devices, Angus confirmed. Then, Angus, is it permissible to establish a temple dedicated to the god of war on the continent? Luo Heng had long pondered this question. Of course, you wouldn't think that the temple of the god of war exists solely among the orcs, would you? We have our own temple of the god of war, as the barbarians revere him. And a portion of berserkers also pay homage to the god of war. The orcs have temples dedicated to the god of shadows, the goddess of wealth, the goddess of harvest, and the goddess of hunting, among others. Angus's response astonished Luo Heng. Luo Heng had not anticipated this at all. This is not a war of faith. The god of war is not an evil deity. Both the god of war and the god of light belong to the lawful alignment. Would you like me to elaborate on the distinctions between the various factions within the church? Angus pondered, though he was curious about Luo Heng's interest in the matter. Chapter 123. The Distinction of Factions, Part 2. Please do. For I remain quite curious about the history of the church. Luo Heng expressed his intrigue regarding the history of this world, particularly upon encountering familiar script, although he was not entirely certain. The history of the church is known only to the church itself. I can merely outline the division of factions. There are many churches in the world, such as those of the god of the wilderness, the god of rivers, the god of lakes, the goddess of hunting, the goddess of dawn, the goddess of the forest, the goddess of nature, the god of harvest, and even the dwarven god of forging, the god of war, and so forth. However, there are only two major churches, the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. The Church of Darkness was defeated by the Church of Light in the divine war led by the God of Light. The Church of Darkness subsequently lost its dominion over the surface world and turned to occupy the underground realm, which is home to various races, including goblins, lava dwarves, dark elves, half-orcs, and other monstrous beings. The underground world is rife with chaotic and violent magic, thus both warriors and mages there tend to possess brutal temperaments. Naturally, they all adhere to the Church of the Evil or Chaotic Alignment. Angus provided a brief outline. Luo Heng inquired, how can one distinguish between them? The Duke can refer to the public announcements from the Church of Light and requires a priest from the Church of Light for verification. Angus explained. Then, if I wish to establish a temple for the god of war, must I also seek the approval of the Church of Light? Luo Heng asked. That is not necessary, but it would be advisable to invite the Church of Light for a visit after its establishment. Angus replied. If I were to establish a church without authorization, would no one intervene? Luo Heng asked incredulously. The divine is paramount, Angus stated meaningfully. Moreover, my Lord Duke, you do not belong to any empire or kingdom. You are a free lord, Angus added. Luo Heng nodded. Angus's words conveyed the notion that whoever the Church of Light deemed as belonging to the evil alignment would indeed be so. From Angus's discourse, Luo Heng gleaned that the history of this world was somewhat enigmatic. Angus's status was already quite respectable, yet his historical knowledge was only a vague overview. Unlike the citizens of many nations on Earth, who possess a general understanding of their own histories. How long ago did the Divine War occur? Luo Heng inquired. It has been at least several millennia, Angus replied. Several millennia. Luo Heng was astonished. Despite the passage of time, the productivity of this world remained stagnant. What could be the cause? Did the church hinder the advancement of productivity? Luo Heng could not ascertain the answer, but chose not to delve further into the matter. Then, Angus, what alchemical items are needed to ignite battle aura? Luo Heng asked. Primarily, magic crystals and magic cores are required, preferably top-tier ones. When I ignite your battle aura, I can channel the magic from the core or crystal into your body, thereby establishing a solid foundation. Additionally, we will require some potent healing potions, as guiding the battle aura may inflict damage upon the meridians. And we will also need mental protection potions to guard against the impact on the soul should the ignition of battle aura fail, Angus explained. Very well. We shall discuss this further when John returns. Luo Heng conceded. He surmised that battle aura was likely a form of magical energy. Angus, what constitutes the pinnacle of equipment for warriors? I observed some warriors at the northern fortress clad in armor without a single gap. Luo Heng decided to inquire about the equipment adorned with insignias. What you witnessed were the armaments of the temple warriors. Among the finest equipment on the continent, the forging techniques have been lost to time. Aside from the major churches, such equipment may only be found in ancient ruins. Possessing such equipment is the dream of every warrior and knight. It is said that the Judgment and Inquisition Knight orders of the Church of Light are equipped with such gear, enabling any knight from these orders to sweep away any empire, Angus explained. Thus, this type of equipment is referred to as divine battle armor, Angus added. Does that not require battle aura for use? Luo Heng inquired. I cannot say for certain. Divine battle armor is a closely guarded secret among each church. It is rumored that every set of divine battle armor has its own unique method of utilization. Angus replied, shaking his head. Following this, Luo Heng trained under Angus's guidance, focusing primarily on enhancing his body's resilience and endurance. While combat training was temporarily set aside, the method of combat will be determined by the attributes of your battle aura, so we shall postpone that training for now. Angus stated. However, after a lengthy training session, the weather took a turn, the wind picked up, and snowflakes began to fall, prompting even the golden eagle to return and perch inside the tent. Wood and his companions hastily secured the tents and stacked dry firewood. They even laid wooden planks over the drainage channels leading the hot spring water into the walls to prevent excessive snow accumulation. At night, the howling wind could be heard, yet fortunately, the location chosen by Luo Hang resembled underfloor heating, so everyone felt relatively warm. Relishing the pleasures of companionship, Luo Hang's relationship with Alicia grew increasingly intimate, and naturally, their physical activities intensified as well. With the long nights offering little entertainment, what else could they do besides exercise? Early the next morning, Luo Hang rose with the dawn, but Alicia remained fast asleep, having been roused by him several times. Upon opening the tent, he discovered a thick layer of snow exceeding a meter in depth. Thankfully, the topography here was situated in a valley, shielded by walls, so while the snowfall was significant, the wind was not particularly strong. The warmth from the wooden planks prevented the snow from freezing, causing it to slowly melt, although the blizzard was fierce. Fortunately, we have ample supplies, Luo Hang thought to himself, relieved that he had sent someone to the river valley town to procure sufficient provisions the previous day. Everyone worked together to shovel away the accumulated snow, preventing the melting snow water from seeping into the tents. However, in such weather, there was little to do besides eat. Luo Hang checked each tent, finding everything in order. The orc slaves were housed tent to a tent, laying down sheepskins like makeshift bedding, covering themselves with more sheepskins. While these sheepskins bore a distinct odor, they were certainly better than nothing. Luo Hang himself used lambskin, which was softer, while the orc slaves used adult sheepskins. Nonetheless, everyone had some form of close-fitting clothing that as he wandered through the tents, Luo Hang felt a surge of blood coursing through him. The physique of these orc female slaves was remarkable, with rabbit girls sporting short tails, cat girls with long tails, and fox girls flaunting their fluffy tails. Yet, the orc slaves seemed eager for rest, as there was little they could do in such weather. Returning to his tent, Luo Hang found it dark and uninviting. Inside, he had a few candles, which were considered a luxury in this world. One candle cost a silver coin and was said to be extracted from the fruit of a certain tree. Perhaps I should try the divine armor? Luo Hang pondered, contemplating the divine armor he had acquired. Chapter 124. Divine equipment. Luo Hang glanced at the wooden floor, shook his head, and then took out a badge that he had marked. These badges resembled large silver coins, featuring armor heights of 7 meters, 2, 5 meters, 2, 2.5 meters, 2, and 1.7 to 8 meters, 2, with the last one measuring about 1.5 meters. Each piece of armor had distinctly different weapons, great swords, massive axes, and crossbows. Luo Hang chose the badge corresponding to the 1.7 to 8 meter armor, although it lacked a crossbow as its weapon. The floor cannot bear this weight, he mused, considering how to test the divine armor. Duke, we've detected movement. There seems to be a pack of snow wolves, shouted a dwarf knight from outside the tent. How many? Luo Hang immediately inquired. Approximately over 100. With the largest measuring about 4 meters long, it is likely a mid-tier magical beast, the dwarf knight reported promptly. Lead the way, Luo Hang commanded, his expression grave as he looked out at the fierce snowstorm. Firearms were not omnipotent. In this weather, visibility was severely limited, making it unsuitable for firearms combat. As they stepped outside the walls, the raging snowstorm seemed to freeze in place. However, the rock lizards were unbothered by such conditions. And the wind chaser, accustomed to the cold of the high mountains, showed no signs of discomfort. Upon reaching the watchtower situated on the hillside, constructed of stone, Luo Hang noted that it had once been abandoned but had been restored by him. A few carpenters and stonemasons, along with some dwarf rock lizards, had transported the materials, and with the help of 2 giants, it was completed in a single day. This stone structure is quite superior, Luo Hang remarked. The watchtower was not very large, measuring around 30 square meters and consisting of 2 levels. The walls were a meter thick, constructed with stacked stones, while the interior featured wooden partitions. The roof was also wooden, composed of thick logs arranged densely, topped with stone slabs. Over there, snow wolves have been spotted this morning. We conducted a reconnaissance and estimated their numbers to be over 100. These beasts are lying in wait, the captain of the rock lizard knights stated. What shall we do now? Luo Hang asked, concerned about the snow wolves and the nearby forest. Even in good weather, he would hesitate to venture too close. We wait, We can only be patient until those beasts come out of the forest, the captain of the dwarf knights replied. I fear these beasts may assault us at night. The snow has piled high against the walls, allowing many of them to leap over, Angus added. His expression serious. Pack-hunting magical beasts were particularly troublesome, and after some deliberation, Luo Heng suggested, let us return. We will leave sufficient guards here. The others followed Luo Heng back, and as he surveyed the area outside the walls, he noted that in some places the snow had reached over 3 meters high, leaving less than 3 meters to the top of the walls. Angus, I have decided to set traps along the edges of the walls, sharpened wooden stakes driven into the ground, then covered with snow. What do you think? Luo Heng inquired. A splendid idea, Angus replied, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of fortifying their defenses. Additionally, I plan to establish several large bonfires here, and here we have ample timber, and even when the wood runs out, we have the hot spring. At worst, we can subsist on dry bread, Luo Heng continued. But we don't know how many days those beasts will besiege us. Angus expressed his concern. This wretched weather. If it weren't for this, I could handle those creatures alone. Luo Heng felt an uncharacteristic irritation, largely due to the ineffectiveness of his trump cards in such conditions, leaving him feeling insecure. Duke, we must first ascertain the number of snow wolves and the level of their leader. If they are of low to mid-tier strength, we have little to fear. However, if they are mutated or of high tier, I advise retreat, Angus suggested. Luo Heng shook his head. But will these snow wolves allow us to retreat safely? Angus fell silent, prompting Luo Heng to continue. At night, my dwarf brethren, you must position the rock lizards with their heads facing outward and tails inward, forming a complete encirclement to ensure we capture every last one. Duke, are we truly going to adopt a passive defense? Is there any kind of ranged weaponry? Angus asked, observing the rudimentary defensive layout Luo Heng had sketched. Indeed, Sodden, hating, the artillery will be in your capable hands tonight. Do you have confidence? Luo Heng glanced at Hating and Sodden. Absolutely. With sufficient ammunition, these mere snow wolves will be no match for us, Sodden and Hating declared confidently. Angus, you will be responsible for any snow wolves that breach the rock lizard defenses. Is that acceptable? Luo Heng inquired. Certainly, Angus replied, still somewhat bewildered. Excellent. My dwarf brethren, you will need to direct the rock lizards to repel the snow wolf assault, but you need not concern yourselves with those that slip past. Luo Heng instructed the 200 rock lizard dwarf knights. Yes, Duke, they responded eagerly, excitement evident among the knights at the mention of artillery, having witnessed the power of this secret weapon before. However, such arms were classified as restricted, reserved for powerful factions like the Holy Order's Magic Guild. While lesser kingdoms or empires could only dream of such privileges, naturally, the inventor of the artillery, Duke Cheney, faced no such restrictions. Very well, Luo Heng then produced 3 artillery pieces, all double-barreled cannons, a gift of support from the dwarf kings. And previously used cast-iron cannons, he also had 500 rounds of ammunition, all reforged by the Forging Guild, as despite Luo Heng's division of labor, Sodden, the overseer, understood the processes involved. Although the humans involved in the casting had gained their freedom, they remained free citizens of the dwarf kingdom, not of any other nation that AS tasks were assigned. Wood and Gary began their work, first clearing away the snow, dumping it directly into the hot spring water. The frozen snow was then doused with hot spring water to create cavities, into which sharpened wooden stakes were plunged, freezing solid within minutes. The snow would soon cover these traps, forming a protective perimeter within several meters of the walls. Sodden and Hating familiarized themselves with the artillery, constructing a cannon emplacement from the snow, while the dwarf knights also prepared their defensive positions. Luo Heng retreated to his tent, placing the Golden Eagle on guard outside, and retrieved his alchemical equipment, preparing to craft mithril bullets. Oh, just as he took out his materials, he heard Angus calling for him. Allowing Angus to enter, Luo Heng noticed his astonishment at the setup displayed before him. Angus, what brings you here? Luo Heng asked, opening the magical furnace and retrieving a crucible, placing some refined iron within. Chapter 125, Night Assault by the Snow Wolves. My lord, you can perform alchemy? Angus asked in astonishment. I know a bit, Luo Heng nodded. My lord, I would like to inquire if you have any shields or the like that I believe we may require them for the upcoming battle, Angus ventured. Shields? I do have some. Luo Heng pondered for a moment, recalling that he possessed the magical shield that Alicia had used to deflect his bullets. That's fortunate. Angus sighed with relief upon hearing this. Without a shield, one would only have a wooden one, which primarily lacks substantial defensive capabilities. Behold this shield. It is a magical one, Luo Hung declared as he presented a shield taller than a man and handed it to Angus. Upon seeing the half-man-high silver metallic shield, Angus instantly recognized its exceptional nature. The shield of the Holy Warrior, he exclaimed, as his battle aura surged into the shield, causing it to radiate a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, Angus felt a transformation within himself. His demeanor grew calm, and his senses sharpened. Looking down, he noticed a faint white glow enveloping his body. Angus gasped in astonishment, signaling to Luo Hang that this item was indeed remarkable. However, as Angus was now his slave, Luo Hung stated, "As long as you remain in my service, consider this shield alone." "Thank you, my lord. With this shield, I can single-handedly vanquish those wretched beasts." Angus promptly performed a warrior's salute. "There's no need for such formality. Go familiarize yourself with the shield, and we shall proceed according to plan this evening," Luo Hung replied, shaking his head. "Understood." Noticing Luo Hung tinkering with the magical furnace, Angus promptly departed. The alchemist, a profession shrouded in mystery akin to that of a sorcerer, was, in Luo Hang's view, merely engaged in the creation of bullet heads, subsequently coating them with a layer of mithril using additives. A rather straightforward task compared to extracting deadly poisons or gases from everyday substances, posing significantly less danger. Once the bullet heads were completed, he stored away the other tools, retrieved the polishing instruments, and began the meticulous process of reloading the crude anti-material gun's ammunition, which had a notably lower reload capacity compared to a revolver. While the shells of a revolver could often be reloaded multiple times, the crude anti-material gun shells could only withstand 2 or 3 reloads at most. He weighed the added fire-type magic crystal powder on a scale and carefully reloaded each bullet, placing them into a specialized padded box. The fire-type magic crystal powder was highly unstable, necessitating the insertion of cotton-like material within the bullets to prevent movement. Upon completing the reload, Luo Hong was drenched in sweat, prompting him to step outside and assess the arrangements, pointing out areas needing improvement. "My lord, why is the artillery positioned this way?" Hardin inquired, observing a triangular area formed by accumulated snow, with 3 cannons stationed at its corners. Luo Hung responded, "Hardin, you may still call me Cheney. We are brothers. You see, this is our artillery position. Regardless of where the enemy attacks from, there will always be 2 cannons ready to fire in succession." "Oh, I understand. It's simply perfect," Hardin exclaimed, gazing at the simplistic schematic drawn in the snow. "Focus diligently. There are many intricacies to an artillery position," Luo Hung remarked, patting Hardin's shoulder. "Yes, Cheney," Hardin replied, immediately taking charge. Luo Hung surveyed the well-arranged position, which was distinctly open and surrounded by depressions formed from snow and water. The layout was not circular, but rather configured around the living quarters, as the opposite side was dominated by a scalding hot spring. Stretching over 10 meters wide, 2 giants wielding hefty wooden clubs, alongside several male orc slaves, guarded this area, with a sorcerer overseeing the operations. Wind Chaser and Golden Eagle were also present, though the latter's flight was hindered at night, however. On the ground, the Golden Eagle was not intimidated by ordinary snow wolves. In the center of the tent area stood a watchtower, hastily constructed by the carpenter that afternoon, aided by 2 giants who easily drove the wooden posts into the soil. The tower, 7 meters tall and quite rudimentary, posed no significant issues as Luo Hong climbed to the top. "Hardin, mark the areas and prepare for a test fire," Luo Hong commanded as he looked down. "All right, everyone pay attention. The fire pits from right to left are designated as Area A, Area B, Area C, and Area D. Prepare Area B," Hardin loudly instructed. "Target 1 is locked. Target 2 is locked. Target 3 is locked." The 3 marksmen shouted in unison. "Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3. The loaders echoed, then signaled the igniter. "Fire," Hardin called out. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding blasts, several snow mounds over 200 meters away were struck. "Excellent," Luo Hung observed, noting that Hardin had executed the procedures correctly. Operating such equipment required strict adherence to protocol. Beginning with training, every step must be executed flawlessly. If the marksmen failed to aim properly, the loaders would not be able to carry out their tasks effectively. This principle was rigorously enforced in the northern fortress. Protocols must be observed. Witnessing this spectacle, the orc female slaves and Angus were left in astonishment, though the elevated artillery position startled even the summoned rock lizards. Very well, let's conduct 2 more test firings to acclimate the night's rock lizards. Luo Heng nodded in agreement. Thus, they proceeded with 2 more slow test fires, and under their master's soothing presence, the rock lizards gradually settled down. The wind and snow intensified, casting a gloomy pall over the afternoon sky, while preparations for the evening meal were underway in the kitchen. With everyone resting beneath the tent, its roof thick with accumulated snow, and the artillery position shielded by hides as night fell, the camp resonated with the howling winds. Ayo! Wind chasers suddenly emitted a series of howls. Luo Heng quickly lifted the hide covering the watchtower, peering out to see several orcs shouting as they unveiled the hides covering the wooden structures. These orc slaves, shrouded in hides, had concealed themselves among the wooden piles. Able to endure the biting cold, upon unveiling the hides, the orc slaves swiftly darted away, shattering the clay pots in their grasp. With a resounding crash, flames erupted from several fire pits, as the dwarf knight summoned rock lizard riders. The dwarven artillery crew removed the hides covering their cannons, and the loaders began to clean the cannon bores with oil. A chilling howl erupted as a massive wolf emerged from the wall, followed by more heads peeking over the barrier, their eyes fixated on the blazing fire pits. Dozens of snow wolves stared at the humans within the walls, their gazes drawn to the flickering flames. Ayo! With a resounding howl, the majority of the snow wolves leaped down, while a portion maneuvered along the wall, one enormous snow wolf climbing atop it. Chapter 126. Battle. These snow wolves leaped from the several-meter-high wall, resulting in numerous anguished howls as many wolves met their demise upon landing. The remaining wolves, initially poised to jump, hesitated, watching their injured comrades die in the glow of the flames. Only fleeting shadows were visible, leaving even Luo Heng, with his scope, unable to discern clearly. Approximately 20 snow wolves leaped down, impaled by concealed spikes, though none suffered immediate fatal injuries. Some, nursing bleeding wounds, charged toward the fire pits. Engage according to designated sectors, Hardin commanded loudly. Boom! One snow wolf dashed toward the fire pit, its body illuminated with blue light, evidently preparing to unleash magic. Just then, a thunderous explosion ensued. The snow wolf instinctively curled up, but immediately afterward, it witnessed the fire pit swirling violently before crashing to the ground. Its body severed in half. Of the 3 cannonballs fired, only one missed the snow wolf, while the other 2 struck true. Luo Heng remained still, observing as the wolf pack on the wall shifted to the sides, clearly indicating that the dark area behind them was the source of the snow wolves' assault. 1, 2, 3, 13 robust snow wolves, plus the lead wolf, Luo Heng meticulously assessed, mentally noting that aside from their formidable ice magic, ordinary snow wolves lacked more potent capabilities. The rock lizards boasted thick, rocky hides, serving as a form of passive defense, while they also possessed the ability to charge fiercely. However, regardless of the circumstances, magical beasts could not unleash their magic at will, as their magical energy was finite. Ziz! One snow wolf opened its mouth, releasing a beam of blue light that struck the fire pit, causing it to erupt in flames. Haha! Knowing he was targeting the snow wolves, Luo Heng had conducted thorough research. The wood contained a significant amount of oil. The snow wolf king atop the wall howled in fury as Luo Heng turned to observe the commotion behind him, where many snow wolves prowled near the lake. Thud, thud, thud. These wolves, upon discovering the wooden planks floating above the hot spring, leaped down, unaware that the boards were merely floating on the water's surface. The scalding temperature of the hot spring, reaching between 80 to 90 degrees, caused the wolves to yelp in agony upon landing. The water's heat was retained due to the wooden boards covering the channels that fed it, preventing the temperature from dissipating. Thus, the hot spring's water remained perilously hot. Torches were ignited as 2 giants and several orcs confronted the philosophical snow wolves. The sight of the giants sent the wolves into a frenzy. Bang! One snow wolf ascended the wooden planks of the living quarters, only to be met by a giant who, with a sweeping motion, sent a 10-meter-long log crashing down, sending the wolf hurtling against the wall. A spray of crimson snow erupting from the impact. The wolf king, hearing the anguished cries, howled once more. Over 100 snow wolves leaped from the wall, surging past the trap-laden area. Boom! 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 The artillery fired once more. and the snow wolves, crouching low, charged towards Luo Hong. The dwarf knights stood ready, their formation unyielding. "Earth Spike!" roared the captain of the dwarf cavalry. Thud, 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 a multitude of spikes, each over a meter high, erupted in a dense array within a 20-meter radius before the rock lizard. Dozens of snow wolves were immediately struck by this spell, howling in agony. Thud! In an instant, around 100 snow wolves lost approximately 1/5 of their number, yet soon after, these wolves opened their mouths to unleash beams of blue light. "Down!" Angus bellowed from beneath the artillery platform, his shield gleaming with a silvery radiance, as a phantom of a shield enlarged and collided thunderously with the azure stream of light. A dwarf knight was struck by an ice arrow. This was the magic of the snow wolves. And the knight screamed in pain. Bang! Luo Hong sprang into action, and with a resounding crack, the strongest among the ordinary snow wolves, which had intended to blend in for a surprise attack, were already in his sights. The speed of the bullet was astonishing. By the time the sound reached them, the wolf's head had been obliterated. Crack! Luo Hang's gaze remained fixed on the scope, reloading without needing to look. A testament to his rigorous training. Bang! Second one, he silently counted, unaware that the robust wolves hidden among their ranks had already lost 2 companions. Meanwhile, the booming sound of cannon fire echoed. Occasionally, a single shell would obliterate several foes. "Awoo!" the Wolf King howled, inciting all the snow wolves to launch a frenzied assault on the camp. The gnome sorceress flipped open her spellbook and pointed her hand. Boom! A torrent of flames shot forth, reaching a distance of 30 meters. Igniting several leaping snow wolves in an instant. On the other side, a mage extended his hand, summoning a colossal hand of flame that grasped a snow wolf, engulfing it in fire. Whoosh, whoosh. Another mage tore open a scroll, unleashing a barrage of arcane missiles. Beast! One snow wolf attempted to leap over the rock lizard, prompting the captain of the dwarf knights to roar, his red battle aura surging as he leaped like a cannonball, his axe cleaving the wolf and exploding its head. "Take that!" The captain of the dwarf knights landed on the rock lizard's back, roaring in triumph. Angus, observing from the rear, noted that these lower-tier magical beasts could typically cast spells no more than 2 or 3 times. And they were not foolish enough to expend all their magic at once. Charge! With a surge of battle aura, Angus propelled himself forward, his shield smashing into 2 snow wolves, while his one-handed sword cleaved through another 2, instantly slaying 4 of them. "Take that!" The captain of the dwarf knights roared in response to the spectacle. Rumble! The dwarf knights, now growing impatient, leaped onto the backs of their rock lizards, which bounded forward to engage the snow wolves in a fierce clash. Alas! Luo Hong sighed, initially intending to annihilate the entire pack of snow wolves, but the dwarf knights and Angus had already charged ahead. Bang! Luo Hong adjusted his aim, firing a bullet that sent the Wolf Kings, situated at the rear of the pack, tumbling to the ground. Seeing the artillery rendered ineffective, Harden and the others brandished their weapons and rushed forward. Bang! Bang! Luo Hang continued to shoot, targeting the strongest wolves from an elevated position. As the snow wolves reached the base of the wall, many leaped up, seemingly on the verge of escape. However, in the next moment, the edges of the wall erupted in a flurry of snowflakes. It turned out that the wall's edge was lined with 2 rotating logs. The snow wolves, upon landing, found their weight insufficient to maintain balance, and as soon as their front paws touched the logs, they plummeted. Awoo! There were traps below, and Luo Hong was thoroughly pleased with the construction. Boom, boom, boom. 200 dwarf rock knights were more than capable of trampling these snow wolves. Yet, the wolves bore a strong desire for revenge. Luo Hong could not feasibly mount defenses every night to prevent such encounters. He set aside his firearm, the 200 rock lizard knights, alongside a silver swordsman wielding a holy warrior's shield, cut through the wolves like chaff. Luo Hong glanced to the other side, noting that the giants were indeed born warriors, as the snow wolves attempting to invade the camp had not anticipated the slippery boards coated in grease that awaited them after climbing out of the boiling water, one after another. They lost their footing. The giants swung their hefty wooden clubs as if clearing away refuse, sending the snow wolves flying. The snow has stopped. Luo Hang realized that he could no longer see any falling snowflakes. Within a mere 20 minutes, the snow wolf pack's sneak attack had been thwarted, with the 200 dwarf rock lizard knights charging twice, each lizard taking down 4 or 5 wolves, leaving the dwarf knights with little to gain. Wood and Gary swiftly began to clear the slain wolves, while the orc male slaves smashed the skulls of any remaining wolves to prevent any danger from lingering threats. My lord, I suggest pursuing the fleeing snow wolves. Their daring assault upon us must have a motive. I suspect there are numerous young wolves, which could be a substantial treasure, Angus expressed, feeling unsatisfied with just one charge. We'll discuss it at dawn, Luo Hang replied with a shake of his head. My lord, the pups won't be far. There may still be snow wolves guarding them, Angus insisted eagerly, gripping his shield tightly. Determined to make some contribution, he knew he must show his loyalty to the utmost. Are you confident? Luo Hang inquired. Absolutely. Angus thumped his chest. Then go, Luo Hang said, uncertain of Angus's true intentions. Yes, my lord, await my good news. Angus responded promptly, dashing towards the wall. From 10 meters away, his battle aura erupted, propelling him over the towering wall and gliding towards the distant hill. Luo Hang watched in astonishment, marveling at the power of the silver swordsman. From afar, he observed Angus place his shield beneath him, bounce slightly on the snowy ground, and then shoot off into the distance. Approximately 80 meters, my goodness, Luo Hang calculated. Amazed at the distance. The height must be around 15 to 16 meters, perhaps that isn't even his limit, he further estimated, realizing Angus had leaped at least 5 stories high, truly monstrous. In fact, under normal circumstances, Angus alone would suffice to eliminate these beasts, the gnome sorceress remarked. Luo Hang nodded, and soon after, he heard a chorus of cheers. My lord, this female wolf has pups in her belly. And they are still alive. Wood exclaimed. Rushing over, Luo Hang saw several glistening little ones writhing about, urging them to bring them closer. He approached the water's edge, testing the temperature, then retrieved a large pot to fill with warm spring water. Several orc maidens cradled the pups, and Luo Hang hurriedly placed them in the warm water. After discovering that the female wolves had likely been pregnant, Wood immediately sought out the largest bellies and found 11 heavily pregnant females. But only 4 had living pups. The others had either been killed or had not fully developed. Luo Hang placed the dozen pups in another wooden basin and began to blow gently into one while compressing its chest. These pups had only recently perished. My lord, what are you doing? Alicia asked. No talking. You lot, come here. Remove anything from the pups' mouths, then blow gently and compress here, lightly. Luo Hang instructed, knowing that snow wolves as magical beasts held considerable value, with the price of rearing pups surpassing that of capturing them. The dozen or so orc maidens proceeded cautiously, while several mages looked on in confusion. When the pup in Luo Hang's hand began to breathe on its own, the mages were astonished, hastily retrieving exquisite scrolls to capture the marvel in magical language. It lives. It lives. Another orc maiden blew and compressed, and after several attempts, miraculously, the pup revived. Half an hour later, Luo Hang surveyed the 32 nearly identical pups floating in several large wooden basins that he carried them, along with the basins, into the tent, laying down furs and covering them with more hides. But where will I find food for these little ones? Luo Hang pondered, knowing that milk could nourish puppies. Goat's milk would work as well. The dwarf knights assisted in collecting the wolf carcasses, while the orc maidens expertly skinned the wolves and processed the meat. I declare that each brother of the dwarf knights who was uninjured shall receive 100 gold coins. Those who were injured shall receive 500, and I will cover all medical expenses. Mages may use any magical potions they possess. Mages will receive a reward of 100 gold coins. Orc slaves 10 gold coins each, the 2 giants 300 gold coins, and each participant in the artillery assault 100 gold coins. Human slaves will receive 10 gold coins, while Wood, Gary, and Carrie will each receive 50 gold coins. To be distributed at dawn, Luo Hang proclaimed loudly. Wood and Gary were taken aback, immediately exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Duke Cheney. The dwarf knights beamed at the announcement, their spirits lifted. The orc slaves, hearing the news, could scarcely believe their ears. After all, gold coins could buy a great deal of food and livestock. Thank you, my lord. The first to react were the orc slaves who had been purchased. Having grown up in human society and understanding the worth of gold coins, hurry up and get to work, cook the wolf meat, and make the fire bigger. We shall feast on barbecued wolf meat. Luo Hang commanded. My lord, we are not hungry, actually. An orc female slave spoke up, saying that these female slaves had hardly done anything at all. Not hungry, yet still eat. Luo Hang precisely needed this period to win the favor of these orcs. Otherwise, they would flee into the mountains as soon as spring arrived. Luo Hang could retrieve them, but it would be a hassle. My lord, there are more than 20 young wolves, and over a dozen pregnant females, about to give birth. Suddenly, Angus's voice rang out. A dozen dwarves leaped over the walls and rushed out, bringing back more than 20 half-grown wolf pups, along with several heavily pregnant females. The remaining were corpses with their heads nearly severed. And the remaining pregnant females had their legs broken. What shall we do with these heavily pregnant females? Luo Hong inquired. Chapter 127. Exchange, my lord. These female wolves are highly sought after. They fetch the highest prices in the magical beast market. It won't be long before they give birth, and once purchased, they can be profitable, Angus replied. There were also some fluffy snow wolves, which appeared adorable but bore fierce expressions, ready to tear apart anyone they could catch. Then let us sell them, Luo Hong said. As you wish, Angus nodded. Luo Hong looked at the wide-eyed wolf pups, unsure of how to proceed. Clearly, these pups had not yet been weaned, which explained why the snow wolves dared to attack humans. They needed to provide nourishment for their young. The half-grown pups were caged using wooden structures. A missed meal or two would not matter, while the adult heavily pregnant females were guarded by dwarven knights, to be addressed come dawn. Roasting wolf meat, ale, and pine nut wine made for a splendid feast. Even the escaped snow wolves posed little threat. Solitary snow wolves found it exceedingly difficult to survive during winter. Luo Hong, however, did not indulge excessively in alcohol, nor did Angus. The distant bonfire continued to burn, the scent of blood attracting more magical beasts. My lord, this shield is simply magnificent. I feel my stamina has increased significantly. And it can also cast 2 spells of the Holy Warrior, one for purification and another for stamina restoration, Angus exclaimed, enamored with the shield, which was half his height. If you find it useful, keep using it as long as you serve for 5 years, it will be yours, Luo Hong replied. But my lord, am I not your slave? Angus asked, puzzled. In my territory, there are no slaves, even those orcs, when spring comes. I will allow them to leave. Luo Hong reflected on this matter for quite some time. Angus was left speechless, unsure if the Duke had lost his mind. My lord, these orc female slaves could very well exceed 10 million gold coins. Angus reminded him. What difference does it make if I possess 10 million gold coins or just one? When I sleep at night, I occupy no more space than this, and when I sit, it is the same, Luo Hong chuckled. Having become indifferent to everything after experiencing life and death, he sometimes found it incredible to recall the days of fleeing. Angus felt it futile to continue the conversation with Luo Hong. Shaking his head and sipping his pine nut wine. As dawn approached, the anticipated attack from magical beasts did not occur, and the golden eagle took flight at daybreak. Shortly thereafter, it returned, clutching the frozen corpse of a half-grown wolf pup. Clearly having lost the protection of its pack, the orc female slaves began to sort through the wolf pelts, most of which were of excellent quality. The collected magical cores were given directly to the Dwarven Knight Brigade's rock lizards. Only the Wolf King's magical core was retained by Luo Hong, while several mages eagerly gathered the precious blood from the snow wolf's heart, along with wolf fangs. The remaining materials included wolf pelts. With wolf meat hung up to dry, and the entrails cleaned in the hot spring water, while drowned snow wolves were also retrieved, Luo Hong personally visited River Valley Town to meet with Baron William. Do you need use? Cows, something that produces milk. Baron William was perplexed by Luo Hong's unusual request. Yes, last night a pack of snow wolves attacked us, totaling over 160 adult wolves and several pups, so I require something to feed them. Luo Hong had his own calculations. As he was considering magical beasts, raising these unweaned pups with a magical contract would ensure their loyalty. You killed the snow wolf pack? Good heavens, that pack has been a nightmare for several nearby towns, every winter. Numerous pastures are assaulted. Our Tulip Kingdom even offers a bounty, Baron William exclaimed. What is the bounty for? Luo Hong inquired. The tales of the snow wolves. But my lord, you are not part of the kingdom. Baron William began. I can provide that. Such a deed will surely leave a favorable impression on the town mayor, Luo Hong remarked. Baron William hesitated to refuse, recognizing the gravity of the achievement. Ahem. We also captured some pregnant female wolves and several half-grown pups. Any that have opened their eyes can be sold to you at 80 of market price. Luo Hong was still concerned about how to deal with the half-grown pups and the heavily pregnant females. Very well. I will do my utmost to gather lactating cows and ewes, Baron William replied. In that case, we will send the female wolves and the wolf pack over tonight. But you should also put on a show, Luo Heng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Baron William contemplated before responding, "My lord, our family possesses a farm over there, with ample grain and several cows and sheep. You can take whatever you need. We can settle matters there." Deal. Luo Heng was taken aback by the Baron's willingness. Luo Heng and Baron William then discussed arrangements in detail. Some wolf claws and tails would be given freely, while the Wolf King's pelt and magical core would be purchased at market price. In the evening, Luo Heng and his men arrived at the farm mentioned by Baron William. The enormous granaries contained at least several tens of thousands of gen of grain. The farm was vast, spanning thousands of acres. The dwarven knights, accompanied by rock lizards, continually transported goods, sparing no effort with planks and barrels. Two giants effortlessly lifted these items. Even so, by dawn, the farm echoed with thunderous roars and the clashing of weapons, followed by towering flames as the buildings and granaries were consumed. The next morning, the townsfolk of River Valley awoke early to see bloodstains on the streets. Following the traces of blood, they discovered a pile of snow wolf tails and a massive pelt from the Snow Wolf King. Ladies and gentlemen, last night, the Snow Wolf pack attacked Willow Tree Farm. We killed over 100 snow wolves and the Wolf King, but several massive ice bears appeared. Starting today, the town will be sealed off until the ice bears leave and safety is assured. Baron William limped out, a half-length spear in hand, declaring loudly, "Wow!" The crowd gasped, for this snow wolf pack was a scourge in the area, with many pastures attacked each year. Thus, during winter, the farms were nearly deserted, leaving only slaves and servants behind. After Baron William finished speaking, he entered the town mayor's office. "The Baron is wise," the Baron's steward praised. "How shall we report this, my lord?" the town constable asked. "Well, equipment losses amount to 90, and personnel casualties total 30. We can fill the vacancies, and then there are costs for medical treatment and losses to the farm. However, we will need at least half a month to report upwards, as ice bears are still roaming outside," Baron William stated. Understood. The constable promptly began writing the report. "Also, you have 3 magical scrolls, while I possess 5 that your subordinates must manage them properly," Baron William added. The constable calculated that with his own equipment, plus rewards and magical scrolls, he would likely receive 300 to 400 gold coins, further fueling his motivation, not counting the rewards for the slain snow wolves. Meanwhile, Luo Heng had secured 16 ewes, 3 of which had lambs, while the rest had miscarried. Nonetheless, they could still produce milk. Luo Heng enlisted some maidservants to tend to the wolf pups, leaving the matter aside. Wood and Gary were still tallying last night's haul. Planks were laid out in the open, piled high with sacks. Thanks to Baron William's generous preparation of so many bags, tables, chairs, kitchenware, utensils, and hundreds of barrels of wine, all covered with animal skins, though some had cracked from the frost, the entire camp was imbued with the aroma of wine. Alongside hundreds of cattle, dozens of horses, and several hundred sheep, primarily feasting on the remnants of processed grains and straw, which had been brought back in large quantities. The carpenters and giants were busy using timber to construct a livestock pen within the walls. "My lord, here is the inventory, 2,315 sacks of grain, each approximately 200 gen, totaling about 463,000 gen of grain, 125 cattle, including 21 calves, along with 45 horses, 6 of which are of superior breed, while the rest are plow horses, 460 sheep, and various fodder," Wood reported. "Very well, let me have it here. What kind of grain do we have?" Luo Heng inquired. "Primarily beans and wheat for feeding livestock," Wood replied. Alicia," Luo Heng called out. "Chen and I." Alicia had long been all ears, and upon hearing Luo Heng call her name, she immediately approached him. "Well, you will manage these things in the future." Luo Heng handed the ledger over to Alicia. You mean those grains and those cattle and sheep are entrusted to me?" Alicia had never seen such a mountain of grain before. "Yes, you are my woman. If not to you, then to whom shall I entrust them?" Luo Heng replied. In fact, while over 400,000 pounds of grain sounded like a lot, it amounted to just over 200 tons, merely a few large trucks worth. "All right." Alicia quickly clutched the ledger to her chest. "And remember to ensure that our subordinates are well fed. You know, even the 2 giants need to be adequately nourished. Let them eat as they please," Luo Heng instructed. "Actually, they could have 2 meals a day, as winter days are quite short," Alicia remarked quietly. Luo Heng was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Those orcs belong to the same species as her. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is plenty of food." The grain was controlled by the nobility. 200 tons from a single farm seemed to Luo Hung nothing short of a waste of land. The soil here was nearly black earth, yet he noticed that the farmland had not been tilled. Luo Hung shook his head. Any Chinese person would know that the colder the winter, the more bountiful the harvest the following year. After deep plowing, pests and diseases in the soil would perish, but without deep plowing, the next year's yield would be in jeopardy. Listen to me. As long as it is within my territory, they shall eat to their fill, and meat should be served twice every 10 days, Luo Hung stated. Fine, Alicia replied, clearly dissatisfied. She then left with wood, evidently regarding those provisions as her own. Seeing Alicia depart, Luo Hung decided to rest. He had gone 2 days without sleep, first standing guard at night, preparing during the day, and then transporting grain in the evening. However, with the supplies from one farm secured, Luo Hung felt a sense of relief that it was only at noon during lunch that he finally opened his eyes. Exiting the tent, he saw that the livestock rearing area was nearly completed, and the timber was a boon from this venture. Were it not for the time constraints, Luo Hung would have dismantled the farm's buildings entirely. Fortunately, the farm had a substantial amount of timber, thanks to the 200 dwarf rock lizard knights hauling supplies back and forth on sleds. My lord, you need not worry anymore. Angus was astonished that his new master had such foresight. Some useless wolf tails, wolf claws, along with a few pregnant she-wolves had not only yielded gold coins, but also a considerable amount of supplies. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. One must consider problems from the perspective of the other party. Luo Hung waved his hand. Angus, towering over 2 meters, contrasted sharply with Luo Hung, who stood just over 1 meter 80, making Luo Hung less inclined to converse with him due to the vast difference in stature as for the two giants. They resembled colossal machines. Their involvement in construction was astonishingly swift. No ladders or scaffolding were needed. Timber and logs were effortlessly handled by these two giants. Naturally, their appetites were substantial. Each giant required at least 20 to 30 pounds of grain, not including their meat broth. Luo Hung was acutely aware that the taller one was, the better their nutritional needs had to be met, lest they lose all strength and struggle to walk. The wolf bones were used by the orcs to brew soup in large cauldrons. Despite their best efforts to cleanse it, a lingering odor remained, compounded by the boiled entrails. Luo Hung felt little appetite. Yet the giants consumed multiple large barrels of it, while the remaining orc slaves feasted heartily. With Carrie, Wood, and Gary, along with the dwarf rock lizard night guards, Luo Hung felt considerably at ease. Alicia was busy with several clever fox girls, primarily organizing kitchenware and tableware, as the orcs lacked even decent iron utensils, let alone exquisite silver ones. The livestock rearing area was completed at a remarkable pace, followed by the establishment of a larger granary. For now, the people would have to endure some discomfort. The construction of the granary required a foundation, with logs placed atop the base and wooden planks above that. These structures were merely temporary. As dusk fell, the granary was finally completed, its roof coated with tree resin for the time being. Why is the wheat being cooked this way? During dinner, Luo Hung observed the boiling wheat mixed with meat broth and called for wood. Chapter 128. The Millstone. My lord, there is no mill, and the quantity of black bread is limited. Hence, we use bone broth for cooking. Wood, who was responsible for logistics, explained. I see. Luo Hung took a bite and found it acceptable. The grains were quite mushy. However, considering that the bran would be fed to the livestock and that the grain supply was sufficient, he began contemplating the mill. The mills in this world were already quite advanced, featuring enormous windmills or watermills. Of course, the grinding within these mills relied on stones pressing against one another, yielding low-quality flour. Black bread was essentially a combination of the flour sifted from refined flour and the remaining coarse bran, a staple for many impoverished individuals. After breakfast, Luo Hung set about designing the millstone. Aside from the power source, several structural elements were necessary. First, a funnel to store the grains, then a valve to control the descent speed of the grains, beneath which lay a grinding disc to crush the wheat, adjustable for tightness. Additionally, a spiral rotor could be added, with scraping blades on either side to remove most of the bran. Finally, the most crucial component was a sieve. Resembling a blender. Of course, Luo Hung would gradually enhance the design. After several revisions, the concept had taken shape. Heating, sodium, construct a furnace, Luo Hung commanded. This time he brought a considerable quantity of white iron blocks, a scarce resource produced by the Dwarf Forging Guild based on the smelting techniques Luo Hung provided. Consequently, carpenters and stonemasons began erecting a forge, while Luo Hung optimized the dimensions. The sieve was constructed from the sieving cloth obtained from the farm. Though it was inferior to metal, yet, crafting tiny holes in metal sheets would be a tedious task, and Luo Hung ultimately decided against it. "Are you planning to build a mill, Your Grace?" Angus approached, glancing at the blueprints and inquired. "Indeed, do you have any suggestions?" Luo Hung asked. In truth, the wheat and meat broth are already quite satisfactory, while the wolf bones and entrails had a certain odor. They were still from magical beasts. Even the lowest tier beast meat was worth several times more than regular livestock meat, making it even better for warriors. Ha! Luo Hung chuckled. Though this world already had wind and water mills, their efficiency remained low. Luo Hung intended to demonstrate the immense power of machinery to these people. Sifting flour was also a time-consuming task, but with mechanical sifting, the process would be transformed. That day, everyone took a break, with little to occupy their time. The following day, life had essentially returned to normal. Gary and his team continued to dig the river channel, selecting edible plant roots from the mud. And there were indeed some delicious finds within the muck. Wood led the logistics team, transporting and stacking grain, feeding livestock, and cleaning up the blood left behind from the recent battle. This time, Luo Hung employed mud molds, with carpenters assisting in crafting wooden components for casting. Anything that could be made with a hammer, like funnels, did not require casting. White iron was melted in crucibles and then poured into molds. The components for the millstone were not particularly large, though the screw holes posed some challenges. Luo Hung resorted to using magical metal to create drill bits, taking his time. Additionally, making screws and nuts was quite labor-intensive. The cast parts also required polishing, ensuring that no flour could leak out. Sealing gaskets could also be added for good measure. After 5 days, the millstone, standing over 2 meters high, was nearly complete. The power mechanism utilized a large gear, driving a smaller one. As for strict mechanical design, it was unnecessary. A control valve regulated the descent of the grains, and a horizontal handle atop the large gear allowed 2 orcs to grip it simultaneously and operate the millstone for grinding. On the other side, there was a rice husker-like device featuring a spiral rotor with size-adjustable scraping blades. No sieve was prepared, as crafting one from iron sheets was too cumbersome. It was easier to sift the grains manually with a windmill. Luo Hung adjusted the scraping blades to be slightly smaller than the grains, then closed the rice husker and said, "Let us begin." The grains were exceedingly dry. In such an environment, they could not possibly retain moisture, as that would be detrimental to their own supplies. After all, they were not public goods. The machine whirred to life as one of the orcs vigorously turned the handle, the bearings emitting a low hum. Luo Hung pulled the gate open slightly, allowing the grains to flow from the funnel, propelled by the spiral rotor, and then ground against the scraping blades. The design of the spiral rotor was meticulously crafted. Soon, the grains and bran emerged from the other side, with the outer layer of bran effectively scraped away. No issues here, Luo Hung nodded. Hating and Moding had also learned a great deal, though the bearings were constructed using the magical furnace, which would require further refinement of the white iron. Hating, you are in charge here, Luo Hung instructed. No problem, Hating replied, thumping his chest in affirmation as they were constructing. It was essential to understand the principles involved, and Luo Hung did not withhold any knowledge. The millstone stood 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide, with a large metal barrel on one side housing the sieve point. 2 orcs stood by. And after passing through the windmill, only the grains remained, albeit some were slightly crushed due to excess moisture. Accompanied by the sound of howling, 2 orcs turned the massive gears, setting the smaller cogs into a rapid spin. Soon, white flour spilled forth from the horizontal iron barrel, while the other side revealed a mixture of flour and bran, necessitating a second milling. "Excellent," Luo Hung remarked, observing the pristine flour, running his fingers through it, noting its fine texture. "Truly the work of a master blacksmith," Angus praised. Watermills and windmills had their limitations, yet this contraption offered none. Its power could be derived from human or animal strength, albeit at a higher cost. "Only the nobles can afford this," John lamented. "While the business with nobles is profitable, it ultimately relies on volume." "Nonsense," Luo Hung retorted without turning back. "Cheney, this is crafted from refined iron. Who could possibly afford it?" John inquired immediately. Merchants. One for each town, with no need to pay processing fees. They could simply exchange grain for flour. Is that feasible? Or they could pay processing fees, but how much would that be per pound of grain? How could an average family accumulate enough grain for processing? Luo Heng shook his head vigorously, posing the question. John pondered, realizing the merit in his argument. Merchants could utilize this for processing anywhere, unlike water mills and windmills, which were typically situated outside towns, proving quite inconvenient. However, this is the property of our Dwarven Forging Guild, Luo Heng interjected as he noticed John's growing interest. Our family could trade it. John responded with a chuckle. With flour in hand, Luo Heng's ambition soared. Leavening required yeast or sourdough. Though he lacked full understanding, he knew he could make noodles, dumplings, and wontons. The long winter had turned Luo Heng's thoughts towards food. And with the presence of chili peppers in this world, many delighted in their heat, particularly in the frigid winter. After savoring a warm bowl of wolf offal noodles with spicy oil, sweat beaded on Luo Heng's brow. Delicious. In this world, while flour served as the staple, bread occupied a significant position, with noodles being comparatively rare, not to mention the wide noodles and hand-pulled noodles Luo Heng had crafted. Several kitchen maids, having learned from him, began to replicate his creations. The orcs had never tasted such delectable dishes, and even Alicia indulged until her belly was round and full, leaving Luo Heng unable to engage in any embarrassing antics. John, how did you acquire these items? Luo Heng asked, surprised to see John produce items necessary for igniting battle aura. John smiled and replied, you haven't ignited your battle aura yet, and you possess ample wealth. Why shouldn't I bring them? Luo Heng found himself unable to counter that logic. The mill was managed by Wood, and Luo Heng commenced training, striving to elevate his physical condition to its peak. With Angus directing the process, after half a month, Luo Heng finally reached his pinnacle, ready to ignite his battle aura. My lord, first, attune yourself to the battle aura, Angus instructed, as Luo Heng lay almost entirely unclothed on the ground. Various alchemical items adorned his body, on his forehead, chest, abdomen, and soles of his feet, rumored to assist in igniting battle aura. A cool sensation emanated from his forehead, a magical accessory for soul protection. After Angus spoke, he infused a surge of battle aura into Luo Heng's body, which swirled momentarily before retreating. Did you sense it? Angus inquired. Yes, a warm current flows throughout my body, Luo Heng responded. Correct. Next, I will guide this energy through your body. Remember its path. I will assist you in harnessing it. Once you can direct it independently, concentrating it in your chest, that will signify the ignition of your battle aura. Angus had reiterated this point numerous times. Luo Heng acknowledged, understood. He felt the warm current coursing through his veins, circulating through his limbs, back, and abdomen, encircling his brain. Inner strength? Luo Heng mused, committing the route to memory. I will release my hold now, my lord, Angus announced. This was the critical moment. Luo Heng remained silent, focusing intently. He felt akin to a novice driver, as the warm current seemed uncontrollable yet navigated safely within him. Once familiar, he resolved to gather this energy in his chest. Boom! The current surged into his chest, and Luo Heng felt a resonance in his mind, as if the warmth had entered a distinct space, illuminated by a gray glow. The warm current merged directly with this gray light. After a moment, Luo Heng opened his eyes, exclaiming, I succeeded. Indeed, my lord, although your talent is not particularly high, the battle aura's fluctuations are rather weak, Angus replied, shaking his head. The initial ignition of battle aura indicated one's innate ability, and Luo Heng's aura merely flickered dimly. Exiting the tent, Luo Heng was greeted by Alicia and the others. He nodded, stating, I succeeded. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Gary, Wood, and others immediately bowed in respect. All right, everyone, go about your respective tasks. Luo Heng waved his hand. Prompting their departure, John asked, what attribute is it? Uncertain. The external battle aura is too weak, Angus replied. Upon hearing this, John suggested, Cheney, should we test it? Can it be tested now? Luo Heng questioned, puzzled. We could wait a few days. But initially, you need to stabilize your battle aura. Testing it now may not yield accurate results. John explained. Luo Heng nodded and focused on stabilizing his aura. As snowfall decreased, temperatures gradually began to rise. Luo Heng remained perplexed about why no one had contacted him regarding his agreement with the High Priest of Hutton City. The flour mill had proven immensely successful, with several orc slaves capable of processing thousands of pounds of flour daily. Showcasing remarkable efficiency, the metallic machinery exhibited minimal wear, indicating a highly stable operation, unlike wooden or stone constructs. "My lord, shall we proceed to logging now?" Carrie inquired, observing the rising temperatures with urgency. Winter logging ensured that stripped trees would remain free of pests. But warmer temperatures posed a risk. "Very well, Carrie, prepare accordingly, and I shall instruct Wood to ready some provisions," Luo Hong replied. The castle was merely enclosed by a 7-meter-high wall, necessitating ample timber for future pastures. Farms and road construction, wood was the most expedient resource. Early the next morning, Luo Hang began distributing tasks. "Angus, you will remain at the camp. Should anything arise, instruct Alicia to notify me via the Golden Eagle. Wood, continue overseeing logistics. Gary, you will guard the valley with the slaves. Once timber is returned, strip it immediately, and 2 carpenters will assist you." Understood. This time, the Dwarven Knights would be enlisted, utilizing rock lizards as excellent laborers. Dragging timber through the snow with greater ease than in spring, the Dwarven Knights had no objections, as Luo Hong offered a generous rate of 10 gold coins per day for each individual. Of course, Luo Hong was unashamedly not providing gold coins, yet it mattered little. Thus, he would need to pay out 2,000 gold coins daily, with mages and Angus at the camp, along with orc slaves. There would be little risk, especially with the Dwarven Knights coming and going. The forest was not far from the camp, approximately 13 or 14 kilometers away, and the trees were substantial. Luo Hong produced an enormous 4-meter-long saw, which he had prepared when purchasing giant slaves. The saw was thick and wide, initially appearing cumbersome, yet its sharp teeth had been treated with gemstone powder, ensuring remarkable durability. Swish, swish, 2 giants gripped either end. Having trained with the saw for several days at the camp, a tree with a diameter nearing 3 meters fell with a thunderous crash after just a few minutes. The orc slaves then seized axes and saws, clearing branches while the giants cut the trunks into segments according to length. Ropes, which Luo Hong had invested heavily in, over 200 ropes costing more than 20,000 gold coins, were tied to the trees. These ropes, crafted by alchemists, though only the thickness of a finger, were incredibly resilient. The sleds were simpler, consisting of thick wooden planks upon which the logs were placed, pulled by rock lizards towards the camp. Due to the gentle slope, minimal effort was required. On average, a large tree fell every 10 minutes, with everyone pitching in. Even the dwarves swung their axes, toppling trees on the hillside like wheat in a field. Layer by layer. "Bees, bees," the giant's booming voice echoed. Where, don't move," Luo Hong called out as he rushed over.